What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Fairy tales start by finding Erza 1 Fae Chapter 1. Picked up a little cutie. Open black lens bracket for collection, for flowers close black lens bracket. By the coast. A transparent fishing line was hung on the bamboo fishing rod, and the red worm was pierced by the hook and could only keep squirming and trying to break free. On the shore, a black-haired boy of about 12 years old sat cross-legged like an old monk. Holding the bamboo fishing rod in both hands, his eyes were dull, and he mechanically threw the rod into the sea to try to fish. "If you don't catch any fish today, you won't be able to eat," Dieter murmured. It has been 12 years since he was reborn in the fairy world. He knows that this world is different, and he also tried to learn magic. But that magic is not something he can learn in a short time. Today, he also relies on the meager assets left by his deceased parents to make a living. Because he is too young, many shops will not hire ordinary 12-year-old children, so they can only rely on fishing on the coast to sell for money. System? Dieter thought silently, and a line of words appeared in his mind. Remaining until the system is turned on. 7 hours 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Good. Dieter also has a system as a traverser, but his system has not been turned on for the time being, and it still takes 7 hours so far. It seemed like a long time, but Dieter was not in a hurry. He has been waiting for 12 years, and it's not too short of a while. Even if he really got some magical system, he couldn't make him eat dinner at night, and the top priority was to continue fishing. Fishing is an enjoyable hobby. Dieter, who was fishing, only felt that time passed so quickly. Whoa, seeing that the sky was about to darken, the sea surface splashed with waves. Dieter looked up and found a small boat not far away, and a small figure on the boat vigorously moved the oars towards this direction. Advertisement, "Who's bothering me fishing?" Dieter muttered. When the boat came on board like this, he didn't even think about fishing, so he sighed and took back his fishing rod to go to the neighbor's house to eat and drink. Boom! Just as he packed up his fishing rod and turned around, he heard the sound of something falling behind him. Dieter turned around again, only to find that the figure on the boat had slumped weakly on the edge of the boat, apparently in a coma. As a result, the boat is not balanced enough, and if left unchecked, it may soon fall into the deep sea and sink to the bottom of the sea. "It's unfortunate that this happened to me," Dieter complained. Sweeping around found no one nearby. "I had to put the fishing rod aside and take off my overly heavy clothes and dived into the water to swim towards the boat." After a while, Dieter dragged the boat to the shore. Looking at the armor on the girl on the boat, he also admitted that he was unlucky to carry her, grabbed a few bags in the boat and walked towards the house. Dieter couldn't do it without dying. Although this world is very dangerous and there are supernatural beings such as mages, he still can't sit back and watch a little girl fall into the sea and drown. When he got home, Dieter threw the girl on the bed and brushed her hair only to find that the girl had an eye patch on her right eye. Appears to be blind in one eye. Bai Shaw has such a beautiful face, but why do I feel a little familiar? Dieter took a serious look. The long red hair looked good. The small arms and calves are also very healthy, and the one eye that is not considered to be blind is considered a cute little one. That's what Dieter thinks he's seen before. "Aren't you tired of wearing armor?" Dieter said. Reached out to take off her armor, and wiped her face with a damp towel. After finishing, I used the ingredients in the little girl's package to cook. After finishing everything quickly, she bent her knees and leaned against the edge of the bed to take care of the little girl. Advertisement boom. Peefed. In a daze, Dieter's body hurt and he fell to the ground. Ouch! Dieter exclaimed in pain. After opening her eyes, she found that the comatose little girl was staring at herself with a kitchen knife in her hand at the moment. "Who are you?" the little girl asked. The kitchen knife in his hand was stretched under Dieter's neck, and his voice was very cold, as if he would slit his throat with a slight movement. "My name is Dieter. What are you doing so nervous, you little girl? You must know that I am your savior. If I hadn't seen you comatose on the boat, I wouldn't care about you. What's your name?" Dieter shrank his neck and said. The little girl frowned and swept across the small house and the fragrant food on the table. The alertness in the voice dropped a little. "My name is Erza Scarlet." Dieter froze for a moment. She stared at the little girl in front of her with wide eyes. With an eye patch, long red hair, and the armor you wore before he started, he suddenly remembered why he felt familiar. "What's your look?" Erza glared at him. The kitchen knife in his hand was even more tightly clenched by 3 points, and there was a faint feeling of wanting to do it. Just a little surprised, but the name sounds nice," Dieter said hurriedly. "So small Erza, does that mean she hasn't joined the fairy tale guild yet?" "Thank you." Erza thanked. Perhaps realizing that Dieter was not threatening his power, he retracted the kitchen knife and walked to the dining table to look at the food in front of him. "You brought this food here. I've already eaten it. You're starving too. Eat it now," Dieter said. He got up from the ground and sat on the edge of the bed, watching her quietly. Chapter 2. Reward the Navy 6th Form. Open black lens bracket for flowers, for collection close black lens bracket. Erza, however, didn't eat the first time, and his eyes went back and forth between Dieter and the food on the table. "Think for a moment and say, you eat first." Dieter scratched his head, pretty vigilant. "Go over and sit down and start eating the food on the table one by one." Erza watched silently, seeing that Dieter didn't feel any discomfort after a long time, and only moved his chopsticks after making sure that he was not poisoned. Open black lens bracket ding. System starts. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, ding. The first sign in rewards 6 skill points. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the countdown time in the brain was reset to 0 and replaced with new words. It didn't take long for the word to appear and disappear again. Instead, it is an upside-down tree diagram, with a thick trunk at the top and a few branches extending down. The lowest branch has 6 branches. There are 6 skill bars at the end of the fork, which are temporarily grayed out. Why don't you keep eating? Seeing that Dieter didn't move his chopsticks, Erza immediately asked alertly, as if he was afraid that the poison in the food might have a certain fermentation time. You can eat it with confidence. I have no grudge against you, so I won't poison you. Dieter was speechless. After putting down his chopsticks, he walked back to the bed, sat down, closed his eyes, and carefully studied the tree diagram in his mind. Erza didn't bother after thinking for a few seconds. Bed. Dieter was so absorbed in his mind that the tree diagram looked odd looking upside down. Fortunately, he was quickly attracted by the 6 skill bars at the end. Try to touch. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to add some points? Close black lens bracket. Just when I came into contact with that skill bar, new words appeared in my mind. Add a bit. Is it necessary to use the 6 skill points when the system was first started? Advertisement. Dieter decided to give it a try, using his mind to choose to add points. With the addition of points, the added skill bar is no longer gray and has been lit up. Dieter went to check immediately, the words reappearing in his mind. Iron block. One of the 6 naval styles, it can harden the body to withstand strength after use, and cannot move during the use of the skill. Close black lens bracket. What? Iron nuggets. Dieter couldn't help breathing quickly. He didn't expect to light up the skills in the world of pirates, and it was the Navy's 6th form that only the Navy can learn. You must know that the Navy's 6th form is also quite strong. Iron block, paper painting, gang foot, moon step, finger gun and shave, this is the 6 naval styles. If it can be used flexibly, it can barely make Dieter have the power to protect himself. Put your eyes on the skill bar again. Since this is the iron block that is lit up, then the rest must be other skills in the 6th form of the Navy. Light up, light up, light up. Without a word, Dieter lights up all the Navy 6. After all the lights are lit, the 6 skills extend out a line and converge together. At the intersection of the line, a gray treasure box appeared. I tried to get in touch, but unfortunately I couldn't open the treasure chest, and I didn't know what it was. Dieter took his mind back regretfully. Open your eyes and clench your fists to feel the constant power of this body. The 6 naval styles are also instantly integrated, and skills can be released at will. Is that power? Dieter murmured. The tense mood of 12 years has also been relaxed at this moment, and the unprecedented sense of security has also wrapped him, and his mood has relaxed a lot. Advertisement. I used to worry that I would be accidentally killed by a mage. Now you can rest assured that even if you can't beat the magician, you still have enough self-protection power. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside the small room. Both Dieter and Erza were immediately alert. It shouldn't be dangerous, maybe it's a neighbor, Dieter said comfortingly. He walked to the front door and turned his head to look at Erza, who had been refreshed with a kitchen knife in his hand, and nodded lightly. It seems that if there is danger, it will start, creak. There was a screeching sound as the old door opened. After opening the door, there was no danger. Instead, there was a short old man standing outside with a kind smile. Yo, how are you two lil friends? The old man greeted. Dieter was also stunned when he saw the old man. Standing at the door was Makarov, the current president of the Fairy Tale Guild. It is also in existence, rated as a Holy 10 by the Magic Council. Why did he come here? Hello, is there something wrong? Dieter asked without leaving a trace. Erza relaxed when he saw that it was an old man, and wondered who he was. Makarov walked in with a smile. His eyes swept across the small house, and finally stopped at the dining table and lost his mind. The quick glance at Dieter was also quite friendly. I'm Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov introduced, and continued with kind eyes. Dieter, I've heard of you. The neighbors in the neighborhood say you are a good boy who respects the elderly and loves the young. So? Makarov pondered, looked at Erza and Dieter with a smile and continued. Want to join Fairy Tale? There is everything you want. Fairy Tale. Erza stared in disbelief. Looking at the little Makarov in front of me, I think of the old man who helped me in those dark years. Chapter 3. Showdown with Makarov. Open black lens bracket for flowers, for collection close black lens bracket. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled. Can join? Makarov nodded without thinking after hearing Erza's words. Of course, Fairy Tale still welcomes you. Erza nodded. There is a joy in my heart that cannot be concealed. After all, she is only an 11-year-old girl, and it is impossible to keep her face expressionless and not reveal any emotions. Dieter was silent. Fairy Tale, I never thought you would come over and invite yourself, Dieter said sincerely. This guild is very strong, but what still surprised Dieter was that Makarov, the guild leader, would personally invite him to join the guild. Well, how should I say it? I just came here, overheard from you. Fairy Tale welcomes a good boy with a good heart. Will you come with me? Makarov said. He also just learned about Dieter's news not long ago. Hearing that he was a good boy with a good heart, he was very curious to investigate, and after knowing that his parents died early, he had the intention of accepting it. Even if he doesn't have any combat power, Without any related magic, Makarov will not regret making this decision even if he is an ordinary person all his life. I really like Dieter. Dieter, you should have nothing to worry about, why don't you come with me? Erza also persuaded. In a short time, she also learned that Dieter was kind. Plus Dieter looked pretty good, so he took the initiative to invite. After all, this is the boy who could save himself from the sea. The grace of saving life, although she didn't say it. But I am still very grateful from the bottom of my heart. If I can be in a guild, I can repay my kindness in the future. Yes, but I want to try your strength, Dieter agreed after a little thought, but he wanted to try his hand at it before joining. This time Makarov and Erza were surprised. You should be just an ordinary person, Makarov said. Advertisement. He didn't understand why the kid Dieter wanted to challenge him beyond his capacity. How could an ordinary person be the opponent of a magician? Also Erza was curious. Dieter seemed to be about the same age as her, plus she was the age of a long body. How could she have beaten the president of a guild? It didn't take a second to know that Dieter was going to lose badly. But it doesn't matter, you can learn from me if you want, let's try it outside. When Makarov was right, Dieter was going to find a plausible excuse to agree, and he simply agreed to his challenge without thinking too much about it. In my heart, I was also thinking that it would be good to play casually with the physique of an adult for a while. That's good. Dieter nodded. The three walked towards the outside and came to the coast. There are few people on this street and there will be no accidental injuries. Little devil, I'll let you do 3 moves, how about standing still and letting you play whatever you want? Makarov said confidently. Dieter didn't refuse to agree directly. After a few meters away from Makarov, he was ready. Although Erza knew that Dieter would lose, he still kept a safe distance. Waiting for the end of the battle without thinking. In her opinion, this battle should be over in a few seconds. After all, an ordinary person can't be an adult opponent no matter what. Especially since the other party is a magician, it is definitely not something that a teenage child can impress. Both parties are ready. The breeze blew the clothes of the two of them, and there was an atmosphere of a life and death battle. Shave. Moved. Dieter didn't wait for any pre-battle shouts to get moving. One move, the shaved, in the 6th form of the Navy immediately disappeared in front of him, stirring up a circle of dust. So fast, both Makarov and Erza exclaimed in their hearts. The eyes were wide, neither Makarov nor Erza took Dieter in their eyes. Advertisement in their eyes, Dieter, who was an ordinary person, could not be an opponent at all. Result. No one expected Dieter to disappear from where he was standing in an instant as the battle started. This sudden change shocked both of them. Boom. The next second Dieter appeared in front of Makarov. A fist mixed with strong wind hit Makarov in the stomach. Nausea. Makarov suddenly felt that his stomach was hit, and a feeling of nausea hit. Subconsciously want to use magic to counterattack. But he soon realized that he was only fighting against a 12-year-old boy. How can it be? This is the only thought in Makarov's mind. 12-year-old boy. How could his speed become so fast? He disappeared in place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of him. Indeed. Makarov admitted that he was careless, but even so, he is also the president of the guild, and his strength and physique must not be underestimated. Now I was almost beaten up by a 12-year-old boy. This huge gap made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he regretted saying that he had to make 3 moves. Even if it is this kind of strength, it will inevitably be a little uncomfortable. But since the words were spoken, naturally they could not be taken back casually. I just hope that the punch just now was the full strength of this kid. And Erza next to him saw it all. Impressive. Chapter 4. The Power of the 6th Navy. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Erza had always thought Dieter was a normal person, but his perception of him also changed. Dieter is so powerful. The ability that suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared just now made her unable to find the trajectory of her movement at all. She didn't even dare to say she could do it. Really great. Erza continued to watch with light in his eyes. Shave. Use the ability again to leave. Dieter returned to his standing position, looking at Makarov in front of him. He also had a certain understanding of his own strength. At the same time, the warm-up is over and ready to come true. Father, I'm serious. If you can't stand it, you better leave now, or you might get hurt if you're unprepared, Dieter said. Is Makarov strong? Of course, it was outrageously strong. The punch he had just done was almost his full strength, but Makarov was unscathed, so his face was a little ugly. Even Dieter felt some pain in his fist. That punch was as painful as hitting a steel plate, but fortunately he had a high degree of tolerance. Okay kid. Makarov didn't care. There was a bit of bitterness in my heart. The punch just now was still not punched seriously? If this is really serious and give yourself a few times, maybe it will really hurt. If you know that this kid has such strength, it is impossible to kill him and let you stand still. Now I have to pray in my heart a little lightly, gangfoot. Suddenly, Dieter kicked his legs, and 2 or 3 crescent-shaped energies were shot out, plowing the ground and cutting towards Makarov's body. F***ck. Makarov cursed in his heart. Advertisement. This kid is really ruthless, and all this magic has been used. Immediately, his body flashed, and he raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger. A yellow light bloomed and collided with the crescent-shaped attack. Boom. Energy burst. The run-in with each other disappeared in front of eyes. However, Shave, Dieter disappeared again and came to Makarov again. Without thinking, both hands stretched out their index fingers. Finger gun, biu, biu, biu. His hands turned into afterimages, and he stabbed Makarov's body up and down. Makarov's pupils were tightly locked, and he clenched his teeth to resist the attacks. The pain all over the body also caused Makarov to lose his temper. Grab the gap and immediately clench your fists. I saw that the fist was immediately enlarged, turning into a fist the size of an iron cauldron and slamming into Dieter. Makarov didn't react until he punched a huge fist. He secretly thought that it was not good, and immediately took back a lot of power. Watching the fist is about to drown the body, Dieter spreads his legs and crosses his hands in front of him, iron. In an instant, Dieter's body was stiff and iron was all over his body. Boom! The fist collided with Dieter's whole body, and there was a dull sound of steel colliding. Hula at the same time, Dieter was also beaten back by a huge force, and his feet were pear marks. Click till. Advertisement. Dieter lifted the iron block and swung his arms a little surprised. As expected of Makarov, who can serve as the Holy Ten, even the physical strength that he is constantly exerting is not something he can contend with now. A tingling in both arms. On the opposite side, Makarov's face was not very good. Looking down at his clothes, holes were also poked open. Although there were no wounds on his body, if he looked closely, he would find that the places where he was hit were already glowing red. Even a few places with weak defenses turned purple. Little devil, you really are not simple. It's only a matter of time before you work hard in the future to become an S-rank mage. Makarov sighed. Are all the little devils so strong these days? If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have really overturned today. It seems that I can learn from this kid Dieter in the future, otherwise I might suffer a big loss at some point. The old man is joking. I just want a place to live, and S-class mages don't demand anything. Dieter smiled. Erza next to him also walked in front of the two people with complicated eyes. Looking at Dieter with complicated eyes, you are amazing, much stronger than me. You are only 12 years old, but you are already so amazing. Erza is also observant. Although this time the sparring failed to hurt the president, but it can be seen that he is not very happy as the president. In my heart, the impression of Dieter was suddenly much taller. Sure enough, strong people are more attractive. Even if you're only 12 years old and older than you should be called brother. Dieter jokingly laughed. Erza's ears turned red when he heard this, but he quickly backed off. But it was still captured by Dieter keenly. I was a little surprised, but Erza was really cute when she was a child. It's a fight, so let's go home, Makarov suggested. There was a hint of anticipation in both Dieter and Erza's eyes. Smiling nod. After I went back and simply packed my luggage, I followed Makarov's pace home. Chapter 5. Join the Fairy Tale Guild. Open black lens bracket. Ask for reward. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Welcome to Fairy Tale. This will be your home from now on. At the entrance of the guild, Makarov turned to look at the two people with his hands behind his back, and was very happy to warmly welcome them. Dieter looked up at the large building of Fairy Tale. As expected, both the architectural style and the street at the door made him feel familiar. This is Fairy Tale. Erza is also stroking the building in front of him. Let's go in and see your friends, Makarov replied with a smile. Reaching out and pushing open the door of the Fairy Tale Guild, what caught my eye was slaps. Ooh, come on Gray, punch him in the face, ha ha ha, Wakaba, you're a real dish. You can't even beat a child, but if Gray beats you, you can only run away. Laugh at me. Gray quickly frees the Wakaba guy with ice magic and beat him. Inside the guild hall, with a cigarette in his mouth, a young man wearing a green coat is being chased and beaten by a naked 10-year-old child. Damn it, kid, don't think I dare not hit you, it's just that you don't want to bully you when you're young. Wakaba shouted aggrieved. Gray drooped his eyes, put his right fist on the palm of his left, and grinned and roared, if you dare to play me, prepare to die. You B asterisk 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 D can't play, I'm going to fight back. Come. The two are about to fight with magic. Makarov, who had just entered the hall, turned black, took a deep breath and roared. You idiots, don't use magic to fight in the guild. As he said that, Makarov's body instantly grew to the point where it reached the ceiling above his head. Silent. The entire guild fell silent in an instant. Everyone stopped and looked at the president who had grown bigger. Advertisement, humph. Gray snorted coldly to withdraw the magic. Wakaba was also relieved. Hello, the president is back, where did you go today? Yo, are the two little guys behind the president a newcomer? The people in the guild greeted immediately. Seeing this, Makarov regained his enlarged body. Nodding solemnly. Yes, Dieter and Erza are both newcomers, I hope you don't bully people casually. Macau and Wakaba sat together and looked at Dieter and Erza. The whisperers didn't know what to say. It's a little different than I imagined, Dieter muttered. He always thought that the source of Gray's fondness for fighting was because of Natsu, but he didn't expect Gray to fight with people often at this time. At the same time, his eyes swept across Kana, who was sitting beside him getting drunk. Gray stepped forward, looked at the two, and asked, Master, are they two family? No, Makarov replied. Dieter is 12 years old, and naturally taller than Gray. Looking at him condescendingly, what are you looking at, drooping eyes, exhibitionist? You. Gray was angry. On the other hand, Dieter didn't take it seriously. Isn't the tradition of joining a guild just to show strength? There is only Gray in the entire guild. Who else can you fight if you don't fight him? In addition, Dieter really wanted to be the boss, and subduing Gray was pretty good, so he took the initiative to find fault. Damn it. I'm going to fight you. If it's a man, fight me. Gray gritted his teeth. The people in the guild were a little excited when they heard this. Wakaba immediately shouted, "Is someone going to fight again? This time is the new one fighting with this kid Gray. Great, let's start." Advertisement, awesome. All the little guys who join the guild these days are so fond of fighting, Macau also said. Makarov didn't care much, because he knew that even in a fight, Gray was no match for Dieter. Indeed, Gray's ice magic is very powerful, but now Dieter's elusive ability, even he was amazed, and it was impossible for him to lose. It just so happens that the guild also needs a big brother who plays an important role among children. Dieter is kind-hearted, helpful and has a role that fits the big brother. Be careful. Next to him, Erza swept across Gray with a blindfold, unexpectedly taking the initiative to care about Dieter. Hearing this also made Dieter feel a little strange. As far as he knew, Erza was withdrawn when she first joined the guild, and it was Gray and Natsu who slowly opened up to her withdrawn personality. It was actually related to him at this time, but still nodded in response. Thank you. Putting his eyes on Gray, he grinned. It's okay to fight, but if you lose, you will call Big Brother, do you know? You be asterisk 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 D. Gray tickled his teeth with hatred. Dieter didn't give him a chance to refute, turned around and walked outside, waving at the same time. Put on your clothes and come outside to discuss. Ah, Gray looked down and saw that he didn't have any clothes on. Immediately run away and get dressed. Wow, the newcomer still has the courage to fight Gray. I don't know who is more powerful, I think it's Gray, that kid named Dieter looks weak. It's not certain. Everyone in the guild was discussing curiously. Analyze which of the two people is stronger, and make bets at the same time. Chapter 6. Navy 6 Forms, Paper Painting. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. On the road in front of a small river at the entrance of the guild. Guild members and President Makarov, Drunk Kana, and Erza all walked out of the guild and quietly watched the upcoming match. Gray, don't be too embarrassed, boy, Wakaba shouted. Macau was holding a glass of wine next to Kana, who looked like a child, and asked, Kana, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Hiccup. Kana hiccuped drunkenly, dangling her hand holding the glass to Dieter. He, Hick, will win. How is that possible? Could it be that that kid has already learned magic? Macau couldn't believe it. Magic needs to be learned. When I was young, I didn't know anything, so how could I learn magic? Kana shook his head. It's not, he looks handsome. In the field, Gray naturally heard the words of the guild members. Seeing that Kana was not optimistic about himself, he was also very depressed and retorted. Humph. He looks as big as me. How could he be my opponent? I have learned magic from Ulu since I was a child. Can we start? The opposite Dieter stood silently and asked when Gray was still chatting. Gray hummed disdainfully, come on, I will definitely beat you. Everyone watched, wanting to see who the strongest kid in the guild was. LCEMAKE gun. Shave. Gray performs the ice-shape magic action. The move was not finished, and Dieter suddenly disappeared in front of him. What? How did that kid disappear suddenly? What was that thing just now? Macau was originally watching the play, but exclaimed in shock as soon as the duel started. He thought that he was still a bit strong, and he thought that a fight between two children would be boring. The result did not expect to disappear suddenly. At that speed, he couldn't even see his figure, and he couldn't even see how he disappeared in front of his eyes. Are children of this age so powerful? Advertisement? Also shocked was Macau's good brother. Wakaba's cigarette fell to the ground in shock. His little eyes were also opened in surprise at this time, and he swallowed and patted his good brother's shoulder. He asked inconceivably, did I have hallucinations? How could he be so powerful and disappear in an instant? Kana also stopped drinking. In her impression, the fight between two people is nothing more than a few tricks. But now it shocked her. The president, Makarov, had a faint sense of superiority, and he was very happy to see the members who were shocked and fell to the ground. There is a feeling that everyone is drunk and I am awake alone. As expected of Dieter, it really refreshed the three views of this group of people. In the field, also shocked was Gray, who said in his heart that it was impossible. Before he could attack, he had already lost his target? Is this really the physique and strength that a 12-year-old should have? You are too slow. Before Gray could react from his shock, he heard someone talking behind his back. The body immediately turned around, trying to counterattack. Pung. Unfortunately, his movements were still too slow in the end, and before his body could turn around, he felt a punch in the back. Body inertia was beaten out. He fell to the ground and slid abruptly for a few meters, and his little face was scratched into a layer of skin. It hurts. Gray immediately curled up on the ground, covered his face and rolled, screaming in pain. Too slow. Dieter retracted his fist with regret. Perhaps because of the difference between the world of pirates and the world of fairy tale, he could clearly feel that the Navy's sixth form was much stronger than he imagined. Otherwise, he could not have caught Makarov by surprise if he was careless. Advertisement. It's as easy as an ant for 10-year-old Gray now. Damn it, I won't admit defeat. Gray got up angrily. Get ready to attack again. Come on, Gray, you are a senior who joined the guild first, don't let the newcomers look down on you. Ha ha ha, Gray kid, hurry up and admit defeat, this newcomer is much better than you. Awesome, the guild's newcomers are getting stronger and stronger. Come on, give him some color to see. Among the members of the guild, Gray was beaten with no power to fight back, and he had no intention of being distressed at all. He also kept urging Gray to make him use some force. Everyone laughed wildly. LCEMAKE Lancers, Gray unleashed magic, shooting multiple ice spears from his hand, stabbing at all angles at a rapid rate. And Dieter grinned when he saw the ice spears. The body seemed to change in an instant, and the body that was standing upright suddenly swayed. Paper painting. The body seemed to have no bones, like the seaweed swaying freely in the sea. It seems to be swaying back and forth, left and right, but it is often able to avoid the attack of the ice spear. What? Macau was really stunned, looking at Dieter who was shaking his body wantonly and asked in surprise. What is this? How can a person's body be in that shape? There are many criss-crossed bones in the human body, which support the human body. But at this moment Dieter was shaking like a string, as if there weren't any bones that could be soft to that extent. This is simply anti-human. Just kidding, President, is this kid really human? Wakaba was also stunned. That soft and boneless movement is not inconsistent. This unscientific. Chapter 7. 2 Bullying. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Not to mention Wakaba and Macau. The current president, Makarov, was also about to drop his jaw. He'd had a conversation with Dieter. There are a lot of abilities that he has shown so far, but he has never seen this body dance like a boneless body. Is it human? At this moment, Makarov couldn't help but have such absurd thoughts in his heart. But he quickly suppressed the doubts in his mind, and responded by pretending to understand. Of course it is a human being. The president, do you know what's going on? Macau asked a question. Makarov's expression was calm, but he was speechless in his heart. He knew what a shit. Magic is a very powerful thing. Any kind of magic is normal in this world. Maybe Dieter has some kind of special magic. But he couldn't say he didn't know. This is related to his identity and status as the president. He cleared his throat and said, it's magic. There are many magics in the world. At this moment, Dieter is using some kind of magic. Both Macau and Wakaba nodded. Although the president felt a little uncomfortable, he still obediently admitted this. Duel. Gray was also stunned, and those actions just now also subverted his three views. He thought that when his magic was released, Dieter would use the previous trick again and disappear in place. Or come directly to the front to continue the attack. But he really didn't expect Dieter to swing like a seaweed in his ice spear. It was even possible to escape. What the hell are you? Gray was distressed. After thinking about it, the skills currently mastered seemed to have no way to effectively prevent the situation just now. No matter what skills are released, they will be evaded. Hehe, that's all your moves are. Dieter laughed. After recovering, he charged directly in front of him, intending to defeat Gray head-on to end the battle. Damn it. Gray was secretly angry, feeling underestimated. His eyes turned dark, and his eyes lit up immediately, and his hands once again performed the modeling magic move. LCEMAKE floor. Advertisement. The cold ice-shaped magic is released. Gray immediately patted his hand on the ground, and saw that Gray's body was immediately covered with white frost, forming a smooth ground. Beautiful. Macau exclaimed, with admiration in his eyes, using ice to create a smooth surface on the ground. It can make the opponent slip, so that the new kid's previous moves can't be used. Not bad. Wakaba nodded with satisfaction. Gray, this kid, still has a strong sense of battle. After this trick is used, the newcomers can't fight in close quarters, and the battle situation is a lot fairer at once. Both brothers admire Gray's improvisation. This move may not be able to completely stop it, but it has been able to open up terrain that is beneficial to Gray. Even President Makarov was very satisfied when he saw this scene. Gray, this kid, is still very good, and he made such a judgment based on the existing combat power. Already quite good, but there's no point in defeating Dieter. But unfortunately, Makarov knew that Dieter's abilities were far more than that, and the abilities called gang feet and pointing guns that he learned from are sufficient to deal with. In fact, this time, Gray has no hope of winning at all. Dieter didn't stop rushing forward. Even if the ice surface was under his feet, he had no intention of stopping at all. Continue to rush forward. The surrounding guild members and Gray were all staring at Dieter, waiting for him to step on the ice and slip. However, Dieter jumped into the air the moment he stepped on the ice. Exposed in the air with nowhere to hide. Gray, now is the opportunity. He can't counterattack in the air. Seize the opportunity. Wakaba reminded immediately. Everyone else is waiting for Gray's offense and Dieter's downfall. And Gray knew to seize the opportunity. His hands were in motion again, ready to beat Dieter the moment he jumped onto the ice. Moonstep. Dieter landed face down. When he was about to step on the ice, a wave of air appeared under his feet, which immediately rebounded and jumped up again. Standing in the air. From time to time, air masses popped out from under his feet to keep him in the air. Everyone's smiles and expressions were frozen on their faces. It was unacceptable to watch this scene quietly, seeing that Gray was about to win, and the result. This is too cheating. Kana was in a mood. She and Gray were supposed to narrowly win. Advertisement. Result. This Dieter actually flew straight up. Can fly. What kind of magic is this, and she wants to learn it even if it can fly. You are too much. Gray's posture also passively retracted, slumped on the ground and muttered speechlessly. The ability to fly, defend, and fast, all of which together don't give him any chance of winning. Every time he thought he was about to win, he hit rock bottom again. Moody. Don't take the burden directly. Hee, you are very good, although you are a little short of me. Seeing Gray give up, Dieter slowly landed from the air and walked in front of him with a smile, reaching out and pulling him up. He took the initiative to hold his hand and introduced, "My name is Dieter, and I will be your elder brother in the future. You can ask me for help when you are in danger outside." Gray's gloomy introduction. "My name is Gray Fullbuster, please take care of me." The battle is over. Dieter wins with a psychic blow. The guild members all sighed and praised. "It's amazing, I didn't expect that the children brought by the president are more powerful than the last. This little guy Dieter also looks like a good seedling. S-rank mages may not need to question, the future is absolute. It's great, the Dieter kid is not weaker than us now. It seems that the guild will be the leader in the future." Admiration. This is true admiration. Whether it is Macau or Wakaba, they are all very happy at the moment. In their eyes, both Dieter and Gray are their younger brothers, and the stronger the younger brother is, the more face they have. And President Makarov is also very happy. Obviously, he is more satisfied with the strength shown by Dieter. "Then welcome to Fairy Tale, Dieter and Erza." Makarov greeted him with a smile. Clap clap. The people around were applauding and cheering. Chapter 8. Natsu who joins the guild. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Sunny. The sea was splashed with ripples by the breeze. On the shore of the big sea at the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild, Dieter sat on the ground with a fishing rod and waited for the fish to take the bait. Macau and Wakaba came from a distance with their baggage and greeted enthusiastically, "Are you fishing again, Dieter?" "Yeah, you guys came back from the mission." Dieter turned his head to respond. Macau laughed. "Yes, we want to earn money to marry a wife, we can't compare with you." "Ha ha ha, it's been a year since you joined the guild, don't you plan to do the quest?" Wakaba also asked with a smile. Dieter laughed and didn't respond, looking back at the float on the sea. "It's been a year since I joined Fairy Tale, and Dieter has been very apologetic during this time. Every day is eating, fishing and sleeping. I am not interested in doing tasks at all, and rely on selling fish to support myself." Whether it was Erza or Gray and Kana who had already started to work, he was the only one who was still so idle. Dieter. After a long time, Erza's call came from the direction of the guild. After a while Erza came to him. "Erza, you've grown a lot taller. It's been a year, I wonder how you're adapting." Dieter asked with a smile this time. The fastest integration in this year is Dieter, while Erza is not so cheerful. Nothing has changed except fishing with him from time to time, not so enthusiastic about Gray or Kana, and friends are a foreign word to her. Getting into Fairy Tale isn't a short-term goal either. "It's okay," Erza replied with her head lowered. Advertisement. Dieter is also very helpless. He has never experienced Erza's despair, and he has no right to let her out of that shadow. The only thing he can do is to chat with her more so that she will not be so withdrawn in the guild. Everyone is the same age and should get along well. "By the way, the president asked me to come over and call you to show you your new partner, a young man with cherry-colored hair," Erza said hurriedly. Dieter hesitated a little after hearing Erza's description. He couldn't help but ask, "What year is it now?" Erza had doubts in his eyes, wondering why Dieter asked this, but he said, "It's X777. Year X777. Dieter lost his mind. "If I remember correctly, Natsu should join the guild." According to Erza's description, the partner introduced by the president is likely to be the Dragon Slayer of Fire. "Okay, let's go back," Dieter agreed with a smile. Put away the fishing rod from the shore, and walked towards the guild chatting and laughing with Erza. "Come to the door soon. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the Fairy Tale Guild and reward 6 skill points. Close black lens bracket." Suddenly, familiar fonts come to mind. Dieter couldn't help but stop, breathing heavily. The system appears again. The system that was activated after meeting Erza a year ago has since gone silent, making Dieter think his system is dead. Didn't expect this to happen again. For what reason? Could it be that Natsu can't do it? You must know that Natsu is the protagonist, so he was there to trigger the sign-in function of the system. It's quite right to think so. "What's wrong with you?" Erza asked suspiciously when Dieter stopped. Advertisement. Dieter quickly returned to his senses, smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, just wondering if the newcomer is also a little monster." "I don't know." Erza shook his head. The two continued to walk inside the guild and pushed the door in. "Idiot, I said don't get so close to me. You exhibitionist, I don't want to sit with you, the president asked me to sit here." "Fire-spitting kid, I'll say it again, I'm not an exhibitionist." Slightly, drooping eyes. "Ah, you fire-breathing brat, I'm going to kill you." ... As soon as I entered the guild, I heard Gray and Natsu bickering. "You and I will not deal with each other as soon as you meet, and you can't wait to destroy each other." "Yo, hello everyone." Dieter didn't care about the two more people, raised his hand to greet the people in the guild. Everyone in the guild warmly welcomed Dieter. "Dieter, take care of Gray and this guy named Natsu, they've been arguing as soon as they met." Wakaba complained. Macau also spoke without showing weakness. "Yes, aren't you the king of children in our guild? Erza, Gray, and Kana can handle it, hurry up and let them stop arguing, I'm going to be big. Chi, who cares about him? Kana Tsunere retorted. Dieter smiled and stared at Natsu, the cherry-colored hair and white scaly scarf and the warm tone of voice. Undoubtedly the same as in memory. Hey, you are the most powerful in the guild, right? At this time, Natsu left Gray's side and came to Dieter, looking up at him with his entire head above his head, with a strong suspicion in his eyes. Hee, that's it. Dieter put his hand on Natsu's head and played with it. Natsu disliked it, and wrote down the gauntlet. Let's fight, if you lose, I will be the strongest in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Competing with Natsu. For flowers, for evaluation tickets, for rewards. Close black lens bracket. Dieter was stunned. Even the rest of the guild couldn't help being stunned. Even Gray was a little speechless. Ha ha ha, did you hear that the new little guy is going to challenge Dieter? Laugh at me, Dieter doesn't fight very much in the guild, but he is quite strong, so this little guy wants to challenge himself beyond his ability. Are all the new little guys so brave these days? Dieter gave him a hand, and this little guy won't be a match. That's right, come on Dieter, teach him a hard lesson, and let him know what a guild boss is. ... The ordinary members of the guild immediately burst into laughter. It's true that Dieter didn't do the quest. But this does not mean that his strength is weak, even Dieter a year ago did not dare to say that he would definitely win. Not to mention that Dieter is definitely stronger now. Gray also shook his head, sarcastically. Hey, you don't have to be so direct even if you want to fight, it's better to go to Erza than to go to Dieter, he's very strong. Gray hadn't challenged since a year ago with Dieter. The reason was naturally because even now, he wasn't sure he could deal with Dieter's elusive moves. Kana, who was drinking over there, was also drinking heavily, and she was a little drunk and complained. You little brat, why bother to make fun of yourself? No one likes Natsu. It's not that I don't think he can't, but because Dieter's strength is simply beyond his peers. Just fight Gray, why don't you think about it and come to Dieter? Erza was also on Dieter's side at this time. After a year of getting along, she also regarded Dieter as her best friend. This will cause peers to humiliate themselves and fight back. Humph. Natsu raised his face, pinched his waist, and continued with a heroic and fearless role model, don't you dare. If you don't dare, give up the position of your boss. Arrogant. Advertisement. Too arrogant. Dieter thought it was funny. But as the boss of the same age in the guild, it is natural to not admit it. Laughing, he turned and walked outside. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Natsu followed with a majestic stride. Wow, Dieter is going to shoot again after a year, so be sure to take a good look this time. I don't know if Dieter is better now than before. I'm really looking forward to it. Although I know this newcomer is definitely not an opponent, I still want to see it. Come on, Dieter, don't be knocked down by the newcomers. The members of the guild naturally fear that the world will not be in chaos. Hearing that Dieter was going to discuss with others again, he immediately swarmed over. It's still that way. Dieter took his place again, standing in the air with Natsu. Dieter's thoughts were in his head. After getting the system to successfully light up the sixth form of the Navy a year ago, although he practiced redoubled his efforts. But it didn't take long before I felt a bottleneck. I think the lack of skill points may be the skill points. Can you directly light up the treasure chest above the Navy 6th style this time? It's still an upside-down tree. The bottom 6 skill bars are still hanging with the Navy 6. And the line of the skill bar extended to a treasure chest above. Dieter tried to open it with skill points. The result is a line of words. The skill level of the 6th form of the Navy is not up to the standard. Close black lens bracket. After the words were displayed, Dieter was a little disappointed. In fact, he had an intuition when he went to light up the treasure chest icon. But it's a little sad to see the fact. Looking at the Navy 6th form again, there is a number in the upper left corner of these skill bars. Advertisement. Iron block level 3, paper painting level 3, moonstep level 3, finger gun level 3, post level 3, shaving level 3. All 6 skills are level 3. Dieter thought for a moment and then added one more point to each. With the success of adding points, the 6 types of naval rank have reached rank 4. Dieter came to his senses. The skill proficiency of the 6 naval styles in the body poured into the body again. Physique, strength and speed are all improved. This improvement is huge. Now he is enough to deal with the 3 previous self. Damn it, I will definitely beat him. On the opposite side, Natsu refuted those people in the guild who were deliberately making fun of him, his small fists clenched as if he had made up his mind. Gray shook his head, feeling that Natsu was embarrassed. Why make fun of yourself? Even if Dieter hasn't shot for a year, it's not something you can deal with now. At the same time, President Makarov also huddled aside and watched silently. He is still very curious about Dieter's current strength. He wonders if he has regressed after not cultivating for a year. Be careful, he's playing with fire. Erza, not far from Dieter, reminded him of Natsu's magical abilities. Okay, Dieter nodded. Putting his eyes on Natsu again, he stretched his arms and hooked his fingers. Damn it, Natsu rushed in angrily, clenching his fists and punching Dieter in the stomach, and the heat wave followed. Amazing, Dieter exclaimed. Even if he hadn't caught the flame and attacked, he could clearly feel the fiery temperature on Natsu's fist. It is not a loss to be the dragon slayer of fire. Even if it is small, it should not be underestimated. Immediately, he moved his right foot sideways to avoid the fist, and clenched his right fist to Natsu's shoulder. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Win. Open black lens bracket. Thanks for the monthly passive. People go cool. Close black lens bracket. Boom. The fist hit Natsu directly in the shoulder, knocking him out to the ground. But before he could speak, Natsu, who fell to the ground, stood up again. I'm getting serious. Natsu patted the dust on his body, and put his fists on his waist with his horse steps. Woohoo. The flames erupted, and two groups of fiery flames wrapped their fists to increase their destructive power and rushed again. Amazing. This kid actually knows how to use the explosive power of flames to attack. He understands so much at a young age, but how big is he when he grows up? Macau also plays with fire, and is naturally clear about the characteristics of flames. Seeing Natsu's skillful use of the explosive force of flames to continue his attack, he also admired his fighting spirit. It's pretty good, but it's impossible to beat Dieter even like that, Wakaba responded with a cigarette in his mouth. Duel. Dieter doesn't look down on anyone. Not even a young Natsu, so he was serious and careful to avoid his fists. Look for opportunities to win with one hit. Once again staggering Natsu's attack, Dieter was planning to shoot, but found a slyness in Natsu's eyes. Know right away that something is wrong. Fire dragons. Iron fist. I saw Natsu's fists collide, a red magic circle appeared in front of him, and the flames of his right fist burned towards Dieter. Everyone in the guild was heartbroken. Everyone couldn't help but worry that Dieter would capsize. This sudden move also made them unexpected, and if they were on the field, they might be hit. Iron block. Can Dieter do it? As someone who knows the magic of Fire Dragon Slayer very well, he is always on guard against possible moves. Seeing that Natsu used magic, he immediately opened his hands and used iron blocks while stomping on horses. The body instantly became extremely hard. Boom. Advertisement. The fist and the chest collided, making a dull sound like hitting an iron block. Wow. Natsu was bounced off instantly. He got up from the ground and rubbed his fists in a hurry, constantly shaking it to relieve the pain. Everyone around was relieved. It's okay. I thought Dieter was going to capsize in the gutter, but I didn't expect his reaction speed to be quite fast. Wakaba wiped off the sweat that didn't exist, and said with lingering fears. Macau next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, the move just now was really unexpected. If it was me, I wouldn't even dare to fight hard. The other guild members also spoke one after another. Dieter's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable, and that move, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, is also very powerful. I didn't expect Dieter to be able to resist without changing his face. Yeah, even if Dieter hasn't shot for a year, it's not to be underestimated. It's amazing. Originally, I wanted to try to challenge Dieter, but now I think about it, I don't want to go to abuse. The members of the guild chatted in ear to ear. President Makarov also breathed a sigh of relief, the unexpected move just now made him a little worried. It seemed that Dieter hadn't neglected his practice, and the iron block was much harder than it was a year ago. Opposite. Natsu grinned and rubbed his red fists in pain. How can your body be so hard? I can't even move. Natsu asked. That hard body hardness also made him feel hit on the steel plate of pure iron. Just the force of the rebound made his fists red and painful. What he learned was dragon slaying magic, and the destructive power was very strong. As a result, the punch made his arm go numb. On the other hand, the opponent is standing like nothing. Stop gossip, maybe it's over if you only have this level. Dieter patted the dust that wasn't there, watching Natsu prepare to end the fight. Damn it, fire dragons. Iron fist. Naturally, Natsu was not convinced, and rushed to attack again. The flame on the fist also rose in temperature due to the change in emotion. Finger gun Huang Lian. Dieter bent his index finger and stabbed at Natsu's body with a super high speed. Advertisement. And changed the attacking position of the next shot left and right. Wow. Natsu screamed in pain, and was hit in many places on his body. Although Dieter restrained his attack power, he still opened several wounds, and the pained Natsu bared his teeth and cried out in pain. Whoa, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu bears the pain. With difficulty, he rushed forward with his spare strength, and hit him with a fist that tried his best. Iron block empty wood. I said it's useless, end the fight. Dieter shook his head regretfully, his chest swelled up against his all-out fist. Boom. Whooping. Natsu's fist hit his chest, and at that moment he felt that his power was completely rebounded. In an instant, his blood surged. The body flew out and fell to the ground, losing his will. Pity. Dieter's face was full of regret, he still had a lot of moves that he didn't use, and as a result Natsu couldn't. Taking back his fighting stance, he turned around and walked towards the guild, yawning. The members of the guild were terrified. In this battle, Dieter used moves they had never seen before, not only powerful. It also seemed to make him more at ease. I've decided that I will never provoke Dieter in my life, it's too unfathomable. Dieter is really getting better and better. He hasn't done it for a year, and his magic is already different from before. Scare me to death, be nice to Dieter in the future. The guild members all muttered. Dieter's strength made them unable to see victory, and they no longer doubted that even if a guild member joined in the future, they would definitely not be Dieter's opponent. He will be the eldest brother among his peers. Asterisk. Chapter 11. A very difficult delegation mission. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. At the same time, Gray also admired it even more. In the battle just now, Dieter also showed enough ease, and he dealt with Natsu Kid in an understatement. This brighter admiration glowed in his eyes. It's too powerful, and I still haven't cultivated enough. Gray was excited. Having seen Dieter's more powerful skills, Gray decided to practice hard, and strive to be as powerful as Dieter one day. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the guild. Kana, who was drinking, also blushed and looked at Natsu, who fainted on the ground, and turned to enter the guild. She suddenly thought that if Dieter could help her practice, she might soon be able to become an S-class mage, and she would say her identity out loud in front of that man. Thinking of this, the emotions are also excited. The same is true. Erza admired Dieter even more when he saw Dieter walking towards the guild. Sure enough, strong men are more attractive. Makarov walked up to Natsu, and after checking the injury, he complained, "This kid, it's not serious." At the same time, I also admire Dieter's current strength is really getting stronger and stronger. At present, it has been regarded as the top combat power of the guild. In my heart, I decided to start the assessment in 2 days, just to let my grandson Lagoses know not to underestimate anyone. Within the guild, Erza sat beside him thoughtfully, his eyes filled with curiosity, wanting to ask something. Dieter took a glass of juice and drank it, wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and asked, "Anything you want to ask?" Erza nodded and asked after sorting out the language, "You obviously haven't cultivated, but your strength is still so strong. Is there any special way to improve it?" Advertisement. She thinks that cultivation is also very hard. But after a year, Dieter's strength was still so terrifying, she felt that there was a big gap. Even though she wasn't interested in being the eldest among her peers, Dieter was getting stronger fast enough to throw her too far. Wow, I'm going to duel with you. Dieter was about to say 2 words of hard work when he was interrupted. I saw that Natsu, who should have fainted, was now awake, and rushed into the guild and shouted at Dieter. "You're not giving up." Dieter's mouth twitched. This Natsu is really a Shaoqiang who can't be killed, and he wakes up so fast. It's really full of energy. Seeing Natsu making a fuss about making a decision with Dieter again, Gray also sighed. He tried to substitute in the duel just now, but the result was the same as Natsu, and he would be beaten with no power to fight back. In addition, after syncope will never wake up in such a short period of time. There is some urgency in my heart. I don't want to fight Dieter, at least I want to fight Natsu. The other members of the guild quietly watched Natsu make a fuss. No matter how he played, it was impossible for Natsu to beat Dieter, just ignore them. The client, Dieter, was upset by the noise. He got up from his seat and walked towards the commission column, intending to take a commission and leave the guild so as not to be pestered by Natsu every day. "Yo, are you going to take the entrusted mission?" Makarov greeted. Dieter nodded. "I don't want to be pestered by Natsu every day, so let's do the entrusted task and leave." Makarov nodded, looking at the tasks on the commission column and also recommended, "These commissions are of different difficulty. If you are alone, do some simple commission tasks. If you have a partner, you may choose a higher level commission of remuneration." Advertisement. He now has a rough judgment on Dieter's strength. It can be said that most of the commissions on the first floor are sufficient to complete. Of course, given Dieter's age, he also wanted someone to be with him. "Am I with you?" After hearing Makarov's words, Erza walked over. The people eating in the guild couldn't help but stop what they were doing, and looked at Erza and Dieter with a strange look. Erza has done 100% commissions so far, and he is also one of the fastest growing members in the guild. Dieter's strength is very strong, and Erza is also the same. I can't believe what it would be like for these two to do commissions together. I don't think even the most difficult assignments will be a problem, right? The members of the guild were clamoring for it. Even Makarov was a little surprised. Apart from the S-rank mages, Dieter and Erza were among the most powerful members of the guild. If these two people form a team, even if it is a request on the second floor, it will be fine, right? Also, Dieter didn't refuse, he reached out and grabbed a request and handed it over to Erza, asking her to check it out and prepare to travel together. Everyone in the guild was very curious about the entrustment of the 2 people. He couldn't help but focus his eyes on the commission. A quest to destroy the devil. Macau was surprised when he saw the content of the quest. "What?" Wakaba suddenly exclaimed, and immediately walked in 3 steps and 2 steps, staring at the content of the commission, and said with a heavy face, "This commission is very difficult." Macau's reconsideration. "This is the most difficult commission on the first floor. It has been posted in the guild for 3 months, and no one dares to do it. This commission can even be rated to the point that only S-level mages can complete it. I heard that the commission was to destroy the demons suppressed in a church in a certain village. It's very dangerous." Gray also spoke with lingering fears. Chapter 12. The Devil's Soul of Satan. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Are you sure you want to do this entrusted mission? Makarov asked seriously. This entrustment was originally intended to be transferred to the second floor for S-rank mages to do it. It's not that he doesn't like Dieter and Erza. The main reason is that this task is also very difficult, especially that demon. Legend has it that it is a demon named Satan. Even if only the soul is suppressed, it is not something that a magician can handle. No one has done this commission in the past 3 months, which is enough to prove how difficult it is. Even though Dieter and Erza's strengths are progressing rapidly, it's probably not enough to deal with demons. It's okay, Dieter said confidently. He doesn't care whether the devil is a devil or not. Since it can be suppressed, it means that it is not enough now. This commission still needs people to do it. Uncle Gear Das is not here, so naturally someone will go. Erza said beside him. Demons are indeed scary, but she is more willing to believe in Dieter's strength, and even if she really can't be eliminated, she can get out completely. Makarov was silent. Seeing that the two of them were so determined to do the task, they simply agreed, waving their hands and warning them seriously. Remember, come back in time if there is danger. Fairy tale can't be without you. Children, don't be brave. Dieter's eyes were dazed, and at this moment Makarov was kindly caring for them like a father. This emotion also made him go back to his previous life. The kind of family relationship with family also climbed to my heart. Okay, Dieter nodded, turned around and walked towards the staff dormitory, planning to go back to pack up. The same goes for Erza. After the two left, the guild members all spoke. In a year, Dieter has become more and more responsible. Macau sighed while drinking. Thinking back a year ago, Dieter was a little kid who just came to the guild, and now he has grown into a reliable boy. Advertisement. Not only is he responsible, but his strength is also getting stronger and stronger, and it feels like we will get rid of our old predecessors in an instant. Wakaba took a deep breath and immersed himself in the smoke. There are more and more people in the guild, and the strength of each one has become stronger, which is indeed a happy thing. Gray scratched his head. It's just a demon. There's no danger that Dieter and Erza join forces. Wow, damn it, I'm going to duel him. Natsu frowned. Gray rolled the eyes of the dead fish and complained, you spitting fire, you know you can't beat him, but you're going to die. Exhibitionist, let's fight. Boring. Hang-eyed man. UB asterisk 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 D. Exhibitionist, dang-eyed man, let's fight. Ha ha ha, I'm going to beat you to death. ... Magnolia Station. Dieter stared blankly at Erza, who was dragging a lot of luggage by his side. What? Erza looked uncomfortable and asked, is there something wrong? Dieter pointed at the whole car of luggage she was pulling, and said speechlessly, what's the matter with your hobby? Do you have to prepare so much luggage every time you do a task? And Erza looked at his luggage and tilted his head for a while, puzzled, shouldn't you just bring luggage when you go out? That said, Dieter was powerless to complain. I want to refute, but there is really no place to justify it. It is true that you need to bring luggage when you go out. Only, forget it, don't worry about it. Shaking his head, he didn't continue to answer the call, and got on the train after the train stopped. Advertisement. Sit down when you find a spot. The two picked up the entrusted task again and checked it out. The target of this mission is a demon's soul named Satan. Erza said. Dieter suddenly interrupted and asked in surprise, what's going on? Satan's demon soul. No wonder Dieter thinks too much, as the Satan in the fairy tale world, what he knows best is Mirajan who has, receiving magic. That is a very good looking and quite attractive woman. She has an angelic face, and when she is gentle, she is Mirajan, a lovely waiter, and when she is fighting, she is Mirajan, a powerful and terrifying S-class magician demon. Her strength is one of the best in the entire guild. Yes, it is said that this Satan was suppressed in a certain church. He is very powerful and has a different form. Erza nodded. Here Dieter go silent here. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to destroy Satan's soul in the past at this moment. If it is eliminated now, does it mean that Mirajan's first receiving form is about to disappear, and does it mean that Mirajan cannot enter the fairy tale guild at an absurd point? So cute and good-looking sister flowers want to live outside. Well, I think there may be a problem with this commission. Let's go over and take a look. Dieter spoke seriously. Before confirming the whereabouts of Mirajan and others, try not to contact Satan's soul. Alright, Erza didn't think much of it. Continue to talk to Dieter about the process of this mission, and also make a series of plans. If you can't get rid of it at that time, you can also withdraw and leave in time. Safety is the most important. Although she believed in Dieter's strength, she was not afraid of 10,000, and she had to be prepared. Asterisk. Chapter 13. The village that suppressed the demon Satan. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 13. The village that suppressed the demon Satan. The train galloped on the track. Walk through every city station. A certain village. Dieter and Erza come to a village to suppress the demon Satan. You are the wizards from the fairy tale guild. At the entrance of the village chief looked at Dieter and Erza in front of him with a strong suspicion in his eyes. Even sent 2 children. It seems that fairy tale, the first guild, is nothing more than that. Yes, we are the wizards sent by fairy tale. Can the village chief take us into the village? Dieter introduced modestly. He didn't refute the suspicion and contempt in the village chief's eyes. No matter how the 2 children refute, it is impossible to attract attention. It is better to directly prove their identity with strength. Okay, come with me, you two. The village chief agreed. After all, it was the person sent by fairy tale, and the most basic reception etiquette was indispensable. He turned around and led the way, and led Dieter and Erza into the village. The two followed behind and looked around. Dieter wants to see if he can find the Mirajan sisters. 3 can't. He didn't know where Mirajan's hometown was, but he wanted to be able to obtain Satan's soul, and when he was still very young, he should be a local. Advertisement. The people here don't seem to sleep well at night, Erza whispered. Although the village chief in front is old, his hearing is still very good. After hearing Erza's words, he also explained the reason. A long time ago, the devil Satan was suppressed by the church, but in recent months, Satan's roar has become louder and louder, making the people in the village unable to eat or sleep well. The fairy tale guild sent people to destroy the demons, I never thought. I didn't say anything later, but I could hear that the village chief resented the 2 children sent by the fairy tale guild. Dieter ignored the ignorant village chief. He continued to look at the people in the village, trying to find the 3 Mirajan figures. Unfortunately, until the village chief brought the 2 of them to find a place to rest, they could not find it. The 2 of you, please rest here, and if you need anything, just tell me. After the village chief settled the 2, he turned and left. There was absolutely no hope for Dieter and Erza. People go. Dieter swept across the corner of the room and sat down in thought. Wait until we get there tonight, Erza asked. After all, the devil Satan is very dangerous. Since he came here, he must do his best to entrust him. Time waits for no one. In order to let the people in the village eat and sleep well, he decided to wait until the evening to go to the church to destroy the devil Satan. Okay. Dieter agreed. It was no longer a matter of Dieter doing what he wanted. Since he had accepted this request, he had to do what he had to do. Even if Mirajan couldn't join the guild because of it, the whole village could not continue to panic. Advertisement. At the same time, inside a house in the corner of the village. Silver white hair is the most striking feature of this family. Sister, are we really going? Elfman asked. My sister just decided to help the village eliminate the monster in the church, but that monster is the legendary devil Satan. Even if there are only remnants left, they are not able to deal with it. Brother, we have to trust my sister. The whole village can't rest well because of that monster's noise. As a member of the village, you can't just sit back and ignore it. Lisana sat on the other side with clean short hair. And Mirajan with a bow on his head nibbled at the hard biscuits in his hand, and said angrily, of course I will go. That monster that I don't know what it is so noisy that people can't sleep. Why don't you get rid of such a monster and stay there? You guys trust me. But, I heard that the village chief has asked a magician to help. Elfman was still a little worried. It's enough to have a magician to do it in person, and it's better to let someone with strength handle this kind of thing. Brother, why are you so cowardly? Instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on yourself. We can definitely get rid of the demon monster first, and prove that we are not weaker than the sorcerer. Lisana smiled. She chose to believe unconditionally about her sister. No sorcerer is definitely inferior to his sister, and he must be able to get rid of the demon in that church. Mirajan nodded with satisfaction, took a gulp of hot water next to her, and hurriedly continued to take a bite of the hard biscuits, saying, it is better to rely on yourself than others. The sorcerer will leave one day. Do you have to rely on others when you encounter difficulties? On his face was a righteous and awe-inspiring self-confidence. Only when we become stronger can we protect the village well. Lisana and Elfman looked excited, obviously overwhelmed by what their sister Mirajan said. Chapter 14. 6 Types of Profound Truth, 6 King's Spear. Open black lens bracket seeking flowers close black lens bracket. Night falls. Everyone in the village immediately put down their work when the sun went down. Hide in your own house, turn off the lights, and fall asleep early. They all know that the devil Satan will make a miserable roar at night, and they will go to sleep in time to be physically busy tomorrow. At this moment, the village where there were still human figures fell into extreme silence. Dieter and Erza climbed the wall from the residence. The surrounding silence did not even sound the sound of crickets, which was a bit strange. It seems that the people here are very afraid of being tortured by the devil Satan. Dieter stepped forward and Erza followed closely, terrified from her nervous little face. Geek. As soon as he took a step, he heard something flash, and Erza grabbed Dieter's arm nervously. After all, she's just a teenage girl, and it's normal to be afraid of the dark night. Dieter took her to the direction of the church without leaving a trace, and the road was always guarded against possible dangers. Creak. Open the door of the church. The interior is a dark environment. It's not an exaggeration to call it out of sight. Roar. Sudden. A roar resounded through the valley. The air waves caused by the cry were like a violent storm, and the church door swayed and made a strange, creaking sound. All the people in the village could not help but tighten their quilts and tremble. The surrounding small animals also hid in the nest blood and shivered. The 2 in the church were even more shocked. Isn't that a bit too loud? Dieter muttered. Originally, the elder of the association said that the devil Satan was very scary. He didn't believe it, but now it really surprised him. Advertisement. Just the power of the roar made his clothes rattle. There are faint signs of being blown away from the body. The air wave that the roar raised was so terrifying. Next to Erza, he raised his arm to cover his pale face, and squeezed Dieter's palm tightly with the other hand, and his body began to slide back in the roar. Quick fight, Dieter ordered. After waiting for the air wave to stop, he rushed towards the depths of the church. No matter what, he still needed to see the devil Satan first. Church backyard. Following the source of the voice, Dieter and Erza quickly pinpointed the location of the demon Satan. It's underground. Dieter was surprised. I never thought that this church still has other things, and there is probably a secret room underground. Are you looking for an agency? Maybe it's too late, Erza hurriedly asked. Dieter shook his head directly. It is too difficult to find the mechanism, and the underground Satan is likely to continue to call, and the roar of that level is too dangerous. It is better to attack directly. Get out of the way, and I'll break the ground. Dieter ordered. Erza had to take a quick step back, watching Dieter wonder what he was going to do. Moonstep, Dieter thought, and his body immediately leapt towards the heights. By the moonlight for a while, the figure was so small that it was almost invisible. What are you going to do? Erza thought. I don't know how deep the basement is. In this case, looking for a mechanism is the best way. The method of breaking through the ground by force seems simple, but it is not clear how much force it will actually take. If you use it too small, you won't be able to break the ground, and it will waste your power. If you use too much force, it may be affected nearby. 6 Styles Razor. Dieter's body fell, and he continued to accelerate in the air with the fusion of moonsteps and shaving. The strong winds and waves around him blew him. It was getting closer and closer to the ground, and it was about to fall to the ground. At this time, advertisement. Dieter clenched his fist tightly, constantly gathering strength on the fist. The blue veins on the back of his hand swelled up, and the whitish phalanx fully indicated that the power of this attack was definitely not weak. 6 Types of Profound Truth. 6 King's Spear. Boom. Caw caw caw. The earth was shaking, and the entire church building was shaken by the impact of this fist. As the closest person, Erza fell to the ground by the shaking. It was also very shocking to see the crack centered on Dieter's fist. This punch was so powerful. Too strong. Erza couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone in the guild knows that Dieter is very strong, and no one of his age can beat him, but everyone can never imagine that Dieter's strength is probably enough to become an S-rank mage. Careful. Dieter suddenly exclaimed. Shaved. Came to Erza's body, grabbed her without waiting for her to ask questions, and stepped into the air. Boom. Erza was just about to ask, when the ground collapsed and the basement was clearly exposed to the night light. But it's not over yet. With the collapse of the ground, the walls of the church climbed into cracks, which were particularly dazzling in the dark night. Ba ba ba. Suddenly, Dieter and Erza both heard voices coming from inside the church. Could it be that someone was in the church at the time? Hey, what did the two of you do? There's dust everywhere, don't pay attention at all. 3 figures came out of the back door of the church, and at the head was a little girl who looked like a bad girl. Followed by the slightly shy Lysna and the goofy-looking elfman. Mirajan. Dieter muttered. Sure enough, this Mirajan is really in this village, but I haven't seen anyone before. The purpose of their coming here at this time. Asterisk. Chapter 15. 6 Types of Profound Truth. Biggest Wheel. 6 King's Spear. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Roar. The roar of the demon Satan broke Dieter's guess. Immediately told the 3 of Mirajan. Hide away immediately, the next battle will spread to you. As soon as the voice fell, he took Erza and fell towards the deep hole that exploded. Boom. War is imminent. Mirajan. 3 people outside have looked dumbfounded. Amazing. Mirajan was surprised. That magical magic made her very envious, and being able to fly can also cause such power. Sister, let's go. The roar made Lysna's body tremble with fear, and she grabbed her sister's arm to persuade. Yeah, sister, we can't beat that demon monster at all, so let's leave quickly. Elfman also said. Mirajan, however, stared at the 2 men in the pothole who joined forces to fight against the demonic phantom. Excited to get involved. No, I want to go down to help, I can't let those 2 die. Lysna, you and Elfman go first, and I'll go back when I go. Mirajan ordered. He broke free from the obstruction of his younger brother and sister and walked towards the deep pit. She had a gut feeling that if she didn't go on, she might lose something very important. So some don't care. Below, the battle went on quickly, and the strength of the demon Satan's soul should not be underestimated. Dieter and Erza were defeated steadily. Dieter, we're going to withdraw, this demon is much stronger than I thought. Erza was beaten out again, and the numb arm also showed that the current demon was far beyond the expected judgment. Wait, Dieter frowned. The power of this devil Satan is indeed strong, but it is not invincible. What is lacking now is the opportunity. An attacking opportunity. I'm here to help you. At this point Mirajan came down from above and charged towards him with a stick in his hand. Advertisement. Erza was shocked, and yelled with red eyes. What are you doing here, are you going to die? The darkness of Tower of Heaven made her watch the tragic situation of her peers, and when she saw Mirajan coming over, she couldn't help but worry that the tragedies of the past would happen again. Good chance. Dieter has been keeping an eye on the ghost of the demon Satan. When Mirajan came down from the outside, the demon Satan moved somewhat slowly. And he seized the opportunity. Shave. Single quote. When the Navy 6th form was used, Dieter's figure immediately rushed in front of the devil Satan. Both hands clenched and aimed at the big guy in front of him. 6 Style Profound Truth. Biggest Wheel. 6 King's Spear. The blow Dieter used all his strength to gather and release it. Boom. Rumble. The super strong shock wave penetrated the soul of the devil Satan and directly affected the damage on the soul body. Instantly defeat the demon Satan. And the aftermath of the 6 King's Spear directly hit the underground wall behind Satan. More violent shaking went through the entire village. Those who were awakened curiously opened the door to a gap. He stared at the direction of the church with fear. Boom. Just as their eyes watched, cracks in the walls of the entire church continued to spread. When it spread to the whole building, the ancient church full of history collapsed and turned into ruins under a turbulent dust. All the villagers rushed out of their houses in horror. What's going on? How could the church collapse? Could it be that the demon monster has regained its freedom? What the hell happened tonight? The church turned into ruins. Devil. It must be the devil who is reborn, and will slaughter our village next. Run. You must run quickly. No, I don't want to die. Advertisement. An atmosphere of panic spread from the villagers. Everyone was scared and wanted to go home and pack up and leave the village overnight. Ruin scene. Dieter wasn't too happy. At this moment, the body was a little tired and slumped on the ground, watching the soul that had just been shattered by himself begin to condense again. As expected of the devil Satan, this immortality is really tricky. Dieter complained. Erza stepped forward and came to his side, lifted Dieter up and said, "You've worked so hard, we have to leave now." Dieter didn't speak, and turned his head to look at Marajan, who had been absent from the beginning. Less than 3 seconds. I saw Marajan striding towards the devil Satan. Erza was about to stop when he was pulled by Dieter, intending to look down. Marajan absent-mindedly walked in front of the demon Satan, raised her arm and aimed at the still condensing soul. Suddenly, the devil Satan is constantly struggling. It seemed that something terrible was constantly absorbing it. But the weak soul body was still unable to resist that power, and the whole soul body poured into Marajan's body. What? At the same time Marajan woke up from her absence, scratching her head strangely. What's going on? The demon disappeared, but Erza was in doubt. It stands to reason that the terrifying demon was still alive, but why did it disappear? And Dieter was relieved. Just now he was betting on whether Marajan would take over that demon Satan. No doubt he was right. Ah, my arm. Marajan felt something different, the swelling and pain in her arm changed, and it slowly turned into a pair of arms that were not human. Erza, who was guarding Dieter, immediately clenched the sword in his hand, alert. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Embrace the magic Marajan. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Elder sister. Sister, are you alright? Elfman and Listener above heard the sound and got down immediately. When he saw Marajan's arms, his forward stance suddenly stopped, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw those arms that were not human. How could my sister's arm be? Listener asked. Elfman looked at Dieter and Erza with red eyes, and asked, "What the hell did you do to my sister?" Hearing Elfman's words, Erza frowned and was a little displeased, but also knew that he was just concerned and messed up, and didn't explain it to him. Instead, he looked at Dieter. Dieter, you know what? This question also made the 3 Marajan siblings look at him. Dieter nodded, looked at Marajan and said, "Congratulations on becoming a sorceress." Sorcerer. Magician. The Marajan siblings were puzzled. Erza was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the change in the girl's arm was because of the sorcerer. Only, with a strange face, he said, "What kind of magic does this belong to?" Marajan also listened curiously. Sorcerers belong to the Sorcerers Guild. They are a group of people with extraordinary power, and it is also the place she yearns for. At this time, she also has a hunger for her own changes. The 4 people who were there for a while turned into well-behaved students, waiting for Dieter's answer from the teacher. Magicians refer to a group of people who can use magic, and most mages need to join the Wizards Guild. Erza and I came from the Fairy Tale Wizards Guild. The magic power in each person is limited. Although the total amount of magic power can be enhanced through later training, all magicians are proficient in magic. There are many kinds of magic in the world. For example, my comrade Erza, she learns dressing magic. Erza next to him nodded, and summoned several different long swords from the different space to cooperate with Dieter's teaching. The 3 Marajan on the opposite side also learned about the world of mages for the first time. Transformation magic is magic that can summon weapons stored in a magical space anytime, anywhere to fight. And your magic belongs to receiving magic. Dieter was careful, but didn't say whether or not individuals could learn different kinds of magic. Because he can't figure it out either. Receive magic. Is it the kind of magic that receives monster or animal power? Erza asked. The 3 people on the other side continued to listen carefully. Advertisement. Dieter nodded. Yes, it can receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for itself. This kind of magic can be divided into 2 categories. Partial reception, which only accepts part of the target's body, and whole body reception, which fully receives the target. Marajan, like a student, raised her hand and asked, "Then I am a partial acceptance." The 2 arms turned into monsters, which is the same as the state of partial reception. That should be the case. However, Dieter shook his head. No, receiving magic can be freely switched between the 2 forms. Your current state is because you are not familiar with this kind of magic, so it will become like this. When you join the guild in the future, someone will specifically teaching you how to master this ability. Erza immediately understood why Dieter was talking in such detail. Although she is still young, she is still very smart and knows her plan to do so. You're amazing, you know so much, and you're about the same age as me. Marajan's face was filled with admiration, but she quickly dimmed. The Sorcerer's Guild, I have a younger brother and sister to take care of. It was time for Erza to speak. She walked up to Marajan and extended her hand to invite. Come on, come to Fairy Tale, all 3 of you can join. Within the village chief led a group of villagers around the door where Dieter and Erza were resting. One of the villagers said uncertainly. Those 2 children have already escaped. Fairy Tail sent 2 children here, and I'm afraid I didn't intend to let them complete the unreturned task. The family members of the villager beside him also muttered, I'm afraid I'm already dead. The village chief's face was full of anger. He was also very angry when he heard the words of the villagers, and scolded them harshly. You shut up. Since you are sent by the Fairy Tail Guild, you must show enough respect and wait for them to come out at the door. After hearing what the village chief said, the villagers were reluctant. But no one came out for such a long time, maybe he ran away long ago. That's right, the earthquake and the screams were so loud just now, no matter how deep you sleep, you should wake up. Yeah, it's better to go directly to find it. The villagers were already full of complaints about Fairy Tail sending 2 children, which would naturally be impossible to respect. After being told by their words, the village chief also wanted to go in and have a look. You are. At this time, Dieter brought Erza to the residence, and saw that the whole village was here, and was a little curious for a while. After hearing the sound, the villagers and the village chief looked at it. When I saw that the people who came were the 2 children sent by Fairy Tail, the atmosphere couldn't help condensing. Why didn't the 2 of you rest at home? The village chief asked hurriedly. Dieter shrugged strangely. We just went to deal with the demon monster, of course we can't be at home. Hiss. The cool air in the air was sucked away by the villagers. Advertisement. They all looked at the 2 children in front of them in horror, their brains running fast. Did you just deal with the demon monster? So that means they caused the roars and earthquakes before. That's kind of scary. The village chief's heart beat faster and his face turned red and asked, then that earthquake just now? Dieter admitted it indifferently, nodded and replied, yes, the earthquake just now is the aftermath of our battle with the demon monsters. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's rest. Silent. And it's quiet. The villagers couldn't help but stagnate, and when they took another breath, the air was a lot dignified. I was fighting the devil just now. The aftermath of the battle made the village feel the earthquake and even destroyed the church. This is too scary. Obviously there are 2 children, why do they have such terrifying strength? And at this time, when they appeared here, doesn't it mean that the demon that tortured them for several months has disappeared? The devil is gone. The village chief was breathing rapidly. Desperately want to know the ending. Yeah, that demon is very strong, but our Fairy Tail Guild is much more powerful, and has been eliminated by us. Dieter replied calmly. Uproar. All the people could not help but lose their voices. They looked at Dieter and Erza in shock, surprise, or amazement. The scalp stared numbly. Even if there are people in their hearts who keep denying it and don't want to believe it, the result will make them feel terrified. Fairy Tail is indeed the strongest guild. Even 2 10-year-old children have this kind of shocking strength. It's getting late, everyone rest early, we should go back tomorrow. Dieter didn't mind their surprise. Take Erza through the crowd back home to rest. Leaving a group of stunned people. Chapter 17. Mirajan Satan's Strength. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. The next day, thanks to the villagers, Dieter and Erza left the village with their pay. After meeting with Mirajan and the 3 of them outside the village, they headed back the way they came. Dieter, teach me how to practice magic. I want to grow up quickly. Mirajan added, and then beat you. Dieter, who was leading the way, was stunned. Doubtful looking at the bad girl Mirajan, it is understandable to teach cultivation. But what kind of weird idea you have to beat me, little girl, your way is narrow. Forget it. Dieter was speechless, if I teach you, we can go back slower. As for defeating me, don't have such thoughts. Mirajan doesn't care so much, she only knows that Dieter promised to help her practice, and happily agreed. Okay. Erza smiled at Dieter, and sure enough he was still charming. Magnolia, Fairy Tail Guild. After a long journey that lasted a month, Dieter and his party of 5 finally came back. Standing at the door, Mirage and 3 people were warmly welcomed. Welcome to Fairy Tail. Lysina and Elfman looked at the guild gate a little nervously, worried about whether they could join the guild, even Dieter must have been a little skeptical many times. Mirajan, on the other hand, is a lot more enthusiastic. With a bright light in his eyes, he immediately stepped forward and opened the guild door. Ha ha ha, hello Fairy Tail, I'm here to kick the gym. Mirajan laughed. The members of the house were stunned. Turning his head, he looked at Mirajan, the bad girl at the door, with a little surprise. Dieter stepped forward with a headache, patted Mirajan on the shoulder, and took the initiative to step into the guild. Yo, I'm back. Welcome back. You kids should be on a date with Erza, he's only coming back in a month. Yo, are all the young people now so precocious? Haha, you're making a fuss again, Dieter. After seeing Dieter back, the guild members welcomed him warmly. Natsu also jumped out immediately, shouting, Dieter, let's duel. Clam, where's the kid? Mirajan jumped out from behind, staring at Natsu with contempt. Dieter laughed and walked to the president. Yo, good old man. Dieter greeted with a grin. Advertisement. President Makarov nodded in relief. You did a good job, you can deal with the devil Satan, very good. However, Dieter's face changed dramatically before he could be humble, and he picked up a few pieces of paper and handed them to him. But, did you go too far? You demolished other people's churches, and you didn't honestly destroy several shops on the way back. Dieter looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said aggrievedly, the church itself is in disrepair, and if it doesn't fall in any better, someone can build something better, and there's that shop where the bosses even said that I'm a little kid who doesn't deserve to fish. I can't stand my temper. Erza looked at Mirajan arguing with Natsu, and Elfman and Lysina restrained behind him. Looking at Dieter who was confronting the president again, his mood improved a lot. It's good here. Damn it. You are arrogant, kid. Makarov and Dieter blushed and said angrily, what's going on with those three little guys? Dieter stopped arguing and recounted everything that happened in the church at that time. Receive magic. Receive demon Satan. Makarov was surprised, looking at the bad girl Mirajan and nodded with satisfaction. It looks like a girl with unlimited potential. There. The quarrel has heated up. Come out with me, little brat, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Mirajan, the bad girl, invited her to fight in a frenzy. Natsu was not afraid, and raised his neck to fight back. Fight if you fight, I will teach you a good lesson. The two walked outside. Dieter also laughed and followed suit. Mirajan was not so kind when she was a child. Makarov and other members of the guild also followed, intending to see how powerful the new girl was. Outside, Dieter stood beside Makarov, waiting for the battle to end. Hey, Dieter, guess who will win? Macau hurriedly asked. Dieter responded without hesitation. Mirajan, Natsu won't last long in her hands. No way. Wakaba was surprised. Although Natsu was very small, he was actually very strong, and now Dieter said he was vulnerable. Even Gray, Kana, and President Makarov were surprised by Dieter's affirmation. How is it possible? Even if the little girl received the power of the devil Satan, how could it be possible to beat Natsu in a month? Makarov didn't believe it. The strength of receiving magic depends entirely on the upper limit of the target being received. The stronger the reception is, the stronger the strength will be in the later stage. The devil Satan is indeed outrageously strong, but after only a month, it is impossible to use the full power of the devil Satan. Everyone else thinks so, but Dieter also sighed when he thought about the practice this month. You can't imagine how talented she is, and her learning ability and talent in cultivation are definitely not weaker than Erza. Guild members questioned, and the battle in front of you has just begun. Little kid, don't blame me for not giving face, as long as you can hold on for 5 minutes, I'll admit defeat. Mirajan said. Advertisement. Stand still and close your eyes to use magic. Receive magic, Satan's soul. Hoo-hoo. As the magic received, a wave of air blew around Mirajan. A dark black magic circle appeared above her head. At that moment, Mirajan finished receiving. The bad girl has disappeared, replaced by Mirajan Satan with demon arms, some lines on her body, and a tail behind her. Go to hell, Mirajan said coldly. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards Natsu, with a qualitative leap in speed and strength. The guild members were also dumbfounded. They stared at Mirajan who was beating Natsu in disbelief. Bang bang bang. Clap clap clap. Ah, let alone 5 minutes. Under Mirajan's beating, Natsu didn't even hold on for a minute. The beaten body screamed in pain. Too weak. Mirajan withdrew her magic after saying a word, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat on her forehead. Brother Dieter has been helping me with my practice this month. I thought you would be strong, but that's what happened. Quote. Hiss. Everyone in the guild gasped with a toothache. I'm going. Why did you come back in the past 2 years? Those who joined the guild are all such terrifying little monsters. This girl is actually taught by Dieter himself. He is too powerful. I'm convinced, Dieter is not only a little monster himself, but the apprentices he taught are also little monsters. They were completely overwhelmed. Dieter's own strength is super strong, and now even his apprentices are so strong, he deserves to be the boss of his age. Impressed. Everyone in the guild was really convinced. Even Makarov admired it. At the same time, the idea in my mind is constantly growing. Time to start. S-Class Mage Examination. Chapter 18. S-Class Mage Examination. Open black lens bracket. Ask for evaluation ticket. Ask for flowers. Ask for reward. Close black lens bracket. Days pass by. In the blink of an eye, winter and spring come and go. Mirajan has long been a member of the guild with her younger brother and sister. And he and Erza became rivals, and the reason for becoming rivals turned out to be who has a good relationship with Dieter. Erza also integrated into the guild under the harassment of 3 naughty guys, Mirajan, Gray, and Natsu, and is no longer so lonely. Dieter once again became a frequent visitor to the sea fishing at the guild gate. This day, Dieter, who had planned to continue fishing, found that the atmosphere in the guild was a little different. Squeezed between Erza and Mirajan and asked curiously, what happened to the guild today? It seems to be a little different, everyone seems to be very enthusiastic. Mirajan shook her head, all she knew was fighting Erza, she didn't care about anything else. Erza explained to Dieter. I heard that the president is going to announce the assessment staff of S-Class mages today. I don't know who they are. S-rank mage exam. Dieter was surprised. Of course Dieter knew it for the past few years after joining the guild, but it was never held because there were no staff. Does it mean that someone has met the requirements for the assessment? Who will it be? The other members of the guild are very gossipy in discussions. It's time for the S-Class mages assessment again. This year, Lagoses will definitely be eligible to participate. There should be other people. If there is only one person, there is no need to hold such an event. It's good to directly promote the candidate to become an S-rank mage. I feel like Dieter would be a good fit too, maybe he'll be in there too. I don't think so. The requirements for S-rank mages are mission completion and strength. Naturally, there is nothing to say about strength, but the mission. Yeah, that should be Erza. Advertisement. The people in the guild are very interested in this kind of guessing candidates. After analyzing everyone in the guild, it is possible that only one of the three Dieter, Erza, and Mirajan will end up. It should be you. Dieter looked at Erza and added, you are the best in terms of strength and mission completion, neither Mirajan nor me. Damn it. Mirajan was dissatisfied, clenching her fists and staring at Erza with fiery eyes. The next second she stepped on the table. Erza, let's fight. Another day. Erza shook his head. I think it should be you Dieter and Lagos's. About this Dieter smiled wryly. In his heart, he was reluctant to take part in the S-rank mage exam, even though he was quite strong, but if his opponent was Lagos's, he would definitely win. The main reason is that his gold finger is very unreliable. Now that he has cultivated the 6th form of the Navy to level 9, but he has been unable to obtain skill points, resulting in being stuck all the time. At this level, he cannot form a crushing combat power against Lagos's. He hopes that other types of means can be added sooner. But the system is not powerful. What did he beat me with? Just as Erza and Dieter were communicating, a beating voice came from behind. Hey, Lagos's, are you going too far, and it's not easy for Dieter to hit you. Mirajan immediately turned around and stepped on the stool to defend Dieter when she heard Lagos's slap. Lagos's, you should be more polite. Everyone is a companion of the guild. It's impossible for anyone like you to care about you. Erza also spoke. But Lagos's didn't really care what Erza said. Leaving the two women by mistake, the voice came in a leisurely voice. You two women better pray that you don't participate in the S-level mage exam, I will kill the flowers. FCK. So arrogant. Dieter couldn't sit still when he heard Lagos's beating tone. Advertisement. He stood up from his seat and looked at his back. His tone became cold, and said, Lagos's, remember what you said just now. I can't allow Erza and Mirajan to get hurt. If you play against them, you have to be careful. If you hurt them, you're done. Haha. Lagos's sneered, showing a disdainful expression, turning his head to stare at Dieter playfully. I won't show mercy when I meet you. The air is scorched. Both of them stared at each other not to be outdone. Dislike each other. The rest of the guild didn't know how to speak. The relationship between the two is quite bad in itself, but this time it really becomes more and more rigid. Cough cough. Just when the atmosphere froze, President Makarov came down from the upstairs and cleared his throat to draw everyone's eyes back. I think you all know that it's time for the S-rank mage exam again, Makarov said. The members of the guild had lively discussions. They are all very curious about how many places there are in this S-rank mage assessment. President, how many S-level assessors are there this year? Who else besides Lagos's? It should be Erza. She has been very good in the past few years, and she has done a good job of delegating tasks. I'm more optimistic about Mira. Maybe they will all participate. These people are very strong. I think so too. Everyone in the guild asked. President Makarov listened to everyone's inquiries and did not directly name the candidate. After the conversation was quiet for a while, he said, there are only 2 people who participated in the S-rank mage assessment this year. The strength of these 2 is obvious to all, and they are enough to take the responsibility of the S-rank mage. Chapter 19. Dieter vs Lagos's. Thanks for the monthly pass of Dark Moonlight. Close black lens bracket. 2. Everyone in the guild was a little surprised by the president's decision. In terms of strength, both Erza and Mirajan and Dieter are strong, and even Gray and Natsu are rising stars. They thought that even if there were not many places, there should still be 3 or more qualifications. As a result, I never thought that only 2 S-class mages could have the qualifications for this exam. There are only 2, so apart from Lagos's, the other target can only be one of Erza, Mirajan, Gray, Natsu, and Dieter. Among these people, Gray and Natsu are still not good enough, and Dieter's words are unlikely. The strength that the president said just now is obvious to all. It means that it only depends on strength. It is definitely Dieter. My god, you're such a clever little devil. Anyone can say that. Among them Gray and Natsu will naturally be eliminated first. The 2 parties had ugly expressions on their faces. You guys. Gray complained, it's so disrespectful to these people. Natsu also scratched his hair and whispered, I'm strong too, okay. Of course. The accusations of the 2 men went unheeded. You must know that this time it is the qualification for the S-rank mage assessment, and the strength of the 2 people in the entire guild is really weak. Who is that man? Lagos's asked. He didn't think anyone in the guild was qualified to compare with him. Not Erza, not Mirajan, not even Dieter. None of these people are rivals. Advertisement. The first one is Lagos's Dolea. Makarov shouted his name. Everyone in the guild was expressionless, and of course they knew about Lagos's. What made them curious was another member. The other one is Dieter. Uproar. The members of the guild all showed expressions of sudden realization, and it was the same person they thought. The other person with the S-rank qualification is really Dieter. Dieter, it really is you. Both Erza and Mirajan are happy for him. Dieter raised his brows lightly. It was necessary to escape now, and it was just the right time to hit Lagos's properly. Look at it now. Lagos's and Dieter, I don't know which of them is more powerful. Haha, I think Lagos's might be stronger. Lagos is the grandson of the guild leader. Naturally, he has no talent or strength. He joined the guild since he was a child, and his strength has already belonged to the first step among the young people in the guild. Dieter is also very strong. I haven't seen him make a move for a long time. This time, I think he will show more power, right? The guild members were not disappointed. In the current division of strength within the guild, Lagos is also the strongest under the S-rank mages. And Dieter is mysterious, and he doesn't usually do many commission tasks, and his strength is probably the same as Lagos's. Master, I don't know what the assessment is about. Dieter ignored the discussion among the guild members and looked at Makarov. The veins on Lagos's forehead suddenly rose. No matter what the content is, as long as you defeat the S-rank mage, it belongs to me. Makarov sighed. His grandson was in the rebellious period, and he was a little undisciplined, and said, Girdos was supposed to test you, but he didn't come back in time, so this time the test is straight. The two of you can learn from each other. Who will it be? Whoever wins is S rank. The neat content also aroused the guild members' mood to watch the play. Advertisement. A battle of dragons and tigers is also about to be staged. Haha. Lagos laughed loudly. That's great. Even Dieter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the S-rank assessment only required the assessment of strength. Compete with Lagos. Dieter has no opinion on this. Before, he was just worried that his strength was not enough to crush Lagos's. Now, since this is the case, it is also possible not to crush and win. Now Lagos's is only 17 years old. His strength may be very strong in the future, but he is still not in the eyes of Dieter. That's fine, Dieter responded. Go straight outside without paying attention to Lagos's. Since we are learning from each other, don't talk so much nonsense and come directly. Handsome. So cool. Dieter is finally going to compete with Lagos's. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Macau drank the wine in his glass and left the guild with a smile, ready to find a suitable viewing spot first. Wakaba followed with a cigarette. Hey, Macau, wait for me. That's awesome. Natsu also laughed and ran out. Gray shook his head and followed. Kana muttered and walked outside with the barrel of wine. Trouble, there's no way to be happy with a fight or something. Erza and Mirajan looked at each other and headed outside. The rest of the guild also left the guild, trying to find a reliable place to watch the next battle. Chi. A bunch of trash. Lajersis cursed. Clenching his fists and walking out, he was not afraid of Dieter. This time, he must know who is the first person under the S-rank mages in the guild. Hey. Makarov looked at his grandson and shook his head and sighed. I don't know if Dieter can do it, but Lagos has a super destructive thunder magic, and ordinary people are not opponents at all. Chapter 20. Devil Fruit Treasure Chest. Thanks to the 3 mice, boss for the reward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the S-level mage assessment, and you will be rewarded with 6 skill points. Close black lens bracket. Just walking out of the guild, Dieter stomped. The line of words appeared in the brain, and the long disappeared system appeared again. It's still 6 skill points, Dieter muttered. Without further ado, directly add 1 point to each of the 6 naval styles. The level of the Navy 6th form was successfully added. Full iron block, full moon step, full foot post, full paper painting, full finger gun, full shaving. Since then, the level of the Navy's 6th form has been successfully filled. Treasure box. Dieter looked a little excitedly at the treasure chest above the Navy Type 6. With the full level of the Navy Type 6, the treasure chest was already lit up. Dieter goes and clicks. Insufficient skill points. Close black lens bracket. It's a pity that opening the treasure chest also requires skill points, and now his skill points have been used up. If you want to open the treasure chest, you can only wait until the next time you get skill points. Your sister, how come the damn skill points are not enough? I don't even have a quest. The next time I get skill points, who knows when it will be. In the past few years, the Navy Type 6 has finally been upgraded to the full level. I thought it was time to open the treasure chest, but there was another reward that required skill points to open. Depressed, he looked at the treasure chest. Suddenly, Dieter found that there was a line of small words on the treasure chest at this moment, which seemed to write something, and tried to check. Devil Fruit Treasure Chest. After opening, you will randomly get a natural, superhuman, and animal devil fruit. Close black lens bracket. Oh my god. Dieter was stunned. Originally he thought that this treasure chest might be the ability of other worlds. I didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. Wouldn't this be a direct blow to the sky if he obtained the devil fruit of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard or Kaido of the Beast? If you have that kind of strength, immediately fight against the Black Dragon Akulonoia and directly dominate the world. Heart is getting hotter. Dieter can't wait to get stuck in bugs to keep the system checking in, and directly upgrade to full level. Dieter, get ready to start. Just as Dieter was thinking about the future, President Makarov's voice woke him up. Advertisement. Take a deep breath. Dieter had no choice but to get back to the point with a hot heart. By moving his body on the spot, he could clearly feel that at this moment, his use of the 6th form of the Navy had reached the limit. Shave speed. The moon step is empty. The hardness of iron. The penetration and power of the foot and the finger gun. And the flexibility of paper painting. The 6 naval styles have been greatly improved, even if it is not so difficult for him to deal with the Devil Satan now. In the face of Lagos's, he has been able to suppress him to the death. Come on, Dieter. It's time to prove that you are the guild's first brother. I'm waiting for Lagoses to call you the boss. Ha ha ha. Lagoses, don't lose too badly, even though Dieter is not as big as you, but his strength is far more than 90% of the members of the guild. 666. Fairy Tail's most exciting battle is about to begin. Let's see if Dieter is stronger or Lagoses is stronger. ... The guild members cheered on both sides. Most of the members are optimistic about Dieter, and the reason is naturally that Dieter has a better relationship with them than the arrogant Lagoses. Erza, Gray, Natsu, Kana, and the Mirajan siblings all stared intently. Although I didn't call him Big Brother, everyone actually regarded Dieter as the Big Brother. Naturally hope he wins too. Don't say I don't give you a chance, let you make moves first. The opposite Lagoses was still proud. But Dieter didn't try to be hypocritical, he rushed over and punched Lajerce's ill-fated face. Lajerce's bared his nose in disdain, and used taijutsu to fight Dieter in a bloody battle. Bang 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 bang. There is no extra skill, the two of them didn't want to go to avoid each other's fists. You punch and I use the most basic physical strength to compete. The two people's feet were also slammed with cracks by the force. A little bit of gravel rolled out of the crack and rolled around, and the surroundings of the two were also cleaned up by the fist wind and aftermath. Finger gun. Dieter punched Lagoses again, then stretched his index finger at him and used the pistol. Dang dang. Advertisement. Lajerce's did not evade, and the arrogant face after resisting the finger gun changed somewhat. Obviously, he didn't expect the power of the finger gun to be much stronger than he imagined. Haha, it doesn't feel good to be handsome and tough. Finger gun Madara. Dieter could of course see Lagos's expression, and the expression on his face after the hard resistance was not good, and he couldn't stand the power after thinking about it. He quickly increased his strength again, and shot countless finger guns from between his fingers, locking Lagos's body. Do you think I'll let you hit me again? ZZ. Lajerce's was disdainful, the earphones on his head burst out with yellow lightning arcs, and his body began to flicker at that moment, constantly dodging Dieter's moves. Interesting. Dieter narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Lagos's body seemed to be elementalized, turning into a slender arc of lightning, and it was not so easy to attack him. Then let's have a speed contest. 6 Styles Razor. The speed of the moon step and the fusion technique of shaving has been improved even more, and the figure has almost disappeared in front of him. Chase after the flickering Lagoses. ZZ. Crackling. The two figures at the scene have completely disappeared. All the guild members could see was the shock wave generated by the collision in front of them and the potholes that often appeared on the ground. Only President Makarov can see clearly. Even Erza and Mirajan, two talented and powerful people, couldn't see the figure on the battlefield. This is a fight between gods and gods, I can't even see a human figure. Macau complained. Wakaba was already squatting on the ground and smoking sadly. Macau, if you want to open up, both Dieter and Lagoses are little monsters, it's normal that they can't see clearly. Natsu over there has gold stars in his eyes, it's amazing. I want to fight too. Gray shook his head and persuaded. Forget it, Natsu, you're going to give it away. Whether it's Lagoses or Dieter, they can easily defeat you. Gray, let's have a fight. To shut up. Exhibitionist wants to fight. Come on. Fire-spitting guy. Chapter 21. Defeat Lagoses. Open black lens bracket thanks to GodDog 98 feet for the monthly pass close black lens bracket. When Dieter and Lagoses appeared, the latter's breathing was no longer steady. He stared at Dieter who was looking at him solemnly. You guy. Lagoses was shocked. He always thought that no one in the guild would be his opponent, not even Dieter, who was known as a genius. But the result was far beyond his expectations. This Dieter was able to keep up with his speed, and the so-called finger gun was much stronger than expected. He was hit in several places on his body. Although he was not punctured, he was still in pain. This is the first time he has been beaten to such a degree by his peers. Lagoses, you are weaker than I thought. Dieter's expression was light, and the bang just now was nothing but physical activity for him. Hee, I hope you will laugh again in a while. ZZ. Lajerce sneered. Razor jumped on his earphones and on his hair, and a large number of thunder and lightning clouds were formed above Dieter's head. In the thunder cloud, the razor swallowed clouds, and thunder and lightning were brewing. Thunder pressure and angry waves. ZZ. Boom. The thunder cloud fell straight down, and the thunder dragon with thick wrists roared and crushed the opponent, about to tear the enemy to pieces. Paper painting. Dieter certainly wouldn't be hit, his body was as easy as a drawing on paper to control and dodge, and that flexibility also made the thunder dragon above his head fail. Boom. The thunder dragon failed to hit the enemy, and hit the ground as if angry, blasting open a pothole the size of a washbasin, and gravel fell everywhere. Thunder pressures angry waves. Thunder pressures angry waves. Thunder pressures angry waves. Lagoses continued to control the lightning to bombard Dieter. Dill's feet were blasted with big pits. He clearly never looked up at the angle of the thunder and lightning, but he still easily avoided all attacks. Furious Volt. Lagoses took the opportunity to release the move again, and a powerful high-voltage radio wave spread around him. When the radio wave touched Dieter's body, he was instantly paralyzed by the radio wave, and his body froze. Good chance. Lagoses sneered, and lightning bolted up in an instant, coming to Dieter in an instant. The jaw of Thunder Dragon. Advertisement. He clenched his fists and held them high in the air. The thunder dragon formed by lightning gathered in his fists and fell from the air like a roar. Boom. The terrifying force hit the ground. The smoke lingered, and the dust stirred up, shrouding the surroundings in dust. Ha ha ha. I said you are not an opponent, but you still don't believe it. Lagos laughed. This made the people watching the game a little worried. Could it be that Dieter lost? The dust slowly dissipated. In the eyes of everyone, there were spider web-like cracks extending under Lagos's feet, and the big pit in the center was several meters in diameter. The only thing that reassured everyone was the absence of Dieter. That's it. The sound came from the air. Everyone looked up. Dieter stood in the air, and the airwaves under his feet maintained the floating figure. Damn it. UB*************D. Lagos's was furious, and the ferocious face made the thunder arc on his body even more violent. Lightning jumps in the mouth. His chest swelled like air, aiming at Dieter in the air. Thunder dragons. Roar. Since then, Lagos has used Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The power was palpitating. 6 styles razor. Dieter in the air did not dare to be careless, and immediately used the fastest speed to flash away. Gang foot. After landing, the body rotated, and the vacuum slashes shot out. But it's not over yet. Dieter didn't wait for Lagos's to make any movement, and pointed his hands at him. Flying spear finger 3 pulls. Bew, bew, bew. 3 consecutive air bombs were hit with the foot. Lagos's had just finished releasing his move, and he could only resist the attacking move. When those attacks hit him, he couldn't help groaning. These attacks were much more powerful than the previous ones, making Lagos's even more angry. Advertisement. Resisting the pain in his body, he rushed to the ground. The stone bricks under his feet were shattered by the force, and the speed was close to the limit. I must beat you. Thunder dragons. Collapsing fist. The power of hatred, the electricity of the right fist thunder dragon covered the fist, desperately blasting this strongest power. It's over. Dieter's eyes didn't waver, his fists clenched with strength brewing. Watching the fist that carried the lightning strike, the muscles of the body tightened. Iron block. After using the iron block, the body's defense is enhanced, and it is as hard as steel. Boom. The chest and fist collided, and the lightning burst. The dazzling gaze covered the two, and the onlookers covered their eyes. 6 types of profound truth. Largest wheel, 6 king's spear. A voice was faintly heard. The dazzling thunder and lightning can't make people see the battle situation clearly. It's so dazzling. Who won? I seem to hear Dieter's voice just now. It should be Lagos's. The power of the move just now can't be underestimated. No matter how strong Dieter is, I'm afraid he can't stop it. Dieter was too calm, and he dealt with it very well from start to finish. I'm afraid Lagos's will lose. ... The dazzling light lasted for a long time. When they opened their eyes again, they knew the final winner. Lagos's is defeated. Gray sighed, looking at the postures of the 2 sides in front of him, and already knew the end. Erza also shook his head. Lagos's is strong, but he is still weaker than Dieter. He was blocked by Dieter in the last move, and he took the opportunity to fight back. He may have been injured. Dieter took a step back, stretched out his hand to clean the shattered clothes, rubbed his chest and let out a heavy breath. Turn around and walk towards the guild. On the other hand, Lagos's kept the action for 3 seconds, and suddenly fell to the ground with both legs losing strength. Vomit. His eyes were bloodshot and he spit out blood, and his whole body shrank a lot. Before opening his mouth to speak, he fainted on the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 22. S-Class Mage, Dieter. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. 3 days later, the guild was lively again, and the injured Lagoses sat in the corner in confusion, out of tune with this prosperity. Another very calm as Dieter. Hey, Dieter, you're going to be announced as an S-Class Mage in a while, aren't you excited? Macau came to Dieter's side with a drink, and patted his back with open palms. Bang bang bang, Dieter grinned. I'm not excited. I heard that there are a lot of big fish at the pier at Magnolia in the past 2 days. I just want to go fishing quickly. Dieter complained. Kana, opposite Macau, was also drunk and dizzy. He hiccuped. I don't know happiness in the quote. Dieter rested his chin in a bored distraction. Other guild members also came to congratulate. I didn't expect Dieter to become an S-rank mage a few years after joining the guild. How amazing. I heard that the president had discussed with you when he met you. I didn't expect you to have such brilliant achievements. Yeah, now Dieter, you've really become the boss of your peers in our guild. From now on, all your peers will call you Big Brother, ha ha ha. ... The Fairy Tale Guild has another S-rank magician, which is very happy for the members of the entire guild, and they are all proud of Dieter. Over there Erza and Marajan also stepped forward. I won't admit defeat, I've made a reservation for next year's S-Class Mages. Marajan, dressed as a bad girl, made an oath as she stepped on the table. Erza reached out and pulled Marajan off the table. Don't step on the table, and next year's S-rank mages belong to me. Natsu trotted over and warmly invited. Dieter, let's fight. Ask for contempt. Advertisement. You exhibitionist want to fight. Damn, it's fire-breathing brat. ... Silent. The guild was as lively as ever. Just as Gray and Natsu were about to fight, President Makarov showed up and berated him. All the guild members kept their mouths shut. This year's S-rank mage assessment has ended. Makarov swept over all the members of the guild with a small sweep on his back. His eyes finally fell on Dieter, and announced with a smile, and the person who became an S-rank mage this year is Dieter. Clap clap clap. The applause sounded, and the members of the guild applauded enthusiastically. Kudos to Dieter. Then let Dieter say a few words. Makarov invited. Surrounded by a group of people, Dieter scratched his head and walked to the guild leader. Time flies so fast. I have become an S-rank mage in the blink of an eye, and the days ahead are still very long. I hope everyone can make persistent efforts to maintain the reputation of our #1 guild. Dieter said. I hope you can abide by the Fairy Tale Guild rules, and we will work together in the future. Okay, Weezin. Listening to your words is really a speech. Haha, Dieter didn't do his homework. Everyone in the guild laughed, and the rare opportunity to laugh would naturally not be missed. And Dieter couldn't help laughing when he saw such a lively guild atmosphere. Advertisement. Okay, Dieter will be an S-rank mage from now on. You can go to the second floor to make a commission. Let's go. Makarov dismissed the meeting with a smile. Dieter also stepped down amid the crowd's thanks. After a while, everyone in the guild was busy again, and those who did commissions also walked together. And Dieter walked up to Lagos's and sat down. Don't you agree? Zizi. Lagos's did not speak, but the arc on the earphone was beating, indicating that of course he was not convinced. Hee. Come on. Dieter sneered, stood up and patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, keep your pride, you will never be able to raise your head in front of me one day with me in the guild. Yeah. The lightning arc shattered the water glass on the table, and Lagos's disappeared in front of his eyes. Dieter grinned. Lagos's, it looks like you still need to be beaten by society. Humming a ditty, Dieter walked to the commission bar. Yo, Dieter wants to take a commission mission. Do I need to form a team? Nab Lasaro, a new member of the guild, was wandering in front of the commission column. I said Nab, all you're looking for is the quest you can do. Dieter quipped. Nab shook his head, his face full of regret. These tasks are too easy for me to do. Dieter just smiled at that. Swipe through the tasks posted on the commission bar, and finally choose the one that needs to be turned around in Magnolia. Go out of the Fairy Tale Guild gate. Turning around to look at the guild, he whispered softly, goodbye to Fairy Tale, and see you in a few years. Chapter 23. Devil Fruit Treasure Chest. Open black lens bracket seeking flowers and evaluation tickets close black lens bracket. Harjan Town. Cities with developed fisheries also represent a rich variety of fish. If you can catch rare fish, it will be enough to sell for sky-high prices. Get the fish. Hurry up and get the fish. If you can't catch any fish, you will go back to the guild and become an S-rank mage. On the sea. A boat is moored at a fishing spot. Dieter kept mumbling with his fishing rod, staring at the motionless float waiting for the fish to take the bait. Hey, it's been 5 years, and if you don't go back to the guild, the next time you come to see me will be the old guild leader. Dieter thought. Now 20 years old, he is already a big boy. It is estimated that he is the only one who has been away from home for 5 years, and he is the only one who dares to fish for 5 years. Crackling. Dieter put away his fishing rod and stood up to stretch, his body rattling with activity after a long period of fishing. It's time to go back to the guild. Looking at the city not far away, Dieter picked up the oars and moved the sea to the shore. After landing, I randomly found a restaurant to get something to eat. You're such a nice guy, and you invited me to dinner with, happy. Good man. As soon as he entered a certain restaurant, Dieter heard a familiar voice. Following the voice, I saw a blonde girl with big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Ha ha ha, who am I talking about? It turned out to be Natsu and, happy. Dieter laughed and walked over there. He had met Natsu 2 years ago, and the two of them had dinner together when he passed by on a mission. Ha, Dieter, long time no see. Dieter. Natsu stood up with a smile and greeted Dieter by hooking his shoulders. Advertisement. Happy. Also sits enthusiastically on his head, apparently happy too. Hello, I haven't seen you for 2 years, Natsu has grown a lot taller, and, happy, is even cuter. Dieter smiled happily. It is also a pleasure to meet Natsu in Harjan. Haha, Dieter, let me introduce you. Natsu laughed. Pull Dieter to sit down and introduce the girl opposite, she's called Louise, she's a good person. Happy, reconsideration. Lucy sighed and covered his forehead, murmuring a little, my name is Lucy, you idiot. But soon put on a smile and looked at Dieter. Hello. Lucy. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dieter greeted. The story is about to start in the blink of an eye, and it's no wonder Natsu is here. Louis, he's Dieter, our eldest brother, he's amazing. Natsu also patted Dieter's shoulder. My name is Lucy, Lucy corrected, smiling cutely at the same time, and said generously, Natsu saved me before, since you are his big brother, let's have dinner together, I'll treat you. Dieter, Louise is a good person. Good man. Natsu and, happy, laughed and continued to say the wrong name. Yeah, she's not only a cute girl, she's also a good girl. Dieter said, helping to correct. But Natsu, her name is Lucy, not Lois, it's impolite to call a girl by the wrong name. No, it's okay, Dieter. Big brother, you can order whatever you want. Lucy was embarrassed by what he said, and hurriedly asked. Dieter nodded, and only after ordering 2 random meals did he deliberately ask, why did you come here, Natsu? I heard it's looking for fire dragon. Lucy interjected. Natsu nodded and said disappointedly, I heard that Igneel is in Harjan town, so I came here to see it. I didn't expect to find the wrong person. It's not easy to find someone in such a big town, Lucy said. But Dieter smiled and shook his head. Natsu is not looking for people. Natsu also nodded. Igneel is a dragon, a real dragon. Advertisement. What? Lucy opened his mouth in shock. But he still reacted quickly, and complained with a strange expression. Since it is a dragon, how can it be in the city? Shouldn't it be in the mountains or deep forests? Ah, yes, both Natsu and Happy leaked expressions of realization. Lucy couldn't complain, got up and put the meal money on the table, and thanked again. Anyway, thank you for your help, I'll go first, you all eat slowly. Natsu and Happy immediately knelt down and said loudly, thanks for the hospitality, you're such a nice guy. Lucy was immediately frightened by the sound, and waved his hand quickly. No, you make me embarrassed. Dieter smiled at them. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the town of Harjan and reward 10 skill points. Close black lens bracket. At this time, the words in his mind reappeared, instantly making the smile on Dieter's face even more ecstatic. 5 years. After a full 5 years, this ghost system was finally activated again, and the sign-in was successful. There is even a direct reward of 10 skill points. At 10 o'clock, that's a lot of money. Dieter couldn't wait to let out the ecstasy in the sky. Fortunately, he still had to turn his face, took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart, and immersed himself in his mind with excitement. Looking at the devil fruit treasure chest that has been showing for 5 years, it is finally going to be open today. Chapter 24. Superman. Open black lens bracket thanks to the monthly pass of 1,597,696 *******. Close black lens bracket. Dieter held back his excitement and chose to open the treasure chest. It takes 10 skill points to open the devil fruit treasure chest, do you want to open it? Close black lens bracket. Looking at the words that appeared in his mind, Dieter's excited heart felt as if he had fallen into the ice cave of eternity, and the cold made him feel extremely desolate. I thought I could save a lot of skill points by becoming rich, but I didn't expect that it would take 10 skill points to open a treasure chest. Take a deep breath. Dieter warned himself in his heart that the ghost system was not a human being, and he passed it with patience. After some self-soothing, Dieter felt much better. Watching the 10 skill points disappear, my heart is still fierce, and I keep praying for a powerful devil fruit. The treasure chest opens. Dieter's eyes were full of white light, and his ears were buzzing and he almost went deaf. Fortunately, he recovered in a few seconds. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman type rubber fruit ability. Close black lens bracket. The words came to mind. Reminds Dieter of the devil fruit abilities that Dieter has acquired. The bottom of the tree map is above the Navy 6th form, which has been occupied by rubber fruits. You don't have to ask, you know that if you want to continue to the next stage, you will definitely need a lot of skill points to upgrade. The ability of the rubber fruit. Dieter exhaled a turbid breath, feeling the unusual body, and quickly grasped the initial changes of the rubber fruit. Strength, speed, and stamina have nearly doubled. As long as he is willing, he can instantly enter the second and third gears to attack, and at the same time, it can be merged with the Navy 6th form to make the second gear faster. Woo. After Natsu and Happy thanked Lucy, they sat back in their seats and ate frantically, unable to speak clearly. Natsu said, Dieter, why don't you eat quickly, there's so much he can't finish. Happy acts as a translator. Dieter laughed and stopped thinking about the gains and losses of getting the rubber fruit ability. Then let's eat more than anyone else. As soon as Dieter finished speaking, his hands became slightly longer, and he rolled the food on the table into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Natsu and Happy, across from them, were dumbfounded. You don't chew. Natsu stuttered, and Dieter stood up and walked outside with a smile. I don't need it. The advantage of rubber fruit is that no matter how much you eat, you can hold it. There is really no difference between chewing and chewing. The characteristics of the body will actively digest those foods. Wait for me. Natsu and Happy immediately followed. Advertisement. ... It was dark. The stars in the sky gleamed and bloomed in their afterglow, making everything under the night clearly visible. I'm so full. On Takahashi, Dieter is blowing with Natsu and Happy here. Happy looked at the boats on the sea and said, by the way, the fire dragon said that he would have a party on the boat, so that's the boat. Ouch. I want to vomit. Natsu immediately covered his mouth when he heard the boat and looked ugly. Happy complained. Please don't get seasick just by imagining it, okay? Haha. Dieter laughed, looking at Natsu's impolite taunt. Natsu, your shortcomings can't be corrected. In the future, leave all the battles on the ship to me. Oh, I want to vomit. Natsu was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look at the boat. Look, that's Lord Fire Dragon's ship. I seem to be participating too. Lord Fire Dragon. The three beauties shopping next to them looked at the boats on the sea and discussed enviously. Dieter looked at them. Don't you know, he's currently in the city, and I heard he's a wizard of the super famous fairy tale guild. Said one of the women. Natsu, who was about to vomit, was stunned. Looking at the three ladies with serious eyes, he repeated in a bad tone, fairy tale. Looking back at the ships in the sea, he immediately covered his mouth again. I want to vomit. Happy. Silent. Dieter also remained silent. After waiting for Natsu to feel better, Dieter put on a frosty smile, raised his arm and pointed at the sailboat on the sea. Fairy tale, Natsu, it seems that our guild has also sullied some unscrupulous people. Yeah, Natsu nodded seriously, then. Destroy him. Destroy him. The two said in unison. After looking at each other and smiling, Happy grew wings from behind to grab Natsu, looked at Dieter and asked, Dieter, do you need me to fly with you? There was a surge of air under Dieter's feet, suspended in midair, no need. Swoosh. The figure flickered, sprinting towards the sailboat on the sea. Advertisement. ... On board. Your name is Lucy, isn't it? What a nice name. Porla filled a glass with juice in the cabin. Lucy forced a smile in her evening gown. Thank you. Let's have a drink first, Porla said with a cool expression. After snapping his fingers, the juice in the glass floated, and Lucy was absent-minded and felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Come on, open your mouth, and the gem of the fruit will slowly slide into your mouth. Hearing Porla's words, Lucy got goosebumps and yelled in his heart, I'm sick of it. But soon, Lucy woke up suddenly. Raising the palm of his hand to blow the juice away, he asked cautiously, what are you trying to do? You are using the sleep magic. Sleep, right? Porla grinned, hee, you know quite a lot. Seeing Porla's shameless confession, Lucy said angrily, don't get me wrong, I really want to join Fairy Tale, but I don't want to be your woman. Porla let out a sarcastic smile, you're really tough. At this time, the curtains of the cabin were pulled open, and a group of men walked over with a wicked smile clutching the women. Lucy was surprised, what the hell is going on? Welcome to my ship. Porla opened her eyes and looked at Lucy, better be nice to me before I get to Persian, little girl. Lucy panicked, looking at the group of comatose girls puzzled, what Persian brother, then? What about Fairy Tale? Porla laughed. Lucy's shoulders twitched, her head lowered and her teeth gritted. What the hell is going on with this guy, to actually do such a thing? Could it be that, is this the magician of Fairy Tale? Pong. The cabin roof was cracked. Natsu fell into the cabin, startling everyone. Natsu. Lucy was overjoyed. And Natsu stood on the boat, handsome for only 3 seconds, and immediately curled up and covered his mouth. I want to vomit. Outside the hole, Dieter and Happy also leaked out. Haha, Natsu, it's a bit embarrassing that you can't be handsome for 3 seconds. Dieter laughed. Happy, is also sure. Happy, brother Dieter. Lucy snickered again, but could immediately react. Happy, how can you fly? Aren't you a cat? And how can you fly, brother Dieter? Asterisk. Chapter 25. My brother will take you to fly. Thanks for the monthly ticket of Learning Road, Long Road. Yo, Lucy is there too. Dieter greeted with a smile. Happy flew in, wrapped its tail around Lucy's waist, and flew out. The detailed process will be discussed later, let's go first. Hey, Lucy said hurriedly, looking at the sailing boat that was drifting away. Wait, Natsu and Dieter, don't you mind them? Happy leaked a weird expression. It's okay, there's Dieter here. On board. Damn it, don't try to escape, look at my flame whip. Porla waved his hand, a fiery red magic circle appeared in front of him, and the flame whip shot from the magic circle towards Lucy and Happy in the air. Hey, it's really good when I don't exist. Dieter shook his head. He raised his arm and stretched out his index finger to watch the attacks. Finger gun, Madara, bang bang bang. The arm turned into an afterimage and met those flame whips in the air. Clap clap clap. The flame whip was hit, and all of Dieter exploded in front of him. Who the hell are you? Porla asked, looking at Dieter in the air. Staring at him, he will continue to attack. Hey. Uncomfortable, Natsu stood up on the hull, ready to attack. Porla raised her foot unhappily at Natsu and punched and kicked. Dieter in the air fell in from the outside, looking at Natsu who was beaten by the group and couldn't help laughing and crying. Natsu, why bother, let me help you. Said and looked at the group of people in front of him. You must be too arrogant here. Porla resented, and waved her order. Everyone, kill him. Dieter shook his head. Shave. Finger gun. Bew. 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 In less than 3 seconds, all the people in front of him were wounded and fell to the ground. Porla panicked. My group of younger brothers can't hold on to this person for 3 seconds. How is this possible? Is this guy really that strong? Damn it. Go to hell. Advertisement. Slamla. Porla was about to fight when she heard a raging wave. Looking out the window, the huge wave stirred up and rushed towards the sailboat. The huge wave seemed to be a ruthless devil trying to shoot everyone into the deep sea. Oops, I don't have to play. Dieter smacked his lips, looked at Natsu, and said, Natsu, help my brother clean up this waste, I'll take it out first. Okay. Vomit. I want to vomit. Natsu still pulled across. Dieter didn't care too much, jumping out of the sailboat and watching the huge waves set off the boat and hit the dock. By the coast, there was a loud bang, the dock was destroyed by ships, and countless people fled with their lives. No one could watch the play under such circumstances. Natsu, big brother Dieter. Below, Happy, and Lucy waved their hands towards this direction. Dieter fell from the air, grabbed Lucy's slender waist and stepped back a few meters. Don't disturb Natsu, these people let him deal with it. Huh, but Natsu. Lucy worried. Happy. Grinned. Lucy, actually Natsu and Dieter are both sorcerers. What? Lucy was taken aback. The color contact swept across Dieter's face, then looked at Natsu standing up in the smoke of the ship, surprised. On the boat, Natsu looked down at Porla and asked, "You said you were the wizard of fairy tale, didn't you?" There was only Porla left alone, and he retorted, "So what?" Natsu jumped off the boat, threw his jacket away, stared sharply at Porla, and scolded, "Let me take a good look at your face." He stepped forward and walked forward. "I am Natsu from the Fairy Tale Guild. I have never heard of your character." Startled, Lucis' eyes widened in surprise. With a stiff head, he turned his head to look at Big Brother Dieter next to him. His voice stuttered. Big Brother, you. Happy, sat on Dieter's shoulder, took out a fish from the backpack behind him and ate it. "Yes, we are all wizards in the Fairy Tale Guild." Ah, it turned out to be. Lucy was stunned. She didn't expect that the person she accidentally met was the sorcerer who had always longed for the guild, and she felt ashamed when she remembered what she said before, which would be a shame. "Big Brother Dieter, are we going to help?" Lucy hurriedly put aside the subject. Happy suddenly pulled a face. Looking at Lucy very seriously, he said, "Lucy, don't let Dieter go, he won't be able to play, and the whole city will be destroyed." Huh, Big Brother Dieter, that's amazing. Lucy couldn't believe it. Natsu looked very good. Could it be that Big Brother Dieter is even more powerful? Advertisement. But it doesn't look like it. Happy continued. Dieter is an S-class wizard. What? Lucis' whole body seemed to be struck by thunder. Standing sluggishly by the side, the words, "Happy," kept echoing in his brain. Big Brother Dieter, S-class mage. This. Dieter disagreed and shouted at Natsu who was fighting. "Natsu, you are doing beautifully. You are too good. I want to be your little brother. You are too strong now." Natsu jumped to his feet when he heard Dieter's words. He glared at him with shame. "You be asterisk 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 D, are you kidding me on purpose?" If it was in the past, he definitely didn't think there was any problem, but he knew clearly that Dieter's strength should not be underestimated. Dealing with this unworthy person will definitely kill in an instant. Natsu Lucy was puzzled. This is obviously a compliment to Natsu, why does he look unhappy? Happy answered in a timely manner, "It's called a slap kill, it says, Natsu, why are you so rude, the fight is too slow, why don't I get in? In fact, Dieter only needs 1 second to kill this guy." Lucis' heart skipped a beat. 1 second. Is Brother Dieter that strong? Obviously looks very pleasant and eclectic. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Boom. Porla was sent flying with an iron fist, and the fight was over. "Natsu, you've spent up to 5 minutes in total, do you know how many fish I can catch in those 5 minutes? Dieter said. Natsu scratched his hair awkwardly. He. Whoa. At this time Harjan's army came in line. "The army is coming, run." Natsu shouted. Dieter raised an eyebrow. A princess picked up Lucy and flew away. "Ah, Big Brother Dieter, let me down." Lucy was shy. Dieter looked down at the pretty face close at hand and said, "Aren't you going to join Fairy Tale? Be obedient, my brother will take you to fly." Ah, Lucy blushed and couldn't hide her excitement. Yeah. Chapter 26. Fairy Tale Mage. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Dieter took Lucis' little hand and stood at the gate of the guild, also lost in memories, he hadn't come back for many years. Boom. Natsu was not so polite, kicked the guild door open and shouted, "I'm back." Everyone in the guild was warmly welcomed. "Welcome home. You are back." Big Bucktooth also leaned back on the chair and said, "You've done a great job again, in Harjan's." Boom. The answer to him was a flying kick. "You be asterisk 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 D." Natsu scolded. Lucy exclaimed. "Ah, what's going on?" Natsu scolded the big buck teeth and said, "The fire dragon information you gave me before turned out to be fake." The guild became noisy for a while. Dieter walked into the guild silently, raised his hand to signal to the members, "Yo, long time no see." Silent. With Dieter's appearance, everyone in the guild fell into extreme silence. Kana rubbed her dizzy head, and was immediately surprised. "Ah, it was Dieter, you haven't come back for several years, you've grown so big." "I'm going. Dieter is back, it's been 5 years." Wakaba was also surprised. "My god, am I dreaming, it's Dieter. God, is he actually one of the 2 most mysterious S-rank wizards in Fairy Tale, Dieter?" Single quote. It was amazing. Everyone else in the guild spoke in surprise, as did the new members of the guild. Looking at what they say, Big Brother Dieter seems to be different. Lucy muttered. Happy said, "Dieter hasn't come back for 5 years." Leaving Lucy behind, Dieter also smiled and walked towards a certain goal of the guild. "Yo, Mira, long time no see, you are really becoming more and more feminine." When he came to Mirajan, Dieter swept over the young, beautiful and gentle Mirajan and joked. Mirajan gave him a cold look, and her tone was full of sorrow and resentment. "What's the matter? No matter how feminine it is, I didn't let some people come back. 5 years, why didn't that person die outside?" Dieter was so embarrassed that he kept drinking juice to lighten the mood. Elfman's sturdy body sat beside him, and he said, "Dieter, you've been involved in a big deal. You haven't taken the initiative to come back to see my sister for 5 years, so I have to ask my sister to see you. Advertisement. Go go go, play. Dieter rolled his eyes and drove Elfman away in disgust. After looking at Mirajan again, I didn't know what to say. After Lysina left, the two met, but they didn't come back on their own initiative. It's normal to be angry with him now. Young girls are in the beginning of love, and Dieter was strong and very attractive back then. Mirajan did have a little interest in him, and Lysina's departure was the trigger, which made Mirajan really like him even more. Now complaining about him like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. Right, hurry up and stop, a bunch of idiots. Just when Dieter was about to say 2 good words, a huge figure appeared. Step on Natsu with 1 foot. It's so big, Lucy complained. Huh, the huge figure heard the voice, looked over and wondered, new. Then the body shrank rapidly and became its original shape. So small, Lucy immediately complained. Dieter over there also turned his head, smiled and waved, yo, I'll be well, long time no see. President. Lucy was surprised. And when President Makarov heard this familiar voice, his arm immediately became bigger. You idiots still know how to come back. Saying that, he turned around and controlled the huge arm to hit Dieter, who was sitting leisurely. I'm going, this welcome ceremony is too exaggerated. Dieter could not laugh or cry. He stretched his right arm in front of him, opened his mouth to bite his arm, and took a deep breath, 3 gears. Immediately, an arm the same size as President Makarov appeared. FK, what the hell is this? When did Dieter learn the magic of gigantic? This arm is the same as the president's. Gray groaned. Natsu's eyes also shone with golden light. It's amazing, Dieter has become stronger. My god, isn't that arm a little too exaggerated? Lucy was stunned. The 2 arms met in the guild hall. Boom, hoo-hoo. The air waves spread around, and the girls in skirts in the guild were also lifted up by the wind and waves. Dieter is much stronger again. Giant magic, I heard that this kind of magic is difficult to learn. Only the guild leader can use it, and now even Dieter can do it. Advertisement. I haven't seen this kid for 5 years. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Lagos's. What's not weaker than Lagos's? You are all newcomers. Dieter was able to suppress Lagos's 5 years ago, and the S-rank mage status obtained by defeating Lagos's. ... Both the newcomers and the old people in the guild exclaimed. They were all amazed at Dieter's strength, which was unfathomable 5 years ago, and it was even more terrifying to meet again now. President Makarov was also stunned. With his fists and hands behind him, he jumped over to Dieter and Juice's table and stared at him. After waiting for a long time, he asked, Little devil, did you just learn this in 5 years? Yeah, Dieter nodded. The ability of the rubber fruit is indeed just acquired, and it is also a test of power just now. Overall it's pretty good. Makarov nodded and didn't ask any further. He came to the guardrail on the 2nd floor and scanned the guild members below. Cough, you guys have caused trouble for me again. Makarov took out a thick pile of materials and continued to complain. Look at yourself, the council sent such a thick pile of complaints again. Quote. The members of the guild below couldn't help but bow their heads and remain silent in guilt. Dieter also drank the juice in his hand without speaking. You guys make me scolded by the council all day long, Makarov complained. No matter who the guild members are, they don't dare to take unnecessary actions, even Lucy is a little uncomfortable. But, Makarov changed his words, raised the complaint in his hand, lit it, fed Natsu, and continued, tell the committee members to eat she. Dieter grinned, feeling much better. Lucy was a little surprised that the president dared to say such a thing. At this time, Makarov said in a loud voice, listen carefully, the power beyond persistence all comes from the idea of persistence. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the fusion of the airflow within us and the airflow in nature. When they are together, they will be transformed into concrete powers for the first time. At this time, through mental power and concentration. No, this magic can only be formed by injecting all of one's own soul. If you always care about the vision of the high-ranking people, you will not be able to improve your own magic. You don't have to be afraid of those guys in the council. Follow the path you believe in. The members below all leaked excited smiles. One by one, they looked at each other and crossed their shoulders, overflowing with laughter. Makarov also raised his finger. This is the magician of our fairy tale. Woohoo! Wow ah ah! Enthusiastic members followed suit. Raise your fingers and swear a gesture exclusive to the Fairy Tale Guild. Dieter smiled and drank all the juice into the tough bond. Chapter 27. Hilo Secondary Store. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Huh. After 3 hours, Dieter finally breathed a sigh of relief. I also feel deeply troubled about coaxing girls. It took a full 3 hours to coax the angry Mirajan, no longer blaming him for being irresponsible for never coming back voluntarily in 5 years. Mila is so kind to me, I think you made this fish for me yourself. Seeing a fish dish that didn't sell very well that Mila handed over, she also looked at her with gratitude and affection, and wanted to express her heart with her eyes. Mira rolled her eyes and said, try it. You don't need to taste it to know it's very delicious. Dieter said with a smile, picked up the fork and pushed aside the side dishes on the fish, saw the whole fish inside, and found that he was not very familiar, so he asked, this fish it seems rare. Mira nodded. It's a kind of fish that lives in a big river over there at Shiloh Simon. It's a freshwater fish. You fish in the sea all the year round, and it's normal that you haven't seen a freshwater fish. Freshwater fish. Dieter was distracted, thinking about when to go fishing for freshwater fish. Aren't you going to go fishing again? Mira asked in a cold tone, seeming to notice Dieter's distraction. Dieter came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. Nothing, don't go. Don't go. I'm not blaming you for going fishing. Mila sighed and wiped her plate as she spoke. I just think you're too obsessed with fishing. How can anyone fish for 5 years and not come home? Dieter laughed awkwardly. Not anymore. After eating the food in a hurry, Dieter walked to the taskbar for the first time in 5 years, looking at Nab who was still wandering. He couldn't help laughing, and said, have you found a task that only you can complete? Nab nodded seriously. No. Hearing his unrepentant response, Dieter really couldn't speak to him, and turned his attention to those entrusted tasks. The entrusted money isn't as much as what I earn from fishing. Dieter muttered. Just get a commission and leave the guild, and the commission task in hand is to go to the Shiloh sub-store. This day, on the terrace of a restaurant. Leave the fat as Lucy. Natsu grabbed the meat with both hands and ate greedily. Happy, sat on the table with a glutinous rice ball in his hand, and reconsidered. She seems to like eating meat. Advertisement. The two were talking, when an arm was quietly stretched out. Surprisingly, that arm became very long, extended to the table and grabbed a big piece of fat and quickly left. Who dare to steal our food? Natsu was angry. Immediately chasing after the arm, Happy, and Lucy who had just changed clothes followed. Soon the three of them came to another table and saw who was stealing the fat. Ah, Natsu saw the little stars in his eyes, and said in surprise, Dieter. Why are you here? Ah, it's Dieter. Ah, it's brother Dieter. Happy, and Lucy also looked at the man at the table in surprise and exclaimed. At the table, Dieter, who was eating fat, greeted with a smile, yo. I met Natsu again. After looking at Lucy, his face was a little weird, and he asked, Lucy, are you playing a maid? If you want to call my master, I don't mind. Lucy blushed and retorted in a coquettish voice, no, I'm just here to entrust a mission. I see. Dieter smiled, pointed to a bucket on the ground, and said to Happy, there are fish in here, you can eat whatever you want. Happy drooled down. Really? Dieter nodded with a smile, beckoning to Natsu and Lucy to sit down too. Two people do not doubt. After sitting down, they also shared their mission this time. You didn't know Duke Abar, did you? Dieter glanced oddly at Lucy dressed as a maid. Natsu scratched his head in confusion. What's the problem? After talking about this, Dieter began to answer the two people about Duke Elba's personal hobbies, analyzing his weaknesses and personality. Lucy was stunned after listening. How can there is such a person? After listening to Duke Abar's hobby and the request to recruit a maid, Lucy's face could no longer remain calm. What was that weird hobby? But there are exceptions to everything. You can try it. Maybe the Duke of Elba has an idea for you. Dieter didn't finish his sentence. Advertisement. He stretched out his hand and took the food in front of him into his mouth, then got up and invited, come on, I'll go take a look with you. Okay. All three of Natsu agreed. After leaving the restaurant, head towards the house of the poster who entrusted the quest. Inside the luxury estate, I am the client Kabi Menlo. Kabi Menlo with a small beard introduced. Melon. What a delicious name. Both Happy and Natsu were drooling with thirst. You're so rude, Lucy warned. He secretly glanced at Dieter, who was sitting in a daze not far away, and was relieved. No matter what, as long as big brother Dieter is there is no need to worry about any danger. Now, Dieter is not in a daze, but is immersed in the tree map in his mind. The reason is naturally that after entering this luxurious manor, following the conversation between Natsu and his client Kabi Menlo, the system in his mind started again. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into Hilo's secondary store and get 10 skill points. Close black lens bracket. The ghost system successfully signed in. Although I don't know what the principle of signing in is, as long as there are skill points. Devil fruit points need 10 points for level 1. According to the level of the 6th form of the Navy, it takes 100 points to start the next stage. This is too difficult, Dieter muttered. The level requirements of this ghost system are also a bit too high. If it goes on like this, when will I be able to beat the Black Dragon Acronia and the Black Mage Zirf? Add the skill points at will, thinking about the sign in principle of the system. Big brother Dieter, we can go. At this point Lucy spoke to Dieter. They had already learned about the entrusted quest, and it was time to carry out the quest. Okay. Dieter stopped thinking in his heart and followed Lucy out of the manor. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Second gear. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. The mansion of the Duke of Abar. I'm here to apply for a maid. Is anyone there? Lucy was wearing a maid outfit at the door. And on the trunk of the nearby woods, Dieter and Natsu and Happy sat looking up at the sky. This girl really intends to apply for a maid to try it out. It's useless and she has to ask for it. Dieter complained. Natsu was looking forward to it, and whispered encouragement. Do it well. Come on, Happy. Boom. A large bag bulged behind Lucy, and the pink-haired maid came out of the ground, and the huge body looked like a huge monster. Cold sweat oozes from Lucy's forehead. Taking a peek at Brother Dieter and Natsu in the woods made me feel relieved. Brother Dieter will definitely come to save people when they die. Master, this blonde girl said she's here to be a maid. The huge monster shouted at the Duke's mansion. Then Duke Abar also came out from the ground. The arrogance on his nose was twisted. He touched his chin and looked at Lucy and pondered. Here. Lucy had to put on a cute look. No need. Go back, dinosaur girl. Duke Abar drove away with disgust on his face. Dread, dragon, sister. Lucy seemed to be struck by thunder. Those 3 words echoed in his mind, and unprecedented humiliation rushed to his heart. Duke Abar turned around and said, listen, to a successful person like me, even if you recruit a maid, you should find someone like this. Bang. The ground swelled up again, and 4 maids appeared, which was also considered a strange shape. Dinosaur girl doesn't deserve to be my maid, you can go. Duke Abar said. Lucy wanted to cry without tears. Dinosaur girl. Advertisement. The 3 words accompanied her back to the tree trunk where Dieter and others were hiding, curling her legs and crying aggrieved. What? It's useless at all. Natsu groaned. Lucy cursed frantically. It's not, it's that Elba's aesthetic is too strange, you. It's an excuse. Woo, I'm P********* D off. Okay, if that's the case, let's change to T-fight. Natsu said. Okay, I will never spare that old man. Lucy also vowed to go in and teach Duke Abar a lesson. Dieter jumped down from the tree trunk. I won't participate in your mission, and we'll go back together when things are done. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the other side of the Duke's mansion. Inside the mansion, a crystal ball was suspended in front of Duke Abar, and what was playing on it was Dieter and his party on the tree trunk outside. It's true that my generation can come here if you want, and leave if you want to leave. Brother Panich, you two will go down and get rid of the person who is leaving, and then come back and deal with these fairy tale wizards. Abar the Duke ordered. The Panicio brothers behind him took a step forward. Understood, the mere mage guild is not the opponent of our mercenary guild at all. Outside, Dieter wandered around with his hands on the back of his head, looking for something to do, and it would be nice if there was a small river where he could fish. Oh, this kind of person with no vigilance turned out to be the wizard of fairy tale. My mother will be scared to death. The voice sounded from behind. Dieter turned his head to look at the badges on the arms of the 2 men, touched his chin and muttered, you are from the South Wolf of the Mercenary Guild, and it looks like that. Brother Panichu disapproved and let out a smile. Haha, Nanlang is often hungry, so be conscious. Dieter scratched his hair and nodded. He walked around with his hands behind his back and said, it's rare that you are willing to take the initiative to see me, so let me try your skills. The Panicius brothers pursed their noses. The younger brother rushed towards Dieter at a high speed, and his fists and legs released the ultimate move to attack the fatal wound. Paper painting. Advertisement. Dieter stood on the spot and kept flashing back and forth, but the seemingly intensive attacks couldn't hit him at all. With sarcasm in his eyes, are you Nanlang people just so rubbish? Boom. Brother Panich took the cauldron and fell into the air, hitting the ground under Dieter's feet, and the sound of the explosion caused the mud to splash. Dieter's figure was already 2 meters away from the 2 at that moment. Fairy tales people are nothing more than wizards, and they can't compete with mercenaries like us as combat experts. Your stamina will eventually be exhausted. Panichuo's brother said in a pocket. Dieter let out a beating expression and exaggerated, it's amazing. The Panicio brothers felt insulted, and their faces became more and more ugly. The 2 stopped talking nonsense and immediately attacked the ground. 6 Styles Razor. You hit me first and then talk about it. Dieter disagreed, and his body was constantly flashing in this open space. No matter what the attack of the Panicio brothers could not hit Dieter even once. Do you only hide? Brother Panicius was very distressed. This guy is like a loach, he can't hit even if he is slippery or not. Even though his fist has already touched his body slips away to attack strangely. This kind of suffocation also prevents the 2 of them from being able to fully utilize their strengths. Oh, you want to end the fight? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Dieter laughed. Step back a distance of 2 meters, hold a horse stance, hold your knees with both hands, and lower your body. I saw Dieter's ankle weirdly turned into a spring, struggling in circles and then disappearing again. At the same time, his body turned an unhealthy red color, like cooked food, and his body was even more misty white smoke. What is this? How can a person's body emit smoke? Brother Panich was also in deep thought when he saw Dieter's changes, because their mercenary guild had never seen this kind of weird magic. Why does the human body feel like a spring? It's going to be smoky and red. This is the first time I've used second gear. Although it's a big deal for you guys, I still hope you can stick with it for a while, so as not to be killed by me. Dieter felt the doubled power in his body, and he was eager to find an S-rank mage to learn from. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Return. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Brother, use the fusion technique. Okay. Brother Panichu leapt into the air, and his older brother held out a cauldron of weapons. The younger brother stepped into the cauldron. Heaven and earth destroy the killing method. Swish. After using the fusion technique, the speed of the Paniche brothers has been further improved. Shameful skill. Dieter muttered. Brother Napanihu threw his brother into the air and immediately hit Dieter. Look up to the sky, I'm on the ground. Rumbling. The ground was knocked out, but it missed. Brother, he was not on the ground and suddenly disappeared. I'm behind you. Brother Panish informed his brother that he heard a sound behind him before he could finish speaking. Boom, before he could turn around and exert his strength, he only felt that his back was hit countless times in an instant, and he was immediately impacted and fell to the ground. Boom. A human-shaped pothole was smashed out of the ground, and Paniquo's brother coughed up blood and lay in the center of the pothole. Eyeballs are bloodshot. I can't believe it. How, Will? Younger brother. Brother Panichu rushed towards his brother's body with red eyes. Do you think I'll give you a chance? Dieter's voice came from behind like a diabolical whisper. The voice fell before the attack. Ah, boom. Brother Panichu screamed and relived his brother's feelings just now. The brothers were both stunned by Dieter's speed. In less than 1 second, the brothers were hit in the body 20 times in a row. How could that speed be the speed of a magician? Advertisement. You, cough. Blood spewed out of the two brothers' mouths, and Dieter, who saw his body smoking, was speechless. Gap. The two brothers felt a gap that had never been seen before. That feeling is not a point and a half, but it is very different, like the gap between heaven and earth. Rest in peace you two, it's not a shame to be defeated by a fairy tales class wizard. Dieter said. S rank, mage. The shocked pupils of the Ponicius brothers shrank rapidly. It was a kind of peace of mind that had never been seen before, and being able to compete with an S-rank wizard was enough for the two of them to rest their eyes. Boom boom boom. Dieter's figure was moving away. There was a roaring explosion where the Ponicius brothers fell. You're lucky if you all survive. Dieter muttered. The roar made the Duke's mansion tremble slightly. What happened? Abar, who was confronting Lucy in the sewer, glanced around while leaning on the wall. Hey, it must be Big Brother Dieter, the person you sent must have lost. Lucy smirked. Abar's face was solemn, and he denied. Impossible, Brother Panishu is the wolf of the South Wolf Mercenary Guild, and will not lose. Seeing Abar so determined, Lucy also straightened up. Very proud and said loudly, what about the Southern Wolf Mercenary Guild? Brother Dieter is our fairy tales level wizard. What? Abar exclaimed. He looked at Lucy in embarrassment, and said, how can you have S-class mages accompanying you? He couldn't believe it. The identity represented by the S-rank mages is the top combat power of a guild. It's just a small mission. How can there be S-rank mages to follow? Hey, hurry up and admit defeat now. Lucy was delighted to find out that the identity of an S-class mage turned out to be so powerful. Is it possible to use it later? Advertisement. Damn it. Abar angrily attacked again. For a while, there were many battles in the mansion. Beside the city's river, Big Brother Dieter. Lucy and Natsu, happy, came running from a distance and said hello to Dieter who was sitting by the river fishing. Yo, are you done with the mission? Dieter asked with a smile. Speaking of being depressed in this place, Lucy said glumly, don't mention it, Kabi Menchi has no money at all, and they rented the big manor, not to mention 2 million or even 200,000. Quote. That's really bad luck, Dieter replied with a smile. Lucy continued to speak aggrievedly, this time there is no cost to go back by car. It's okay, I'll let, Happy, lead the way. Natsu replied with a smile. Dieter smiled and put away the fishing rod in his hand, then let's go back. The next day, I said, Happy, is this really the shortcut you're talking about? That's what she said. In the deep forest, Lucy sits in Horologium's body and asks him to help spread the word. If, Happy, said it was this way, it must be this way, just tell her that, Natsu replied. Dieter followed slowly. It's really rude, I'm a cat anyway, and a cat's nose is very smart. Happy, Tsunere. Horologium helped spread the word. You should be talking about a dog. Besides, what does a sensitive nose have to do with finding a way? That's what she said. Susu. Suddenly, there was a restless voice in the grass next to him. Natsu immediately roared and threw his luggage into the grass. Who is it? Crackling. After seeing the sound of a fight coming from there, Lucy quickly complained, and Horologium helped pass the message. Why do you fight every time? He said so. Dieter was quietly beside him as a handsome man. Whoosh. Chapter 30. Boss Erza is coming back. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. The figures of Gray and Natsu jumped out of the grass and came to the open space to set up a fight with each other. It's Gray. Dieter said. Gray glared at Natsu in his shorts. I'm looking for the toilet. Why don't you take off your pants before you find the toilet? Natsu said with a displeased expression. Besides, where does the toilet come from in this forest? Gray countered with disdain. I want to ask you, why bother me when I go to the toilet? Walking panties. Ah, you fire-breathing guy is going to fight. Come. The two quarreled again. Lucy sighed not knowing what to say. At this time, Dieter came out and stood in front of the two of them and looked at them. You want to fight, do you need me to help you, why don't I beat you too? Gray and Natsu suddenly turned off. He blinked and dared not speak. It's amazing, the two of them stop arguing when Big Brother Dieter speaks. Lucy was surprised. Happy, leaked a weird smile and said, because Dieter is the eldest brother of the same age in the guild, and he is the eldest brother who was beaten, not according to age. Really, it's amazing. Lucy was surprised. Several people continued to move forward together. The quickest way to meet Magnolia is through this forest, but Dieter, how did you follow along? Gray said. Happy, answered immediately. Look, I'm not wrong. Lucy also said that I was looking for the wrong way, it's really too much. Ignoring. Happy, Dieter yawns as Natsu and Gray Leak smiles. With a smirk on his face. I'm in the Shiloh sub store myself, as for why I follow Natsu, because your boss is coming back. Boss, boss, boss. The former is loosest doubt. The latter was the panic of Natsu and Gray, both of whom had expressions of panic. He. Yes, Natsu and Gray are getting ready for her. Dieter smirked. Natsu and Gray's foreheads were oozing sweat at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lucy thought it was strange, looked at Dieter next to him and asked curiously, Big brother Dieter, what does the boss mean? Boss Erza. Dieter responded. Happy, ate the fish. She is the most recognized female magician in fairy tale. Huh, Lucy was curious. It's amazing, I want to see her. However, Erza has never been in a magazine, what kind of person is she? Lucy asked. Advertisement. It's scary, it's scary. Both Gray and Natsu spit out 3 words in unison. Beast. Monster. It's a monster at all. The 3 of them whispered. Lucy had no choice but to look at Dieter for help, hoping he could answer him. And Dieter crossed his chin and thought for a while. In a sense, it's exactly as they say, but at most it's a kitten in front of me. Monster. Kitty. The more Lucy listened, the more confused it became. There are enemies. Dieter said suddenly. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, there was a big explosion where everyone was standing. Happy. Disappeared after a cloud of dust. Happy. Natsu exclaimed. People are looking for it immediately. At the foot of a mountain, Happy was seen tied to a stick waiting to be grilled. Stop me. This guy is our partner. I can't let you eat him just because you are hungry. Appears Dieter et al. He yawned and watched the battle silently, and he didn't need his help at all in a fight of this magnitude. Oh, what partner? This is our meat, we want you to take care of it. Come on, said the person below. Several people immediately rushed towards Dieter and the others from the ground. Gray, let's go. Please, don't give me orders. Dieter nodded. Come on. The words fell, and Natsu and Gray rushed down. Dieter, who was thinking of watching the fight, found out that a guy was going to hit him. Why? Dieter shook his head. He raised his finger and pointed at the man who was rushing. Finger gun fire pull. Boom. Flames burn. Ah. Screams rang out from the mouth of the attacking Dieter. His whole body was burning, and he fell to the ground and rolled around trying to put out the flames. But to no avail. Flying gun finger pull. Dieter raised his finger again and fired air bombs at the bound. Happy. Advertisement. Immediately after breaking the rope, Happy stretched out its wings and flew, landing on Dieter's shoulders. Great. Thank you, Dieter. Happy. Thanks. Dieter smiled. It's okay. Watch Natsu and Gray beat up. It's amazing. Brother Dieter, your magic is amazing. Lucy was pleasantly surprised. The understatement of the person sitting next to him, raising his fingers and knocking down the enemy, fascinated her too much. At the same time more curious about his magic. In the battlefield. It is also very fast to deal with these ants, and they will be eliminated by 3 and 5, and the 2 will show off their speed and quarrel again. Lula. Several enemies were tied up, and both Lucy and Dieter heard strange noises. What Lula? Lucy doesn't know why. Whizzing. Just when everyone heard what was said, a phantom on the ground broke through the heavy defenses and rushed towards the trapped enemy. Hey, is it too disrespectful to save someone in front of my face? Dieter muttered. He clenched his right fist and slammed it hard on the ground. Boom. The ground shattered, the dirt and gravel seemed to have been hit by divine scourge, and cobweb-like cracks extended from Dieter's feet toward the surroundings. Lucy and the others stood unsteadily, and their bodies swayed to the ground. The phantom disappeared, but several enemies also disappeared. Cut. Bad luck. Dieter frowned and was very angry, and walked towards the distance with his hands in his pockets, waving to several people as he walked. Let's go, it's time to go home. Impressive. Looking at the rubble on the ground, Lucy exclaimed. I've been listening to Happy and Natsu saying that Big Brother Dieter is an S-rank mage, and he doesn't have a specific understanding of his strength in his heart. Now he is shocked to see the spider cracks that are 7 or 8 meters in diameter. It turned out that Brother Dieter's punch without magic was so powerful. Dieter's strength has become much stronger. Gray also swallowed. Having not seen Dieter take action in 5 years, Gray thought he should be closer to him, but now he seems to think too much. It's amazing. Natsu chased after Dieter in surprise and shouted, Dieter, let's fight, I'm burning. Shout bro. Okay brother Dieter, let's fight. Con. You shouted too fast and not sincere. Chapter 31. Erza, how come you have lip prints on your face? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Magnolia Town. There was a huge shadow of horns on the ground, and there was the sound of crashing, armor colliding. Many people in the city did not dare to move after seeing the Shadow Master. Because that is the strongest female mage, Erza. She walked towards the guild step by step, the sound of the armor hitting the minds of passers-by. Guild hall. Wow. Loki pushed the door in a panic from the outside and shouted, it's not good. The guild members looked at him in confusion, not understanding the reason for his panic. Erza, is back. Whoa. There was an uproar in the guild, and everyone felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, eager to flee immediately. Miss Erza seems very dignified. Lucy said. Gray complained. Where is the majesty? She is simply a devil. Allah, Marajan explained with a smile. Yes, Erza is the strongest magician. Lucy's eyes widened. Sure enough, Miss Erza's strength far exceeds most of the people in the guild. Marajan's words aren't over yet. Few people of his age can beat Erza. Impressive. Lucy was in admiration with anticipation. She really wanted to meet such a powerful wizard. But there are people of the same age who can make Erza. Marajan said. Lucy's eyes widened. Such a powerful wizard is not the most powerful one in his age. Dieter can hold Erza, Marajan said. Hearing this, Lucy revealed an expression of sudden realization. Hearing Natsu and Gray say that Brother Dieter is the eldest in his age and the strongest. Wow, wow. The sound of the armor rubbing came. Everyone in the guild dared not say any nonsense, and looked at the guild gate with lingering fears. Soon, a huge shadow was cast on the ground, and the owner of the shadow slowly drew closer. Step by step. Advertisement. Boom. Erza placed the huge demon horn on the ground, and the guild ground shook. Miss Erza, that amazing thing is. A wizard next to him pointed at the huge object to inquire. It's the demon horn that I fought. The locals are very enthusiastic about giving it to me as a decoration. Erza looked at it and said, is it an eyesore? No, no, no. The man immediately denied. Erza turned around and glanced at everyone in the guild with sharp eyes, and scolded. I heard a lot of rumors along the way, saying that the people in Fairy Tale are always causing trouble. Even if the guild leader forgives, I won't forgive you either. Maybe she knows about Huckleberry Hill. Kana said with a drink. A lot of sweat oozes from Macao's forehead. It's miserable, I will be killed by her. Kana. Erza turned to look at Kana, who was drinking from a barrel, and criticized him by name. Do you drink like this? Beasta. Yes. If you want to dance, go outside and dance. Wakaba. The butt of the cigarette fell to the ground. Nabu, are you still just dangling in front of the bulletin board? Go and work for me. Macau. Alas, one by one doesn't give me peace of mind every day. Lucy asked Marajan next to her in a low voice, as Miss Erza, a member of the discipline committee. Happy. Popped out affirmatively. This is Erza. Erza reprimanded the group and asked again, are Natsu and Gray here? There. Natsu and Gray crossed their shoulders, and the latter said, Hi. Erza, the two of us got along really well today. Natsu. How did Natsu become like, happy? Lucy groaned. Seeing this, Erza nodded lightly, really. Even good friends occasionally quarrel, but I really like to see you two get along in harmony like this. You are doing well. Not so good either, Gray said. Ah, Natsu. Lucy was stunned. I've never seen Natsu like this. Mila next to him said, because Natsu had previously singled out Erza and was beaten to death. Gray got naked and was caught by her when she was shaking, and she was beaten to death. Advertisement. Loki was beaten half to death for trying to pursue Erza. Macau and Kana also talked about the guild's embarrassment one after another. After speaking, Kana remembered a person and shouted to the second floor, Dieter. Someone is after Erza, don't you care? Erza immediately woke up, looking at Kana and asking, Dieter. Isn't he at Harjan? Allah, Mila said with a smile, I just came back a few days ago. Upstairs. Dong dong dong. Dieter slowly came to the edge of the second floor, looked down at Erza and said hello with a smile. Yo, long time no see Erza, you are still as handsome as ever. UB asterisk 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 D. Erza cursed. Grabbing the right hand, the weapon appeared in his hand and slashed towards the second floor, insulting, you know how to come back. Hack you to death. Boom boom. There was a crackling sound of fighting on the second floor. Loki, where are you going? Just when Kana said that Loki was pursuing Erza, Loki himself had already taken light steps and slowly moved outside to escape from here. But Dieter's voice came from behind. The shocked Loki trembled. Big brother Dieter, listen to my sophistry. Ah no. Listen to my explanation. Hee. I just haven't come back for a few years, you are brave enough. Dieter sneered, his body instantly appeared behind Loki, and he clenched his fists and aimed at Loki. Boom. The guild buildings rumbled and trembled, and dust fell from the eaves. Loki escaped and swallowed involuntarily when he looked at the big hole smashed out of the ground, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Dieter, I'm new here and I don't know if Erza is. Erza fell from the second floor, blushing and staring at Dieter viciously. Seeing that the situation is not good, Loki immediately changed the topic. Miss Erza, why do you have lip prints on your face? Stunned. Just as Dieter was about to continue chasing after Loki, his body was stunned and he quickly turned to look at Erza. Why didn't he remember such a trace? Erza's face flushed, and he quickly raised his hand to wipe it in a panic. Ha ha ha. Loki took the opportunity to escape, I lied to you. Murderous look. Loki felt too strong killing intense. He swallowed and ran away immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Dark Guild Eisenwald. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. The guild is very quiet. Erza's actions just now showed that the two of them were really tricky when they were on the second floor. No one dared to speak. Cough cough. Erza cleared his throat and looked at Dieter in embarrassment. I wanted to ask Natsu and Gray, but since you're back, come with me. Everyone in the guild was very curious. Erza said. When I was on a mission, I heard a troublesome thing. I should have consulted the president before asking the president to make a decision, but I think it's better to solve it early. I need your help. The people in the guild were stunned. This is the first time that Miss Erza needs someone else's help. Didn't you find out who you were looking for? Dieter, that was the first person to become an S-rank mage 5 years ago. It's over, are Erza and Dieter teaming up to destroy the world? Erza ordered. We will leave tomorrow, go back and prepare. Oh, Dieter replied. Everyone glanced back and forth at Erza and Dieter, with a strong sense of shock. Marajan is also very serious. Erza and Dieter team up, this is probably the first time in history. Many years ago, the two of them joined forces to destroy demons without becoming an S-class wizard. Now this. Hiss, hiss. The newcomers in the guild don't know what happened to the two of them before. At this moment, I heard Marajan say that before becoming an S-rank magician, 2 people are enough to destroy demons. Now that they are teaming up again, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are going to destroy the world. Erza and Dieter are gone. 2 people may go out on a date, or they may go home to pack their bags. But the 2 people teaming up has not disappeared, and the members of the guild are still immersed in this unprecedented cooperation. Over there Gray and Natsu looked at each other, secretly hiding in the corner without knowing what malicious purpose was being discussed. Lucy followed curiously to check. The next day. Magnolia Station. Dieter blocked the entrance of the alley, grinning at the 3 people and 1 cat who were shivering inside. Advertisement. Whoops. Not far away, Erza pulled a car towards this side, and the passers-by at the station were talking about it. Watching Erza pulling a load of luggage, Dieter gave a thumbs up in tears. Why are you here? Didn't you say you should meet in the waiting hall? Erza asked with a smile. Dieter shrugged and pointed to the situation in the alley. Erza stepped forward and looked. Suddenly his whole face darkened. Gray, Natsu, why are you here? Inside the alley, the 3 of them shivered, and they were Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy, who were trying to sneak up. Ha ha ha. Gray scratched his head in embarrassment. What a coincidence, we were just about to go on a mission, but I didn't expect to meet here. Yeah, Natsu agreed. Lucy could only smile awkwardly. FK off, it's really worrying. Of course Erza couldn't believe it, and scolded. Come on. On the train. Vomit. So uncomfortable, I want to vomit. Gray looked at the uncomfortable Natsu and sneered. Really, this unpromising guy, he's just doing his best before finding someone to fight. Lucy looked at Natsu and said, he's always like this, so pitiful. Dieter, who was between Gray and Natsu, looked at him and asked, Natsu, do you need my help? Please, Natsu said. Lucy wondered what Big Brother Dieter was going to do. I saw Big Brother Dieter wrapping his arms around Natsu's shoulders and clenching his fist with the other hand. Without a word, it was a blow to Natsu. Boom. Natsu fainted immediately. Big Brother, you. Lucy was stunned. She thought Big Brother Dieter had some powerful moves that would make Natsu better, but unexpectedly, he was knocked out with just 1 punch. Erza, what are you and Dieter going to do now? Gray asked. Erza nodded. Our opponent this time is the Dark Guild Eisenwald. They seem to be planning to use a magic called Lullaby to do bad things. Lullaby. Lucy and Gray and Happy exclaimed. Advertisement. Erza looked at Dieter. Dieter yawned and said, we've met a few wizards before, and they were talking about Lullaby, but they were rescued before we could ask. He's a guy who uses shadow magic, and it's hard to deal with. That shadow has no substance. Erza nodded. Really, it seems that the people you met should be from the Eisenwald Guild. Gray recalls. They mentioned Lullaby at that time, and it turned out to be premeditated. Lucy analysis. Lullaby, the meaning of lullaby, since it is sealed, it means that it is a very powerful thing. At this time Dieter began to say, Aragorn, this person is said to be the ace in Eisenwald, specializing in the commissioned work of the assassination department, so some people call it Aragorn. Lucy repeated the title of Death God, even though he didn't know the details, he knew that this person was definitely not to be messed with. So you mean we're going to the gym? Dieter asked. Erza nodded. Although I don't know what they are going to do, it's definitely not a good thing. It's still a bit risky to deal with a guild person by myself. I thought it would be enough to bring Dieter with you, but I didn't expect Gray and you to come too. Quote. Gray hurriedly said, Natsu suggested this. He wanted to follow you to join in the fun. I was just forced to follow. Lucy kept smiling. To say that she is innocent, but she was forcefully pulled over just by overhearing 2 words. At this time, Dieter got up from the table and looked towards the carriage ahead. Dieter, what are you doing? Erza asked. Dieter smiled innocently, looked at Erza and the others and said, I found the shadow of saving people at that time. Great. Erza and the others all widened their eyes. Silently following Dieter's footsteps, he walked towards the front carriage. Inside the car, Dieter stood directly in front of someone, watching him silently. Get the hell out of here, don't disturb me in the sun. Said Kageyama in the seat. Boom. Then it was Dieter's kick in response. Stomping on his face and crushing the seat, knocking him to the ground of the car, unable to move. This guy, who is it? Kageyama, caught off guard by the sudden attack, reached out and grabbed the sole of Dieter's foot on his face, puzzled. Dieter smiled and replied, don't know me. Didn't you see me when you rescued a few people in the forest outside Shiloh's store? After hearing this, Kageyama suddenly stopped struggling. Where's Lullaby? Dieter asked, crouching down on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Do it. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Whizzing. Suddenly, several shadow attacks stabbed from under Kageyama in all directions. Dieter had to let go of his stomping face to avoid it. He seized the opportunity to quickly distance himself, watching everyone in front of him fix their eyes on Dieter's right shoulder. Hee. Fairy tale, Kageyama sneered. Just when everyone thought this guy was going to fight, suddenly Kageyama hit the train window and tried to escape. Pity. Dieter's arm stretched out and grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him back. The people behind were shocked. What the hell is that? How can human arms become so long? Gray stared at Dieter's arm as if confirming something. Big brother Dieter's arm. Lucy covered his mouth and looked at Dieter's back in surprise. It was definitely not a hallucination just now, it meant that brother Dieter's arm suddenly became longer and could be retracted. Dieter, you. Erza wasn't surprised. I haven't seen him fight for a few years, how has his skills changed again? If it was a human worry before, it's basically not a human now. Even magic doesn't have this type. The arm can be lengthened. It's amazing, isn't it? My body can also become very big, you will know later. Dieter didn't explain. He smiled to reassure several people, and then he refocused on the guy who was caught by him. Don't worry, you just need to take us to your guild and I can guarantee you will survive. Dieter said. Kageyama swallowed and nodded. Although I was a little upset, I still decided to agree. I wondered if these people were going to play in the gym. Is it a little too arrogant? They are members of a whole guild, and these people still want to carry the whole guild. Impossible. Advertisement. Absolutely impossible. Eisenwald is not a simple guild, it is full of mages who have killed people. Lead the way. Dieter gave the order. Kageyama reluctantly agreed. Let these guys know the consequences of offending the Eisenwald members when they arrive at the location. Oshibana Station. Are you sure it's here? Dieter grabbed Kageyama to the door of the station's tallest building. Yes, the place where we assembled is here, and everyone in Eisenwald should have assembled. Kageyama fought back his inner ecstasy. As long as you go in, you can meet all the people in their guild, and then these guys will die. Haha, Dieter sneered. In fact, of course he knew that the so-called lullaby was on Kageyama's body, but he was not in a hurry, the thing had to be found in a safe enough place to be released. This station is clearly not suitable. So I had to let this Kageyama go in the next extermination operation, and let him go to the place where the president held a regular meeting, and eliminate that thing again. Then lead the way. Dieter pressed Kageyama and led Erza and the others towards the building. I also saw some downed military personnel on the road, which showed that they were ready to meet everything. Pay attention to safety after entering, find an opponent that is similar to yourself, and leave it to me and Dieter. Erza instructed. Gray and Lucy both nodded, and Natsu was still suffering. You really came, the flies of fairy tale. Just entered the main hall. The head of the black doll in front of him filled the entire hall with 1/3 of the space of the battle. Advertisement. They all looked at Dieter and the others with half smiles, like sheep like tigers, which could be devoured by tigers at any time. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the Eisenwald Guild and reward 10 skill points. Close black lens bracket. Dieter was about to speak. The words in his mind are updated, the new check-in location has arrived, and he still gives him 10 skill points. Added to the ability of the rubber fruit. Single quote. Thinking silently in his heart, Dieter continued to upgrade the devil fruit ability without saying a word. Looking back at Aragorn, who was floating in the air in front of him. Stinky boy, you're Aragorn, you look like a ghost with a killer mat, Dieter asked. Erza, the fairy queen. I have heard of you. It is rumored that you are the strongest wizard in the fairy guild. I don't know if you can take a blow from me. Aragorn ignores the talking Dieter and sets his eyes on Erza. Rao is the ace of the Dark Guild, and he has also heard the name of the fairy queen Erza. What's your purpose? Do you want to use lullaby for bad things? Erza asked. Aragorn has both hands. The gust of wind swept across the entire hall in an instant. Blowing Erza and others can only cover their eyes. Dieter raised his foot and kicked Kageyama out of his hand. He knew that it was time to fight. If Kageyama was accidentally killed, no one would bring lullaby to the regular meeting. The gust of wind seemed to be targeting Kageyama only, and stopped after he had rescued him. You still don't understand. Here, to shut up. Aragorn was about to announce his grand plan when Dieter stepped forward, staring at Aragorn. Alright, anyway, you will all be killed here, it doesn't matter if you know it or not. Aragorn flew higher. I'll leave it to you next, let them taste the power of the Dark Guild. Whoosh. The voice fell, and Dieter, who had been standing at the front, suddenly disappeared. Only the dust stirred up after leaving is left. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Dieter's strength. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. How can it be? Aragorn gasped out in shock. How could the person who was still in sight disappear in an instant, and even he couldn't capture the figure? Am I allowing you to go? The sound itself followed. Aragorn reacted immediately, and the magic that manipulated the wind wanted to flash away. Boom. But Dieter's speed was not something a little Aragorn could dodge. A punch hit him. Aragorn, who who was still arrogant at first, was hit and exploded from the air, falling toward the ground. Boom. The smoke was flying. Aragorn fell to the ground, and the pain on his face made his face even more hideous. Mr. Aragorn. Boom. Kageyama immediately turned to support. But a flaming fist slammed out at him, blocking his path abruptly. Who allowed you to support? With his hands on fire, Natsu confronted Kageyama. Gray and Erza are also not slow, one uses the ice-shaped magic, and the other holds the magic sword and rushes into the crowd. Despite the large number of Eisenwald members. But for the Fairy Tail Guild, the more enemies they fight, the more excited they will be. Damn it. Aragorn jumped into the air again, and Dieter faced each other and looked at each other. Come on, since you are Eisenwald's ace, let me try your hand. Dieter had his pockets in his pockets and kept his figure floating in the air with a burst of air from his feet from time to time, his eyes fixed on Aragorn. The full 10th level of the 6th type of the Navy, in fact, regardless of its power or function, has long been out of the rules of the pirate world. Therefore, it is not difficult to use the moon step to float in the air and sit up. Who the hell are you guys? Aragorn didn't attack without authorization, and his brain was spinning so fast that he had never heard of such a person in fairy tale. Me, just a guy who likes to fish. Dieter laughed. The figure brought layers of afterimages to Aragorn, and the speed was even 3 points faster than before. Magic Wind Palm. Aragorn casts magic in front of him without saying a word. Advertisement. At this time, Dieter also happened to appear, just in time to meet Aragorn head-on. Hey, go to hell. A strong tornado rolled up in Aragorn's palm and blasted towards the target. Big brother Dieter. Lucy at the back hurriedly exclaimed and wanted to remind. However, Erza responded. Don't worry, Dieter doesn't deserve to be an S-rank mage if he is injured by this magic. Lucy stared. I saw that the tornado instantly drowned Dieter's figure. However, there was a figure in the gust of wind, but it was still advancing, unaffected by the tornado at all. Tornado. That's it. Dieter pursed his nose, and the figure in the gust of wind raised his hands as if grabbing something, and hissed violently to the sides. That Aragorn's tornado was actually torn apart alive. How is that possible? You can shred my magic. Aragorn was shocked. He had never heard of anyone who could do it to this extent. Trash, it's time to end. Dieter said coldly, his body moved forward, but his legs sank like a spring. A wave of heat spread from the feet to the body. The whole person's skin was red and somewhat shiny, and the body was full of white-hot smoke, and a powerful force recovered from the body. Stronger again. Erza also felt the rising power in Dieter's body after wielding the magic sword to chop down the enemy in front of him. Happy muttering. At the same time, it also attacks quickly, and the desire to become stronger in the heart is more intense. Can't be pulled too far by Dieter. Boom. Suddenly. There was a terrifying scene in the battle situation that Lucy was concerned about. When Dieter, whose body was smoking, walked towards Aragorn step by step, Aragorn seemed to be hit by power. The body suddenly bowed and flew out. But in her eyes, Dieter didn't make a move at all. However, a sudden distraction. Dieter, who was locked by her gaze, disappeared and reappeared behind Aragorn, who was flying backwards. Arms dropped. Then Aragorn was hit by an unknown force again. The huge impact made that guy have no resistance at all. Advertisement. Gone again. Lucy exclaimed again. Twice in a row, Big Brother Dieter's figure disappeared and reappeared in an instant. After each appearance, Aragorn is blown away by the force. 6 Styles Razor. Dieter's voice sounded slowly, and in that instant, Dieter's figure never appeared again. And Aragorn's body has been hit back and forth by invisible forces, his body is constantly being ravaged in midair, and the impact of the attack simply cannot allow him to use even the slightest power. What the hell is going on? Lucy was stunned. The speed was so fast that she couldn't even see a human figure. Could this be Brother Dieter's true strength? The speed is too fast, even if I can only capture the silhouette, if I can't see the face clearly, it will disappear again. Erza didn't know when to stand beside him. Just like Lucy, Aragorn watched as he kept getting hit in the air. Really? Big Brother Dieter. Lucy's scalp is numb, and the kindness of Big Brother Dieter has never reached this level. She couldn't see it at this speed. Listening to Miss Erza's words, it seems that she can't see the way and trajectory of the attack clearly. The same S-rank wizard, how can he be so strong? Yeah, Dieter is a wizard recognized by the president. His potential is even higher than that of the president. Every once in a while, he will find that Dieter's strength has become stronger. Erza said. Lucy is also deeply aware of Dieter's strength. Dieter's figure didn't disappear this time. He came to the top of Aragorn's head and looked at the body that was shot up from below, his right fist clenched tightly. It's time to end. 6 types of profound truth, 6 King's Spear. There seemed to be a powerful thruster behind him, pushing Dieter's body in an instant, hitting Aragorn's chest with his fist. It was a moment that clearly felt the fist sink into Aragorn's chest. The surrounding bones had been shattered by the impact. Boom. After hitting Aragorn, the strength of his fall is increased again, and the speed of almost the speed of sound will insert him into the ground. The entire building was shaken with cracks by this force. A few rubble fell from the sky. The building also turned into a dilapidated building that could collapse at any time at this moment. It's amazing. Lucy was surprised, but he couldn't help laughing when he looked at the cracked building, but this is too much. Happy, responded with a grin. Chapter 35, Curse Song. Good. It's amazing. Natsu and Gray also didn't know when they had joined the spectator team. Looking at Dieter's powerful strength, Natsu couldn't hide the urge to fight in his eyes. Can't wait to rush over and fight Dieter right away. Natsu, where is your enemy? Dieter left the half-dead Aragorn and saw that Erza and the others had stopped fighting. He couldn't help but search around, but couldn't find the guy named Kageyama. What? Hey, why is it gone? I was still here just now, why did it suddenly disappear? Several people were very puzzled. They searched among the group of people who were knocked down in the hall, but couldn't find where they were going after searching for a long time. Idiot. Dieter couldn't help covering his forehead. That lullaby should be on Kageyama. Now that he has escaped, the danger has not been lifted. Fool. Erza was furious and hit Natsu in the face with a fist. It hurts. In the end, Natsu was very aggrieved and covered his face in pain. Dieter fought so hard, I was so fascinated by it that I accidentally forgot. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Aragorn, who was half dead on the ground, suddenly laughed. Aragorn, immediately say what you want to do, isn't it playing the thing at the station? Erza asked angrily. Aragorn is already half dead, and there is no possibility of escaping, but his laughter is still rampant, and he said slyly, to attract you here, I just want to block you from here in the terminal ahead. After talking about this, Dieter took the words, traffic between Clover Station is on the other side of the Daxi Valley, and there is no other way to travel except on this light rail. And at the end of Clover Station is, the place where the guild leaders hold their regular meetings. Hiss. Erza and the others were shocked. The brain was spinning rapidly and immediately figured out who the target of the Dark Guild Eisenwald was. No, hurry up and chase. Erza turned his head and ran, sweat dripping from his forehead. Once lullaby sounded there, the presidents were really in danger. Natsu, hurry up. Gray and Lucy followed immediately. Advertisement. Dieter walked in no hurry, came to Aragorn and looked down at him. Why don't you chase? Aragorn asked. Dieter said dismissively, I knew lullaby was on him from the moment I saw Kageyama. What? Aragorn exclaimed. How can it be? Watching Dieter's scalp go numb, he knew everything and didn't even care about letting Kageyama go. What is the purpose? Could his chances fail? Do not. Absolutely impossible, he denied. Impossible, since you know that thing is on Kageyama, why didn't you deal with it earlier, and didn't even care about Kageyama's departure at all? Dieter crouched down and put his palm on Aragorn's head, because I can kill demons. Boom boom. The building that turned into a dilapidated house trembled again. Dust and rubble shook off the roof, burying Aragorn in the ground. Dieter wiped the blood from his palms and left. Fairy tale does not kill people, this statement is invalid for him, he will not give the enemy any chance to start over. The enemy should be cut to the ground. Outside the gate. Dieter, why are you so slow? In a car, Erza was waiting in the driver's seat, and everyone else was ready to go. Sorry. Come here. Dieter smiled and hurried into the car. Erza also started the magic 4x4 and set off immediately. Followed quickly along the driveway. Crowbar Town. Inside the jungle outside the regular meeting of the president. Okay, at this distance enough to make lullaby's flute sound all over the land, this moment has finally come. Kageyama leaned against the tree trunk and looked at the meeting place of the guild leader below. I am very pleased. Advertisement. It was finally coming, and they Eisenwald finally waited for hope. Ha ha ha, this girl and this girl are both very good looking. Just as Kageyama was about to play his flute, Makarov's lewd teasing sound came from behind him. He was checking a girl's newspaper. Kageyama trembled with fright, turning his head to look at the old man with his back to him. Recently, mages are getting better and better both in appearance and inward, and photo girls are the best. Makarov said slyly. Suddenly, Makarov jumped off the stone and muttered, no, I don't have time to look at this kind of thing, I have to find those guys quickly. Stepping forward, he suddenly turned his head and panicked. Wow, who are you? A flustered explanation. No. This is also a kind of learning, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Kageyama sighed awkwardly and complained, you don't have to make excuses for yourself. After seeing the bandage on his body, Makarov asked, where are you a patient, what are you trying to do in a place like this? Kageyama hurriedly said, no. Just as he was about to make excuses, he found out that the little old man in front of him was Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. I really have a relationship with these flies. Seeing that Makarov wanted to leave, he immediately stopped, that. Makarov turned his head. Kageyama said, may I ask you to listen to me play a piece of music? Because the hospital prohibits our patients from playing instruments, so I'm in a hurry, so I can only hear you play one song, Makarov said. Okay. Kageyama breathed a sigh of relief, putting his hands on the flute, just listen carefully. It's almost over. I think it's nothing more than a regular guild. Single quote. Even though his ability is so low, he still bosses us. Single quote. It's a revenge against the wizarding world that locked us in the dark world and deprived us of our lives. Single quote. Kageyama thought of the various words of his guildmates. Yes, this is a kind of revenge for the magic world, and I joined the Dark Guild for this. Take a deep breath. Kageyama is going to play the flute. It's there. At a high point, Dieter and others locked Kageyama's position. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Third Gear. Shish. Just as Erza and the others were about to attack, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Several people turned around immediately. I saw a strange bald man appear behind him. Who are you? Hey, I feel so uncomfortable. Lucy rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, not daring to get too close to the strange person in front of him. Be polite, this is President Bob, Dieter said, sitting on the rock. President Bob looked at Dieter and said, you are Dieter that Makarov said, right? You are such a cute baby. Huh, this person is the president of Blue Pegasus. Lucy was surprised. Dieter yawned and looked at Kageyama, who was about to play the flute. Makarov said at this time, nothing will change. Weak people are weak at all times, but not all weaknesses are bad. Because human beings are weak creatures, they will be very uneasy alone, so they need guilds, and they also need partners. In order to survive, they need to support each other. Clumsy people are always more likely to encounter bottlenecks than others. Maybe it will also take a long way. However, as long as you believe that there is a tomorrow in your heart, your strength will come up if you take a brave step, and you can live with a smile. You don't need such a flute at all. Kageyama's hands trembled, and the flute in his hand fell to the ground. He fell to his knees, weeping bitterly, I admit defeat. Here, with smiles on Erza and the others' faces, they ran towards President Makarov. It looks like a child running towards its parents. Aren't you coming? Bob's flaming mouth opens and closes. It's not over yet. Dieter shook his head. He was waiting for the demon to appear, and it was a little early to be happy now. It's so cute. President Bob laughed. Erza and the others also chatted happily when they arrived in front of the president and told what happened when they came. Ho 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 ho. The ocarina of curse on the ground suddenly burst out with black smoke. It was accompanied by gloomy laughter. It's so ridiculous. It's all about some unworthy mages. Purple thunder arcs and black smoke floated into the air, and a huge magic circle enveloped a large mountain range. The thunder arc ripped apart the earth and destroyed some flowers, plants and trees. Then, what is that? Something is coming out. What's the matter? What happened? Advertisement. The thunder arc destroyed the earth wantonly, and the harsh thunder made the soldiers who came under the order show a painful expression. I can't stand it anymore. Let me just eat you all. Boom. The huge demon limbs smashed the ground, and the earthquake made countless people stand unsteady. The agitated gravel flew all over the sky. The achievements of the regular meetings have been shaken and there are obvious signs of collapse. The tall demon has 3 eyes and looks down at all the creatures on the ground. I must eat your souls, said the demon. Below Lucy exclaimed. How can it be so big? Happy. Complained. I actually complained about this. With sweat on his forehead, Kageyama looked at the giant guy and asked, who is this guy? I never knew there was such a thing. The president of Blue Pegasus covered his smiling mouth. Oh, it's not good. The president of Quattro Cerberus looked at the giant demon and responded, it's the demon in the Zerf book. Why did the flute turn into a monster? Lucy wondered. Dieter came up from behind, looked at the giant guy and said, this monster is Lullaby itself. This is a living magic, which is Zeref's magic. The devil just stood there, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Even the presidents of the small guilds fled in a hurry, and there are only a few presidents left behind. Natsu, Gray, get everyone away, Erza ordered. Natsu is not happy. Why do you treat me so bossy? Gray answered. The next second Erza's eyes narrowed. Please. Hey. Natsu and Gray immediately agreed. Run away quickly. Don't be afraid of huge monsters, give them all to me. Fiore's soldiers gave encouraging orders one by one, and all of them attacked the monster. The monster roared. Retreat all for me, nobodies. He raised his head high, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of his mouth, and terrifying magic was brewing in the magic circle. Boom. Magic explosion. Rapidly blasted towards the mountain where the soldiers were. Roar. I saw the monster's magic smashed a mountain in an instant, and the whole mountain disappeared in an instant. Explosion. Destruction. After the magic disappeared, no one could see the trace of the mountain, and Fiore's soldiers panicked. Advertisement. Captain, the whole mountain is gone. The soldier exclaimed. The captain panicked. What? Hurry, retreat. All the soldiers fled without their helmets and armor. The difference in strength made them have no courage to resist at all. Okay, I've decided, I have all the souls of you sorcerers. The demon said. Below Natsu retorted unhappily. This is interesting, if you have the kind, come and eat it. Erza Gray and others are ready to fight as if they are facing a big enemy. Mom and Chirp, if you don't go up, I'll go up. At this time, Dieter stepped forward with a face full of impatience, disappearing before anyone else could react. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the demon's head. Second gear rubber jet pistol. Pung. The devil is hit. The body swayed back 2 steps, but there was no substantial damage. It's a bit powerful. If the second gear doesn't work, then the third gear. Dieter was suspended in the air, looking at the demon who only took 2 steps back, but also a little bit of energy. Bite your fist and blow. In an instant, the arm was blown so big that it was similar to the devil's head. It's amazing. Big brother Dieter seems to be able to deal with this demon alone. Lucy was pleasantly surprised below. The presidents of other guilds sighed. It's a bit powerful. Makarov, is this the kid with great potential you said? How can the arm become so big? Is it giant magic? I don't know how powerful it is. It's fast enough, but if it's not powerful enough, it can't beat this demon. Interesting. The presidents all asked. Makarov also puffed out his chest and said triumphantly, Dieter's power is stronger than you think, just wait and see, and you'll know how powerful he is in a while. Air. Third speed rubber giant pistol. The huge arm was swung by Dieter and slammed into the demon's head. Boom. The demon was slapped in the face, and his body was tilted to the ground. The devil is not a weak guy, and he immediately retreated hastily, dissolving the remaining force that might overwhelm him. Although embarrassed, he did not fall. Asterisk. Chapter 37. The third gear, the rubber giant rocket launcher. I'm going to eat your soul. The demon roared. It didn't know what to do, and all the flowers and trees on the ground withered and lost their vitality. Dieter wouldn't let it go on. The body flickered to the top of the demon's head in an instant, and the huge fist fell from the sky, carrying the gust of wind. That power and might is also extraordinary. Third speed rubber giant rocket launcher. Boom. Stronger power and greater destructive power are enough to smash the bones of all huge creatures. Bombard the devil's head. The demon didn't move, its body sank instantly, and the earth was cracked by this force, and the cracks spread all over the surrounding earth, as if it was terrifying like a huge meteor hitting the ground. Caw caw. On the devil's head, at the intersection of the fist and the head, 3 cracks appeared, extending downward. The extension is slow, but it was soon shrouded in the body, and the shock crack was enough to show that the demon could not withstand this powerful blow. Boom. The huge demon's body cracked, and the dead tree fell like rubble. It also stirred up layers of ashes when it hit the ground. The spectators below were stunned and shocked. Seeing that the arrogant demon was so vulnerable just now, the thought of, I can do it too, rose in my heart, but it was quickly suppressed. Just think about it, but don't make a fool of yourself. In addition to being shocked, the presidents of the major guilds whispered. Advertisement. I didn't expect Fairy Tail to have such a character, and it didn't take long from beginning to end to kill that enemy. It's really powerful. The president of the Blue Pegasus Guild sighed. The president of Quattro Cerberus looked at Dieter, who was slowly falling in the air with sunglasses, and praised. It's amazing, his strength is already comparable to that of the presidents of a few small guilds. No one expected him to have such a powerful strength. Who said no? It feels like it's impossible for me to kill that demon so easily. This little brother has unlimited future. ... The presidents of the major guilds made no secret of their praise. Full of praise for Dieter. This made Makarov so happy that he pinched his waist and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's okay, he still has a lot to learn. The look in Dieter's eyes was even more gratifying. He is really getting stronger and stronger, and this strength is probably not weaker than Lagos's, even a lot stronger. Comparing with Gear DOS, maybe it's still close, but it's not much, and his strength will increase exponentially in the future. It's amazing. Brother Dieter is so amazing, I just thought that the devil is not something we can deal with. Lucy said. The demon, who saw pieces everywhere in his eyes, was also surprised. Brother Dieter's strength seems to be many times better than he imagined, and the scene just now was really shocking. Dieter is amazing. Erza also exclaimed. She, who had known Dieter since childhood, was also surprised by his strength. Every time I see him making a move, it can make people's eyes shine, and the strength and combat effectiveness are countless times stronger than the last time I saw him. This power is truly astounding. It's amazing. I'm burning. Venus bloomed in Natsu's eyes, the temperature on his body was rising, and he wanted to fight Dieter immediately. Advertisement. That formidable strength also made him unable to hold back his hot heart. Although Gray didn't speak, he could also see the admiration in his eyes. Fall from the sky. Dieter walked towards Erza comfortably as well. It's been a long time since I moved my body, and I feel a lot more comfortable. Dieter said. After coming to Erza's side, he watched the shattered demon corpse slowly disappear, and he had a more accurate understanding of his own strength in his heart. Beyond S-rank mages, in the entire guild, except for Gear DOS and the guild leader, no one else is an opponent. The only pity is that the lethality is still somewhat unsatisfactory. The change of the rubber fruit is very strong, and the Navy 6th form is not weak either. But it is still a little difficult to integrate the two. The key can have 3-color domineering, then the 4th gear of the rubber fruit can be an attacking weapon. Good job, Dieter kid. Makarov smiled and led the other guild presidents forward, his face full of radiance, and he was praised by others. Hello everyone. Dieter nodded politely to say hello to the guild leaders. They all nodded in satisfaction. Master, is your regular meeting over? Should we go back? It's getting late after all. Dieter asked Makarov, looking at him. The latter nodded. Yes, let's take a day off here tonight, and we'll go back tomorrow. Dieter smiled in agreement. Take Erza and the others towards the town, ready to take a good rest for a day here, and go back tomorrow. Makarov also took the guild leaders to their resting place. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Give Lagos a social beating. The guild was as lively as ever. Several days have passed since the Eisenwald incident, and Dieter and the others have already returned to the guild. Dieter didn't go fishing these days, nor did he do any quests. Being a kind and beautiful man in the guild, constantly coexisting with Mirajan and Erza, how can fishing or something be compared to the beauty? On the front desk, with a cane in his hand, Makarov sat without saying a word, his body wobbly trying to fall asleep. So sleepy, Makarov muttered. Looking at the gate, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "As that guy." The originally noisy atmosphere of the guild gradually became silent. Many members couldn't help yawning, holding their chins and heads bit by bit, wanting to fall asleep. Puff. Dong dong. As the drowsiness became more intense, the guild members fell to the ground and fell asleep one after another. In a few moments, there are only a few guild members left. A figure slowly appeared at the door, and a man who was tightly wrapped with several magic wands walked in. Mistogen, use hypnotic magic every time you come back. Looking at the guy who was wrapped with only eyes left, Makarov drank with a glass of wine. Next to him, Dieter turned the table and chair, turned his head to look at Mistogen who came in, and joked with a smile. Mistogen, are you ugly? Why are you wrapped so tightly, and you dare not let the people in the guild see you? Mistogen glanced at Dieter, walked over to the commission bar, tore up the task, and turned away. Remember to unlock the magic, Dieter said. Mistogen took a step. 5, 4, 1. People go. The people in the guild woke up one after another, rubbing their heads and frowning and looking around. As this sudden sleep feeling Mistogen. It's that guy again, he looks like this every time he comes back, what a strange person. I didn't expect his magic to still be so powerful. I thought I haven't seen him for a while, and my strength has improved a lot. I didn't expect that I would still be unable to resist his hypnotic magic. Advertisement. The people in the guild spoke one after another. Obviously, he has a deep understanding of this situation and can know who it is in time. Lucy asked curiously, who is Mistogen? Elfman over there said earnestly, he is one of the strongest backups in Fairy Tail. Gray rubbed his head with depression on his face, I don't know why, every time he appears, it makes people drowsy. In the entire guild, only the guild leader may have seen his true face. Dieter laughed without saying a word. No, I've seen it. At this time, from the second floor came a beating voice. The yellow-haired Lagoses leaned against the edge of the fence and looked at the crowd below. Lagoses, come and fight with me. Natsu immediately shouted when he saw the person, and demanded to fight him. Others were a little surprised, but they didn't expect Lagoses to be there. Lagoses, long time no see, I heard that you also became an S-rank mage a year after I left the guild. It seems that your level is not bad. Dieter greeted. The face of Lagoses upstairs changed dramatically. Sweeping over Dieter, his whole face was much gloomy, and he grinned coldly. Dieter, you are still as heartless as ever. As an S-rank magician, it's a shame to hang out with this group of weak chickens. Silent. The guild members were very quiet. Thinking what Lagoses said was very annoying, he frowned to express his displeasure. Don't go too far, Lagoses. Mirajan snapped. However, Lagoses upstairs didn't take it seriously at all, grinning and despising. A trash who retired because he couldn't use magic, he's not qualified to talk to me. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the fence he was supporting was shattered. The figure of Lagoses turned into a flash of lightning and landed on the first floor, staring at Dieter drinking a drink with hazy eyes. Be careful when you speak, I'm the boss in the guild. Dieter drank his drink and turned to rest his elbows on the counter and look at him coldly. Forget about stealing your eldest brother's limelight, and speaking so rudely, who gave you the courage to make you so arrogant? Dieter scolded. Lagos's face was gloomy and uncertain. Dieter, you're courting death. He fumed. After hearing this, Dieter stood up from his position and walked towards Lagoses step by step. What are you doing? Lagoses asked coldly. Whoosh. Advertisement. Boom. Dieter's figure disappeared instantly. With one kick, Lagoses was kicked out, his arms blocked in front of him and his body hit the table, chairs and benches along the way and hit the wall. Remember, don't be so arrogant when I'm in the guild, Dieter said. Lajerses burst into anger and roared. Dieter. You are courting death. Anger. Quite angry. Lagos's eyes were bloodshot, watching Dieter clench his teeth and clench his blue-veined fist. He was filled with strong magic power. The rubble that was knocked out of the wall was stirred up by the release of magic power. The momentum is rising. The atmosphere in the guild was very depressed. Dieter and Lagoses looked at each other, and neither let anyone else. This is the calm before the battle. Enough. Seeing that the atmosphere became more and more delicate, President Makarov scolded sharply. A defeated general must have the appearance of a defeated general. Dieter muttered and turned back to sit back in his seat, sipping his drink in silence. Ho ho. Lagoses clenched his fists and turned away from the guild, his teeth clucking. Big brother Dieter's eyes were scary just now. Lucy muttered. Gray next to him also shook his head. If Lagoses doesn't change his character, he will suffer one day. Today, the president is here. Otherwise, it will be bad for these two to fight. Dieter recovered quickly. It's just a small episode for Lagoses. He doesn't care about such trivial matters, as long as it doesn't involve him. When he was upset, he gave Lagoses a social beating. Hey, the original good mood was all disturbed by Lagoses. I went out fishing, by everyone. Dieter complained. Drinking 2 glasses of juice didn't improve the mood either. Muttering, he got up and left the guild, ready to go fishing. Come back early and don't run too far. Erza shouted from behind. Okay, Dieter replied. Chapter 39. S-Class Mission. This day, not good, President. Mirajan came down from the second floor and looked at the president panting. What's up? Makarov was drinking. There is one less order for the second floor, Mirajan said. Puff. Makarov spat out a sip of coffee. What? You said there was one less order on the second floor. Aren't the orders on the second floor all S-level tasks? Which idiot took that kind of thing? The members of the guild were very curious. S-level commission tasks could only be done by S-level mages, indicating that those tasks were very difficult. It's a cat. I saw a cat with wings ripped it off. Lagos said with his legs crossed upstairs. It's happy. Mirajan exclaimed. That's Natsu and Lucy. They went out on their own to do S-class missions. Are they stupid? Lagos laughed. This is a serious violation of the rules. Old man, you will expel them from the guild when they come back, right? Then he laughed, shook his head and explained. But to challenge the S-rank mission with their three-legged cat kung fu, I'm afraid there will be no return. Makarov asked. This is not good. Which order is it? It's the Cursed Island, Galuna Island. Mirajan said. Makarov was shocked. Everyone else in the guild was taken aback. Lagoses, go and bring them back, Makarov ordered. Upstairs Lagoses directly refused. Don't joke, I'm going to work next. There will always be someone in this guild to help you clean up the mess, right? Guild. Yo. Good morning everyone. Makarov was about to retort when Dieter came in from outside with his breakfast and greeted him. When I noticed that the situation in the guild was not very good, I was very curious. Are you quarreling? After seeing Lagoses on the second floor, he also joked. Master, is your grandson disobedient? You need my help to teach him a lesson. I am still very happy to help. Everyone in the guild was locked on Dieter. Makarov also looked at him and said, Dieter, Natsu and the others did S-class missions without authorization, you go and bring them back. Dieter came to a realization. Shaking his head, he said, if they set off last night, then this meeting may have already gone to sea, and maybe they will all be connected with the client of the mission. If they are caught, it will affect the reputation of our guild. Makarov said. But the S-level task is not something the three of them can do at all, and it will kill people. Well, then why don't I take this task and do it for him by the way? Advertisement. Dieter offered advice. Makarov still nodded after thinking. Well, this task is entrusted to you, pay attention to safety. There is no way to refuse. Considering Dieter's strength, it was no problem to go there. I'm with you, and if I come across Natsu, I'll help bring it back, Gray said. Dieter raised his eyebrows but didn't refuse. Let's go, it'll be time to get in the car early. Gray stepped forward. But Dieter grabbed his shoulder and muttered, how slow is the ride, brother will take you soaring into the sky today. Razor. Whoosh. ... Port capital, Harjan. This guy Dieter is still going shopping with me. Gray sat on the stool with his legs weak, thinking about the ups and downs along the way, flying from Magnolia to Harjan, his legs were weak. After a short break Gray walked towards the pier to see if he could find Natsu or not. Dieter, on the other hand, continued to shop. Pier. Stop joking, I don't want to be near there. Forgive me, I don't even want to hear the name. No one around here wants to mention the island. It's cursed there, and there's nothing more ominous than that. I don't know what you are going to do, but no boatman wants to go there, even pirates will avoid it. ... Why? Lucy looked worried. Natsu was very happy and made a suggestion. Then it's decided, let's swim over. Lucy retorted angrily. Just tell you not to. At this time. A head popped up behind the two, finally found it. Ah, Natsu and Lucy immediately turned to look in shock. Gray, what are you running for? The two were busy asking. Gray said, you two have violated the rules by doing S-rank tasks without authorization. Now go back with me, or you will be expelled from the guild. Ah, has it been revealed? Expulsion from the guild. Advertisement. The two were greatly disfigured. Natsu rolled his eyes immediately and suggested, Gray, this is an S-rank mission, don't you want to try it, how about we go together? Yes, let's go together. Lucy was also tempted. However Gray sneered. Did you think the old man would send me? Dieter is here. Gray scoffed. It's over. Natsu lost his face. Lucy still held a glimmer of hope. If it's Big Brother Dieter, it should be fine. Drums in the heart. There might be hope if there's something nice to say to Big Brother Dieter. Ha ha. Sneering laughter sounded from behind. Dieter had come to the crowd. Dieter, help me. Happy. Immediately flew to Dieter's shoulders to clear himself. I was pulled over by the two of them, and I didn't want to. Dieter didn't respond. Eyes swept over Natsu and Lucy, making both of them a little uncomfortable. Happy, Natsu, and Lucy have seriously violated the rules, and there is still hope that they will be forgiven when they go back, otherwise you will be expelled from Fairy Tale in the future. Dieter said. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Dieter. I was wrong. Lucy pretended to be aggrieved. Natsu also smiled awkwardly. Ha. I'm just joking, I didn't perform the S-rank mission without authorization. If it were Gray, of course, he wouldn't admit it. The strength of the two men is also comparable, but Dieter's words are still fine. Can't beat it. Gray, take Natsu and Lucy back to the guild, I'll take over this task now. Dieter ordered. Lucy and Natsu and Happy all stared. I was a little excited and wanted to follow him, but because of the identity of the guild, I did not dare to speak. He had to keep winking at Gray next to him. Gray remained silent, and pondered. Brother Dieter, I think this mission is more dangerous. It is inevitable that you will encounter some small ants, and it will annoy you if you think about it, so I will decide which small ants to leave to us. Gray was serious. But from the time he shouted, Brother Dieter, I could tell that he was soft-spoken and said good things. Yeah, Brother Dieter will definitely not waste time with those little ants, just leave it to us. Natsu nodded obediently. Lucy is even more cute and well-behaved. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Galuna Island. Ha ha. Dieter squeezed out 2 words without a smile. He turned his head to look at the boatman on the shore and asked, "We are mages, and we have already taken over the mission S, the cursed island, Galuna Island. Can your boat carry so many people?" Bobo responded immediately. "Yes, everyone, please get on the boat." Natsu and the others all had excited smiles on their faces, and they were all very happy. On board. Lucy, my shoulders are a little uncomfortable. Dieter opened his mouth while sitting on the boat. Lucy stepped forward immediately. "Okay, Brother Dieter, I'll give you a shoulder pinching. My shoulder pinching technique is very good." Dieter nodded and said, "Gray, I want to eat popsicles." "You don't know anything about Brother Dieter. My dream was to be a popsicle seller. I'm very experienced." Gray immediately used magic to create a popsicle. "Natsu, I want to eat grilled fish. I heard that Happy has a lot of fish in his backpack." Dieter looks at Natsu and Happy while eating the popsicles. Happy looked reluctant, but still took out a fish from his backpack. "Vag, I really want to vomit." Natsu felt the shaking of the boat, paralyzed in the boat and couldn't use any strength. Obviously there was no way to help make grilled fish. "What's the use of you?" Dieter rolled his eyes, enjoying Lucy's shoulder rub. A popsicle in the left hand and a raw fish in the right, Dieter enjoyed it. "My name is Bobo, and I used to be a resident of that Galuna island." Seeing that the atmosphere had eased a lot, the boatman Popo also began to introduce his identity. "I escaped from the cursed island, and disasters will also come to you. Going to that island is the consequence. Can you really lift this curse?" Bobo continued. The cloak on his body was lifted, revealing his demonic arms. "Crack the curse on this demon?" Popo asked. Dieter took 2 glances before withdrawing his gaze, ignoring the diabolical arm. "Uncle, your hand, could it be that?" Gray and Lucy stared blankly at the arm. "I can see it already, Galuna Island." Bobo looked into the distance. Advertisement. Lucy and Gray also looked over. When he turned around again, the waves on the boat had disappeared. He jumped into the sea. "Just don't worry about him, we will do our job well." Without waiting for the 2 to ask, Dieter responded proactively. Looking at the bubbling light from the top of the distant island is also a little ecstatic, and seeing such a bright light at night is also unique. Landing on the island. "It's too late, let's spend the night on the shore today, and we'll go into the mountains tomorrow morning," Dieter suggested. Looking at the depths of black bloom, Lucy and Happy couldn't help shuddering. Both hands agreed with Dieter's proposal. Naturally, Natsu and Gray were well behaved, for fear that Dieter would be chased back by accident, and they would not be able to participate in such an interesting S-rank mission. It's daybreak. There is a village on this island. The client of the S-level mission is the village chief of this village. Let's go. Dieter stretched out the body he knocked down from sleep, and led Lucy and the others toward the village on the island. A tall fence was erected. The village is surrounded by a fence of 5 or 6 meters high, with the words, "No entry," hanging on it. "It's here, but what is it?" Gray looked puzzled at the large letters in front of him. "Shout out," Dieter commanded with the order in his hand. "Excuse me, please open the door," Lucy shouted in a crisp and clear voice. No response. It was as if the village was dead silent, and no one answered her call. "Broken it," Natsu suggested with a grin. Lucy retorted. "No way." Soon, a few figures with weapons appeared above the high fence. Who? Everyone looked up. The village on Galuna Island was hard to find, and they didn't find it until night, when they could only see people, and couldn't tell what anyone looked like. But Lucy still introduced his identity. "We are from Fairy Tale, the Sorcerer's Guild." Figures above the fence communicate with each other. Advertisement. Again. "We haven't heard that the commission has been accepted. Who are you?" Lucy and the others were speechless. They secretly took the S-level mission, and they didn't send a letter from the president to explain the situation in time. At this time, Dieter said, "Yesterday when I went out to sea, I encountered a wave that overturned the carrier pigeon of the sound transmission. Suddenly, it was impossible to send the message again. Please open the door." The people above are discussing in a low voice again. After the exchange, he ordered again, "Show me your coat of arms." Gray lifted his clothes, Lucy raised his palms, Happy turned his back to the air, and Natsu and Dieter leaked the coat of arms from their shoulders. "Oh, it's really them." Rumbling. The huge fence gate made a sensation, slowly rising to open the gate to the village. The 2 sides face each other. "Welcome, I am Mocha, the village chief of this island." A group of villagers who covered themselves tightly stood in front of them, and the village chief Mocha introduced with a crescent scepter. Without waiting for Dieter and the others to speak, he turned to look at the villagers. "First of all, please take a look at this." The villagers lifted the barriers on their bodies, revealing all kinds of bizarre limbs, and the half-human half-demon was very infiltrating. Like that Uncle Boatman. Gray's face was solemn. Natsu, as always unreliable, looked at the appearance of the village chief and complained, "Super long sideburns." The village chief gestured to his demon's arm and corrected, "No, this is what I want you to see, even dogs and birds. All creatures on this island are under this curse." Dieter squeezed out of the trio. Glancing at the strangely shaped limbs on their bodies, he asked, "What basis do you have to conclude that these are curses? Will there be memory fragments, etc.? In fact, you are demons or something?" Lucy and the others' eyes widened. Some couldn't believe Dieter would say such a thing at this time. "Impossible. We have asked a famous doctor to see it, and we are sure that this is definitely not our problem, and we can't find any symptoms of illness. Then there is only a curse, the curse of the moon god." Village long rebuttal. Seeing that they couldn't communicate, Dieter also nodded lightly. "Okay, I understand. Help us prepare a room for rest. Let's defuse the curse." The village chief and others warmly began to entertain. The room is also the best room in the village, and depends on the residence of the village chief, so that they can come to consult in time if they have any questions. Prepare the room. The sad faces of Lucy and the others began to judge what happened in the village. Looking at the few people who communicated, Dieter felt a faint sense of superiority in his heart. Maybe this is the benefit of knowing the plot. He knew the reasons for these situations. The reason why he asked the village chief was just to let himself and others show his professionalism. 2 Fate Chapter 41. Did I allow you to go to the slaughter village? If you want to know the reason, just go to the place where you saw the light last night and you will find out the truth. Seeing that the 3 people and 1 cat couldn't discuss any information anyway, Dieter gave them advice. "Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the light I saw last night, just go there and find out what's the reason." Lucy was overjoyed. Gray and Natsu both agree with this statement. "Okay, since you know the goal, let's get up early tomorrow and set off. Although it is said that S-rank tasks must be completed by S-rank mages, you are also very powerful people in the guild. Go and try to complete the S-rank tasks," Dieter said. Hearing his words, both Gray and Natsu were very excited, and they were naturally willing to challenge the S-rank mission. "Okay, I'm on fire. Well, leave this task to us." "Thank you, brother Dieter." Dieter waved back to the room to rest. When Dieter woke up from sleep, the sky was already dark, and after a day and a night of sleep, he finally slept comfortably. Looking outside the room, Natsu and the others have been gone for a long time. Although Natsu and the others are definitely fine, I'll take over this task anyway, so let's go over and raid the formation, Dieter murmured. Pushing open the door, he walked leisurely towards the island palace. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into Galuna Island and reward 10 skill points. Close black lens bracket. System sign in. After coming out of the house, the system in Deer's mind appeared. You still get 10 skill points for signing in. 10 o'clock, then go ahead and add some rubber fruit powers, Dieter muttered. Immerse yourself in an upside-down tree diagram. At the bottom is the Navy 6th form, which has reached the full level of 10. The lines extending from the 6 skill bars of the Navy 6th form are gathered in the skill bar of the rubber fruit ability. The Devil Fruit, which is currently level 2, has not yet opened the skills of the next stage. With the new 10 skill points added to the rubber fruit, level 3 rubber fruit ability. As you advance to level 3, there are 3 gray skill bars above the rubber fruit ability. By viewing, Dieter saw the contents of the 3 skill bars. Armed, seen and heard, Overlord. Sure enough, the next stage is the 3-color domineering. Just don't know how many levels of rubber fruit are needed to light up the 3-color domineering. Advertisement. According to the rules of the system, when you get skill points again, it should be the next plot. Dieter analyzed. My heart is hot, and I can't wait to start the next plot. Looking up at the sky, the magic circles overlap one after another, the magic circles absorb the moonlight, and the purple moon casts a bewitching light. Then let's fight quickly. Dieter rushed towards the destination, preparing to end this S-class mission. The top of the Moon Palace. Natsu and the others hid here, watching the crowd of people in the square surrounded by a circle, reading strange characters in their mouths. Someone is coming. Lucy reached out and pressed Natsu's head down, looking at the 4 people walking out ahead. At the head was a man in a cape with a cow helmet and mask, followed by a man and a woman, and a guy who didn't know whether it was a human or an animal. Damn it, I woke up at noon, so sleepy, but I couldn't find half of the intruders after searching for a long time. The short man of the 3 who followed behind the masked man was indignant with his hands behind his back. The guy next to him who seemed to be a dog immediately complained in a tantrum. Is there really an intruder? In the end, the woman walked beside the masked man, holding her hands in front of her, and said sadly, Here is some other news, Lord Emperor Zero. It seems that intruders broke in during the day, but I failed to catch them. That way I can't tell my love. Lord Zero said, Intruder? Didn't Dai Lynra want to be resurrected? The few people who took cover listened to their conversation. Is this guy the Zero Emperor? It's a pretentious guy with a weird mask on his face. Lucy and Natsu muttered. Gray quietly looked at Emperor Zero with a mask. Sharia, regarding the invaders, I don't want anyone to spoil the good things right now, said Zero. Sharia nodded. There should be no one else on this island except the outer villages. Emperor Ling waved his hand and said, Go and destroy the village, although I don't like killing people. Yes. Okay. Received. The 3 men immediately received the order to set off. The faces of the 3 Lucy who were dodging suddenly changed greatly, and their pupils shrank rapidly because of the tension. It has nothing to do with the villagers. Lucy was puzzled. Natsu said gloomily, They don't care about that, get out of here. Advertisement in Gray's eyes couldn't stop staring at the man named Zero Emperor, unable to believe that this voice was the person in his mind. I've had enough of being sneaky. Natsu jumped out, puffing out his cheeks and roaring flames. It's us who are here to spoil your good deeds. Emperor Ling looked over, and Sharia's eyes fell on Natsu's shoulders. That coat of arms is fairy tale. It turns out that it seems that the people from the village ran to the guild for help. Emperor Ling swept over a few people, looked at his subordinates and asked, "What are you doing? Go and destroy the village. Those who hinder us, and those who plan sabotage are all enemies." "Why?" Natsu rushed out. And Gray was even faster. K off. I won't let you continue with this boring ritual. The right fist is attached to the left palm, and the magic of ice shape is released. Shooting on the ground, clusters of thorns formed by icicles spread layer by layer, killing them in the direction of Emperor Zero and others. Emperor Ling slapped the ground with one hand. It was also the magic of ice, and the thorns formed by the same ice appeared in front of him, and the two attacked each other. Bang bang bang. Slap. The ice modeling magic collided and disappeared together with a pop. "Leon, you idiot, do you know what you're doing?" Gray snapped. Emperor Zero smiled contemptuously. "It's been a long time, Gray." The rest of the people on both sides were a little surprised, but they didn't expect that Gray and the Emperor Zero knew each other. Thinking that both of them use ice modeling magic, I can't help but doubt that the two may have had some kind of intersection before. I never thought that the magician that the villagers found would be you. Did you know that? Or is it just a coincidence? Well, it's the same for me anyway, Leon said. He ordered again. "Sharia, hurry up, I am enough here." The three subordinates immediately disappeared in place after receiving the order. Swoosh. Without waiting for Natsu and the others to react, the three people who flew away quickly fell from the sky. Boom. The three figures fell to the ground and were defeated by unknown existences. Just for a moment. How is that possible? Who is it? Leon was greatly pale, and he lost his face when he saw the three subordinates who had suffered severe injuries and fainted. He has a lot of confidence in the strength of his subordinates, but even so, he was instantly defeated. Who did it? How is this kind of strength possible? Have I allowed you to go to Two Village? Dieter fell from the air, and when he landed, the air flowed under his feet, blowing the dust around, and an invincible thought rose invisibly. Chapter 42. Second Gear Rubber Jet Pistol, Brother Dieter. Dieter, here you are. Both Natsu and Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. If those people were sent to Two Village, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately Dieter arrived just in time. Then no matter what happens next, don't worry, Brother Dieter can stifle some dangers in the cradle. Who are you? Leon stared at Dieter vigilantly. Judging from the condition of his three subordinates, this man may be very powerful, and the chance of defeating him is close to zero. The mere appearance of falling from the air gives people the aura of a master. It's been a day, and you haven't finished the task yet. The efficiency is a bit slow. Dieter stood in front of Natsu and the others, facing Leon, ready to end this mission at any time, not intending to continue to delay. Dieter, can Leon leave it to me? Gray lowered his head in a pleading tone, hoping to agree. Dieter remained silent for a while, then nodded and stepped back to Lucy and Natsu's side, quietly waiting for the two of them to fight. Humph. Leon felt underestimated and attacked Gray with a cold snort. At the same time, keep an eye on Dieter, beware of being attacked or suddenly attacked. Gray immediately grappled with it. The two cast the same ice magic in the open space, the difference is that Gray uses both hands to cast it, while Leon uses one hand. At the same time, most of the magic created by Gray are fixed inanimate shapes. And Leon made all kinds of animals. Gray, are you okay? Lucy looked worried as Gray was constantly moving in the battle. That guy is absolutely fine. Although Natsu was unhappy with Gray, he still chose to believe it unconditionally at this time, watching the battle between the two with fighting spirit in his eyes. Probably not. Dieter shook his head regretfully. Gray's strength was strong, there was no doubt about that. But Gray thought too much and didn't hold the belief of killing the opponent, which led to the fact that he would be tied up during the battle and could not exert sufficient strength. In addition, Leon himself is a senior brother and the time to learn ice modeling magic is very long. Losing once is definitely inevitable, as expected. It didn't take long for Gray to lose the fight. Gray, you're still as weak as ever. Leon proudly looked at Gray, who fell to the ground and was very proud. Gray, on the other hand, stood up with a gloomy face, trying to continue the attack. Advertisement, okay, leave it to me. Dieter stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. But Gray was not convinced and wanted to continue the attack. If you have something to talk about after I capture him, it's obvious that he doesn't intend to capture him, so he should use some extreme methods, Dieter said. Gray finally closed his eyes and stepped back to get out of position. But his eyes were always locked on Leon. Then let's play. Dieter stood in front of him, watching Leon expressionlessly waiting for the latter to attack first. He naturally has his pride as an S-rank mage, humph. LCE make eagle. Leon snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and danced to form an ice-blue magic circle, and the eagles created one after another rushed out of the magic circle, moving very fast and surging towards Dieter from all directions. Have you been underestimated, finger gun Madara? Dieter murmured softly as he watched the modeling magic attacking from all directions and from different directions, standing still and his hands turned into afterimages. Bang. 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 The threatening high-speed combo collided with the shape created by the ice-shape magic, and the successive cracking sounds dissolved Leon's attack. Not even close to the body. LCE make sharp sword. Seeing that the initial attack was resolved, Leon immediately stretched out his hand to create an ice sword. Clenching the sharp sword in both hands, he rushed out with his feet together and quickly came to Dieter, ready for a close quarters fight. Paper painting. Leon's sharp sword was very sharp, and he slashed at Dieter with the weapon behind him. Dieter showed no sign of retreating. After using the paper painting, his body was as weak as paper, and he easily avoided every slash at a deformed angle. That seemingly violent attack could not hurt a single cent. Flying gun finger pull, Dieter did not passively defend anymore, dodging the dense sword shadows and popping out his right hand. Biu! The air bomb was shot from the fingertips at an extremely fast speed, and after hitting Leon, it pushed him out a few meters away. Leon's body hurts a little. What surprised him the most was that he didn't see the attack at all. At the same time, there is a bit of a drumbeat in my heart. That attack seems to have this kind of power in a single blow. If it is true, doesn't it mean that it can be instantly killed? Advertisement, he couldn't believe it, but now it is difficult to ride a tiger, and either fight hard or fail and be arrested. No need to think about choosing the former at all. LCE make white tiger, LCE make ice dragon. I will never lose, absolutely not, Leon roared, and both hands simultaneously cast ice magic. The huge magic power was released from the body, 2 tall magic circles appeared on the side, and the temperature in the air plummeted. Roar! Roar! In an instant, a white tiger with a whole body of white jade and an ice dragon with ice on his body appeared beside him. The 2 giant beasts are majestic and powerful. Under the control of Leon, he poured out a raging fighting spirit towards Dieter. Be careful, brother Dieter. Looking at the sense of oppression brought by the 2 giant beasts, Lucy, who was behind him, also called out worriedly. Come on Dieter. Dieter, kill him. Compared with Lucy's worries, Natsu and Happy are a lot more excited. They choose to unconditionally trust Dieter's strength, and they don't think those 2 behemoths with a strong sense of oppression can be hurt. They are looking forward to waiting for Dieter to use it. Strong force. Is this your trick? Then I'll be a little more serious? Dieter looked at the 2 approaching beasts and laughed in disapproval, raised his arm and swung it horizontally. Second gear. The blood is surging fast, the skin turned red, and there was a stream of steam, which strengthened the body like a stimulant. What is this? Leon looked at the steaming Dieter and muttered. But he quickly regained his mind. No matter what the situation is, as long as he is hit by his own trick, he will win. The ice dragon and the white tiger roared. The huge tendency gives people a kind of terrifying despair. Rubber jet pistol. Boom. Sudden sound. The white tiger created by the ice modeling magic exploded instantly like a sudden, unknown attack. How is it possible? There is no attack at all. Leon shouted that it was impossible. He was always watching the battle. Dieter didn't move after steaming, but why did the white tiger he created suddenly burst, and where did the attack come from? Chapter 43. Defeat Leon. Open black lens bracket, ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket, close black lens bracket. Leon watched closely, not letting go of the slightest movement. Under his gaze, he quickly saw Dieter's eyes leave the shattered white tiger and look at the other ice dragon. Boom. Just when I became vigilant, the ice dragon also exploded. Just looking away has such power. Who the hell is this guy? Why is it so strong? Leon felt a chill in his heart. The unknown is the most terrifying. He never saw how the created behemoth was destroyed twice. What exactly does this man's magic belong to, and why even his attack methods are so strange? Could it have something to do with the steam coming out of the body? Rubber jet bullets. Dieter didn't delay any longer. After eliminating the 2 giant beasts, his body rushed out instantly. Immediately come to Leon. The arm stretched back, and the well-rounded arm suddenly became an astonishing length, and the fist was clenched and quickly retracted. What? How can the arm be so long? Leon exclaimed. Looking at the long arms that extend backwards, the human arm can become so long. Could it be his magic? Looking at the quickly withdrawn arm, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. All you can do is defense. As long as the attack is blocked, then there is a chance to counterattack. LCE make shield. Leon reached out and waved, creating a hard shield with exclusive defense in front of him, separating the 2. Boom. Kaka, paw. Dieter's attack hit the shield, and the seemingly hard shield split into cracks in an instant, spreading to all directions before being completely shattered. The power of that fist was not dissipated, hit Leon's chest through the shattered shield. Advertisement, I saw that the latter's clothes were lifted by the airwave caused by this blow, and the storm was turbulent. Leon's face became pale, and the intense pain spread through his chest throughout his body. He opened his mouth and stepped back weakly. He wanted to say something, but the pain was not so easily resolved. He knelt on the ground with his body in his hands, hunched over, rolled his eyes, fainted and fell to the ground. The battle is over. Impressive. Lucy in the back had little stars in his eyes, watching Dieter's back in admiration. As expected of an S-class wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, he was indeed powerful, and he even eliminated his opponent from the beginning to the end without much delay. That man looked good, but he was no match for brother Dieter at all. Fantastic, Dieter is so good, and his moves are so handsome. Happy also praised excitedly. Natsu even grinned and rushed to Dieter's side. The fighting spirit in his eyes also showed how much he wanted to fight Dieter. And Gray came to Leon. He took out the rope and tied it up, and at the same time he was relieved, because he knew that Dieter had shown mercy this time, otherwise it would have been absolutely impossible for him not to be injured at all. Needless to say, a lot of blood must be shed, but what should the demons under the palace look like? In addition to being excited, Lucy remembered the huge demon underneath, and he couldn't let it stay here. He had to think of a solution. Both Gray and Natsu looked solemn. After all, the devil-wearing Leon is a hidden danger, and we must find a way to deal with it. Go back first, and let Leon wake up to talk about the rest, Dieter said. Gray and the others had no choice but to tie up a few troublemakers and take them away, preparing to find an opportunity to torture Leon to solve it. People leave quickly. At this moment, a short masked man stepped out from the top of the palace. Dieter, I didn't expect him to solve Leon. If you say that, the plan to resurrect Leon will not be completed. It seems that he must appear in person. A crystal ball appeared in Saruti's hand, and he looked at the people walking away, and then he went to find those who held the ceremony. Village. Advertisement: the fight in the Moon Palace is still unknown to the village. The villagers did not dare to sleep at night, and all the people were waiting. Seeing Dieter and the others coming back, they rushed forward immediately. Everyone, I don't know if you have found anything, the village chief Mocha asked. He saw several strangers who were bound, but he didn't immediately determine the facts. The cause of the curse has been found, and we need to wait to solve it. The village chief doesn't need to worry, we will definitely help everyone recover, Dieter promised. I didn't chat much with the village chief and the others, and took people back to wait for Leon's awakening to facilitate subsequent torture. We won't be able to leave if we don't get rid of Leon. Looking towards the palace through the window, Lucy frowned melancholy and looked irritable. Dieter, is there anything you can do? Gray asked. Everyone looked at Dieter, hoping to hear a reliable solution from him. Dieter didn't let them down, admitting that there was still a way. This made Gray and the others look hot, eager to know what exactly Dieter had in mind. Pull Leon out and destroy it, Dieter replied. Impossible. Gray immediately denied this method, he would never let Leon pull appear. That is a terrible demon. The terrifying demon that no one can match. When it is released, it means disaster. There will be no living creatures on the entire island, and no matter what it is, it will be destroyed by the demon. This way. Lucy is definitely a little unreliable, that is the devil-wearing Leon, and we know from Gray's story that the level of danger is far greater than that of the devil in Eisenwald. Then just wait and see. Dieter didn't insist, because he knew that someone else would take the initiative to condense the essence of the moon to liberate Leon. It's useless even if Gray and the others don't agree. Just wait another night, the demon-wearing Leon will be unsealed, and then it will collapse on its own. Chapter 44. Wearing Leon and pulling the resurrection. It was not until the next day that Leon, who was arrested, also woke up. After some inquiries, he couldn't find a solution to Lion's pull. Dieter didn't waste much time, waved Leon to Gray and left to rest. Not long after falling asleep, he was woken up by Gray's noise. It was Leon who lied to me. He said that he realized his mistake and let me untie him. Who knows, maybe you let that guy go on purpose. Damn it, not me at all. Who knows? You, Gray and Natsu were arguing with each other. After seeing Dieter wake up, he closed his mouth, but the eyes of the two were silently confronting each other. Big brother Dieter, that Emperor Zero ran away, and Leon, who was frozen by the Moon Temple, may continue to melt, Lucy said. Dieter nodded, then leave early to deal with it. Gray immediately agreed, and before he had time to say hello, he turned to look in the direction of the Temple of the Moon, and decided to re-arrest Leon himself. Oh, I'm burning. Natsu also chased after Gray excitedly, and, happy, followed closely. Lucy looked back and forth and followed Natsu to arrest the enemy. Dieter hangs behind him, the top of the Moon Palace. Dieter walked here slowly, and saw a group of people in front of them kneeling and praying and continuing to chant the spell. J. Rammel. Som. Dioru. Na. Karaka. J. Rammel. The purple swaying magic circles collect the moonlight and project it like a moon temple. Kaka. Walking towards the group of people, the ground under his feet suddenly trembled, showing signs of corrosion. Wow, the ground turned to ashes, and there was a big crater under his feet, but Dieter didn't fall. Huh? Advertisement. A suspicious voice sounded from behind. Dieter turned around and looked. The short masked Saruti opened his mouth in surprise, as if he couldn't understand why his feet were empty but he didn't fall off. Lost magic is amazing. Dieter looked at the Saruti in front of him and gave enough affirmation to the lost magic. The eyes under Saruti's mask converged, and the beating speed of his heart increased a lot. He was shocked that Dieter was able to tell the magic he used. At the same time, there are some concerns about knowing the real identity. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your body, and there will be a chance to see you again in the future. Seeming to see through Saruti's inner confession, Dieter retracted his gaze and continued to focus on the group of people chanting the spell. Saluti panicked. He can't wait to escape from here immediately, and he feels that there is no privacy in front of this person. As if everything was seen through. The feeling of having no trump card made him feel terrified like never before. Even thinking is not so sensitive. Is the freeze on Leon going to disappear soon? Dieter asked. Saluti didn't want to answer. This person is not simple, and if he continues to talk, he might encounter some danger. But I'm afraid it won't be so good to leave now. He had no choice but to answer in a low voice, yeah. Have you ever thought that Lionra will die even if it is released? After so many years of freezing, the body's mechanism has long been dead, and it can't do anything when it is released. Dieter continued. Saluti didn't respond this time. Bit by bit in the past, Natsu and Gray and Lucy are all battling their opponents. The collision between the two sides also caused the Moon Palace to vibrate from time to time. See woo. Woo. The palace was violently turbulent, and a harsh, high-pitched chirping sounded. Where Leon to pull the resurrection, advertisement. Its sound ripples the air, sweeping waves across the island into the distance. The villagers all screamed and covered their ears and cried bitterly. This voice. I can't forget it. Gray, who was fighting Leon, also stopped at this moment, and the harsh voice pulled him back to the scene of his childhood. The fear that came from the heart instantly enveloped the body and mind. No, to find Dieter, you must find him, only he can kill Leon. Dieter, Dieter. Gray shouted. Like a helpless child, he left Leon and rushed outside. Called Dieter's name to the palace. He. Lionra has been resurrected, and the entire island will be torn apart by it. At the top of the palace, Saluti said excitedly. Dieter gave him a disapproving look. The body fell from the hole in the air, breaking through the layers of buildings to the bottom. All the ice cubes on Lionra's body were broken free, and it screamed up to the sky with its bloody mouth open. Don't call the big guy. Dieter stretched out his pinky to scratch his ears and said impatiently to Leon. Leon pulled a roar and paused for a while. The raised head had time to drip down, seeing Dieter's weak body instantly go crazy. Roar, woohoo. The number of shells doubled, and the harsh roar seemed to vent some anger. He raised his terrifying claws and clenched his fists towards Dieter, and the wind of the fists carried by his fists blew the rubble on the ground. Before getting close, I felt a biting wind blowing towards my face. The power of this punch is much stronger than the demon that the Eisenwald Guild produced before. If it hits the ground, the entire Moon Palace may collapse. Let me end you. Dieter bowed down, clenched his fists, and pulled his right fist back with great power. Chapter 45. Defeat Leon. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for a reward, and ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Dieter. Big brother Dieter, watch out Dieter. Lucy, Natsu and Gray both rushed in from the rear tunnel. Seeing Lion's huge fist, he immediately called out to Dieter worriedly. Second gear. Dieter's fists clench. The legs are pressed down, accelerating the blood flow in the body, and the body is red and a lot of steam is emitted. Power is climbing. The fist that Leon was pulling was quite powerful, and the fist that Dieter was brewing at the moment was not to be underestimated. Right boom. Dieter's fist was very small in front of Lion's huge fist. The fists of the two broke through the heavy air and slammed together with powerful force. Boom boom boom. Kaka. The ground beneath Dieter's feet exploded in an instant, and the cobweb-like cracks spread to the surroundings with lightning speed. The wind howled. The aftermath of the two fists collided, and the clothes rattled. Lucy and the others at the back were even more unsteady and could only hold onto the wall against the strong wind. The skin and hair on their faces were blown fiercely. Click. At this time, what was unexpected was the cracking sound of Lion's drawn fist. Looking more closely, Dieter's fist has been pierced, and the crack is spreading from the hole to the whole body. Advertisement ka. There are more and more cracks, and the speed of cracking is also faster. Whoa. Boom. The gigantic Leon pulls its body to smithereens, and as pieces fall, its enormous body can no longer hold its shape. What's going on? Lucy in the back looked puzzled at the cracked body. Both Natsu and Gray looked at the slowly collapsing demon with their mouths open, with deep surprise in their eyes. After that, Leon also ran over. Watching the slowly collapsing Lionla couldn't accept this fact. How is it possible? Don't tell me. Leon clenched his fists and looked at Leon, who was like a broken stone, and a roar was brewing in his heart. Lionra is already dead, Gray murmured as he watched the shattered monster. He really thought that Lionra was smashed by Dieter's punch just now, but it didn't feel right when he thought about it, because Lionra's body collapsed in a different way. I thought it was very powerful to fight back at the end of the day, but it turned out. Dieter withdrew his fist, and was very depressed when he saw Lionra, who had turned into a stone. Whoa. Sea water permeates. A large amount of water flowed out, and the ice cubes on Lionra's body also merged with the seawater. Dieter turned to watch the sad Gray and Leon also leave silently. Outside. Sometime later, Gray, Natsu and Lucy, happy, also came out to gather. It's over, it's great. Natsu smiled happily. Advertisement, Lucy also said with lingering fears. That's right, I just worried about it seriously just now. In this way, we have finally achieved the S-rank mission, Natsu laughed. However, Dieter stopped everyone's whimsy in time. Be happy, you can be happy for a while now, wait for punishment when you go back. Violate the rules of the guild, wait for your expulsion. Shock. Those who were originally happy were suddenly discouraged. It's over, I forgot that severe punishment is waiting for us. Several people wanted to cry without tears. Dieter beckoned, let's go, there is still work to do before going back, and those villagers still need to wait to be rescued. This is the real purpose of this S-level mission. This S-level mission has not yet been completed. Lucy was curious and said, but Leon is dead, so the curse in the village should be lifted. Gray and Natsu thought so too. Dieter shook his head. No, the phenomenon in the village was not caused by Leon. To be more precise, it was the painful phenomenon that the terrifying magic power of the moon drop brought to the villagers, so although Leon disintegrated, it did not improve. The condition of the village names. Lucy followed Dieter's gaze to the glamorous moon in the sky. In the dark night it is extremely flirtatious. Then what should we do? Gray asked, looking sideways at Leon not far away. You know what? Leon leaned on the gravel and replied expressionlessly. To be honest with you, I don't know. Natsu was the first to disagree with this answer. He said contemptuously, what did you just say? Isn't this curse created by you? However, Leon replied, when I came to this island 3 years ago, I did know that this village existed, but we never did anything to the villagers, and the villagers never took the initiative to look for us. At this moment Dieter got up and walked towards the village. Lucy and Natsu and, Happy, followed in Dieter's footsteps. Gray turned to look at Leon. After the two looked at each other, they also began to communicate. Dieter didn't care. Chapter 46. Ultier, ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Within the village. After reaching the village, Dieter stopped. What's wrong, brother Dieter? Lucy wondered. Probing from behind to look forward, I suddenly felt a jerk with all my heart and wanted to run away immediately. Erza. Natsu was even more exaggerated and immediately turned around and ran. But it was the first time Dieter pulled a scarf to stop him from leaving. Putting on a smile, he walked up to Erza. Erza, I didn't expect you to come here too. Erza swept over Dieter coldly, and finally looked at Natsu and the others. I said you guys violated the guild's rules and took S-rank missions privately. Have you thought about the consequences? Both Lucy and Natsu shivered. It was Dieter who helped them speak. Go back and talk about the violation of the guild, or think of a way to destroy the moon in the sky first. What? It can't be done. The three of Natsu immediately retorted, destroying the moon in the sky is impossible. However, Erza nodded in agreement. The two turned around and walked towards the interior of the village, as if they really decided to destroy the moon. Really? To destroy the moon? Lucy looked at Natsu stiffly, and said that it was impossible, but neither Dieter nor Erza seemed to really want to destroy the moon. Natsu, you help Erza. Dieter called. Natsu trotted all the way and came to the highest observation tower in the village with Erza. Flames and a huge halberd relay. That weapon pierced the air and blasted towards the moon in the sky. Boom. The moon cracked and shattered in an instant, and the real moon reappeared in the world. What's the matter? It's not the moon but the sky that's broken. Gray also just arrived here, seeing the sky shattering and hearing about Erza's plan from Lucy, wondering why this happened. Advertisement Dieter explained. The island has long been covered by a membrane of evil. What membrane? Lucy asked. Dieter said. The film of evil, which is a kind of waste gas from the droplets of the moon, which crystallizes and forms a thin film in the sky, which is why everyone sees the moon will be purple. It's amazing. That's what it is. Did Brother Dieter discover this problem long ago, and Miss Erza too? Lucy feels great. They had been busy for days without realizing the problem, and neither Dieter nor Erza knew early on what was going on. At this time, the residents of the village were enveloped in light. Just when Lucy and the others thought that the residents were about to become human, the residents still kept the bodies of demons. How come? Why haven't they returned to normal? Gray and Lucy said. Erza walked over to Dieter and swept over the group of residents and said, no, it has returned to its original state. The evil membrane damages not their appearance, but affects their memory. They are a demon race themselves. Ah, how could there be such a creature? Lucy was taken aback. Demon race, how is this possible? Gray and Natsu were equally stunned, looking at the demons in disbelief. It is indeed the right thing to ask you for help, the mages thank you. At this time, a demon man with a cape came up from behind, and the voice was very familiar. Ah, it's the boatman who committed suicide on the boat. Isn't this the simple and honest uncle on the boat? Didn't he say he committed suicide by jumping into the sea? Dieter swept through the lively atmosphere and found a place to rest. The villagers who recovered their memories began to hold a lively thank you ceremony for Dieter and others, and the big fish and meat were served without mercy. Woods outside the village. Saluti sat on a tree trunk, with the crystal ball suspended beside him. You saw it just now, Saruti said. Advertisement. A voice came from the crystal ball. Well, but why are you so careful? Your ability should be enough to deal with those people. Saluti took off the mask and returned to its original appearance. A white dress, tall figure and long black hair. I met a terrible guy. That person just made me feel scared just standing there, maybe even worse than Erza. A nut fell from the top of the head. Saruti. Oh no, Ultier who became Saruti looked up and saw a handsome boy sitting on a branch above his head. Yo, hello, I don't know if I should call you the ugly Saruti or the beautiful Ultier. The person on the branch was Dieter. He was holding the nuts he had just caught from the party, and greeted the beautiful woman with a great figure. Ultier's eyes narrowed and he looked at Dieter with a stiff face. I was shocked. How did this man know his name and what was he going to do? Can you escape if you run away now? Oh, it looks like you are in a situation. The people in the crystal ball also noticed the situation here and spoke in time. Dieter murmured, is it Jellal? Why don't you give me Ultier's subordinate? You don't feel bad for such a beautiful girl. If I hadn't been kind, she might have died. Ultier panics again. Not only did this person know his own name, but only Jellal's real name. There is absolutely a problem. She suddenly felt as if a pair of big hands quietly watched them make all kinds of plans like children's play. That suffocating feeling came over me. Jellal in the crystal ball also remained silent, and he didn't expect Dieter to know his true identity for the first time. Who the hell are you? Jellal asked. Dieter didn't respond positively this time, stood up from the tree trunk, patted the dust that didn't exist on his body and said, "Take care of your health, I think we will meet soon, I hope we can get along in harmony by then." Whoosh. Disappear. Chapter 47. 7 million thanks. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. The next day, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. What did you say? You can't accept our payment, can you? Said the village chief. Dieter was a little reluctant, standing beside Erza and said, "This task is my next task, why should it be invalid? You must know that the reward this time is several million J. I don't know about you yet. If it wasn't for a legitimate reason, I'd rather go fishing than deal with it." Erza said, looking at him. Obviously also has a very deep understanding of Dieter. Although what you said is the truth, I am at a loss. Dieter was dissatisfied. Although Erza's relationship with him can be considered to be well informed, it can't make himself busy. A few million is enough to keep him off tasks for a long time and have money to spend. Erza didn't explain to Dieter anymore, but looked at the village chief and said, "We appreciate everyone's kindness, this time is not an official entrustment accepted by our guild, it's just a few idiots who can't wait to perform the work without authorization, we can't ask for all the remuneration." The village chief looked at Erza, who was unacceptable, and Dieter, who was unwilling, and replied with a smile. "No matter what, you saved our village after all, and you still need compensation, so the money will not be given, and the other key will be handed over. Give it to you." Lucy behind him had gold stars in his eyes. As if aware of what was behind him, Erza was silent for a moment and finally agreed. After taking the key from the village chief, he turned and walked towards Lucy. Seems like he's going to give Dieter some solitude. "Sir, thank you very much for going all the way to rescue our village. Since we can't ask for a reward, we have some gifts here and hope you can accept it." After seeing Erza gone, the village chief took out a box from someone behind him and pushed it in front of Dieter to thank him. Dieter raised an eyebrow. When he opened the corner of the box and saw the large amount of money inside, he closed it immediately. After confirming that Erza behind him didn't look at it, he nodded with satisfaction, reached out and patted the village chief's shoulder in praise. "Very good, I believe you must be a good village chief." "Ha ha ha, okay. Advertisement." The village chief responded with a smile. Dieter happily dragged the suitcase towards Erza's luggage, ready to hide a suitcase of money. 7 million gold. The thought of so much money makes me feel better. If you can we send you back in person? Bobo came out. Erza smiled and shook his head. "No, the ship is ready." Looking towards the sea, a pirate ship is approaching from afar. Pirate ship, shouldn't it be stolen? On board. A group of people waved their hands to say hello. "Big sister, you have worked hard." Erza smiled brightly. Lucy next to him looked a little flustered. "I get along pretty well with them," Erza replied. "But in fact, no one will know what happened. I can finally go back, I haven't fished for a long time." Dieter doesn't care that much. The body floated up and got on the boat first, waiting for departure. "Brother Dieter, you're too calm. That's a pirate. Burning, killing, looting and doing all kinds of evil, I don't want to do it." Lucy complained. Natsu next to him immediately suggested. Yes, so Lucy, let's swim back together." "Don't," Lucy retorted. Advertisement. Magic Council. The residence of Zykrane, the nostalgic body of Counselor Jellal. "I'm really sorry about wearing Leon." Ultir stood at the gate telling regretfully. Chikrian sat on the seat with a heavy face. "This is also impossible, but I didn't expect it to be dead long ago, and I was expecting to have Dai Leon to get closer to the ideal. What bothered me was wondering how someone in the fairy tale guild would know my identity." Quote. "I don't know, that guy who doesn't show the mountains and the water actually has that kind of strength. To put it in a bad way, his strength may not have to be yours." Ultir is equally concerned. The thought of Dieter's unfathomable power also terrified her. "Really?" Chikrane said. "I hope he will not be an obstacle in our plan, otherwise we can only kill him." Ultir sure. In fact, what she worries about is not Jellal's identity. The worry is whether the guy named Dieter will know his other identities. Those things would be dangerous if they were known. Forget it, you don't need to care about those things, only great strength is fundamental. Chikrane said. Ultir nodded. We have to move to the next stage early, leave Dieter to me, I believe everything about him will be found out soon. Zekrane agrees. Chapter 48. Watching the play. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Magnolia Town. We are back. On the street, Natsu greeted the residents of the city with a smile, although no one answered him. Really, the reward for working so hard for a long time is just a key, and it's obviously an S-rank super difficult job. Gray was indignant. Only Lucy and Dieter were in a good mood behind them. What is there to complain about? We didn't receive this task originally, it was a task that brother Dieter did, and it should not be paid. Lucy said. Dieter also said after hearing it behind him. If that's the case, then Lucy will return the key to me. Why should I leave it to you when it's my task? What? Lucy came to Dieter's side with bulging cheeks, helped pinching his arm, and shouted coquettishly. Dieter brother, you can't open the celestial spirit key, wouldn't it be good to leave it to me, just treat it as me keeping it for you, are you okay? Feeling a slight arm massage, Dieter raised his other hand to touch his chin in embarrassment. But I still think it's safe to put me here. joked. Lucy looked aggrieved, took Dieter's arm and squeezed towards him, and kept saying all kinds of good things. Feel the softness of your arms. Dieter also pretended to move, trying to make Lucy work harder. You guys are really leisurely. Could it be that you forgot to be punished when you came back? Only then did Erza wake up several people from their excitement. Several people shuddered violently. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and then he remembered that they had violated the rules in the guild and were going to be punished. Punishment. Ruined. Wait, don't you forget about this, don't you need to be punished? We have completed the task very hard. The three immediately refuted the explanation. Erza swept over the three of them and said sternly, what are you talking about? You are doing the right thing, but you will be punished for breaking the rules. Besides, Dieter is the one who contributed the most to this mission. I thought there was no punishment. The three of Lucy wanted to cry without tears. The legs were weak, supporting each other and could no longer walk. I heard that the punishment this time is that. I'm looking forward to it myself, Dieter quipped. Advertisement. Natsu Gray also has happy, mouth wide open. Only that I don't want to experience again. Gray grabbed his hair and resisted. Natsu patted Lucy's shoulder cheerfully. Don't worry, I'm sure the old man will praise us for doing a good job. Erza leaked a mysterious smile now. It seems that the punishment this time is implicitly affirmed, but the smile and demeanor are terrifying in the eyes of everyone. Let's go. Dieter smiled and dragged the reluctant Natsu back to the guild. As the president here, after entering the guild, Dieter couldn't wait to call. Welcome back. Sure enough, as long as Dieter is around, the S-class mission can be completed. That's great. Mirajan walked out gracefully. Everyone around them agreed with Dieter. As the president here, let him start punishing. Dieter grinned. Macau responded. It seems that I went to some meeting of the council, and I went out yesterday. Call. Natsu and Gray breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the president was not there. Escaped for a while. Okay, there shouldn't be that before the old man comes back. Great, we don't have to go to hell for a while. Natsu and Gray and Happy all felt a little bit of an escape from the dead, and the mood suddenly eased. And Lucy asked without tears, so what is that? Hearing these people's words, Dieter grinned silently. What is that? What happens next is the most terrifying, and you must quickly stay away from these people to avoid getting burned. Just wait and see the play. Ignoring everyone's discussion, Dieter walked to the commission column and saw the commission with eyes drawn, reaching out and grabbing it. There is a strange request here, Natsu Gray, you might as well take the task and leave. Dieter walked over to the table and called everyone over. Advertisement. Several people walked forward curiously and focused on the commission. These words. Natsu read while looking at the entrustment. Please unravel the meaning of these words. If you unravel them, you will be offered 500,000 gold. Wow, it's amazing, there are actually 500,000. Natsu's words made several people even more curious. Seeing that everyone was getting attention, Dieter secretly pulled Erza away. Ugdalul Rashaporakaneo. I can't understand it at all. Natsu went crazy. Suddenly, the order burst into purple light. Macau, Loki, Happy, Gray, Natsu, and Lucy, who were close to the order, looked over. The light disappears. Dieter walked back with Erza again. What's the matter with you? Why did you take me away suddenly and bring me back? Erza wondered. Dieter chuckled, pointed at Lucy and the others and said, just wait and watch the fun. After the light disappeared, the 6 people were stunned. It's so cold. What's the matter? The body suddenly becomes so cold. Ah, why does it feel so heavy? The upper body has become extremely heavy. It's so sour. Hey, why did I fall to the ground? The place was a mess. Erza also felt weird, looking at Dieter and waiting for his answer. It was the ancient Umbrian language magic, Soul Changer, that was activated, Dieter said. Erza said in surprise, is there a problem with that order? Did you do it on purpose? Well, don't worry about this, just watch it quietly, it's a rare and very good show, don't watch it for nothing. Dieter replied with a smile. Erza thinks it is true. Pull Dieter to a table not far away, prepare a few melon seeds and snacks, and watch the show quietly. Dieter took Erza's hand and looked at her long nails and fingers. Life is to be so beautiful. Chapter 49. The Dominator of Ghosts. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Magnolia, the Forest of the East. Also known as the mysterious forest where magic lives, Dieter has been fishing here these days. It's getting late, it's time to go to the guild, and I don't know if Erza is back from the mission. Stretching, Dieter packed his fishing rod from the ground and walked towards the city. After walking to the city, I saw Erza dragging a cart of luggage and Lucy and others on the road. Hello, did you just come back from your mission? Dieter stepped forward and threw the fishing rod onto the luggage cart, walked over to Erza and greeted everyone. Dieter, did you go fishing again? It looks like you didn't catch it this time. Erza chats. Lucy and others also interject from time to time. While chatting, he also walked in the direction of the guild. Shish, it's Fairy Tale Sorcerer. It looks like they don't know it yet, so pitiful. Yeah, they probably didn't expect it either. Residents on the road in the town whispered to each other immediately after seeing Dieter and the others. Why is everyone looking at us? Gray felt a little strange. I have an ominous feeling. Happy, also said. Erza frowned and muttered, everyone seems scared. And Dieter squinted. In this familiar plot, doesn't it mean that? He was a little flustered. Originally, I thought that many things could be prevented in advance when I knew the plot, but what I didn't expect happened still happened. Ah, what's wrong? The guild doesn't look right. Suddenly Erza stopped and looked at the guild in the distance, as if there was a difference. Advertisement. Everyone immediately rushed to the guild. When you come to the front, you can see the whole picture of the guild. This is, what's the matter? How so? Iron steel rods were inserted into the guild building, which shattered the entire guild. What happened to our guild? Veins appeared on Natsu's forehead. Looking at the miserable guild building also contained endless anger, and raging flames burst out from the body. What the hell happened? Erza was equally annoyed. Several people were burning with anger. Ghost. Mirajan stepped behind the crowd. What did you just say? Natsu turned his head and asked, what ghost did you just say? Mirajan said with heartache. Although I was very unwilling, they were attacked by them. Fairy tale basement. Mirajan brought Dieter and the others down from above. The ghost and we have been at odds with each other since the beginning. Just go and beat them. Don't be impulsive, don't forget that the other party is a ghost. The people in the guild said. The previously lively guild was very silent at the moment, everyone was drinking dully, and no one was in the mood to make trouble. Yo, you're back. Dieter and the others walked to President Makarov, who greeted several people with a glass of wine. Advertisement. Father, why are you so leisurely? Natsu said. Makarov looked at Lucy and said, how is it, Lucy, is the work going well? President, do you know what's going on right now? Erza asked. Natsu was angry. Our guild has been destroyed by others. Dieter watched from the side. I was also thinking about where Gajil would be. I'll go out and look for it later. Not to mention other things, at least I have to teach him a good lesson, and I can't let him wait for the night to do anything wrong. Okay, everyone calm down, what's the fuss about this kind of thing? Makarov was drinking. Both Natsu and Gray felt incredible. What the hell, those idiots only dare to do this. What's the fun in attacking a guild without half a person? Makarov said. Mirajan answered in a timely manner. They seem to have attacked the guild in the middle of the night. Erza breathed a sigh of relief. So no one was injured, which is a great fortune in misfortune. Dieter brushed aside the apparently unconvinced people, grabbed a glass of wine from the side and started drinking. Those who only dare to attack, don't need to be knowledgeable about them, ignore them, Makarov ordered. Pung. Natsu smashed the box next to him with a punch and said, I can't accept it. I can't swallow without hitting them all over the place. I don't think I'll mention this again. Before the upstairs is repaired, let's accept the commission of work here. Makarov said. Natsu disagreed and retorted. This is not the time to work. Dieter, who was drinking, got up and came to Natsu's side to reassure him. Natsu calmed down. In fact, the president is just as unwilling as everyone else, but the council forbids any violent resistance between the guilds. The problem is that the other party made a sneak attack first. Natsu shouted. Erza also sighed and persuaded. Since our president thinks so, then there is nothing we can do. Although very uncomfortable, but everyone obeyed the arrangement very rationally. However, judging from their expressions, it is still unacceptable for such a thing. Chapter 50. Gajil. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Goo. Dieter drank the beer and left the guild to go outside. Looking at the appalling guild building also made him annoyed. After all, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when the place where he lived was destroyed into such a ghost. So where will Gajil be? Dieter muttered. Wander around town looking for even the slightest clue about Gajil. Bang bang bang. Passing by the door of a tavern, there was a sound of fighting inside. Soon two guys fled from the tavern in a panic, shouting to the tavern. Damn it, you are too mad, wait to be driven out by fairy tale. The two scolded and yelled for a while before turning around and leaving. Dieter walked into the tavern curiously, and saw the state of being in a state of embarrassment, and there were many people hiding in the corners, which didn't look too good. The owner of the tavern even poured wine for the man with long black hair in metallic clothes in front of the counter. Gajil. Dieter squinted his eyes and walked forward generously. He said that it didn't take much effort to get there. He was just thinking about how to find Gajil, but he ran into someone unexpectedly. He was really lucky. Creak. Pull out the high chair next to Gajil and sit down. Squinting and smiling, he greeted the owner of the tavern. The boss will bring me a glass of the hottest wine. The boss looked at Gajil in horror, not daring to have any extra hospitality. Roll. A muffled voice came from the side. Dieter snorted and looked at Gajil as if he didn't catch what he was saying. Go away, trash. Gajil repeats again. Advertisement. This time Dieter heard it clearly, and at the same time found it quite interesting, propped up his head with his right arm and turned his head to look at Gajil, who had sizing earrings on his body, unmoved. This, guest. Let's go, we're closed today. Boss stammering advice. The people hiding in the corner of the tavern watched silently, not knowing whether they wanted to see Dieter be beaten or if they wanted him to beat Gajil. You're the one responsible for the tragedy of the Fairy Tale Guild. Dieter asked. Gajil drank a meal. Boom. Immediately raise your right fist to attack. But Dieter was already mentally prepared, and the moment Gajil attacked, he immediately punched his right fist. Nobody was hurt, not even the seat moved. Laugh. Gajil laughed contemptuously, and withdrew his right fist and attacked again, increasing his strength and speed exponentially. Crunch. Kaka. Dieter raised his arm to resist this punch. Since he was the one receiving the force on his fist was transmitted to his entire body, and he was even knocked out with the stool, rubbing against the ground making a harsh scratching sound. When the strength of the stool dissipated, the wooden stool was also weakly damaged. Dieter left the stool and watched as he was beaten 2 or 3 meters away, and he was somewhat looking forward to it. It's a fight, I don't know who will win. Will you still watch? The person who was beaten must be very weak, otherwise how could he be beaten out? That's the end. Do you really want to see this guy show off his power or not? Hopefully I can hold on for a while. ... Those onlookers discussed carefully and made unreliable judgments about the combat power of the two. No one likes Dieter. Advertisement. They both felt that Dieter, who was beaten out, would be a loser. The Phantom Lord, Gajil Red Fox, said your fists were very hard, and now that seems to be true, Dieter said. Gajil, who was drinking, turned his head to Dieter this time. His eyes were constantly patrolling him, and his eyes were also a little confused, the stinky goblin. You are the only one who came, and neither the fire dragon nor Lagoses came. You are here to die, right? Looks like you don't know me either, Dieter replied. He crossed his arms, stretched his waist, twisted his neck and moved his body, and said with a smile, I'm Dieter, a fairy tales level wizard. Ka. The voice fell, and the wooden floor under Dieter's feet cracked instantly. The force acts on the floor, and he punches Gajil with his right fist. Gajil immediately raised his arm to resist. Boom. But what he didn't expect was that this force was very powerful. Gajil's body, who was passively endured by this force, was instantly knocked out, and he fell to the ground and smashed a stool. It's amazing. This handsome guy turned out to be an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild, that's great. What I didn't expect was that the man with long black hair turned out to be Gajil of the Phantom Lord. I heard that he was the strongest wizard among the ghosts. It's too strong. They all beat each other out with one punch. A big battle is about to start here. ... The onlookers were surprised. They all watched, and more people chose to support Dieter. After all, this city itself is proud of the Fairy Tale Guild. Naturally, he hoped that Dieter would be able to drive away the ghost people. Never heard of you in Fairy Tale. Gajil stood up from the ground unscathed, watching Dieter speak in front of him, slightly surprised by his strength. But he has his own pride. I don't think Dieter is such a tough opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Hanging Gajil. Thanks to the big guy, TT, for the reward. Thanks. Close black lens bracket. Yeah, if you knew my character, would your president dare to let you come? Dieter said. Gajil laughed. Looks like you don't know how big the gap is between us. Shave. Whoosh. Yeah, the gap between us is still huge, especially for someone as weak as you. Finger gun. Madara. Dieter moved behind Gajil in an instant, so fast that Gajil didn't see him at all. His hands were also raised and turned into afterimages. The advanced version of the finger gun in the Navy's 6 style is used. So fast. Gajil's pupils tightened. He couldn't capture the trajectory of the movement. How could this speed be possible? No one will give him time to react. With Dieter's voice sounding, Gajil knew there was little chance of turning around and counterattacking, and the tight muscles behind him resisted the attack. Bang bang bang. Touching the back with a finger is the same as touching steel. There was a dull voice. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajil frowned. His face was not very good looking, and the series of moves also made his back hurt. But he knew it would not be immersed in pain. Immediately raised his right arm and used magic, turning his arm into a steel sword with rotating iron teeth and swept it backwards. Paper painting. Dieter's body was as relaxed as a painting on paper, and his flexible lower waist avoided the cut of the Iron Dragon Sword. Gangjiao Leopard Tail. Use your feet to make your body stand upside down, and turn your hands on the ground to drive your legs to form a rotating spiral slash. Swish. The slash slashed toward the Iron Dragon Sword, which had not yet changed back. Ding. 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 The two collided and sparks burst out, and Gajil's body was slid on the ground by the force of the attack. 2 ravines were paired out of the feet that were firmly on the ground. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes. Gajil's eyes became more and more serious, and he had to admit that this unknown S-rank magician brought him a great surprise. He was very good at fighting, and there were thorns all over his body, which was simply not something ordinary people could handle. Advertisement. This is just the beginning. Pung. Dieter murmured and stepped on the ground, breaking the floor speed again and getting close to Gajil to melee. Just to my liking. Gajil is also not weak, and his lower limbs rushed to the ground. The 2 fists collided instantly. Hoo-hoo. Whooping. The strong wind mixed with the collision of the 2 blew all around. Sawdust on the ground and rubbish thrown on the ground were thrown up. The onlookers hiding in the corner sighed intuition. The battle between the 2 was quite violent. After the close combat, they simply used the power of the body to punch to the flesh. The gust of wind blown by each punch made them unable to open their eyes. The skin was sore from the strong wind. Bang bang bang. Clap clap clap. Crackling. You punch and I kick. The strength is rising. No one is weaker than the other. No one took the initiative to evade the attack, because both parties knew that once they evaded, they would be at a disadvantage, and the other party would definitely seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Hand-to-hand combat is the bloodiest and most physical combat style. As a dragon slayer, Gajeel is an iron dragon slayer magic, and his body is naturally very powerful. At first he also felt that melee combat was entirely a chance for him. But it was only after the battle that I found out that this Dieter's physique was not weak either, even stronger than himself. Even though every punch hit him, he couldn't see even the slightest change. The fighting style remains the same. And that seemingly ordinary fist hit the body, but it was quite painful. Pong. Another punch. The gust of wind spread the two sides apart for the first time. Comfortable. It's really comfortable. Dieter groaned. Moving the body also felt unprecedented comfort, and melee combat with people with strong physical strength was indeed the most passionate way. It's as if all the cells in the body are stretching the body. Advertisement. Don't be too proud, you guy. Gajeel cursed. He rushed to the ground again, and he wanted to continue the fight. Dieter shook his head. I'd love to continue playing with you, but time doesn't allow it, so it's time to end it. Extend your right arm, agitating like a pep talk. Accelerates the blood flow in the body, the whole body turns red, and there is a lot of steam. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel doesn't understand why there is steam, but he knows not to give any chance. The right arm turned into an iron rod and stabbed at Dieter. Second gear rubber jet pistol. Boom. Gajeel flew out backwards. The severe pain in his chest made Gajeel lose control of his body. Before he could figure it out, I saw Dieter's figure already appearing in the sky, and his left hand was aimed at him. The right fist was clenched at the waist and attacked suddenly. It hit the chest extremely fast, and it was another heavy punch, causing his body to fly upside down to be immediately changed by the force. Boom. Smashed on the floor in the tavern. The wooden floor cracked, and the fragmented cracks spread around, and the tavern was full of spider veins. Gajeel opened his mouth to scream. The bloodshot in the eyeball spreads all over the white of the eye. Although there is no blood, it is still a bit seriously injured. It's amazing. The ghost people can't even resist. It's too strong. Is this guy named Dieter really the wizard of the fairy tale guild? This strength is too shocking. The ghost can't react, it's just being hanged. There is a mess in the tavern. But the onlookers or the boss were very excited, and their faces were blood red with excitement. Watching Dieter's eyes admiringly, if it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, I might rush out to get an autograph. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Crush. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Now you know the gap between us. Dieter stood in front of Gajeel, who was lying on the ground with his hands down, with a playful smile in his eyes. Damn it. Gajeel felt a little uncomfortable covering his chest. Iron dragons roar. Suddenly, a silver whirlwind brewed in Gajeel's mouth, and there were also a lot of iron items that boosted the destructive power and spit at Dieter. Shock. The tavern owner slammed into his heart and was very worried. No matter how powerful someone is with such a close-range move, there is no way to avoid it. The onlookers felt bad. This is the end. Fairy Tale was hit by such a close-range attack. I am afraid that he will be seriously injured if he does not die, and some people even close their eyes unbearably and do not want to see the tragic end. Oh, you think I'm not prepared? Iron block empty wood. Dieter sneered, holding his breath with his feet tied, his body reduced to the hardest iron. In an instant, he was submerged in the whirlwind impact by that move. Boom. However, I saw that those attacks were directly rebounded, and Gajeel's body was instantly exposed to the roaring attack. Ding ding. The iron pieces in the whirlwind crossed the body to create a lot of sparks. Although the damage to Gajeel was not very high, the ability to be bounced back made him feel tricky, and he didn't even know how to show his favor for a while. Gajeel also took this opportunity to get up from the ground to distance themselves from each other. Stamina and mana consumed most of the time. Advertisement. There is no advantage in continuing. Gajeel understands that today is a tough time, and if he doesn't leave, he may be left behind. Iron Dragon Spear Ghost Salary. Gajeel used all his strength, raising his arms and transforming his hands into Iron Dragon Spear form, increasing the penetration and destructive power of his attacks. Prepare to take this opportunity to break through the heavy defenses and leave the tavern. Hee, I can't do anything about it in the heyday, let alone now, you only have to lose. Dieter laughed. Once again, the body is as free as a painting on paper. Controlling the flexible body to stagger Gajeel's attack, letting that penetrating move miss. Boom. Slap. Due to inertia, Gajeel did not have the energy to stop the puncture of the spear in time. After being avoided by Dieter, he had no choice but to passively stab the wooden planks on the ground. The destructive power and penetrating power instantly made the spear pierce. The violent force squeezed in an instant, and the entire floor burst open. Sawdust was scattered all over the tavern, and the originally good tavern had turned into ruins due to the battle between Gajeel and Dieter. It's time to end. 6 types of profound truth, 6 King's Spear. Dieter murmured to use the combination of shaving and second gear again, increasing the speed again, and came behind Gajeel. Both hands clenched fists up and down and aimed at Gajeel's back, condensing more powerful strength. That moment, goosebumps all over Gajeel's body were sending him dangerous signals. That feeling really scares him. At the same time, I also know that once hit by this kind of attack, it may not die but also be seriously injured. Gajeel wants to resist, but the current situation does not allow him any chance of evasion at all, and he can only pray in his heart that this attack will not kill him. Boom boom boom. The attack that shook the entire tavern was instantly released. Advertisement. The terrifying power condensed on the fists was released, and the unparalleled power acted on Gajiel's body of steel. Cough cough. Gajiel's eyes trembled, and he spit out a lot of blood with his mouth open. It didn't look like there was any damage on the outside, but only Dieter and Gajiel knew that the attack was inside the body. Even if the 5 internal organs are not shattered, they are still broken organs. Killing you makes my hands dirty, Dieter said. He kicked Gajiel and kicked him out of the pub to swear that the game was over. The owner of the tavern and the crowd of onlookers praised without sorrel. Too powerful. Is this the truest power of a fairy tales level wizard? Strong. To be able to be so strong, this Dieter's strength is terrifying. Cow. I really admire it. With such strength, it is still a member who does not show off the mountains and waters. I am afraid that fairy tale is much stronger than we thought. ... Those people flushed with excitement. Clenching his fists and staring at Dieter, his eyes were extremely fiery, and it was not a waste to be able to see the battle of S-rank mages here. They were overwhelmed with excitement. The owner of the tavern couldn't wait to kneel on the ground and shout long live. Master Mage, you are really too powerful. The tavern owner stepped forward and thanked him with excitement. The group of people who were watching the lively here were also surrounded by this, nodding their heads to express their admiration for Dieter. One by one will become a little fangirl. It's alright, but I'm really sorry that the tavern has become like this. Dieter waved his hand. The tavern owner immediately shook his head. Of course there's no problem, and there may even be a lot of people coming from now on, and the battle here will make many people come to admire and listen to the gossip. That's it, then I'll go first and you can talk slowly by yourself. Dieter waved his hand and prepared to leave after listening to the words. If he didn't leave, he would be arrested by the city defense forces of Magnolia Town. Asterisk. Chapter 53. The plan for the counterattack. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Under the frantic gazes of a group of people, Dieter left the tavern. Looking at the few pools of blood left on the street, he did not chase after Gajiel. He has been seriously injured by himself. If he can still find trouble for Levy at this level, it can only be said that this is his life. There is no need to continue chasing. If there is that time, it is better to rest earlier. After beating Gajiel, the gloomy feeling in my heart that the guild building was destroyed also vanished. Humming a little song and wandering in the street. It was only when night was approaching that he walked towards the bottom floor of the guild. Meet Erza at the door. Yo, Dieter greeted. Erza asked suspiciously, where have you been today? Shouldn't you go fishing again? No, I'm just wandering around. Dieter waved his hand and suggested, would you like to go to my place? Erza reached out and ruffled her red ears. Said regretfully, I can't do it today. Mira suggested that the guild members travel together. Natsu and Gray went to Lucis' house. I'm not worried and I'm preparing to go too. Seeing that Dieter's clothes were dirty after speaking, he reached out to help clean the stains on his clothes, just like a wife grooming her husband. You'll be fine anyway, let's go together, Erza suggested. Dieter hesitated. As if making a decision, he nodded and agreed. Then let's go together. Erza smiled and led Dieter towards Lucis' house. There was also talk and laughter along the way. Lucis' house. Click. Because I think fairy tale. The door was opened, and Lucy walked in from outside, and before he finished speaking, he saw a group of people he saw in the room. You're back. This house is really nice. Dieter et al. Say hello. Lucy was speechless. Turn around and exit the room to reopen the door. After confirming that it was not a hallucination, he shouted, there are too many people. Dragging the suitcase and hitting Natsu knocked him to the ground. Erza savored with a teacup. About the ghosts, since they have come to this city. Advertisement. Gray said, I'm afraid we've already carefully checked all of our addresses. What? Lucy panicked. Dieter scratched his ears and said, so it's safer for everyone to gather together for a while, which is what Mila suggested. Lucy understands. That's it. Happy, muttered while eating a fish. Everyone went to stay at someone's house today. Erza's face was full of affirmation. You are still in your youth after all. If only Natsu and Gray and the others are allowed to live in, I will feel very unhappy. He smiled and replied, that's why I decided to move in with them. After hearing Erza's explanation, Lucy also understood the cause and effect. Watching Gray and Natsu say, Natsu and Gray have already decided to move in, but brother Dieter. Dieter poured himself a drink from the side. After taking a sip, he said, Mila is with my brother. It's inconvenient for me to go. Erza is here with you again, so I have to come alone. Yeah, although Dieter is very strong, the ghost is not weak, and it's not good for him to go back to sleep by himself. Erza agreed. Beside, Happy has started rummaging through the drawer with Nikora. Stop, you stinky cat, why even Nikora is making fun of you? Lucy complained. Happy said, there are laundry. Wow, Nikora, what are you eating? Why don't you share with me? Natsu joined in the fun. Happy said again, Erza, you see I found very colored underwear. Erza blushed. Okay, so bold, so you all wear this kind of thing. Gray lay on Lucis' bed and said, I'm going to bed first, please don't make too much noise. After a while, the house was a mess. Lucy was powerless to complain. When you go to someone else's house, you don't care about the owner's own pleasure. Boom. Dieter came over to Natsu and Gray, raised his hand and hammered the two of them. You two smell like sweat. If you're going to sleep, at least take a shower, you idiots. Dieter ordered. No, it's too much trouble. I'm really sleepy already. Both Natsu and Gray countered. Dieter's eyes became cold, and he scolded. If that's the case, then you two will get out. Erza and I can sleep with Lucy. Either take a shower or get out. Bath. The relaxed people came out again. Advertisement. Lucy lays the mat on the floor for Natsu, Gray and Dieter to sleep in. There is no difference between men and women, and it is impossible to have a bed. Why did the ghost everyone talk about suddenly attack us? Lucy wondered. Erza is also very strange, who knows, although there have been small conflicts with each other before, but such a direct attack is the first time. Natsu, who was lying on the table, was very upset. Muttering. The old man doesn't need to be afraid at all, just teach them a good lesson. Lucy complained. So you haven't slept yet, so hurry up and take a shower. Looking at Dieter, who was standing by the window, he asked subconsciously, Brother Dieter, do you know what's going on? After I asked, I felt a little bit wrong. Even the old man of the guild didn't know, and Brother Dieter, although he was very powerful, probably didn't know either. For you, Dieter said. This made Erza on the bed, Natsu on the table, Gray reading the novel, and happy, and Nikora. How is it possible? I'm just a little transparent in the guild, Brother Dieter, stop joking. Lucy was ashamed. Erza et al. Also felt the same. Turning from the window, Erza's side hugged her waist and looked at Lucy. Lucy, you ran away from home, right? Your father is very powerful. Do you think he will issue a commission to have people come to you, Lucy Heartfilia? Dieter said. Immediately, Lucy's eyes widened, mouth open in disbelief that Dieter knew her true identity. At that moment, she felt falling into the eternal ice cave, and the feeling of helplessness and cold made her body stiff. Seeing Lucy's performance, everyone understood what he said. Dieter knew that she had misunderstood Lucy's expression, got up and came to her and reached out and rubbed her long blonde hair. Don't get me wrong, in my eyes, you are the little sister who loves to complain in the fairy tale guild. Brother, I don't mean to blame you. Lucy blushed and acted coquettishly. I don't like to complain. Lucy's family is very rich. Her father sent the entrustment to the ghost in order to find him. This is the main purpose of that group of people. We just need to guard Lucy. All conspiracy and tricks are useless. Dieter told the crowd about his plans. Erza et al. Listened very carefully. Several people gathered directly together and began to plan a grand plan to counterattack the ghost. This negotiation is all night. Chapter 54. Fairy Tale vs Phantom Lord. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. After the plan was discussed, it was dawn. Okay, it's time to go to the guild to gather, just follow the plan. Dieter yawned and drank the coffee on the table, looking at Gray and Natsu and Lucy, who were already asleep and shaking their heads speechlessly. Just let them sleep. Erza left Lucy's house with Dieter and walked towards the guild. Heard some bad news on the way. Magnolia Town, Southgate Park. Sorry, it turns out that we are members of the guild. A group of people gathered under the tall tree trunks, all city residents watching the excitement. Erza pushed his way through the crowd with an ugly Dieter. Through the heavy flow of people, I also came to the innermost, and the residents who looked at it all looked at the trunk. There were 3 people nailed to the tree trunk, it was Levi and 2 companions. They wore the coat of arms of the Phantom Lord, and Levi had few injuries, but the other 2 were less fortunate and appeared to be dying. I don't know if it's emotional. Natsu, Gray and Lucy also ran after them. Seeing his companion on the tree trunk, Natsu's eyes were burning with flames. Gray was equally angry. Lucy even covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. Levi, Jed, Troy, several people were heartbroken. Dieter's face was gloomy. He never expected that Gajiel, who was severely injured, would still have the strength to do this. The courage is really not small. Rear. President Makarov came with a magic wand. President. It's the president. Makarov looked at the 3 of Levi and pondered. If it's just smashing the guild tavern, I can hold back, but no parent will be indifferent to seeing the child's blood. The veins in the palms of the hands rose. The magic in the body boiled violently, and the magic tent in his hand was crushed. Advertisement. It's time for a formal war, Makarov said. Without looking back, he went to the bottom floor of the guild to gather members and prepare to fight. Dieter took a deep breath. Looking at Erza, he said, the plan remains the same. When you go, don't let the president of the guild find Jose alone. The latter nodded. The caller rescued the 3 of Levi and started their actions according to the plan. Ogu town northeast of the Kingdom of Fury. In the center of the city is the branch of the Phantom Lord, the Guild of Wizards. Really happy. I heard that the stinky goblin's butt was beaten. And the Gajiel guy seems to have flattened 3 people. But I want to know why Gajiel can't hide. I'm going to have 2 drinks with him. Who knows, it won't hurt. Boom. At this moment, the guild gate was blown open by fiery red flames. A few guys who were just about to go out on the mission were bounced back, breaking the walls into big holes. Everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild looked at the door in surprise. Fairy Tale is here. At the door, Makarov broke into the door with a group of guild members, swearing the start of the battle. The 2 sides were extremely jealous when they met. There was no need for any words at all, they fought together immediately, and Natsu bore the brunt of the battle, watching the group of guild members control the flames and defeat several people. Anyone will do, just let the horses come over. Natsu shouts at the Phantom Lord members. The battle between the two sides entered the most enthusiastic atmosphere in an instant, and a big battle began. Where? Jellal is already dead, why dare not show up? Erza swung his sword through the crowd, shouting to the huge guild, looking for the ghost's trump card. What are you talking about? How could Jellal dare not come out? That's right, Jellal is our guild's trump card and doesn't bother to show up at all. Stinky goblins are a bunch of idiots. You don't need Jellal to defeat you. If you dare to break into our guild, just wait to be defeated. Advertisement. The stinky goblin doesn't deserve Jellal at all. The people of the Phantom Lord Guild showed no signs of weakness, roaring and rushing towards Erza with their weapons. Clank. Erza took down a few people with a knife and continued to shout. Are you talking about Jellal who was beaten to death by Dieter? If he didn't die, why would he dare not come out? Get out, let me see how many you have left. Breath. The members of the Phantom Lord Guild flushed red. Of course they didn't want to believe that the guild ace would be beaten to the death, but this time Jellal didn't show up, which made them a little worried. Only the anger can be turned into an attack. Jellal. Natsu also controlled the flames to declare war on Jellal. Jellal walked out of the side room with crutches on his body. Everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild looked over and found that Jellal was wearing a lot of bandages at this time, and he looked a lot miserable. The words just now rang out. Ha ha ha. Natsu immediately covered his stomach and laughed when he saw Jellal. Jellal, you have been repaired so badly. Ha ha ha. Erza also raised an eyebrow. He stared at Jellal with a sneer, and said, it's so kind, you were beaten to death by Dieter, and you still have the strength to trouble the guild members, hee. Erza, what's going on? Makarov over there was also curious to see what Jellal thought of Erza's words. Erza recounted. The day the guild was destroyed, Dieter met Jellal in Magnolia. The two fought a battle. At that time, Jellal was hammered to the point of death. I didn't expect that he would dare to trouble our guild. Ah, it turns out that Dieter did it. It's amazing. It's not bad that he is the strongest among his peers in our guild. Gray was surprised. Looking at Jellal's tragic situation also expressed sympathy for him. Meeting Dieter also blamed him for being unlucky. Dieter's strength is really easy to beat this Jellal. It's amazing, I'm burning. Natsu was overjoyed, knocked down the crowd and rushed towards Jellal, roaring, come on Jellal, I'll beat you even worse. Don't be too arrogant with the fire dragon. Jellal's face was ugly, and he threw away his crutches and fought with Natsu. The battle between the two sides entered a more intense stage. Whether it's Fairy Tail or Phantom Lord, it's a red eye. A deadly attack. Chapter 55. I don't know if I'm an interesting opponent. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Magnolia Hospital. The three of Levy were being treated here at the moment, and there was a complete hospital facility for mages. Lucy sat on the stool and looked down at Levy on the hospital bed. I didn't expect them to be so cruel, the ghost group. Lucy said. Dieter was standing by the window. After hearing Lucy's words, he also shook his head. The ghosts and we have always had a grudge, and there was little friction in the fight for the strongest guild. After this conflict, we can completely solve the ghosts and pay tribute to our status as the strongest guild. Lucy was silent. It seems that she thinks the cause of this incident is her. President, they are great, don't worry, Dieter said. Looking in the direction of the Phantom Lord Guild, I thought that as long as Erza listened to his advice, then Makarov would not be drained of magic power, and the battle would change a lot, and there would not be so many changes. Lucy stayed in the ward for a long time. In the end, I left here in a very uncomfortable mood, and bought food on the way to go back. In the small alley, he couldn't help but said to himself, really, I am also willing to fight for the guild, but everyone left. But forget it, I'll help take care of Levy and the others, there's nothing I can do. Quote. Lily. Pattering. The sunny day when the sun was still high suddenly started to rain. Lucy walked up to a man wearing a blue coat, blue wavy hair and blue eyes. She was also decorated with sunny dolls on her coat. Patter patter. The person who came as Juvia Loxer, the rain girl, in the four elements. That's right, Juvia is the rain girl, patter patter, Juvia said. Lucy didn't know why, and looked at the strange woman who suddenly appeared. He looked around and couldn't see Brother Dieter. Juvia walked over to Lucy and asked, what kind of girl are you? Advertisement. Excuse me, who are you? Lucy asked politely. Juvia didn't answer. She passed Lucy and was about to leave. She pushed through the rain and said inexplicably, it's funny, I wish you a good day. What the hell is going on? Lucy groaned. Non. At this time, the ground in front of Juvia swelled, and a man with green hair and a suit appeared. He is the Sol of the earth, of the four elements. Bonjour with Non in 337 key, Sol poses. Lucy continued to complain. There's another weirdo. Sol twisted his body and said, Miss Juvia, how can you do this? You can't give up work. Juvia said, Mr. Sol. Sol came to Juvia, bent down to hold the single glasses on his face, and said, my glasses whispered to me our goal, the little girl in front of us is our lovely object. Huh, it was this girl. Juvia was expressionless. And Lucy knew right away. The brain thought of what Brother Dieter said last night like an electric shock. Then these people in front of you are the people of the Phantom Lord Guild, and their goal is to capture me back. Lucy understood immediately. He reached out and grabbed the key at his waist to prepare for battle. At the same time, she is constantly looking for Brother Dieter. She doesn't think she has the strength to deal with the two weirdos in front of her. Soul's body twisted. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Saul. I am one of the four elements. People call me Saul of the Earth. Just call me Mr. Saul. Lucy stared nervously. Repeat what you just said. You mean the four elements of the Phantom Lord Guild? Grit your teeth and worry. She didn't expect the ghost to send people of this level to arrest him. Advertisement. That's right, the two of us came to greet you from the great Phantom Lord, Saul said. He stretched out his hand and introduced Juvia next to him. The one in front of you is the rain girl from the four elements of our Phantom Lord, known as the Juvia of the Sea. 2. It turned out to be two four-element level characters. If there is only one, then she will consider trying to fight or flee. Can be two four elements. She knew it was impossible to leave today. Either he was captured, or he was saved by Brother Dieter, and it was obvious that Brother Dieter had encountered some problem, otherwise it would be impossible not to appear for such a long time. Suddenly, the water polo surrounds Lucy. The air was cut off, and Lucy felt it hard to breathe. She wanted to escape from the water polo, but the hard outer wall of the water polo could not let her leave. The air was getting less and less, and if she didn't leave, she would really be caught. Non. Saul rubbed his beard and said, I hope you can forgive me for saying 3 nons. I destroyed the guild and injured Gajiel, who was seriously injured by Miss Levy and the others. I thought I would meet an interesting opponent this time, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Don't struggle. Juvia's current restraint will never be broken. Don't waste your energy. Juvia said. Boom. A figure fell from the sky. He landed and smashed the ground into a crater, then punched Juvia's water polo. Peng's voice. As soon as Juvia finished speaking, the current restraint that would not be broken was violently broken. Oh, unbreakable water restraint. The person who came was Dieter. After he rescued Lucy, he looked at the two enemies in front of him and joked, I wonder if I'm an interesting opponent, Mr. Saul. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Dieter vs Juvia, Saul of the Four Elements. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Looks like you're the one who hit Mr. Gajiel. Juvia's eyes were fixed on Dieter's body, ready to attack at any time, daring not to be careless. The person in front of her was a strong man capable of severely wounding Gajiel. Miss Juvia, I can't read his heart, we have to join forces. Saul said. Juvia was a little surprised. She is aware of her companion Soul's ability, and can skillfully read the opponent's heart, and has never used her weakness to attack. An ability that never fails would turn out to be useless. Juvia got it, Juvia admitted. Cut the water flow. Control 5 or 6 water jets to shoot from the front, hitting Dieter and Lucy. Sand dance. Not to be outdone, Saul manipulated the sand to cover the small alley. Due to the rain, it could not spread too much, but he also successfully used the sand to create a veil, which caused Dieter and Lucy to lose enough vision. Swoosh. With the sand screen obscuring his vision, Dieter could only rely on the sound to tell the angle of Juvia's waterjet attack. Paper painting. Fortunately, he is not weak now. Feeling the waterjet getting closer and closer to him, he pushed Lucy away, and his body quickly dodged in place. The water knife slid past him sharply. Every time I could see that the waterjet was only a centimeter or more from Dieter. Gang foot. Dodging the waterjet attack, Dieter immediately fought back. Sweeping forward with one foot, air waves sprinted forward. The strong wind carried by the air wave wiped out the sand curtain. The original appearance of the small alley and Juvia and Saul on the opposite side are revealed. Non, Saul exaggerated. It's not a loss to be able to hit Mr. Gajiel's opponent, it is really difficult to deal with. Water fierce whip. Compared to Saul, Juvia doesn't have that much crap. On the front of his right hand, a water blue magic circle appeared, and the rain curtain in front of him was hanging in the air. It's interesting. I hope you can play with me a lot. Shave. Advertisement. Dieter dodged with ease. Find the right time, and immediately use shave to flash in the gap of the water whip. In a breath, he came to Saul. Finger gun. Madara. The hands turned into afterimages, and a series of finger guns were released from the fingers. Puff puff. That finger was like stabbing tofu, the white knife went in and the red knife came out, and Saul was caught off guard. The defense failed to defend. In the muffled sound, several bloody holes were also poked out of the body. Then Saul will immediately merge into the earth and escape. The water is rising. Juvia won't let you hurt your companions. Just as Dieter was about to fill up, Juvia's attack was released again. A large stream of water appeared under his feet like a dragon about to take off, slamming into Dieter, sending him up into the sky. Moonstep. Dieter was suspended in midair. Looking at Saul, who had already picked up the plane and disappeared, he regretted it, but he still couldn't keep that guy. Your companions abandoned you, and you alone can't beat me. Dieter shook his head. Body swoops. Sprinting from the air, the posture is the same as that of a tiger going down the mountain. It is bound to completely tear the opponent to pieces. Melee. Dieter chose melee combat this time, because he knew that he would not use elemental magic at the moment, so all the power he had at the moment was for melee combat, and the power of long-range attacks was not strong. In this case, melee combat is the fastest way to take down the opponent. Boom. The water burst. Dieter smashed Juvia's head with a punch. Advertisement. Juvia's head turned into a water source and was blasted. There was no blood or any injuries. As she used water magic, she could also turn her body into water. She is also not afraid of melee combat. You are the most powerful peer Juvia has ever seen, only a little weaker than President Jose. Juvia's head recovered, looking at Dieter's praise in front of her. There is no exaggeration to say this. Both strength and speed are the most powerful she has ever seen, and it is no wonder that she can beat Gajil into a half-dead look. Hee, thank you for your compliment. Dieter sneered, fists clenched around his waist, a quick blow. Rubber pistol. Bang bang bang. The splashes kept breaking, Dieter's hands turned into afterimages and hit Juvia's body. The body that turned her into water was shattered. Lucy in the back looked around vigilantly, she wanted to keep the guy who escaped from the embankment suddenly appear. It was amazing to see Dieter crushing the enemy. As expected of the strongest magician. That Juvia had silently imprisoned herself in the water polo. Its strength is of course needless to say. But now, Juvia could only keep her body in water to defuse Dieter's afterimage like fist attack. The two sides continue to stalemate and the final victory may only be Dieter. Cut the water. The body that turned into water was constantly being beaten, which also made Juvia feel uncomfortable. Immediately seized the opportunity to control the water jet to cut, trying to force Dieter back. Iron block empty wood. However, Dieter did not compare, his upper body bulged and turned into hard steel to withstand the water jet attacks. After the water jet hit the body, those attacks were actually bounced back to Juvia. Ah, ah, ah. Juvia screamed. The body was slid open several wounds by his own water jet. This time, he failed to turn his body into a water element in time, and was instead pierced by the rebounding water jet. Asterisk. Chapter 57. Juvia and Saul are seriously injured and flee. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Good chance. Dieter saw Juvia's body trembling because of the injury, and immediately jumped up. The fists condensed the aura of destruction. The front body is aimed at Juvia, echoing up and down, and the power is released. 6 types of profound truth, 6 king's spear. Boom boom boom. The roar that shook the entire alley exploded, the sound was like thunder. The rain was shaken by this powerful force, changing the speed of its falling, and it seemed to be shaking who was disturbing the thunder. Wow, and Juvia, who was hit, changed her complexion instantly. That power did not act on the external damage, but directly on the internal organs, and the turbulent power instantly shattered her internal organs. Cough cough. Blood spat out of her mouth. His face was as pale as paper, his legs were weak and he took a few steps back. Covering his stomach, he knelt down in the pattering rain. The blood spewed mouth after mouth, and her brain was so dizzy that she didn't even have the strength to escape. Watching Dieter getting closer, he couldn't help feeling timid. Too strong. She couldn't imagine how strong that burst of power was, and she lost her ability to fight with just one blow. It was also at this moment that he realized what a terrifying enemy Mr. Gajil had encountered. Mr. Gajil was lucky enough to be able to return to the guild with half his life, and being able to survive in the face of such a powerful enemy is enough to be proud of. At the same time, he felt ridiculous about the chairman's plan. There are such powerful enemies in Fairy Tail, and those plans are a bit vulnerable. You go. Advertisement. Dieter waved Juvia's hand to let her go after seeing the strength of Juvia's loss of combat. Juvia was stunned, asked uncertainly. You don't kill Juvia. Juvia is trying to arrest members of your guild. She didn't think she would leave alive. There should be no mercy towards the enemy, and possible dangers must be snuffed out in the cradle. It's not necessary, you're being forced to do so, Dieter said. Of course not. Dieter's purpose of returning the tiger to the mountain is also because Juvia will be a guild companion and Gray's girlfriend in the future. Same goes for Gajil. It's not that I don't dare to kill, it's just that there is no need to strangle the masters in the future guild. If it was Saul in front of him, Dieter wouldn't be talking nonsense. But not Juvia. Juvia will remember you. Juvia saw that Dieter was really not joking, and immediately got up and covered her stomach and left. Apparently, he also intends to wait until the future to repay his gratitude. You're amazing, Brother Dieter, you are amazing. The other party is 2 of the 4 elements. You were defeated by Brother Dieter alone. Lucy was pleasantly surprised. Ghost's 4 elements are equivalent to S-rank mages. Even the weakest S-rank is still S-rank, so easily defeated by Brother Dieter. Not even a single injury. This strength is definitely not comparable to ordinary S-level, and he has a full understanding of Xiaohan's strength. It's okay, the president and the others should be back, let's go back and wait. Dieter replied. Lead the way to the hospital ahead. In my heart, I am still a little worried about the battle on the ghost side, and the old man 80% will still be tricked. Guild basement. After learning that Erza and the others were back, Dieter also hurried over. Advertisement. I'm so mad, I never dreamed that we would retreat. I'm really unwilling. Not yet avenging the guild and levy, damn it. The ghost guys. ... Before I walked in, I heard angry people in the guild. Macau and a few people are doing research with a map. Their headquarters is here, if they use long-range magic to snipe from the high ground in the southwest. Wakaba put a bomb in the bag with a cigarette in his mouth, and said angrily, next time I will bring all the magic crystals of the bomb. Kaka. Dieter pushed the door and entered. I saw that most of the guild members were wounded. Walking in front of Erza and the others, he sighed, as the old man still caught. Erza apologized. Sorry, it's because I didn't keep up with the guild leader that I let the ghosts design the middle guild leader. Now the guild leader has been sent to the eastern forest. Dieter patted Erza on the shoulder to comfort her. After sweeping the guild members with low morale, they also said, since the guild leader is recruited, the ghost people will never miss such a great opportunity, and they may come to besiege our guild soon, so be prepared for the challenge. Natsu clenched his fists clearly with malice towards the Phantom Lord. Is there any danger on Dieter's side? Gray asked. Erza also looked over curiously, and as planned, Dieter and Lucy stayed to look after Levy and prevent the ghosts from coming and arresting people. I don't know if it happened here. Saul of the earth and Juvia of the sea, of the 4 ghosts, tried to take Lucy away, but I've severely injured them both, so it's not enough to fight, Dieter said. After hearing such an answer, Erza and the others were relieved. As long as the opponent also loses a powerful opponent, there is still hope. At least 2 of the 4 elements have been abolished. Even Gajil lost at least half of his strength. Fortunately there is Dieter, otherwise the battle that has not started would have ended. Macau was pleased. Wakaba is also more than emotional. In the blink of an eye, that kid has become the backbone of the guild. If the president knows, he will be very happy. At least we still have hope of winning. Asterisk. Chapter 58. 3-color domineering bonus. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Close black lens bracket. Not far on the ground. Kana placed the cards one by one, and finally turned the middle one over. After seeing the pattern, he threw the card away angrily, and said dejectedly, no, I can't figure out Mistogan's whereabouts. A crystal ball is placed in front of Mirajan next to him. Hearing Kana's words, he also sighed. That's it, what a pity. If they're aiming for Lucy, it's going to come again. We have a lot of injuries, and even with Dieter it's a little bit bad. Kana expounded while drinking suffocating wine. Mirajan also said, the president is seriously injured, and Mistogan is missing. Now I can only rely on you, Lagoses. The face of Lagoses in the crystal ball in front of him immediately sneered. That stinky old man deserves it the most. It's none of my business, you can solve it yourself. Mirajan pleaded. Now Fairy Tail is in trouble and needs your help, come back quickly. Cut. Isn't there that guy Dieter? When he also defeats me, he will go back and use his strength to prove that I am stronger than you all. Lajersis said. Kana took a sip of wine and said angrily, Lagoses, you guy. But Lagoses was not afraid at all, and said, am I wrong? This war was started by the old man, why should we help him wipe his A and A asterisk? Mirajan said with an ugly face. Lucy, now our partner is in trouble. Who are you? Lagoses revealed an expression of sudden realization, and smiled. That newcomer, tell her that if she is willing to be my woman, I will be willing to help her. Mirajan's whole face darkened. Kana also got up from the ground angrily and wanted to scold a few words. At this moment Dieter came. He patted Kana's shoulder and came to Mirajan's side, and laughed when he saw Lagos's bashful expression in the crystal ball. He said with contempt. I saw that you were crooked 5 years ago, but I didn't expect you to be crooked 5 years later. Lagoses, tell me why every time I see you, I feel that you are rude. Why don't you say tell me about your current position, and I will secretly go over to help the old man clean up the door, and there is no need for your unworthy descendants to live. Advertisement. Stab. Lagoses in the crystal ball flickered with arcs, staring at him with big eyes and angrily. Dieter, you are courting death. It's very loud. Dieter opened his ears and smiled at the crystal ball, and said, you have to come back soon. I can't wait to teach you how to be a human being. Please use your fly fist to please me. Quote. ZZ. Boom. The crystal ball exploded. Unable to bear Dieter's verbal attack, Lagoses turned his anger on the crystal ball and shattered it. I can't believe, is this kind of person really a member of Fairy Tail? Mirajan said coldly. Dieter touched her hair and said with a smile. It's okay if Lagoses doesn't come back. I'm here in the guild, no matter who it is, there will be no return. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the Phantom Lord Guild and reward 40 skill points. Close black lens bracket. The long-lost system reappears. Dieter comforted Mirajan, and at the same time immersed himself in his mind, looking at the updated words and looking at the upside-down branches in his mind. To this day, after many skill appearances, 1/3 of the skill bar has been hung on the entire prosperous tree. The bottom layer is still the full-level Navy 6th form. The power of the 6th-type Navy after the full point has long exceeded the power shown in Pirates. Above the Naval Type 6 is the ability of the Rubber Fruit. The level above is level 4. For now, both the second and third gears of the Rubber Fruit can be used. In terms of power, it is much stronger than that of an S-class wizard. There is still a gap between them and the President of the Holy Ten, but Dieter feels that this gap should disappear soon. Advertisement. Gain 40 skill points. These skills are enough for Dieter to upgrade the ability of the Rubber Fruit by 4 levels, and the development of the Rubber Fruit will take another stage. You can also light up the 3-color domineering above the fruit's ability to further strengthen the strength. Compared with the former and the latter, Dieter does not need to think too much at all. As long as the 3-color domineering light is enough to open the 4th gear. And it also has the advantage of seeing and hearing perception and the advantage of overlord colored group battles to clean up small soldiers. Add a bit of 3-color domineering. Single quote. I meditated in my heart, and directly added 30 skill points to the 3-color domineering. Continue to add the remaining 10 points to the Rubber Fruit level. Add points to complete. At that moment, Dieter felt the power in his body rise again at an extremely fast speed. For the use of 3-color domineering, there is also a feeling of grasping. Now he is enough to wrestle with Jose of the Holy Ten. Ragoses and Mistogan are not in the guild now, and I can only rely on you and Erza, Mirajan said. Dieter looked back at Mirajan with red eyes. Relax, it's just a Holy Ten Jose, not an invincible figure, I am enough to deal with him now. Dieter is confident. The addition of 3-color domineering is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Now he has enough confidence to fight. Asterisk. Chapter 59. The Magic Cluster Cannon. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers, ask for an evaluation ticket, ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the entire guild vibrated violently, and the tattered guild was shocked by the movement, and a lot of ashes were thrown away, as if something terrifying was slowly approaching. What happened? The guild has begun to shake. Could something happen? What the hell happened? The members of the guild were all shocked. Now that they are all grass and trees, they are naturally very nervous when such an abnormal change occurs. Panic, shouting and wanting to learn some useful information from the mouth of the companion. But everyone has been in the guild all the time, how can they know what the source of this shock is? Outside, Alzak just came back and rushed in to call out to the people in the guild. Everyone ran out immediately. What is that? Everyone ran to the door, looking at the phantom slowly approaching in the distance, cold sweat oozing from each head, and the goal of the huge thing is that they are here. As the huge phantom approached, everyone can see his true face. It is a mechanical tentacle with 6 hard. They dragged a tiny island and stepped on the sea, and the island was a castle-like building, and emotions such as terror, hugeness, and panic filled the minds of all guild members. The length of the mechanical contact is also much longer than expected. With the step, the tentacles propped up the sea, and even leaked out of the land below the sea. The waves whipped up layers of waves. Like an ancient giant beast, it devoured the building on the shore with its bloody mouth wide open. The whole guild is moving. Happy! Exclaimed in shock. Loki also looked at the huge building and asked, is it a ghost? Boom, boom, boom. The behemoth stepped on the sea, and every step it took, the residents of the entire city felt the continent shaking under their feet. What should I do? Such a big guy can still move. It's over. Are we really over? Advertisement. The people in the guild shivered. Erza and Lucy both came from elsewhere, timid when they saw the behemoth soaring into the sky. It's really unpredictable, it's attacked in this way. Sweat dripped from Erza's freshly wiped face again, and the huge building made her heart palpitate. At this time, the huge fortress stopped. Just when everyone in the guild breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a gate open on the fortress. A huge cannon barrel protruded from it. It slowly extended out and was adjusted in angle, and the gun barrel was facing the guild building built on the coast. The energy of nothingness and transparency is gathering. A huge sphere is formed to store power in front of the barrel, and the penetrating energy fluctuations can be seen even though they are far apart. Oops, everyone get down. Erza reacted the fastest, and immediately turned around and waved an order to everyone in the guild who had been stunned. After speaking, Erza rushed towards the edge of the coast. Erza, what the hell are you trying to do? Macau and Mirajan called immediately. However, Erza did not respond, and was enveloped in golden light as he rushed forward. In an instant, he put on a heavy suit of armor. Erza has changed. That's the Vajra armor. Is she going to block it with her body? Even if it is armor with super defensive power, it is absolutely impossible. Don't do this, Erza, you're going to die. The guild members shouted. Sweat from their palms persuaded Erza that even if her armor was super defensive, she would definitely be wiped out by an attack like that. She must not be allowed to do such a stupid thing. Advertisement. I won't let you ruin the guild. Erza's will was firm, and the protective shields on his arms immediately closed, and an emerald green magic circle with a height of more than 10 meters appeared. This is the only way to protect the guild from being destroyed. Clatter. With a hand on Erza's shoulder, Dieter walked over to her. Hey, are you too strong a woman? Didn't I say that the president is not there and I still have mine? Dieter gave Erza a perfect smile. Take the initiative to stand up and replace Erza to block this attack. No, the power of this attack is definitely far beyond what you can bear. I have the strongest defense of the King Kong armor, which can completely defend against this attack. You quickly retreat and lie down. The denial of Erza's righteous words. Bravely, he said better about his armor and defense, trying to reassure Dieter to leave this dangerous frontier. Dieter shook his head. I will write down the fact that you treat me as a fool for the time being. I have known you for 7 years. I still don't know how much your armor can withstand. Just leave this attack to me. After speaking, the body slowly vacated. Came to Erza's body, watching the attack that had gathered strength to over 8 meters in diameter waiting. Dieter, you. Shut up. I'm your man, and I'm also the eldest brother of the friends in the Fairy Tale Guild. You are honest and obedient, and step back. Erza still wanted to talk. Before he could finish speaking, Dieter scolded him with a very strict tone. Erza retracted his armor and took a few steps back, staring firmly at Dieter's figure in the air. Brother Dieter. Dieter. The guild companions behind him all looked at the unstalwart figure standing in front of everyone. He took all the dangers. The purpose is to protect the companions and the guild resident. They are moved, but no one said anything, and all stood gritting their teeth and looked at Dieter's back in the air. Boom. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Hard against the magic cluster cannon. Ask for flowers, a reward, and an evaluation ticket. Boom. The magic cluster cannon is fired. That huge energy beam is brewing an aura of destruction. Just the wind and waves carried by the emission of the light beams broke the seawater of Dwangyang, and the gray-brown seabed land was leaked. The purple dark energy beam pierced the air and annihilated Dieter. Third gear. Dieter raised his arms and opened his mouth to bite his thumb, taking a deep breath and blowing hard. In an instant, the entire arm swelled up. That gigantic fist doesn't even have to be smaller than the magic cluster cannon. Armed color. However, it wasn't over yet. Dieter raised his huge fist and used his armament color. In an instant, a strange force surrounded the entire arm, and the huge fist turned into a black appearance, revealing a dangerous atmosphere. Then, what is that? Looking at the huge fist wrapped in black, Gray also made a puzzled sound. No, I don't know. Natsu was also taken aback. They all knew about Dieter's speciality. He could grow bigger and smaller, and he also had the elusive physique. Even physique alone can defeat them. Dieter, who has learned gigantic magic, has few chances to shoot, but he also has a deep understanding of general abilities, but today, at this moment, he can't help but feel strange. Dieter's huge arm was enveloped in a layer of dark matter. It also looks a little weird. Dieter even Erza is surprised. Is it possible that Dieter's magic has changed again? Otherwise why would it be surrounded by black matter? Could it be some other magic that Dieter is hiding? She was puzzled. Looking at Marajan to hear her opinion, the two are Dieter's closest friends and should be the people who know Dieter best. Never, never. Marajan shook her head. From beginning to end, it seems that only Dieter's strength and magic are the most mysterious. Advertisement. Every time I see him, it seems that I have done my best, but every time I see him, I always find that Dieter is stronger than the last time. Rubber Thor elephant gun. Dieter threw back his dark arm, which extended in a strange change. A closer look reveals that the distance has extended to half the distance of Magnolia Town. The residents of that area were amazed at the dark arms of the sky. ZZ. A thunder arc jumps on the surface of the thunder god gun that enters the third gear, and the appearance of the thunder arc belongs to the electrical energy generated by the rubber rubbing the air, which is the same as the principle of friction and fire. Finally, when the roaring magic guided cluster gun broke through the layers of waves and rushed forward, Dieter's arm snapped back. The thunder god spear was pulled back at a very fast speed, carrying the fist wind like a broken bamboo and hitting the beam of the magic beam cannon. Boom, 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 boom. The two collided, the hurricane whistled, and the wind waves generated by the two attacks exploded and blew away in an instant. The sea water below the collision point was washed away uncontrollably, leaking out of the deep circular ground. The members of the guild were blown to the ground, and the lightweight people could only hold on to the relay point to resist the storm. The light shines. The entire scene was shrouded in white light, and no one could open their eyes. Even if they narrowed a gap, they would be stabbed by the explosion. Anyone who dares to look hard will end up being blind. Whooping. The magic power of the explosion did not disappear, but flew towards the sky with the arc on the thunder god elephant gun. That attack instantly shattered the white clouds on the blue sky. The magic power slowly disappeared. The white light also disappeared. Dieter. Below Erza immediately opened his eyes and looked at Dieter in the sky, busy asking him if he was injured. The others all looked to the ground. Dieter and the magic cluster cannon collided in midair and exploded. Advertisement. But now the coast has been shattered. The shores of solid blue bricks and tiles have disappeared without even a trace of their existence. Seawater seeps into the broken shore and merges with the sea. This is enough to show how powerful the energy aftermath of the collision just now is. Bah, I underestimated the magic cluster cannon. Dieter in the air rubbed his right arm that was temporarily unable to use his strength and bared his teeth. Originally, in his opinion, since Erza can block the magic beam cannon, his strength should be enough to destroy the magic beam cannon with a single move after being strengthened by the armament color. It was only after the Thor elephant spear and the beam came together that he realized that he was still despising it, which caused Dieter's arm, which had rebounded just now, to be temporarily unable to exert force. Fortunately, no problem. Among the three gears, the Thor elephant spear is the most powerful. Fortunately, it was not embarrassing in the hands of Dieter, and it was a display of its great power. Too great. The magic that was enough to destroy the city was blocked by Dieter with one punch. This is too powerful. Dieter's state hasn't changed at all, so that means he can easily block that move. From the side, it means that Dieter's blow has the power to destroy the city. The people in the guild exclaimed. Several people grabbed their hair in horror and couldn't believe Dieter's strength was so strong. Destroy the city with one blow. This is no longer the power of an ordinary S-rank mage. Even if Erza resisted that magic trick, it was absolutely impossible to escape unscathed. Only at this moment did they understand how terrifying Dieter's power was. It's amazing. Brother Dieter's strength is really super strong. Lucy was shocked. The magic was shattered with one punch, and apart from the damage to the coast, the buildings and the wood were not damaged. Is this the strength of Brother Dieter? Natsu was even more eager to move, and said in surprise, "Okay, such a powerful move, I'm already on fire." This guy. Gray wiped the cold sweat oozing from his forehead in horror. I also feel deep despair over Dieter's strength in my heart, and I am afraid it is impossible to defeat Dieter in my lifetime. Asterisk. Chapter 61. I will never give up my companions. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Dieter. Fairy Tail's most low-key S-class wizard. Is it you who severely injured Gajil, Juvia, and Saul? Obviously. Jose has a deep understanding of the members of Fairy Tail. Keep every S-rank wizard in mind. But you don't have the chance to sing your triumphant song. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia. Hand it over now, Jose said. Everyone in the guild raised their heads proudly. What are you kidding? Which guild will give its partner to the enemy? Stop dreaming. Lucy is our guild's partner. Yes, go back. In the face of an enemy of Jose's level, no one in the guild flinched. Even if Dieter and Erza weren't there today, it would be impossible to hand Lucy over. They can't do anything to betray their mates. Hand over it, Jose scolded. However, it was still his steadfast guild companions who responded to him. It would be better for me to betray my partner than to die happily. Erza roared at the buildings in the distance. A merciless rebuttal. Natsu also clenched his fists and shouted, no matter what happens in the future, our answer will never change, and we will definitely break you guys down. The voice of the companion's death as if at home can be heard. There were tears in Lucis' eyes, emotional imbalance, and deep emotion in his heart. All the members drove the Phantom Lord's guild quarters with all their might, even though their shouting might not be heard by the other party. Jose got up from his position, looking at the members of the Fairy Tail Guild floating in the air, roaring, in this case, you should eat another extra large Jupiter. During the 15 minutes of reloading, you should struggle in fear. Jose's roar also made the voices of the guild members' shouts stagnate. What? Is Jupiter going to launch again? Damn it, even if Dieter can hold on, we're going to lose this way. Companions are angry. The momentum has also decreased a lot, and the words are not so confident. Advertisement. Haha, don't say one more shot, even 10 more shots will be fine. That kind of unsubstantiated attack can't even make me use all my strength. Jose, are you capable of that? Dieter stood up in time, pinched his waist and retorted to the guild station in the distance. After hearing this, the companions in the guild were all excited. Yes, we have Dieter, it doesn't matter how good your moves are. If you can stop you this time, then it will be no problem next time, just come as you like. It's comfortable. It's not a loss to Dieter. He really is the backbone of our guild. Even if the guild leader is not there, he can challenge the ghost. No matter who you are, as long as Dieter is around, your conspiracy will never succeed. All the companions roared, like a ferocious tiger, even if it is injured and becomes a lamb to be slaughtered, it will never beg for mercy. Jose, you're just a monkey huddled in a guild. You think you're strong and can do whatever you want, but in fact you're just a little animal that makes fun of the troop, and you don't come out to die. Dieter laughed sarcastically. There was silence on the walking island. For a moment, an evil magic power soaring to the sky boiled. The sky of the guild headquarters was dyed dark black, as if the ancient gods and demons were about to revive. The terrifying magic power swept through everyone, and they couldn't help shivering, but the clamoring words in their mouths still didn't stop. The kid with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, you can stop it once or twice, and you can always stop it. Jose growled. Suddenly, a strange black thing came out of the huge building and charged towards Dieter and the others. Let's have a good time before that, Jose said. Everyone is vigilant and ready to fight at any time. The battle with the ghost is about to arrive, and success or failure is a matter of one fell swoop. I'll send you to hell, Fairy Tail. There are only 2 paths left for you now. You can go, and see if you will be destroyed by our army or by Jupiter. Jose smiled gloomily. Macau roared. It's too much, he actually wants to use Jupiter to destroy his partner. He was intimidating, he couldn't have fired, Wakaba agreed. Dieter shook his head and explained, no, he will, those black guys are Jose's magic, ghosts are not real humans, but ghost soldiers created by Jose's magic. The people behind were shocked. Looking at the darkness, he exclaimed, what, you say Yu Bing is? Stop talking nonsense. Dieter stopped everyone from continuing to speculate, and ordered, our top priority is to solve Jupiter. Although I am not afraid of the magic beam cannon, it is naturally the best to solve it. Natsu over there immediately asked Ying, then I'll go and destroy it, don't you have 15 minutes? I'll deal with it. Dieter nodded. Gray and Elfman also come over, Lucy don't run around, it's safest to stay here. Advertisement. Okay, man. Gray and Elfman also rushed towards the sea immediately. After confirming that everyone had gone, he looked at Erza. The 2 of us will wait for a while to see if Jose will send someone down. If not, we will deal with the deity. The latter nodded fiercely, immediately summoned swords and weapons and guild companions to kill those ghost soldiers. It's useless, as long as my ghost soldiers touch them, the power of life will be sucked away by their opinions, and they are immortal. Just wait to be sucked dry. Ha ha ha. Jose roared wildly up to the sky and let out his drake-like laughter. How can there be such a difficult creature? Macau found that the reunion also gritted his teeth after he had dealt with Yu Bing. The same is true for Wakaba. Dieter, is there no way to eliminate these ghost soldiers? Hearing their questioning, Dieter also sighed. Looking at the building in the distance, he said, only by knocking Jose down. Everyone's heart sank. They never thought of defeating Jose. No matter what, Jose is also a magician of the Holy Ten, and he is at the same level as the president. How could he be defeated so easily? Even Dieter might not be able to defeat Jose, so could he just be drained of his magic power and fail? It seems that Jose is not going to come out, so I will go over and solve these problems. After waiting for a while, I didn't see Jose or send the four elements out, and I realized that it was useless to wait any longer, so I took the initiative to say that I would go to the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters to fight. I'll go with you, Erza suggested. Dieter refused. No, there must be someone here to take care of it. No one can imagine whether Jose will deliberately spare us, so we need you here. Dieter looked very serious when he said this. Whenever he saw Dieter with this expression, Erza would agree even if he felt inappropriate. Nodding and agreeing. Be careful. If you can't do it, go back. The big deal is that we leave here. Dieter smiled. The body vacated and flew towards the huge building on the sea. The speed has also increased rapidly. As if they were afraid that Natsu or Gray would knock down all their opponents and not give him a chance to shoot. Chapter 62. Dieter vs Arya. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Ask for a reward. Close black lens bracket. Inside the Phantom Lord Guild, Natsu has already played against Todomaru of the four elements. Gray and Elfman also act separately, the former encountering Juvia and the latter encountering Saul. Dieter came inside and sensed the enemy by seeing, and smelling. Instead of helping Natsu and the others, he went straight to the other enemies. Came to a room soon. Hoo-hoo. As soon as a strong wind blew in, Dieter immediately retreated. It's really sad. The green robe in front of him wrapped his sturdy body, with a hat on his head, and cloth strips covering his eyes on his face. It is Arya, the first of the four elements. The Dingtianju is about to decay and fall away, leaving only broken limbs and leaves. The wind blew the robes on Arya's body, and the magic was restrained in her body, singing Wen Qing's poems. Yeah, Dingtianju is about to die. I don't know what Jose will look like when you die. Dieter sighed. He could sense the terrifying magic power of Jose above his head. But it would obviously be impossible for Arya, who is the first of the four elements, to fight Jose, but he didn't feel any regrets, and Arya's magic was also very interesting. It made Dieter want to try it out. My name is Arya, and I am the highest among the four elements. Now I have come here to hunt the Pillar of Fairy Tale. Arya posed. Tears flowed from his eyes, which were covered with white cloth. He seemed to be crying for Dieter who was about to fall, and he seemed to be so excited that he could destroy Dieter with his own hands. The magic is not very good, but the tone is not small. Dieter sneered, charging towards Arya to warm up first. Airspace absolute. Arya's palm was aimed at Dieter, a magic circle emerged, and a powerful shock wave popped out. The attack is invisible. Either take the damage and rush to progress, or choose to retreat to find other opportunities. For many people, facing this kind of move, there are only these two results. But it wasn't much of a problem for Dieter. See the color smell. The red light in his eyes flickered slightly, and within the powerful perception range, he could clearly know where those shock waves were. Advertisement. Paper painting. Seeing, hearing, and smelling combined with the 6 naval stances, the forward posture of the body did not change, but the upper body changed direction again and again. The seemingly powerful magic of Arya had nowhere to hide under Dieter's eyes. Rubber bullets. Dieter flashed his body to Arya's face, swung his arm back and twisted it for more force. Armed color. Domineering covers the fist of the arm and retracts it quickly, and the rapid rotation of the arm increases both the power and the destructive power exponentially. Boom. Hit Arya instantly. Clap clap. Stab it. Arya couldn't dodge as well as get hit from the front. Under the action of that powerful force, the body was slapped back and slid a constant distance. Both feet pair out 2 traces on the ground inside the castle. Really powerful. Arya rubbed her stomach and sighed heavily. He had already been beaten somewhat unexpectedly by Dieter's punch, and he also understood that if he wanted to defeat Dieter, he couldn't have any reservations. Haha, it hasn't started yet. Dieter rushed out again with a smile, his arms flexibly using the properties of the rubber fruit to keep attacking Arya. The latter can only passively defend. The magic used was easily evaded every time, as if it had been perceived in advance. Your strength is not enough in front of me. If you have this strength, you will fall. Dieter quipped. Both hands quickly hit Arya. Armed color. Rubber machine gun. The fist slammed at the opponent quickly, and the fists turned into afterimages and aimed at Arya's body and frantically output. That punch to the meat attack might not be strong in a single shot. But dozens of punches or even hundreds of punches slammed down, even if Arya is strong and strong enough, he can't stand it. Looks like I can't get you down here without showing some real skills. Arya said. Reach out and remove the eye strap from your face. Boom. Advertisement. That moment, the room where Dieter and Arya were fighting had been blowing violently, blowing the clothes of both sides. The magic within Arya is rising steadily. A powerful magic power filled his body, and the magic power appeared in front of the naked eye. Dieter couldn't help but be a little more serious. Second gear. With both hands on the knees, the blood flow in the body is accelerated like a pump. For a while, Dieter's skin turned red, a lot of steam came out of his body, and his body's strength and speed were greatly improved. You're not the only one who can suppress strength, I can too, then let me see if you are stronger or I am stronger. Dieter said. Whoosh. Instantly the body disappeared in place. The speed increased to a new stage, and he came behind Arya in an instant. Rubber jet pistol. With palm on Arya, right punch. There was no movement in the arm, and a shot of air hit Arya. Arya was hit in the back, and her body couldn't help moving forward. Fortunately, it was stopped in time, but she was also caught off guard by this sudden move and groaned. Momentary success or failure is not enough, Arya said. He turned slowly to look at Dieter, the four-lobed eyes looking dangerous. Dead airspace 0. The wind was blowing, and Arya's magic was venting. This airspace will devour all life. Hoo-hoo. The wind was still whistling. The whole room was surrounded by this gust of wind, and it even affected the view. It's life-consuming magic. Erza from the rear rushed in from the outside, holding a sharp sword in his hand and pointing at Arya. Why do you dare to take someone's life so easily, you bastards? Dieter was stunned, turning his head to Erza reluctantly. What is this for? Is it going to rob people? Chapter 63. The 4th grade elastic man. For flowers, for evaluation tickets, for rewards. I didn't expect that the fairy queen would also let me die, so you can enjoy it. Arya said. However, Erza rushed towards Arya angrily. I want to see if you can hold the airspace. Arya said. The space is more solid throughout the airspace. Clank. Erza slashed the seemingly solid space with a sharp blade. How is that possible? It cut off the airspace. Arya exclaimed. But Erza won't give him any chance, jumping high and changing clothes at the same time. Sky wheel. Boom. Dazzling sword. Erza put on his armor, swooped down from the air, and slashed towards Arya with the sword in his hand. Breaking through the layers of space successfully hit. Arya is knocked down. The battle is over. Dieter was distracted, thinking, who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do? Take a deep breath. Looking at Erza who was grabbing the head, he didn't know what to do. Why are you here? Dieter asked, taking a deep breath. Erza said. I don't trust you to come here. Jose is a magician of the Holy Ten with our president, so we can't take it lightly. Dieter yawned and didn't answer, looking at the entrance to this place and waiting for the arrival of others. Erza. Dieter, are you all right? At the entrance were Gray, Natsu, Elfman, and Mirajan. It looked like, you've got your opponent down, Dieter said. His eyes finally stopped on Natsu's body, and after a while, he said, Natsu, Gajil should be the room above our head. He still has serious injuries, so I will give you 25. Natsu agreed and went out and rushed upstairs. The remaining few people are concerned about the current war situation. At the moment, only Gajil and Jose are left. The former is good for Natsu, but Jose is very difficult to deal with. Erza said. Several people's eyes turned to Dieter. To say who can fight Jose, I'm afraid it's only him, and no one knows how strong Dieter is. Never saw him fighting with all his might. Suddenly. Before Dieter could speak, everyone present felt a chilling aura. Gray exclaimed. What's going on? It's. Mirajan's eyes widened. Erza gritted his teeth, the breath of death. What is this feeling? Gray clenched his fists. Elfman's voice trembled as he said, a dignified man can get chills. There's an evil vibe in the sight reading. Mirajan said. Dieter took a deep breath and closed his eyes to feel the infiltrating breath, and he fell to the ground in admiration. It is indeed the Holy Ten. This breath alone might be enough to make people below S-rank mages lose their fighting spirit. The cold that penetrates the bones is really different. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded in front of several people, and Jose's figure appeared. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so sharp. Fairy tale wizards, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to have the ability to entertain everyone for so long. Not only did it destroy Jupiter and knock down the 4 elements, but also the super magic giant we made didn't even have a chance to appear. Jose just stood there quietly. But the naked eye is enough to see the magic power of the cold and evil energy that belongs to him. Its intensity far exceeds all the enemies that have appeared so far, and the chilly aura makes several people shudder. President Jose. Advertisement. This guy is the president of the Phantom Lord. How can there be such an evil magic? Just facing him makes people nauseated. Few people dared to move. Looking at that, Jose only had the urge to flee here quickly. Okay, I have to repay you for entertaining everyone for so long. Jose said. Arms raised and ready to attack. Clap clap clap. Dieter, who had been watching at this time, also applauded earnestly and stepped forward to confront Jose. Jose, your speech is much more handsome than I thought, but it doesn't matter what the reward is, I'm here to play with you. Play. Dieter, don't be impulsive. Be careful, brother Dieter, this Jose is very dangerous. Dieter, we can join forces. Several people hurriedly persuaded them, and they didn't dare to let Dieter fight Jose alone. They all knew the horror of President Jose. Even if you have a lot of confidence in Dieter, this is not the time to be brave, you can't let him fight everything alone. I remember you, kid, the kid who seriously injured Gajil and the 4 elements, and beat the magic beam cannon. President Jose said. Dieter replied with a smile, that's really an honor for me. Sniff. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed out and closed the distance with Jose to fight. President Jose shook his body to dodge unhurriedly, and easily avoided Dieter's series of moves. Are you underestimating me, kid? Jose said, raised his arm, grabbed Dieter and threw it out, again aiming at Dieter who was circling in the air. Dark combo. The 5 fingers of the open palm are wrapped in dark magic. Aiming at Dieter in the air, he quickly shot. Cut. Dieter was still in the Navy 6, flashing down from the sky. The 5 attacks of the dark combo missed the target, but they blasted 5 holes through the wall. Dark burst. Jose's palm was aimed at Dieter in front of him, a dark magic circle appeared, and the magic power was shot out like bullets. Do not. Dieter isn't going to fight Jose's moves. Seeing that he made another move, he immediately used the Navy sixth form to flicker in the room, looking for good opportunities. Funny kid, how long can you hide? Jose replied with a smile. What? Dieter came to Jose's eyes in a hurry. Finger gun ban. The two fingers fired a series of attacks and swept towards Jose in front of him. This attack was fast and powerful. Even Jose didn't have time to react. Can only withstand the series of attacks from Dieter. Attack Lu. Hit. But it did not bring satisfactory results. Those attacks did hit Jose's body, but they couldn't even break through the latter's defense. The attack power is still too weak. Penetration isn't enough for Jose to defend. Invalid. This result is indeed within the scope of Dieter's acceptance, and it is also the existence of holy soil. It was impossible for him to break the defense with this tentative attack. If you can, it will be too lost the identity of the Holy Ten. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Dieter immediately used to peel away Jose, and looked in front of Erza and the others. It's useless. Brother Dieter's attack power is still too weak. How can this guy be so strong? How should he fight? Even his unique moves are useless. The ghost of damn it. Advertisement. No, we must leave here, or we will lose miserably. Several people spoke up. The collision just now also made them understand that there is no way to defeat Jose by these few people alone, not even the slightest power. When the strength reaches a certain level, the quantity is useless. Little devil, is your strength like this? It really disappoints me, Jose sneered. There is still some pain in the place where the body was attacked just now. Although he wasn't injured, he still felt some pain. It looks like it's really hard to beat you. Dieter sighed. Originally, I thought of properly draining Jose's magic power. However, in the series of duels just now, there is no hope at all. I am afraid that Jose will be consumed before he consumes much magic power. Only to be hard. Dieter raised his arm in front of him, covered in armor. Then he opened his mouth and bit his arm, taking a deep breath and blowing inward. The arm was blown bigger and bigger. At the same time, his shirt was also exploded, with strange lines all over his hands and in front of him. This is. How did Dieter's body suddenly look like this? Hey, what exactly is Brother Dieter's magic? I don't remember the ability of gigantic magic. New abilities. A few people behind them said that they were curious about the strange lines all over the unique body 960. Like never seen before. It is also very different from the giant magic. How is this possible? Unless it's some new magic. Boom. Boom. Dieter's body swelled, his arms flushed and his body bounced up again after hitting the ground. Standing black hair. There was white gas around him. What? Are you like a ball? Haha, you can't even stand. Jose laughed. Dieter stared at him coldly. Fourth gear elastic man. Boom. Dieter's body sank, his feet on the ground immediately compressed and ejected. Whoa. In that instant, the ground being stepped on was broken open by the force, and the ground on this layer was cracked with hideous cracks. The place where Dieter was standing was blasted open by the force. Erza and the others looked at the ground in horror. This elastic man is too strong, just the force of rushing out will shatter the ground. Erza is shocked. The mind blankly looked at the broken hole and couldn't let go. The strange figure of Dieter came to mind, lingering. It looks weird, but the strength and destructive power seem to have been greatly improved. Could it be that this is Dieter's strongest posture? It's amazing. Dieter's strength has been multiplied by his appearance, but just rushing out and breaking the ground, doesn't that mean that his destructive power will be stronger? Gray was surprised too. Dieter's strength is super strong, even they have to admit this fact. But at this moment, the power he displayed was extraordinary. Even if the destructive power of rushing out is so strong, if you do your best, isn't it? We still have hope, Marajan exclaimed. His eyes sparkled as Dieter rushed out waiting for his good news. Elfman also has to admire. Several people's eyes were locked on Dieter, waiting for him to show his great strength. Wait for that Jose to be kicked out. Chapter 64. Rubber, the Great Ape King Spear. For flowers, for rewards, for evaluation tickets. Boring. Trick. Jose raised his palm and aimed it at Dieter who was rushing over. A dark black magic circle appeared in front of him, and the dark pattern revealed a strange aura. Dark spiral. The dark magic was turned into a spiral, released from the magic circle, and attacked Dieter. That dark magic has an evil aura that can devour people's lives. It was like a tiger released from its cage, desperate to eat, and the target was Dieter in front of him. Rubber Ape King Gun. Dieter's body deformed, and his feet contracted to use the principle of springs to push his body forward. The right fist is also deformed. The fist wrapped in the black armed color is compressed layer by layer. Successfully clenched the fist. The impact of the legs was stronger, and the body rushed into the dark spiral full of evil aura, bearing the powerful impact and advancing desperately. Boom. With the strength of his feet, Dieter successfully carried the dark spiral to Jose's eyes. How can it be? Jose was overwhelmed when he saw Dieter who was able to rush over with a hard attack. Never thought it would be possible to do this. You're nothing more than that. Dieter's compressed fist strikes instantly, slamming into Jose like a razor, hitting him in the head with a gust of punch. Boom. Boom. The power is venting frantically, and the owner of the violent 4th level Ape King Gun has the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Jose is worthy of being the Holy 10 Sorcerer. After seeing Dieter's hard anti-dark spiral rushing in front of him, he immediately reacted with his arms in front of him with just a slight gaffe in less than a second. The Ape King spear that was ejected and the arms sturdily touched together. The force that followed the trend from that fist impacted both arms, knocking Jose out in an instant. His feet rubbed together, sending out bursts of thick smoke and 2 ravines, hitting the wall with a bang. The wall was overwhelmed and was immediately smashed into the human-shaped deep pit, and a hideous crack also extended around the deep pit. Along the human-shaped deep pit, the rhizome cracks spread around. The power of this punch is far more than that. With the appearance of the deep pit, the entire guild station trembled, and some rubble inevitably fell on the ceiling. So strong. Erza looked at Dieter in shock, how powerful the punch was. Directly beat Jose out. Brother Dieter is amazing. Elfman was equally astonished and didn't know how to describe it in words. That mighty strength is terrifying to such an extent. Dieter's form is too scary. Gray gritted his teeth too. The tight fist indicated that his heart was not so calm at the moment. Impressive. Mirajan admired it even more. Jose was so powerful that he was still knocked out by Dieter. Does that mean they still have hope? Boom. Boom. Dieter in Elastic Man state bounced in place, looking at Jose, who was embedded in the wall, with a solemn expression. That Jose looked very embarrassed, but he didn't see any injuries from his body. This is not good news. Ah, ha ha ha. Jose, who was embedded in the wall, laughed and laughed wildly. Boom. Advertisement. The evil magic within the body erupted instantly, and the entire wall was shattered in an instant. The gravel was thrown out. The small stones on the ground were shaken by the huge magic power, and Jose looked even more terrifying at the moment. Funny, boy, you managed to please me. Gah. Jose grinned grimly, moved in front of Dieter in an instant, raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen. Rubber. Really? Break it. Dark magic wrapped around his feet, forming a sword-like shape ready to pierce Dieter's body. Dash dash exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Hum. Jose's toes and Dieter's abdomen touched, and the moment the two met, the wind whistled, and the gusts of wind blew the stones on the ground and the people behind them to cover their faces. It's useless. Dieter wasn't afraid at all. Armor color covers the abdomen, adding more powerful defense. The sharp sword formed by the dark magic stabbed in the abdomen, but it did not penetrate completely, and was blocked by the black armed color. Ghost arrow. Jose was a little different about not being able to pierce Dieter's body. But in time, he raised his palm to aim at Dieter's head at close range, and released a black magic circle, releasing ghostly arrows from the magic circle. Now the possibility of wanting to avoid at close distances is also very small. Simply Dieter once again used the armed color to resist these magical attacks. Ding ding ding. The ghostly arrow stabbed Dieter's body, making a ding sound, but this attack still did not cause any damage to Dieter. Dieter hangs again, shrinks his right fist, trying to release his power again. Then Jose moved instantly and replied with a smile. Little devil, your power is indeed very powerful, but haven't you found its weakness? Jose, who teleported to midair, looked down at Unique. Indifferent explanation. That's speed. As long as my speed is fast enough, then it's impossible for you to hit me with this move. Erza and the others behind them also woke up immediately. Yes, Dieter's move is very powerful, and seeing Jose's reaction also shows that even as a holy 10, he doesn't want to be hit by that kind of attack multiple times. But the power is very powerful, which is true. But only if you hit someone, and Jose clearly saw that Dieter would take a lot of time to prepare for this move. Naturally, it is possible to use teleportation to leave the targeted place at the moment of the move. What the hell is Dieter doing? Erza looked at Dieter as if he hadn't heard anything, and felt strange as he continued to compress his arms. Use it even if you know the defect. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that there are other backers to help. But is it possible? Dieter in this elastic state is already very unexpected, how could he still fight back? Then there is another possibility. That is poor skill. Being able to develop such a state of elasticity and that powerful move is already very powerful, and it is impossible to expect him to continue to show stronger strength. Erza regretted. After all, do you still have to lose? It's a pity that their desperate efforts failed to protect the guild in the end. Rubber Orochi fist. Gah. This time Dieter didn't speed up and rushed to Jose to use the move. Instead, just stand there and make a move. It seems to be an expression of powerless resistance. Ah, your moves can't hit me at all. Jose sneered. The body instantly moved to the ground in front of him. Advertisement. Successfully avoided Dieter's move, and was just about to continue laughing. Suddenly Dieter was smiling. He seemed to have expected this move long ago. Look immediately. Just as everyone was talking about the difference, the ejected fist turned back in the air and chased Jose. Do not. Jose found out too late. When the problem was detected, the fist was close at hand. Boom. Once again, I was hit by that fist because of negligence. Hit Jose's body out again. After this hit, the wall could no longer be supported, and was directly shattered by this attack. Jose's body also came out in midair. There was also a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, indicating that he was also injured at this time. It's even possible to turn. What kind of magic is this? Gray was mad. It was only at this moment that he realized that Dieter never seemed to admit to using giant magic, whether it was the current change or the black skin covering his body was weird. The arm would even bend. No matter how much he persuaded himself, it was impossible to admit that this change was also a form of gigantic magic. Boom. Dieter squeezed his feet together, and instantly rushed out into the air to fight with Jose. For a while, the companions who were fighting with the soldiers outside looked towards this side. Is that Jose? But the other one looks familiar. That should be Dieter, it's just that there's something wrong with him right now, but if there's going to be a bout with Jose, it's probably just Jose. He is really getting stronger and stronger, and he can fight against the Holy Ten mage like Jose. So amazing. The companions in the guild were amazed. Looking at the voices of the two fighting in the air, they fell to the ground in admiration. Can't wait to cheer Dieter on right away. Looking at the sky one by one, they were also full of passion. The stronger Dieter was, the better for them. Now they just need to pin their hopes on Dieter. At this moment, the Ghost Guild resides on a certain floor. Natsu and Jellal entered into a brief truce, both looking up into the air. It's Dieter, too, as Zhao powerful, and I'm on fire. Natsu gasped in amazement. That was the Holy Ten Sorcerer, a strong man of the same level as the old man, but was stopped by Dieter at the moment, and it seemed that he still had the upper hand in the battle. So amazing. And Jellal, who opposes Natsu, also gritted his teeth. How could that guy be so strong, to be able to play like this with the president? Jellal said. Looking down at the bandages on his body also hurts. These injuries were all caused by Dieter, and compared to Dieter in the air at this time, he was really merciful when fighting. Air. Dieter kept moving through the air using his feet as a force. Close to Jose all the time, pulling him to melee, not letting him have any chance to release magic. You brat. Jose became more and more shocked. I thought it was just an unsubstantiated little devil, whoever thought that he could haunt himself alive, and he couldn't even leave him. That fist to meet melee really annoyed him. Every time the power on the fist is very powerful, hard resistance will be unbearable, but evasion is also not enough. Every time after dodging, the strange move will turn and continue to attack. Can't escape at all. Rubber. Great Ape King Gun. Dieter compresses his fists, and when the compression reaches the point, he bites his fingers again to add air to the muscles, strengthening the power released by his arms. Chapter 65, Goblin Law. For flowers, for a reward. Damn it. Jose's mind exploded. He roared angrily when he saw his fist, which had grown several times larger. Wrapping the dark magic in the fist and slamming Dieter, it is about to shatter the unique arm. Hum. Boom boom boom. The fists slammed together. The strong wind that was brought up at that moment blew the seawater into layers of waves. The clouds above the sky were torn to pieces. At the intersection where the two fists collided, a thunderstorm erupted, and the sound resounded through the sea like thunder. Dieter above, overwhelmed Jose with top-down power. Throwing a fist out. Then Jose himself was at a disadvantage, and then being poured out by this force stronger than him, he was instantly knocked away. From the air, he blasted towards the Ghost Guild station. Boom. Huge mobile islands are shaking. The power of this blow is much stronger than the previous one, smashing through several layers of buildings on the island. Vomit. Jose spat out a mouthful of blood when he fell to the ground. If the previous attack only slightly injured him, then the power of this time has broken his internal organs, and the entire body embedded in the ground is dirty and embarrassed. Damn it. Jose roared, and the magic in his body was vented frantically. The sea was splashing with waves, and even Magnolia shook violently. On the guild station on the island, the walls and buildings were overwhelmed, and the cracks spread faster to an outrageous degree. Lots of rubble fell. The entire guild building was in disarray. Dieter 247 in the air outside was frowning in love, and it was troublesome to see Jose being rubbed into the ground. As expected of the Holy Ten, he is indeed rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and this level of attack alone is not enough to defeat him. Dieter muttered. Fourth gear is powerful. The Elastic Man is indeed very strong, and its attack power can suppress Jose's strength. But only suppression. The possibility of wanting to defeat Jose through this kind of power is also very small. The main reason is that the magician of the Holy Ten is very powerful, and it is impossible to drag such a person to death. Plus Dieter's fourth gear is coming to an end. The rubber fruit has only been added to level 5, and the 3-color frost is only level 1, so there is a time limit for the change of the fourth gear. Although it can become a snake man state, but that state has no advantage in defeating Jose, it seems that it is time to give up and fight again. Dieter's feet pumped again. He rushed into the building from the air and came back to Erza and the others. Looking at Jose who was standing up slowly in front, his face was also very solemn. Another move should make Jose's injury more serious, but that's all. Suddenly, advertisement. A soft light shone. Wrapping his body warmly, Dieter also breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the current fourth gear state. Erza and the others also turned to look over. President Makarov's figure fell silently from the sky, standing at a high place with his eyes closed. So much blood has been shed, children's blood, and a lot of tears because of useless fathers who made them suffer, Makarov said. Erza and the others all had smiles on their faces. Even Dieter breathed a sigh of relief. We are all the same, it's time to stop and get things done, Makarov said. Jose, who stood up opposite, also leaked a smile. He raised his arms and smiled and replied, do you want to make the world change color? Makarov was also not to be outdone, and the golden light of his fingertips also emerged. The magic power in the bodies of the two Holy Ten wizards is rampantly increasing. Just the release of magic power has the potential to open up the world, and the earth is constantly shaking. Everything around is timid, as long as it's all for the good of the guild. The battle is imminent. Dieter called Erza and the others back immediately. The battle between the 10 saints is not to be underestimated, and it is easy to be affected. It is better to retreat as soon as possible to be safe. Dieter, you did a good job, just leave it to me, you guys get out of here. Makarov ordered. Dieter took Erza and Mirajan without a word and jumped out of the window, and Elfman and Grey let them jump off by themselves. This wasn't the time for them to intervene. Since you're all here, I'll let that kid named Dieter go for the time being. He hurt me so badly, he definitely doesn't want to live. Jose smiled grimly. In the wave of his hand, the dark magic power attacked Makarov. Boom. A magic circle appeared in front of Makarov, and the divine light dispelled the darkness. Jose said, we haven't met face to face for 6 years. I didn't expect Fairy Tail to grow into such a large guild in just a short period of time. And that kid named Dieter, whose strength is willing to stay in Fairy Tail, really makes people wonder what charm you have. Quote. Makarov retorted. The bond between the members of the guild is not strength, but the harmonious coexistence of people. Your guild only focuses on strength, so you can't be the opponent of Fairy Tail's children at all. Without answering this, Jose continued, but I'm still very happy that we, CFBB, who are also the top 10 wizards of the Holy Spirit, can directly compete against each other. Boom boom. The magic of the two seems to be bottomless. Crazy catharsis, so that the whole ocean is timid. Lightning flashes in the sky. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, and lightning flashed like a picture of the end of the world. The huge mobile island was surrounded by boiling sea water, and the waves were dozens of meters high. The presidents of the two guilds began to fight, and Dieter took Erza and Mirajan back to shore. Turning to look at the terrifying waves and sky on the sea due to the fighting. Boom boom boom. You have such a powerful magic power at such a young age. No wonder you can win the title of the top 10. If you know how to use this magic power correctly and become a good example for the younger generation, it should be more helpful to the development of the magic world. Benefit, Makarov said. Advertisement. Jose sneered, are you preaching to me? However, Makarov instructed. Listen carefully, according to the rules of the Fairy Tail trial, I count to 3, give you time to think carefully, and kneel down and beg for mercy. Jose looked weird. It seems to be different, and it seems to feel incredible. Quote dash exclamation mark quote. Jose said. I thought you were going to say something terrible, but you dared to ask me to kneel. Makarov opened his hands. 2. Slowly approaching the palm of his hand, there is a golden sacred light brewing in the middle of the palm. The dark magic power in Jose's hands also showed, you actually want the number 1 guild in the country to submit to you. Don't be kidding. My strength is comparable to yours. No, when it comes to the ruthless part, I am much stronger than you. 3. The people who will kneel should be you. Disappear into ashes and disappear from history, Fairy Tail. Makarov's tone was decisive. This is the end. Dark magic and divine light are both unleashed. I saw that the dark magic was dissolved under the light. The fairy law acts on. Divine light blooms. A huge golden magic circle appeared above the sky, covering the entire island. Moment. Everyone who was stabbed by the light closed their eyes. The entire sky was covered with golden rays of light, and everyone had to be blocked, so it was impossible to see a shred of it under the rays of light. What's the matter? What light is this? It's so dazzling. Under the shroud of light, those ghost soldiers who fought with their guild companions could not survive under the light. Forced to be ablated. You soldiers, only the soldiers disappeared one by one. We've got nothing at all. This is soft light. Everyone in the guild was taken aback. What is this? Both Grey and Elfman were curious. Dieter was half fascinated by the light of the blazing sun, and said with emotion, this is the law of the fairies, use the divine light to repel the darkness, and only repel those who are identified as the enemy by the magician. Erza affirmed. Ah, this is magic that has become one of the legends, it is super magic. The light disappears. Makarov's figure appeared on the tattered island. We won, we have defeated the ghost. All the guild mates celebrated with laughter. With the happiest smiles on their faces, they embraced warmly with their companions. Makarov spoke to his guild companions. This victory is not due to me alone, this is the victory of the family. Dieter sighed. Sure enough, it's not a cover, the strength of the old man is really outrageous. Chapter 66. Draw logoses. For flowers, for evaluation tickets, for rewards. Close black lens bracket. In front of the broken guild station. Because the battle of the saints was too strong, the Fairy Tail Guild, which was in danger of itself, was completely shattered by the shock, and everyone stood in front of them with heavy hearts. It was really badly damaged, Makarov said. Later, Lucy also stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry, President, it's all because. Lucy. Makarov interrupts Lucy later. He said. Whether it is happiness or sadness, although I dare not say it is all, but at least it can be shared to a certain extent, this is the guild. One person's happiness is everyone's happiness, one person's anger is everyone's anger, and one person's tears are everyone's tears, and there is absolutely no need for you to feel guilty for this. Lucy, you should be able to deeply understand everyone's feelings, raise your head, don't forget that you are part of Fairy Tail. Quote. On a rock not far away. Dieter put his legs on his legs and watched his companions analyze the battle with Jose. Elemental magic attacks are still lacking. It would be great if there was a natural devil fruit ability. Dieter muttered. So far, whether it is the Navy's 6th form or the rubber fruit ability, it is a melee physical attack. Powerful, that's right, but the long-range attack is still very lacking, especially the elemental magic is a disadvantage. I only hope that when the rubber fruit ability reaches the full level, the 3-color domineering will open the natural devil fruit ability in the next stage. Hey, there is a long way to go. Dieter looked up at the dusk sky with emotion. It's been a week since the war with the ghosts. Due to the destruction of the guild, all members entered the task of building a house. Natsu sprinted carrying a stack of planks. Taste throat. He fell to the ground in disobedience, and a large amount of wood was scattered on the ground, hitting him heavily. Who told you to be careless and hit so many idiots at once? Gray wobbled past with a piece of wood on his back. Who are you calling an idiot? Natsu angrily threw the wood off his body and pointed at Gray to retort. Do you want to beg for a fight? Why are you being lazy and beating one by one? The two of them were about to fight, and neither of them wanted to let anyone else, so they could not wait to have a big fight. You two. A plank fell from the top of the head and the two were smashed into the ground. Erza reprimanded. Hurry up and don't talk about it, just finish the construction of the guild as soon as possible. Erza is really motivated, as that work clothes also changed. Speaking of, Erza, I still envy Dieter, why doesn't he have to work? Said the rest of the guild. Allah, why didn't you see Dieter? Mirajan greeted. Erza looked at Mirajan with a wooden plank and sighed, and said helplessly, Dieter was fishing, he said he was injured in a fight with Jose, and got sick that he couldn't work. What? It's obvious that I'm just lazy and don't want to work. Advertisement. Yes, why doesn't he have to work? Natsu and Gray whispered. Suddenly feeling a sharp gaze, he immediately started to work with the plank on his back, for fear of being reprimanded by Erza again. I said, won't this be too big? Macau also curiously analyzed the guild that was being rebuilt. It's a rare opportunity, so we need to remodel directly. Look, this is the planned completion plan. Mirajan said with a piece of paper. Macau and others walked over to check the painting on Mirajan's hand. It's hard to comment. I really don't understand it. This picture is really bad, which idiot drew it? Several people are reviewers. Mirajan kept a smile on her face, just that smile. Woohoo. But the next second, he turned around and covered his face and cried. What? Mila drew it. Gray panicked. Natsu said in unison, it made her cry. Gray, have you ever prepared a cemetery for yourself? If Dieter finds out that you don't even have the chance to prepare it. Happy. Replied with a smile. Warm, even the bones are broken for Gray. This is Dieter. The guild is being rebuilt here, and a new temporary rest area will be built on the open space next to it. Everyone, we are accepting job applications again today, although it's a temporary counter, let's work hard. After lunch break, Mirajan began to greet people to delegate tasks. The members of the guild rushed towards the commission column with their hands raised up enthusiastically, intending to do their part. It's really positive. In the past, everyone was obviously lazy and didn't work at all. Lucy felt strange. Soon he was busy asking, by the way, why didn't you see Loki? Mirajan jokingly said, it looks like Lucy has finally been conquered by Loki's claws. That's not the case, Lucy retorted, and muttered again, I just want to thank him for getting me back the key, and besides, Miss Mira was conquered by Brother Dieter sooner. Mirajan replied with a smile. Haha, does Lucy also want to try to be conquered by Dieter? Do you want me to call him over for you? He has a great kiss. Lucy rolled his eyes and refused. Just as I was about to say something, I heard someone smashing something from behind. Tell me again and try it. There. Erza stood looking at the angry Lagoses in front of him. I'll take this opportunity to make it clear, this guild doesn't need weak guys. Lagoses said disdainfully. He turned his head to look at the two jade in his hands. It's really worthless. I've been completely underestimated by the ghosts. It should be said that I don't know your names at all. Lagoses looked at Lucy with disdain. And you, the culprit, can only use the daughter of celestial spirit, it's all because of your relationship. Lagoses. Mirajan reprimanded without waiting for Lagoses to finish speaking. It's all over, it's not anyone's relationship, it wasn't anyone's fault from the beginning, and there was no point in not participating in the war from beginning to end. Qualified to criticize. Lagoses sneered. Of course the author has nothing to do with me at all, but if I was there, it wouldn't be so ugly. Damn it guy. Erza exasperated. Natsu threw his fist at Lagoses, shut me up. For flowers. ZZ. Advertisement. Lagoses turned into a thunderbolt to defeat Natsu's attack and appeared behind Natsu. Lagoses, there's a way to compete with me, you ruthless B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Lagoses laughed and sneered. You can't touch me at all, how can you compete? After I inherit the guild, I will eradicate all the weak guys and those who dare to resist me. I can't escape, I want to create the strongest guild. Quote. This slip. At this time, Dieter, who was out fishing, was sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea. He looked at Lagoses and asked, Lagoses, what are you going to create? Do you want to report to your elder brother? Dieter. Brother Dieter, here you come. Dieter hastened to take care of Lagoses and was talking nonsense here again. Several people called immediately. Lagoses also looked at Dieter with hatred, but he dared to repeat what he just said. Dieter got up and walked towards Lagoses. Snapped. When he came to Lagoses, he slapped him without saying a word. Tell me what you just said again. Dieter scolded Lagusis. Zizi. Rule Zizi. Dieter, you're courting death. Shame. Just a shame. The slap on the face was painful, Lags's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth to squeeze out a few words. Most of the people in the guild were silent. Lucy looked at Dieter a little differently, and even dared to slap Lagos's, this. Dieter poked Lagos's in the body and said, remember what I told you 5 years ago. Lagos's had blue veins on his hands. As long as you're still in Fairy Tale, as long as I'm still alive, put away your arrogant character in front of me, you have to remember that 5 years ago I played the entire guild and became your big brother, before you defeated me. The dragon is coiling for me, and the tiger is lying for me. Dieter taught Lagos's a lesson. The current Lagos's is very unpleasant, and Dieter hates the current him. Arrogant. All day long, he looks like the boss of the sky and his second child. I don't know what a partner is and what a family is. You. Lagos's was angry and wanted to fight back, but after meeting Dieter's stern eyes, he swallowed the following words. If you want me to recognize you, and if you want me to regret what happened today, show your strength, not your power. Dieter continued. Pointing at the wounded members of the guild. Teaching. As the grandson of the old man and the future heir to Fairy Tale, you are very proud of watching your guild members being bullied, and what you say has nothing to do with you, this is your attitude towards your own people. Lagos's was angry, but he still couldn't say anything, he could only grit his teeth and hate what Dieter said at this moment. Give him a chance to teach him a lesson. Remember that slap just now, if you feel humiliated, then you will remember it for the rest of your life. I am waiting for you to hit me at Fairy Tale, go back and think about what a companion is. Dieter expelled. Lagos's turned and left with a gloomy face. Second chapter 67. Tower of Heaven. Ask for flowers, ask for a reward, ask for an evaluation ticket. Silent. The fact that the Lagosians leave silently makes many newcomers who have joined the guild in the past 5 years feel incredible. In their eyes, Lagos's has always been a very arrogant and powerful person. That makes sense. As a result, such a person would not dare to fart in front of Dieter. Dieter, you will make Lagos's hate you like this. Erza sighed. From the point of view of the eldest brother, Dieter is undoubtedly the most qualified, and the help he has given to guild members is unparalleled. But in the eyes of the self-respecting Lagos's, it was a bit too much. In the future, it is impossible to say that the two will turn against each other. Dieter waved his hand indifferently. Lagos's has a mental problem and needs someone to hold him down. In the guild, I am the only one at home who can hold him down. Slaps are indeed too much, but I would rather turn against him than see it. He did things that hurt his fellows because of his arrogance. The guild members did not answer. In fact, many people are also very disgusted with Lagos's at this time, and no one is arrogant. If Lagusis really wants to take over the guild in the future, he may leave Fairy Tale. Okay, let's not talk about these things. Speaking of which, should Mila and Erza find a time to go on vacation on 277? Dieter asked. Erza and Mirajan looked at each other and shook their heads. I can't leave, the guild still needs me in charge of the mission, you and Erza can go play. Mirajan refused with a smile. Erza also didn't agree. The guild is now in a state of ruin, and as a guild S rank mage, you can't give up your job because of your own selfish desires, let's talk about it after a while. After hearing that both of them refused, Dieter did not persuade him anymore, and continued his fishing trip with a fishing rod. Night. Makarov walked to Dieter's side and sat down, holding a jug of wine in his hand, staring at the floats on the sea in a daze. The old man, has something on your mind? Dieter asked. Makarov sighed. Dieter, how about I hand the guild to you? Dieter was stunned and looked at Makarov in disbelief. I'm old, and I can't be the president forever. I should also consider the next generation. Makarov said. He seems to find an audience to talk to and tell his thoughts at this time. Lags's strength and identity are sufficient, but that guy has mental problems, so the guild definitely can't hand it over to him. Mistogen can't even communicate with people normally, and he's not qualified as a guild leader. Only you and Erza are stable enough and also have prestige in the guild, but Erza often goes out to trouble with Grey Natsu and the others, and they are not the best personnel. Although you are lazy to do tasks, you are someone who knows the general situation, and it is most suitable for you. Quote. Dieter listened quietly. He did not expect that the next president Makarov was considering was him. In fact, he never felt that he could serve as the chairman, because he was used to being lazy, and being the chairman just gave him more reasons to fish. But Dieter knew that Makarov would definitely keep going, and that he just needed an excuse. Haha, what's the use of telling me this, old man? I don't want to be the president. I just want to fish every day. Even if you want to retire, everyone in the guild can't agree. Dieter said. Wow, big fish is here. There is supper in the evening. Sir, drink slowly, I will withdraw first. Dieter drew and ran away immediately. Makarov looked at Dieter who was leaving and shook his head helplessly. Strength and Xingxing are in line with each other, but this attitude will not work. Sandy beach, sunlight, beautiful girls with sexy body, and their laughter. The resort paradise of Akane is also the most popular seaside tourist destination in the kingdom. Next to the vast amusement park, there are high-end hotels and charming beaches that cannot be resisted after a visit. For this kind of rhetoric, Dieter has always dismissed it as an exaggeration. But today I have to admit that this place is really beautiful. Advertisement. Wow, this girl is so big, if she looks better, she will definitely be a goddess. Hey, this sister is so punctual, it's a pity that there are no children by her side, otherwise she will definitely be that Sow thief. Hey, Erza and Lucy are in great shape too. On a beach chair. With a glass of juice, Dieter looked at the holiday paradise where people came and went, and commented on those women with characteristics. Dieter, come and play, it's a rare time to relax and have fun. Erza came over and stretched out his hand to pull Dieter up and walk towards the beach. Dieter smirked. Erza, let's go deep diving, just the two of us, hee hee. Okay, Erza agreed. The two of them dived all the way to the empty deep sea. Dieter slowly approached Erza with a smirk. It's been a long time since this approaching time. Sunset time. On the balcony of the accommodation room, the red sun is just a good time to bask in the sun. Erza was lying on the recliner and dozing off. Next to him was Dieter leaning quietly, looking at Erza who fell asleep with a smile through the sunset. She was like a sleeping beauty at the moment, waiting for the prince to wake her up. Time passed by minute by minute. What? Breathe taste. Erza woke up from her sleep, panting in panic. Drink some water. Next to him, Dieter handed a glass of water in time. Erza's heart eased a bit, looking at Dieter and nodding with a smile. Having a nightmare? Dieter asked. Erza drank all the water in the glass and admitted, dreaming of the days when I was a child in Tower of Heaven. It's okay. No one can hurt you anymore with me, no matter who it is. Dieter reassured. Erza, standing up from the chair, changed back to the armor in front of the unique face. Actually, I prefer you to wear a swimsuit or maid-like clothes. Although the armor is very reassuring, it has a rigid feeling. Dieter regretted looking at Erza's heroic armor. Really? Erza hesitated. Let me get used to it, although I feel at ease with you, but the armor can't be taken off after wearing it for more than 10 years. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside. Lucis' voice followed closely. Miss Erza, Brother Dieter, do you want to go to the basement floor to see? Natsu and the others have already passed by and said they want to have a good time. I forgot there was such a place, Dieter, Erza suggested. Dieter agrees. Erza also walked out the door with Dieter after changing into an evening dress. Ding dong long dong. The sound of playground equipment echoes, and the whole underground is filled with laughter. The lively atmosphere also makes people smile unconsciously. It looks interesting. Erza and Dieter wandered underground together. Natsu and Gray and Lucy over there find their own fun projects to immerse themselves in. At the gaming table, Erza killed the people around the quartet in shock and praised him. The dealer changed hands. Advertisement. At this time, the dealer has been replaced. Erza is very proud. No matter who deals the cards now, I think I can win. Da da da. The dealer handed out the cards and said, in that case, do you want to play a special game? Erza looked at the card in front of him curiously. It says death. Just put your life on the line, Sister Erza. The dealer said. Erza looked up, this strange yet familiar face, and asked uncertainly, are you Hugh? Dieter next to him watched quietly. Shu Shang raised his hands. Long time no see, sister. Erza stammered, so you're fine. Boom. The gunshots sounded, accompanied by a dark environment, and Erza was shocked. Light is on. Hugh, Erza asked hastily. Zio's voice sounded from behind. I'm here, sister. One by one playing cards were dealt out in his hand, and there was a person in those cards, and those people were all tourists who originally played in the amusement park. This is magic. Hello. There was a cat meow, and Dieter, who had been watching, was bound and restrained. Oops. Yeah, what if I'm arrested? Looking at the magic on his body, he was busy leaking a bad expression. Looking at the girl sitting next to her, she also revealed a warm smile. Wow, it's a cat, it must be very comfortable to purr. Miliana, Hugh, you all know magic. Erza felt incredible when looking at the two of them, even the little friends before 1.1 could even know magic. What the hell happened to them? Are they your buddies in Tower of Heaven? Dieter asked knowingly. Erza nodded, her body trembled a little, and asked quickly, why are you here? Soon several people came over. Hearing Erza's words, he felt incredible, and said without a doubt, of course it's to bring you back. Hurry up and release Dieter. Erza said. Then Wally turned his arm into a gun and pointed it at Dieter, if you don't cooperate well. Hey, don't wait for Wally to finish. The bound Dieter sneered coldly. Boy, do you know the consequences of pointing a gun at me? Come on, I'll go with you and spare Dieter. Erza begged for mercy. When he heard this, Dieter almost broke free from the things on his body and killed the people in front of him. Fortunately, hold back in time. He lowered his head with a smile on his lips. Jellal, we will meet soon. How do you feel when you see me? Must be beautiful. Ah, I look forward to meeting you. Chapter 68. The confrontation with Jellal. For flowers, for rewards, for evaluation tickets. I want to go with you. Speaking of which, I have a grudge against your boss. Don't you want to give my life to him first? Dieter smiled at the group of people in front of him. Wally and the others looked at each other, nodding in agreement. It doesn't matter if he takes one, and there is no danger if there is restraint magic on him, Simon said. Wally agreed. Miliana, please tie this kid's hands so he can walk. Miliana complied. At this time, a magic circle appeared above the heads of several people. In an instant, the person was sent out and came to the sailboat on the sea. The cabin is Dieter and Erza's cage, but I didn't expect, happy, to be captured and given to the little girl named Miliana. Tower of Heaven. Dieter murmured, tied to a stone pillar with Erza with his hands tied behind his back, as the boat swayed to his destination. I want to switch to armor. Erza's body trembled, and the thought of the ship's purpose made her heart palpitate even more. It's okay, I'm here, we can get out of here now if you want, Dieter said. Erza shook his head. This rope has the effect of restraining magic, and there is no way to break free. Dieter didn't respond after hearing this. It is absolutely impossible for him to say that it is useless to him, and neither the devil fruit ability nor the sixth naval form is released by magic. So this so-called rope that binds magic power is useless to him. Sister, we're going back to Tower of Heaven soon. Hugh came from outside. Standing in front of Erza was filled with excitement and anticipation. Actually, I don't want to do it either. Hugh said, but why did you betray us, sister, Jellal? The sound is a bit loud. Noisy Dieter had 25 points of irritability, which was good considering he couldn't hit anyone until he got to Tower of Heaven. Silently watching this man named Hugh talk to Erza. The ship is still moving. Dieter, who was idle and bored, watched the sun rise. And the trapped Dieter and Erza had already come to the island. Watching the towering Tower of Heaven, Erza could not stop trembling. Here lies his nightmare. Come on, sister, Jellal has been waiting for a long time. Hugh leads the way. The others followed. Soon Dieter's face became very strange, and he was a little uncomfortable looking at the cell in front of him. Shouting to the person, hey, let Jellal come to see me, I asked you to arrest me to meet Jellal, not to be locked here. Wally's arms turned into guns without a word. The second time. Dieter's face turned cold, watching Wally repeat. Bring you here is also a funeral item, who allowed you to say so much? Wally said and pulled the trigger immediately. Boom. Gunshots. And the unique figure has come to Wally, and the bound fists do not know when they have broken free. Grasp your right hand tightly. Shoot me, you look tired, Dieter said. Boom. The right fist slammed out. In an instant, Wally was hit in the body and flew out and smashed against the wall. What? How can you break free from Miliana's restraining magic? Meow. Wally. Several people immediately exclaimed. Advertisement. Some were ready to surround Dieter, while others rushed to Wally to help check the injury. Dieter, you. Erza also looked at Dieter in surprise. It turned out that what he said before was true. That thing really didn't stop him. Brown. Dieter moved his wrists to look at the people surrounding him, and said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, it seems that I still give Jellal a face, and let him come to see me without coming, so I just sacrificed your blood today. Softer. Cards fly out, shrouded towards Dieter, trying to trap him inside the card. Without a word, Dieter slammed the card with a backhand, and the card was shattered in an instant. Step forward. A hole was stepped out of the ground under his feet, and Dieter's right fist came to Hugh's eyes again. Then kill you first, Dieter said. Seeing that Natsu had no ability to resist, Erza immediately called, Dieter, don't kill them. Her words played a big role. Dieter also took back a lot of the power of the full punch. The fist landed on Shu's body. Cough. Hugh was hit hard. His chest collapsed suddenly, coughing up blood, and his body flew out with that Wally figured out. There was a deep shock in his eyes. I'm afraid he never thought that Dieter's power would be so powerful, and one punch would destroy one person. And Simon immediately reacted and used magic. But for Dieter, neither Wally nor Simon's speed was too slow to wait for him to use the magic. Dieter's hand grabbed Simon's throat. Simon's face flushed red. He kept slapping Dieter's arm to let him go, but Dieter's palm was clasping his neck like iron clamps. Meow, it's amazing. Miliana curled up against the wall where Wally was flying upside down, looking timidly unique. The strength displayed from beginning to end is too terrifying. Even if they watch together, there is no hope at all. Why would such a terrible person be brought here? Dieter. Erza looked at Simon, who was about to breathe, and spoke in a pleading tone. Ring. Dieter threw Simon out without saying a word, and walked to Erza to help her release the restraint ropes on her body. It's a good thing that you're kind, but sometimes you just need to be ruthless. Why should others bully us, and in the end have to suffer and forgive, not just you, but everyone in the entire fairy tale guild? Dieter was also reasoning with Erza as he untied the rope. The fairy tale guild is very good everywhere, even Dieter feels very happy in the guild. The only dissatisfaction is that it is too kind. It is simply outrageous to not dare to kill people, and I hope that I can take this opportunity to give a good lecture. Erza bowed his head and agreed after being released. Apparently he didn't take Dieter's words seriously. Dieter was speechless about this. You can handle these people yourself, I'll go find Jellal. Dieter said. Seeing that Erza also seemed to want to follow, he immediately said, if you want to follow, then we'll kill these people and join us. Hearing this, Erza stopped being persistent and let Dieter go first. See you later. Dieter raised his eyebrows and left the cell here, and flew upwards, intending to find Jellal directly. Erza looked at the others warily. The top of the Tower of Heaven. Boom. Dieter smashed the wall with a punch and saw Jellal sitting inside. Advertisement. Jellal, is there anyone who takes care of me, the woman named Altir? Dieter greeted. Jellal, who was sitting inside, was also a little surprised when he saw the uniqueness that came in. However, he quickly hid it, and sitting on the seat with Erlang's legs crossed was very bold. I didn't expect them to bring you here too. Jellal's face was not good looking. As a member of the Magic Council, he knew that Dieter had fought against Jose of the Holy 10 Sorcerers alone. Even he didn't dare to say that he could beat Jose. Bringing this trouble over is prone to accidents, at least no one who is available under his command will be his opponent. Of course, if you want to come here, you are going to kill my woman, how can you, as a man, act like you didn't see it? Dieter is also welcome. Step forward and directly bring a large rock to sit opposite Jellal. Your woman. Jellal's tone was a little heavy. Don't you know that when Erza left Tower of Heaven, I saved her life and joined Fairy Tail together? We have been together for many years, isn't it normal to like her? Dieter chuckled. Then I looked at Jellal playfully. Don't you think she still likes you? Jellal hang. The glass in his hand is squeezing. Although his expression looked calm, it was enough to prove that he was in a complicated mood at the moment. Law, that's right, Dieter said with a sudden realization. Forgot, Scarlet was created by you. It's a very good surname. It's a pity that I always like to press her hair when I'm sleeping, and she said it many times. Woolen cloth. Flavor. Monument. The glass in Jellal's hand still didn't hold onto it, and it was crushed into pieces. He could clearly hear his heavy breathing. 277 inches. Come on, let's cut down on the gossip, we'll see the truth directly. I need to kill you before Erza comes, or she'll be soft-hearted again. Dieter said. Standing up from the big rock, he stared at Jellal with awe. Don't worry, I'll let someone play with you first. Jellal said. A beautiful woman came out from behind, wearing a kimono and holding a long sword. Skull and Bones Special Guerrilla Unit 3 Crows, Captain Turtledove. She's really a beauty, Dieter said. My name is Turtledove, please advise. Da. The Turtledove looked at Dieter gracefully as she stepped on the tall wooden display. Then let me see what you can do. Jellal still sits high in the chair, looking unique with a high-flying tone. You suck, Dieter said. He raised his arm and swung it to the side, pumping it like a pump, making the blood flow in the body much faster. The body turned red and steamed. Late, Jellal analyzed. By accelerating the blood flow in the body in some way to achieve the effect of lifting, what kind of magic does this belong to? Jellal can see the slightest after seeing it with his own eyes. Know what just happened in Dieter's body. No moon flow. Turtledove did not dare to despise it, waving the blade to attack. Rubber jet pistol. Dieter shot air bombs with both hands so quickly that even Jellal couldn't see the movements of those arms. Also fill in a few more points for Dieter's evaluation. Clank. Pop. After the collision sounded, the wall behind Dieter was slashed with knife marks. It is worth mentioning that Dieter was not injured at all. On the other hand, Turtledove's face was not very good looking, there were 2 holes in the sleeves, and even the position where she was standing was pushed back by a certain distance. Can't beat it. This is what the Turtledove thought. Even a tentative confrontation is powerless to him, and even the man in front of him can avoid the sword light of moonless swordsmanship, as if he can see the trajectory. Chapter 69, Dieter vs Turtledove. For flowers, for rewards, for evaluation tickets. I saw it. Dieter put on an innocent smile. Your sword is very fast, and it can even cut through space. If it was not long ago, I really couldn't help you, but unfortunately your moves are all within my perception range. Dieter recounted. Turtledove's strength is unquestionable, and even Erza, who can fight, has no power to fight back. It is also a rare formidable opponent. Before seeing the color, Dieter can really say that he didn't have to fight Turtledoves. Fortunately, the so-called swordsmanship is within perception. Coupled with the super fast speed, it can completely stop her elusive swordsmanship. Although I heard that I want to play with you, but time doesn't allow it. Dieter regrets. His eyes narrowed for a moment. He stirred up a burst of dust and disappeared in place, coming to the Turtledove when he wanted to. Armed color. The fist is covered with a hard armed color, and it strikes with a bang. The 2 fists hit the Turtledove's stomach alive. Vomit. Turtledove only felt a spasm in her intestines and stomach, and the feeling of vomiting hit, and the intensifying pain followed closely, which instantly made her feel like her stomach was exploding. The body was thrown out by a huge force. Boom. Hit the wall directly and shake off a lot of gravel from the wall. He slumped on the ground and pressed his stomach in pain. Has lost its combat effectiveness. Sign into Tower of Heaven, reward 40 skill points. Close black lens bracket. The words popped into Dieter's mind. The system that likes being late also reminds him to get skill points. 40 points go directly to the rubber fruit ability. Dieter murmured. The rubber fruit level is only level 5, so it is better to raise it to the full level as soon as possible and then add some domineering intentions. Advertisement. Add success. Rubber fruit comes to level 9. At the same time, Dieter also felt that his body seemed to break some kind of shackles, and his ability to use fruits was much better than in the pirate world. Take back your mind. Dieter no longer pays attention to the defeated Turtledove. He looked at Jellal and said, then your missing body is back. I only played 2 tricks with this girl just to wait for you. The indifferent smile on Jellal's face solidified. Looking at Dieter's eyes is very bad. In front of him I always feel that I have no secrets, I can guess so accurately at any time, and I can predict your next plan. This gave Jellal a headache, who always liked to be in control. No moon flow yaksha flash. At this time, Turtledove, who was temporarily out of combat, suddenly made a move to catch Dieter by surprise. Paper painting. Dieter didn't even look at it, and his body instantly flashed like a picture. Boom boom boom. The turtle dove's attack appeared. Her blades are all over the ground, overhead, and all around the walls. Several pillars were cut down precariously. But Dieter's body remained unscathed. How is it possible? I saw through it again, didn't a sword light hit it? Turtledove was surprised. This was the first time I felt powerless. That kind of powerlessness that is useless, and that any gorgeous moves are ineffective. This is the first time the turtledove has been encountered. Even if it is to deal with the S-rank magician, he is very confident in defeating him, but the boy in front of him escaped without any flaws. Powerless. Enriching her whole body and mind, she couldn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it. I said your moves were ineffective in my presence, Dieter repeated. He is unwilling to attack this beauty, but sometimes there are always people who like to be self-sufficient. No moon flow. Turtledove put his hand on the hilt of the sword, flames bursting from under his feet, and his eyes were fixed on Dieter to make another move. Advertisement. Akulonoia. The flames that burned everything were shot, and that surging gesture was about to devour Dieter. That's not how flames work. Dieter shook his head. He clenched his right fist and slammed it behind him, instantly extending very long, and the next moment his arm was covered in armed color. Rubber fire fist. Flames covered his arms. The flame that will set everything on fire is no weaker than the raging fire of Ben. Hit it out. A fiery, burning fist was thrown. The move that penetrated the turtledove, Akulonoia, hit the beautiful face of the turtledove with one punch. There is absolutely no way to resist this blow. Her body was knocked flying in an instant, and she didn't stop hitting the wall. The powerful force broke her body and the wall. Bang! The gravel fell from the air, and the turtledove's body was smashed into the sea, making it impossible for her to secretly attack. Boom! At the same time, turtledove's move, Akulonoia, also exploded. The floor where Dieter and Jellal were confronting was also shattered by the successive attacks. The wall is broken. There are countless blades left or smashed through the wall by Jiao Jiao, as well as black gravel burned by raging fire. Dieter jokingly looked at the floor that was about to collapse. It broke before it started, and the Tower of Heaven you built, Jellal, seems a little unsatisfactory, man. Ah, it wasn't Jellal who sneered this time. It was the Jellal missing body behind him, who also came back from the Senate at this moment. You're finally here, now we can start fighting, Dieter said. The two Jellal stood together, slowly merging with a smile, feeling the continuous power gushing out of their bodies. You should never have waited for me, now I am not afraid of you, Jellal said. Dieter, however, looked indifferent. Chapter 70. Suppressing Jellal. Open black lens bracket, ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Dieter spoke of attacking Jellal with the Navy 6. This kind of, how can we fight when it's a good time, let's witness the completion of Tower of Heaven together. Jellal laughed. The body keeps flickering. There is no confrontation with Dieter at all, even if he has the ability to fight Dieter now, he is not in a hurry. Dieter's eyes were keenly aware that a powerful attack was brewing above the Tower of Heaven. Magic spirit power. After Dieter's attack failed to hit Jellal, he immediately backed away to distance himself. Since things have come to this point, he is not in a hurry. Jellal. At this time, Erza also rushed up to destroy the enemy, roaring at Jellal and brandishing his weapon. Long time no see, Erza, that red hair really suits you. Jellal dodged the attack lightly. Is it your purpose to deceive Simon? They have believed in you all these years, but you have failed them and deceived them all the time. Erza was furious. The long knife in his hand is waving. He was about to split Jellal in half, and the speed of the blade was getting faster and faster, which also forced Jellal to find a trick. Erza, forgive me, my body has become Zaref's container. I can't control my body, I can only follow all his 277 schemes and resurrect him. Jellal's expression was pained, and he poured out a hint of pity and sadness to Erza. After hearing this, Erza's attacking action really stopped slightly. But he still swung down the long knife in his hand and roared, if that's the case, then let me end your life. Clap clap. When Dieter heard this, he immediately applauded his satisfaction. He was really afraid that Erza would be tricked into following Jellal's nonsense. Now it seems that he has thought about it. Although Erza and Jellal have unforgettable childhoods, they still know what to do. It's amazing, I didn't expect to see you change so much in a few years. Jellal laughed. Rumbling. The Tower of Heaven began to vibrate violently, and the gravel on the top of the head fell, and the entire Tower of Heaven was in jeopardy. In the sky, a magic circle dedicated to magic spirit power appeared. Aim at the Tower of Heaven below to enter the countdown, it is about to fall, and the moment it falls, it also means that the R system is completed. The sea boils. The mighty magic wizard power was fully charged, and the brewing power caused the sea to cause waves. The atmosphere, the earth, and the sea are all timid about it. Boom. CFBB, magical spirit power released. Advertisement. Light obliteration Tower of Heaven. The tsunami hit and overturned the ships on the sea. The Tower of Heaven is broken and everything will be wiped out. However, when the attack was over, what appeared in front of everyone was a crystal clear magic crystal, which was dazzlingly erected on the plain. The Tower of Heaven was destroyed. It was replaced by a collection of powerful magic crystals. Ha ha ha. Jellal opened his arms and laughed loudly, looking at this huge collection of magic crystals, he couldn't hide his ecstasy. Finally, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Jellal said. Erza stepped back beside Dieter, looking at the magic crystals around her and being wary. She didn't know why it was like this after the magic power fell, but she definitely knew that it was Jellal's purpose. Jellal said. This is the true appearance of Tower of Heaven. It is a huge waste crystal. With the help of the magic wizard power of the council, the waste crystal finally succeeded in absorbing the huge magic power, and the R system is finally at this moment finished. Erza is angry. There was still a trace of soft-heartedness in her heart, and it disappeared at this moment. Layers of anger rose from the depths of my heart. Jellal. Erza roared with rage, and the attack reappeared in a frantic attack on Jellal. Second gear. Armed. Dieter didn't wait any longer and rushed into second gear, attacking Jellal with Erza. Celestial. Magic meteor. Jellal accelerated his movements, making his body as fast as a shooting star. Move quickly in front of your eyes to avoid the attack. Interesting. It's rare that you two have a lover's intention, so let the two of you become sacrifices together. Jellal laughed. Without retreating, they attacked the two men. One punch and one kick, coupled with the huge magic, the power of his every blow is beyond imagination. Bang bang bang. The three fought together. Erza and Dieter teamed up to attack Jellal, which also made the latter's response more rushed. Several punches were thrown by Dieter. Once or twice was fine, but it made Jellal a little uncomfortable after several times. Snake of restraint. Jellal was hit in the chest again by Dieter. This time Jellal distanced himself from the two by the force of the shock. Use magic now. Advertisement. A strange snake rope appeared on Erza's body instantly. Erza's body was instantly restrained, and her strength could not be used, making her body unable to move. UB*************D. Erza goes to struggle, but the restraint of the restraining snake is very strong. Even if you try your best to struggle, you can't break the thing. It's still a bit difficult for me to deal with the two of you alone, but I just have the magic power required to activate the R system, and then only need a living sacrifice. Zirf can be resurrected. First trap one and take it slow. Jellal said. Don't watch Erza go straight to Dieter. I can't wait. Dieter chuckled, combining armed and sensual and second gear madness with Jellal. Boom. Punch to the flesh and bang on the opponent's body. No fancy magic, let alone so-called conspiracy. The two attacked each other with pure physique, relying on strength, speed and skill to fight. The figures of the two of them are getting faster and faster. In the end, all that remains is whether the air is a sonic boom caused by a collision. Clap clap clap. The power is rising steadily, and no one admits defeat. Boom. After another collision, the two were separated by a distance. Twice. Jellal wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and watched Dieter compliment. Many places on his body had been beaten with blue and purple patches, and the black substance covering Dieter's hands did not know what it was, and the hardness was terrifying. The punch hit his body and he shivered in pain. I felt that the fist was not a human fist, and although it didn't hurt the bones, it wasn't the kind of pain that ordinary people could endure. Brown. Doran. On the other hand, Dieter had a smile on his face and his clothes were messed up, but he didn't know how much better the situation was. The moving body also makes the sound of bones. After the sound, it was also very pleasant to the ear, and the whole person felt comfortable. That's it, Dieter said with a laugh. Your physical skills are much weaker than I thought. Simply using physical skills is enough to abuse you. If you go on like this, it will be meaningless. Yeah, it's time to end. Jellal reached out and shredded his jacket, revealing a close-fitting vest, and he was wearing black gloves on his hands. And at this moment, an amazing magic burst out from his body. Chapter 71. Jellal, impossible. For flowers, Dieter didn't fight with strength. And what about Jellal? This will also release all the magic in the body, and the fragments of the magic crystal on the ground will be stirred and suspended around. Meteor. Jellal uses celestial magic again. The difference is that this time the magic power is much stronger, and the speed of the meteor is not weaker than Dieter's. Crunch. With a blue light on his body, he charged quickly with Jellal. A single blow knocked Dieter back. The back collided with the wall of the magic crystal, cracked the wall of the magic crystal, and the small granular magic crystals were scattered all over the place. Celestial magic 6 stars. Jellal reached out and waved, pointing up with one hand, and 6 magical stars appeared in the sky, attacking with unique power. Boom boom boom. The power of the magic star is very strong, and the speed is surprisingly fast, and it is aimed at Dieter. Boom. The stars slammed into Dieter's body and the surrounding waste crystal walls, and the walls were also smashed out of potholes, as well as several unique bodies that directly hit him. He slammed his body deep into the wall again. Dieter grinned. That's tough. Dieter muttered. Jellal's strength is also very strong, and it is impossible to beat him in second gear. Most physical strength is heavier than Jellal. But Jellal's total amount of magic power is terrifying, and the magic power released by him is also unusual, so the feeling of a magic star hitting him is not pleasant. Cutter. Dieter took advantage of the gap where Jellal had released the magic, and immediately used the skill combined with the moon step additive to leave. The body turned into an arc and galloped away. Bite your fingers and blow as soon as you change to a safe place. Fourth gear. Armament color spread all over his body, and that white gas also turned into a rope and surrounded Dieter. The body and limbs were wrapped in that white gas. His body didn't change too much, just a little bigger than the original reminder, and what was surprising was that Dieter's arms looked very long at the moment. The fists are half curled and the arms are bent like a snake. Snake. After Jellal's magic power has skyrocketed, his speed has also become very fast, and knowing that Dieter's power is very strong, he will never fight melee. When the time comes to fight by kite flying, Dieter will be passive. So Dieter went straight into 4th gear. Decided to bring Jellal down with sheer speed. Ding, what do you look like? You are not a ghost. Jellal laughed. Dieter's appearance at the moment is also a bit nondescript, with slender arms and a black armed color. The white gas wrapped around him like a snake. A black strand of hair stood on end. It looks weird, but Dieter doesn't really care about Jellal's ridicule, because Jellal will definitely be shocked after a while. Beside, the trapped Erza stared at Dieter at the moment, with deep surprise in his eyes. She knew about Dieter's moves. When fighting Jose, he turned into a chubby-looking state. In that state, his strength was very strong, even if Jose didn't dare to touch it. And this time, Dieter turned into another look. Those slender arms also surprised her, maybe she would see Dieter's stronger side later. I wanted to grab Dieter and ask him how strong he was. How many appearances are there, and each appearance is very powerful. Advertisement. Can you keep up with my speed? Jellal didn't give Dieter any time, and immediately sped out again. And Dieter's arms are stacked on top of each other. Rubber jet Orochi. The retracted arm was instantly ejected, and the speed was extremely fast. Even Jellal stared in disbelief. Before he could dodge, the arm immediately slammed on his body, slamming his body towards the wall of the magic crystal. Yo! The magic crystal explodes. The fast eyes couldn't keep up, even with Jellal inserted directly into the wall of the magic crystal, but before it was over, the amazing speed was not stopped by the wall of the magic crystal. Pushed out of the Tower of Heaven with Jellal's body on. Impressive. On the small island, Natsu, who had just landed on the island, exclaimed when they watched Jellal, who was shot out of the high point of Tower of Heaven. That man is Jellal, so who was he fighting? Simon took Hugh, Wally, Miliana, and Natsu on the shore for a round, and Jellal, who saw that he was shot out in the air, also hurriedly asked. Brother Dieter. It must be Brother Dieter. Lucy answered without saying a word, and the only person who can knock Jellal out is probably Dieter, and he doesn't need to think about it at all, it's definitely him. Dieter is amazing. Gray also looked at the air with a sigh, although he didn't know the specific situation of the battle, but now it seems to be a unique advantage. Not necessarily. Jellal is scary, Hugh said. Natsu retorted impatiently. What Jellal? Dieter is the most powerful S-rank mage in our guild, and he has even beaten Saint Ten, but he can't beat Jellal. Humph. Happy. Is also on Tsunere. Saint Ten Jose also suffered a lot from Dieter, so Jellal must be taken over by Dieter at this moment. Wally and the others didn't answer. In their minds, they couldn't imagine how strong someone stronger than Jellal was. Just keep silent. Jellal, who was beaten out, was not in a hurry to go back. He drew a semicircle with both hands, raised 2 fingers with his right hand, and held his left hand, aiming at Dieter, brewing powerful magic. Let me show you what true destruction magic is. Accept the sanctions of 7 stars. 7 magic circles appeared around Jellal's body, connected in series with each other to form special shapes. 7-star sword, saddle, 7 attack magics fell from the heavenly palace. Dieter. Erza looked at the 7 attacks and immediately struggled to call Dieter, wanting him to leave quickly, not to endure this attack. And Dieter moved his neck. He put his hands on his waist and kept compressing his fists layer by layer. Is it over? It's really interesting. Dieter whispered. Eyeballs flashed red light, seeing and hearing the color launched, accurately predicting the impact of the 7 attacks. Rubber black mamba. Puff. For flowers. The 2 fists ejected and started to shoot out at an extremely fast speed. After a series of accelerations, they aimed at 2 of the 7 attacks and hit them. Boom boom. The 2 attacks were directly penetrated and exploded in the air to form 2 fireworks. Hehe, it's useless, you can smash 2 attacks at most, and there are 5 other attacks that cannot be blocked by you. This is all coming to an end. Advertisement. Jellal was not afraid to laugh when he saw the 2 shattered attacks. Talking happily. The 7 attacks have the power of falling meteors, no matter how you dodge, you will be hit, and the battle will end by then. Attack. Dieter whispered. I saw that the fist that shattered the 2 attacks suddenly turned at a right angle. After several turns, he hit 2 more attacks. Impossible. Jellal lost his voice, unable to believe that the arms could still turn after shattering the 2 attacks. Boom. 2 more attacks were smashed. Those arms turned against common sense again and collided with the remaining 3 attacks. How is it possible that your arm can turn at that speed? Jellal stared in disbelief. Those arms really made him lose his mind. How could there be such magic in this world? Same. Erza also stared at the arms in disbelief. Being able to turn, she knows. But to be able to turn flexibly at this speed, and to take the initiative to collide with the 7 attacks many times, this is simply impossible. Dieter has so many moves. And it goes against common sense. Boom boom boom. Turning back one after another, the move that Jellal was proud of was shattered. The 7 attacks were resolved without falling to the ground. Don't come down yet. Dieter reached for it, grabbed Jellal by the neck and pulled it down to the ground. Cough cough. Jellal was smashed and coughed up blood. Immediately used meteor to distance himself from Dieter, panting and staring angrily in front of him. I will never forgive you. Jellal roared, arms folded above his head. The violent magic is madly cathartic. Blowing Dieter's clothes rattled, squinting at Jellal. Erza saw the shadow on the ground stretch out in the opposite direction of the light source, and hurriedly shouted to Dieter, "Dieter, run away. Fall into the infinite dark abyss." Jellal increased the output of magic power, and everything around him was sucked into the black hole formed above his head. "Aren't you a fixed target now?" Dieter laughed. Compressing his arms again, the white mist wrapped around his body is constantly condensing and changing towards the golden color. Rubber King Cobra. Dark Paradise. Both attacks are released at the same time. The suction power of the Dark Paradise is continuously strengthened, and it will absorb everything around it. And the unique move accelerates many times at the moment of punching. The white mist wrapped around the arm also turned into a golden cobra, and the red eyes were different from the open mouth. Just when Jellal's move was completed, Dieter's Rubber King Cobra also slammed into Jellal. Second. Since 99 Chapter 72. Accept the beatings of society, Logoses. For flowers. Boom. Flavor. Dieter's fist hit Jellal's throat, and he heard something split in that instant. At the same time, the dark paradise above Jellal's hand slowly disappeared. Cough cough. Jellal held his throat and looked at Dieter in disbelief. Avoid. The legs are weak and the body is constantly retreating. It was attached to a huge magic crystal, and the magic crystal seemed to be conscious and devoured it towards Jellal. Rumbling. At this time, the Tower of Heaven was shaking. It's time to withdraw. The magic of the Tower of Heaven is too strong, so the tower can't hold on. Just let Jellal become a container and disappear together. Dieter said. Come to Erza's side and take her out of the Tower of Heaven. Wow. The Tower of Heaven, which was about to explode, disliked the monstrous waves and overturned the Natsu people who were just waiting to get on the ship. Dieter and Erza, who were also about to flee in the air, were also overturned. Tower of Heaven is shrouded in light. The magic power that looked at it spewed towards the sky. Tower of Heaven is slowly disappearing. In the distance on the sea, Dieter followed Erza in midair, looking at the original Tower of Heaven. No one spoke first. Dieter wouldn't talk nonsense at this time either, just waiting for Erza to look away. Brother Dieter. Dieter. Erza. 293. You are all right. Not far away, a huge water polo was moving towards them on the sea. Juvia, Natsu and the others were all waving to Dieter and Erza in the air. Come on down, Erza said. Dieter took Erza into Juvia's water polo and chatted with a few people. Jellal Lucy asked. Everyone else looked at Dieter and Erza curiously. Judging from the explosion just now, Jellal didn't appear. Did he just say something? The last blow hit his throat. It should have ruptured, but it was absorbed and fused together by the magic crystal. It is not clear whether he died or not. Dieter said. The final blow did hit Jellal in the throat. But the possibility of Jellal's survival is still very high. As long as it is not directly killed, it is possible to live. Let's go back. Erza withdrew his gaze towards the Tower of Heaven, sighed and put on a smile as he spoke to the crowd. Fairy Tale Guild. The rebuilt guild is incomparably brilliant, and the brand new house is very gorgeous. Dieter and others who came back were amazed. Wow, the new guild is really cool. This guild took a lot of effort. Lucy was surprised. Erza also nodded. I didn't expect the new guilds to be built in the blink of an eye. Let's go in and have a look. Not right, Natsu muttered. Walking in, there is also a special place to sell items. The waiter is a member of the guild. Dieter, Miss Erza, Miss Lucy, and Grey Natsu and Happy are all back, greeted the guild members. Several people walked over and looked at the placed things and were surprised. It's Lucy's model. Happy pulls out a puppet identical to Lucy from the counter. Lucy is ashamed. Why did you make such a product without authorization? It's very embarrassing. All the way. After pushing the door of the guild, you can see the interior of the expanded guild. The neat and tidy tables were arranged neatly and orderly, and the guild members were all laughing and drinking fine wine and chatting about obscure topics among men. So beautiful. Lucy was surprised. Grey and Erza also smiled and looked at the neat guild. The one next to him looked at the guild in front of him with his arms crossed, and continued to remain silent. What's wrong with you, Natsu? Grey asked. Advertisement. It's not the same as before, Natsu muttered. Little Lu, welcome back. Levy greeted. Lucy responded quickly with surprise. Great. Levy said. There's a swimming pool behind the pub. Why a swimming pool? Lucy grumbled. It's different, Natsu said. Levy continued to introduce. There is a playground downstairs. The biggest change is the second floor. Now anyone can go up to the second floor. Dieter yawned and swept across the guild toward a lonely person in a corner. Natsu over there continued to complain. It's different. Levy explained. Of course, if you want to take an S-rank mission, you still have to have an S-rank magician child star. Lucy and the others all looked around the newly created guild. The joy in his eyes could not be concealed, and he was very satisfied with the current situation of the guild. You guys are back, a bunch of little bastards. President Makarov greeted him, and then introduced the girl standing beside him, saying, she's a new member Juvia, isn't she cute? Juvia saluted with her skirt. Please advise. Ha ha ha, I really joined. Grey replied with a smile. Erza also politely took the initiative to thank you for your help when you were in Arcane. Makarov continued. There's another new member joining, won't you say hello to everyone? Anyone else? Several people looked around the guild curiously, and quickly locked in Dieter's direction. Lock on to the man opposite Dieter. Hey, just kidding. How could it be him, Gajil of the Spectre? Gajil. Lucy, Natsu and others exclaimed. A few people looked at Gajil with hatred and itchy teeth, eager to devour him alive. Gajil is the one who will destroy the guild. The others in the guild were also silent. They didn't speak, but from their attitude, it was obvious that Gajil was not very welcoming. Father, he is the one who destroyed our guild. I don't agree with his joining. Natsu retorted. Gray also said unhappily. It's okay if Juvia joins, but Gajil shouldn't join. Hearing their words, Makarov waved his hand in disapproval. Maintenance. It's okay, it's not that Dieter is here, Gajil just has nowhere to go, it doesn't matter if he stays, anyway, he definitely can't beat the unique, just let Dieter take care of it. Juvia also sincerely said. Mr. Gajil was recommended by Juvia, so please forgive me. Erza said. With Dieter watching and Juvia's recommendation, I'm fine. Levi also said. I'm okay. There. Dieter swept over Gajil without speaking while sipping the drink in front of him. There is not much impediment to the addition of Gajil. To speak of his crimes, there are only two more serious crimes, destroying the guild and ravaging Levi. At other times, he was seriously injured and dying. Just don't care. Avoid. At this moment, on the stage in the middle of the guild. Marajan appeared above with his guitar bare, and the lights in the guild were turned off, leaving only the lights on Marajan's side on the stage. Mira, we're back, Natsu greeted. Marajan nodded and smiled and replied. Welcome back. In order to welcome Dieter and the others back safely, and to celebrate the completion of the new guild, I will sing a song. I heard Mira about to sing. All cheered, whistled and talked enthusiastically. Just waiting for you to perform, Mira. Mira. The guild members raised their wine glasses to listen to Mira's singing. Crisp and bright. The singing is moving. Beautiful tone spins reverberate from the plucked guitars. Advertisement. Everyone in the guild was immersed in the wonderful music, with smiles on their faces, and everyone cheered enthusiastically. A song falls. Everyone laughed and laughed. They will continue to sing to each other with the companion next to them. At this time, Gajil put on a white suit and took the stage. I'll sing one next, Gajil said. This made many people present reluctantly, clamoring for him to roll down towards the large amount of food and items on the stage. Gajil disapproved and sang to himself. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone in the guild was stunned. What the hell are you singing? Hurry down, don't be ashamed. It's so ugly. My god, did I offend you and let you insult my ears, please shut up. The guild was full of wailing and begging for mercy. Dieter smiled at the happy scene. There was a thud in the side. The originally clean and tidy guild was instantly messed up. Outside the guild, Dieter lay in the tree listening to the hum below. Call me to a place like this, what do you want to do? I'm going out to work now. Gajil asked. Jade said. Don't think that we will agree with you if you join the guild. We are looking for you today for a showdown. Yeah, we want pay. Droy reconsidered. Hee hee. Gajil sneered. This made the two angry, and immediately used magic to attack Gajil. Gajil didn't fight back to endure those attacks. As this more bullying. At this time, Lagoses approached from behind. Several people turned their heads and looked at Lagoses strangely. Gajil looked at Lagoses with sweat on his forehead. He knew Lagoses' strength, which should not be underestimated. Is this guy just asking my guild to trouble that kid? Lagoses muttered, walking towards Gajil. That stinky old man, because he didn't get killed, he just took people as his accomplices. 1.1 insulted with a hideous face. It's always like this that people will look down on it. Zizi. Stab. The arc jumped towards Gajil and was ready to attack. Clap. Applause sounded. Dieter gave people applause from the tree. In terms of hindsight skills, I, Dieter, call you the strongest. Stab. Thunder and lightning danced around Lagoses. Looking gloomily at Dieter on the tree trunk, he asked, Are you going to stop me? He had a grim face. His tone was unmistakably cold. Dieter shook his head. You didn't help fight, and you didn't tear down the ghost branch like Mistogen. I can't think of any qualifications as an afterthought as you. Then he put on an expression of sudden realization and said quickly, Hey, you are the grandson of the old man, you are indeed qualified, you continue. Stab, stab, lightning rages around Lagos' body. Holes were burned by the electric arc on the ground, and the dark face swept the unique glances viciously. Take a deep breath. Enough, such a guild is not what I want. Said and left the scene. Dieter didn't say much, but he knew the fairy tale civil war was about to begin. Finally got a chance to teach Lagoses to be human. Prepare to be beaten up by society. Muttering words, Dieter also left. Chapter 73, Fairy Tale Civil War. For flowers, for a reward. This day, there was laughter in the city. Banners of the Harvest Festival were hung everywhere, and it was time for the fairy tale event. The residents of the city are very enthusiastic, and various shops on the streets are also holding big sales promotions to celebrate the Harvest Festival. There are also many interesting games, attracting many residents or wizards from other cities to come and watch. The atmosphere of the Harvest Festival is everywhere. Fairy tales parade across the continent can be spectacular. Everyone is looking forward to the magic parade that follows. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild, the Fairy Tale Miss Contest is currently being held. Hello everyone, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Beautiful fairies are competing for beauty. The selection contest for Miss Fairy Tale is about to start, and the host will be my sand magician Max. The host Mark introduced. Shish. Lala. A large number of audiences applauded enthusiastically. You shouldn't be interested in this kind of stuff, right? Gajil in the lower corner was eating iron and looked at Dieter 25, who was looking at the stage in a frightening manner. Because Lagos's was going to play Gajil before, Dieter was hampered. Therefore, the relationship between Gajil and Dieter is also relatively good. In addition, Dieter is used to being alone, so Gajil often communicates with him. This slip. Dieter held the drink on the table and said, yes, I prefer to sit on the beach to fish rather than watch the contest for the young lady, but this year's Harvest Festival will be very lively, so I have to put my fishing career on hold. Harvest Festival, Fairy Tale Civil War. This day has finally come, and I can finally teach Lagoses to be the same as 5 years ago. Let him feel some social beating. Pink Skull, I really don't know what's the point of this kind of competition. Gajil complained. The corners of Dieter's mouth twitched, and he didn't realize that Gajil was a guy who regarded women as nothing. But after thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, this guy Gajil has never shown any sympathy when hitting women, so he really has no emotional intelligence. Do you believe, Gajil, your future will be entangled with a certain girl in the guild, and fall in love, get married and have children? Dieter played taste. However, Gajil directly denied it without hesitation. Impossible. Dieter didn't say much, and looked back at the stage. The host Max introduced enthusiastically. The number 1 contestant, an exotic beauty with a different dimensional stomach, Kana Arupalona. Many of the spectators held high signs. It said support for Kana, and several men wrote, I love Kana and other ambiguous words. Next, is time for self-promotion with magic, says Max. Kana stood on the stage, the cards in her hand rose slowly, covering her body. Advertisement. The cards covered Kana's body. Change into a swimsuit. Wow. The man below suddenly swept across Kana with squinted eyes and shouted. The number 2 contestant, although she is a newcomer, her strength is S rank, a good woman who keeps dripping with rain, Juvia locks her. The host continued. Juvia's voice is also not low. A variety of reverie scenes appeared one after another. The 3rd contestant, the guild's proud signature girl, her beauty makes people all over the continent fall under her skirt, she is Mirajan. The 4th contestant, the fairy queen who needs no explanation. The 5th contestant, members appear one after another. It quickly spread to Lucy. 7th entry contestant, our super rookie, her brilliance is the guide of celestial spirit, Lucy. Lucy comes on. Warmly greet the people below. The people below all applauded and cheered enthusiastically, giving full support to Lucy. Lucy holds the props ready to perform. Suddenly a voice sounded. The 8th contestant. The people in the guild were surprised, and even the host, Max, glared to find where the speaker was. The fairy refers to me, the beauty refers to me, that's right, I represent all of this, of course, the victory is won by me Evergreen. Okay, the boring game can be over. Evergreen appeared on stage with a fan, ending the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Evergreen. It turns out she's back. Elfman and Grey grit their teeth and stare at Evergreen on stage. Lucy immediately reprimanded. Wait a minute, why are you hindering me? This game is about my livelihood. Grey below immediately reminded. Lucy, don't look into her eyes. Lucy was curious. Looking at Evergreen, he didn't understand what Grey meant. Who is this girl? Evergreen asked back, reached out and took off the glasses from his face and looked at Lucy, those eyes twinkling. Before Lucy could react, he was petrified. Max quickly said. Everyone, run away. Ah, advertisement. The guests in the guild all fled immediately. Not long after, the remaining members of the guild were still here. Makarov stepped forward and asked, what are you doing? Evergreen, are you trying to ruin the festival? On the stage, Evergreen sneered. Don't there always be sideshows at festivals? The curtain behind him was lifted, and Erza, who was petrified, was a group of contestants. Elder sister, even Erza. Makarov was angry. Damn things, don't restore them to their original state immediately. Zizi. Thunder and lightning flashed over the roof, and suddenly it was the figure of Lagoses. In the corner below the stage, Gajil glanced at Dieter and asked curiously, you don't seem surprised at all, do you know what's going to happen next? This slip. Dieter drank his drink leisurely. He grinned and said, that guy Lagoses has long been dissatisfied with such a guild, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later, and when will the guild members have the most people? Of course, it is the time of the Harvest Festival, so Gajil understands. Continue to look at the situation on the stage. Help, fairy tale guys, the festival is just about to start. Lagoses frantically greeted everyone in the guild. Lagoses, Freed and Bixlow. Thunder gods. It's the Lagoses guards. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't expect the thunder gods to appear. Let's play, old man, said Lagoses. Makarov reprimanded angrily. Don't mess with me anymore, and let them return to their original state immediately. Lagoses ignored him and continued. How many people will survive before the magic parade begins? Just use these women as hostages. If anyone fouls, I will smash them one by one. I didn't say it just now, this is a sideshow. At this time, Dieter got up from the table. He raised his hand to signal. Well, Lagoses, I cannot participate, please let Mirajan and Erza go, I'm going to take them out to fish. Breathe taste. After hearing Dieter's voice, Lagos's was breathing a lot faster. With blue veins on his face, he stared at Dieter with ferocious eyes, and scolded angrily. No, anyone cannot participate, but you can't, I will tear you apart and let you understand all the shame you have done to me in the past. Quote. Chapter 74. Overlord. Stun everyone. For flowers. Dieter smacks his lips, not surprised. Instead, he turned his head to look at Gajil in front of him and shrugged. Look, I said that this kid Lajersis couldn't let us leave. To be rude, I only know what he's going to pull when he sets off Inidia. Ha ha ha. Here and there, thunder and lightning are condensed in a frenzy. They were all over the stage, as if they were going to shatter everything. It also represents the anger of Lagos's. You dare to play with me. Lagos's gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Take a deep breath. Lagos's calmed down his anger. Wasn't it time to argue with Dieter? The priority was to keep the game going. Withdrew his angry eyes and looked at the guild members in front of him. He continued. Who is the strongest person in Fairy Tail? Let's find out. This is a game of fairies. The rule is simple. The last person left is the winner. The Battle of Fairy Tail. Boom. Below Natsu is just about to move. A flame burned in his hand. That's good. Simple and easy to understand rules. I'm burning. The Thunder God said. If you want to restore the girls to their original state, first knock us down. We only have 4 people, and you have nearly 100 people, right? The time limit is 3 hours, and if the time is exceeded, they will become sand and dust. The combat area is the entire Magnolia, and the fight begins as soon as we are spotted. Quote. The guild members clenched their fists in anger. This slip. Dieter drank his drink, ready to say a few words. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign into the Fairy Tail Civil War, reward 40 skill points, close black lens bracket. The words in my mind appeared, and I successfully signed in again. Dieter was happy. This time the system is quite powerful to appear so early. Immediately immersed in the inverted dendritic diagram of the mind. Now, there are 6 types of Navy, rubber fruit ability, and 3-color domineering on the tree map. Among them, the 6th type of the Navy has reached its full level. And the rubber fruit is also 1 level worse than the full level. Dieter first adds 10 points to increase the ability of the rubber fruit to full level. At that moment, the properties of the rubber fruit are brought into full play. One of them is lightning immunity. Yes, Dieter understands that it is literally the same. The rubber fruit that has reached the full level can be immune to lightning, which means that unless the current Lagos uses physical or other magic, whether it is Thunder Dragon Slayer magic or lightning magic, it doesn't work for him. Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. Check out the explanation on the immunity to lightning of rubber fruits now. After seeing the content, the whole face is pulled across. What the hell, I thought I was completely immune to thunder magic. Dieter muttered. Indeed, the rubber fruit is really immune to lightning, but here it is explained that the shapeless lightning magic immunity. It means that Lagos's can be immune to the direct use of lightning attack. But Lagos's attack after condensing the thunder and lightning can be effective, but the power will be weakened, and the dragon slaying magic can have an effect on him. In addition, there is also immunity to poison attribute magic. Advertisement. You don't need to ask to know that it is the same as the setting of lightning attribute magic immunity. It's a pity. Dieter was very sorry, but he didn't worry too much, and looked at the treasure chest that appeared behind the tricolor domineering. With the full level of the rubber fruit ability, a gray unlit treasure chest pattern appeared on the back of the 3-color domineering, which also wrote the devil fruit treasure chest. If you open it, you can get the devil fruit ability. Dieter was a little bit hopeful about this. Looking at the remaining 30 skill points, I was also in a tangle for a while. The 3-color domineering levels are all level 1, and it's okay to add points separately, but Dieter thinks it should be better to add one separately. Do you add armed color? If you add it, it is level 4. It stands to reason that the armed color is divided into 3 levels, covering, wrapping and releasing. Level 4 should be able to wrap, but unfortunately it is useless for me. I don't have a weapon, so wrap it, there is no place to use it. Add to see the color. No, see the color is invalid for the powerful people, even if you foresee the future, you can't avoid it, adding it is a simple waste. It's decided, add the king color. After comparing each other in Dieter's mind, he found that the overlord color is the most practical. Just do it. Directly add the 30 skill points at hand to successfully increase the overlord color to level 4. Moment. Dieter also understands the effect of the current overlord color. In the systematic explanation, the 3 stages of overlord color are divided into 3 stages: undifferentiated shock, single shock, and physical damage. The first is the awe-inspiring aura that does not distinguish between the enemy and me. The second is that it can be freely controlled in indiscriminate shock and deterrence and single shock and deterrence. The third is the literal meaning. After sorting out the differences, Dieter woke up. The strength in the body has also increased a lot again. If he is to deal with Jellal now, the strength used to defeat him will be reduced exponentially. Isn't it kind of bad for the 100 or so people to bully the 4 of you? Dieter got up from the table, walked towards the stage, and soon came to him, smiling when he saw Lagos's and Thor on the stage. Dieter, I can't pretend you haven't heard that you're the first person of your age, Fried said. Evergreen and Bixlow also covered their mouths and chuckled. Kiss, it looks like the 3 of you are also curious about me. Dieter disapproved, looked at Lagza and asked finally, I'm asking you one last time, are you sure you want to force everyone to play that boring game you say? Lajersis disagreed. Staring at Dieter condescendingly, Bu said, is it possible that you are afraid? Just kneel down and beg for mercy and I can let you go. His words also made Gray and others extremely disgusted. Even though Gray or Natsu or other peers didn't say a single word to Dieter. In fact, all peers admired Dieter's strength. He respected him quite a bit, and at this time, he was quite angry when he heard Lagos's words like this, and they stared at Lagos's very angry. Dieter said, I am absolutely the most concerned about my companions, but I have never done a commission for my enemies in the past few years, but you should know, Lagos's, that I will kill all enemies. And as the grandson of the chairman, I can save your life, but the thunder gods will die when I catch them. Will die. The three Thors were heartbroken. He was indeed frightened by Dieter's words, but quickly abandoned his fear. Bixlow sneered. Who wouldn't talk big? Your strength is definitely not as good as Lagos's. We Thors are not some cats and dogs. You will lose if you meet me. It's lost. It's lost. The doll floating beside him also laughed. Evergreen used a fan in his hand to cover his pretty face, and also thought it was ridiculous, joking. He looks handsome, but it's a pity that he likes to talk big. I'm waiting for you, Fried said. The three Thors didn't believe Dieter's words. Dieter chuckled and said, since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you, but there's no need to let so many people in the guild kill each other, just let a few powerful ones come. The members of the guild spoke in a mess, as if arguing over who was eligible to participate. Advertisement. Makarov also loves eyebrows. He didn't interrupt, because he knew Dieter was measured. I'm strong enough, I want to participate. Natsu said. Gray also nodded in recognition that he too was qualified. Dieter looked at Lagos's. Speaking of you, your perception of my strength is still 5 years ago, right? Ah. Lagos sneered. It was clear that he had no regard for Dieter 5 years ago or now. Okay. Dieter nodded. I'll show you today my strength in 5 years. It's just that this method can be used to separate out the participants. The guild companions are very curious. I don't know what method Dieter intends to use to screen. It shouldn't be as simple as a direct fight. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. At this moment, Dieter's eyes narrowed. A powerful aura vented from his body, and that aura caused ripples in the space. The momentum is oppressing all around. The hair and clothes of Lagos's and Thor were swayed. That shocking aura left many people's minds blank. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the guild companions fell and fainted, and they all lost consciousness due to Dieter's aura. In an instant, 90% of the guild members were shocked. This, of course, Makarov could clearly perceive Dieter's powerful aura just now, and the guild members who saw Xingju were also shocked, staring at the unique back with frowning. This aura emanated from Dieter and belonged to something. Why it feels a little different. Lagos is on the dance, good enough, stage looked ugly. It wasn't that he was shocked by this aura, but he couldn't believe that this powerful aura was spreading from Dieter. You guy. Lagos gritted his teeth. Sweeping through the thunder gods, I found that the three of them were pale and ugly. And the three were really frightened. After the aura spreads down, it gives them the feeling of an emperor-like aura, which is also violent and has a strong deterrent effect. Then, what is that? I felt that my body and mind were shrinking, and that momentum was terrifying, even stronger than all known mages. My calf is shaking. Dieter is so strong, just imposing. The arrogant mentality of the three Thors suddenly changed. Seeing Dieter's eyes full of fear, that aura did not make them faint, but it also made them feel scared both physically and mentally. Younger below, the only people still awake were Natsu, Gray, and Gajil. All other guild members were stunned. Dieter, why is he so scary? What is that? What is it? Why is it so scary? My body is softening. So scary, so scary. The faces of the three were not much better than those of Thor, and they could only sit. The momentum made their legs go weak. Chapter 75. You think I will beat you in a few seconds? For flowers. Haha. Dieter smiled and replied. This is fair, 4 to 4 is just right, what do you think, Lagos's? Lagos's face was ugly. This sudden change made him not know what to do. According to the plan, the civil war in the guild led to cannibalism, and the old man couldn't bear to take the initiative to give up the position of leader, but now the people in the internal conflict are fainting, and the rest of the guys are people who listen to Dieter. How can this go on? There are still 30 minutes before they wake up, which means that I will end the fight within these 30 minutes. I hope your Thors can hold on, but don't let me find them. Dieter said. The eyes swept over the Thor people with extremely unfriendly eyes, and turned and walked outside, obviously preparing to go outside to find the traces of the three. You guy. Lagos's was angry, and the thunder light flashed and led the three Thors out of here. President Makarov asked hurriedly, Dieter, are the people in the guild okay? Dieter waved his hand. It's okay, wake up in 30 minutes, I'll fix everything before that, haven't played with Lagos's in years. Natsu and Gray and Gajil are all about to move. It's up to me to stop that guy. After Makarov knew that the guild members were all right, he immediately ran outside and planned to arrest Lagos's first. Boom. However, at the door, Makarov was immediately blocked by something unknown. Father, how are you? Gray stepped forward and asked curiously. The old man pushed forward. There is an invisible wall. Gray went out and looked at the president who couldn't get through, and muttered, please, what's wrong? Don't you want to do something to your grandson, old man? As he said that, he reached out and grabbed the president and looked outside, but there was no way to search it out anyway. What's the matter? Gray said speechlessly. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get the general out. The formula. Dieter came to the door to explain. Makarov and Gray both looked to the top of the door, where the spell was indeed written. Freed's spell. It seems that Lagos's and the others have been prepared in advance. Makarov said. Gray asked, what's written on it? All people over the age of 80 and the statue are prohibited from entering and leaving, obviously to prevent the old man from going out, Dieter explained. Gray was dissatisfied. It's basically a first come first win magic. Dieter also said. Well, it looks like there are only a few of us playgirls. Gray, let's see who can solve Thor first and find Lagos's. Gray nodded and rushed out to find it first. I also want to participate. I must knock down Lagos's. That guy dares to disrupt the harvest festival. Natsu also rushed outside with enthusiasm. Boom. Unfortunately, like Makarov, he ran into a spell and couldn't get out. Advertisement. Why? Natsu wondered. Makarov suddenly shouted. Natsu, are you over 80 years old? How? Maybe. Natsu retorted. Dieter laughed and looked at Jellal over there. The latter got up and walked outside, saying, I've been unhappy since I saw Lagos's, this time I must teach him a good lesson. Makarov nodded in agreement, watching Jellal walk outside. Boom. Immediately Natsu and Makarov were dumbfounded. Jellal, are you 80 years old too? Ha ha ha. Jellal, you are already an 80-year-old grandpa. Dieter's mouth twitched, looking at the two people with a look of contempt. It's useless to give you a chance. It was originally 4-on-4, but now it can be directly turned into 2-on-4. Just wait for our triumphant return. Too little trash. Jellal said with a dark face. FK, curse you and can't get out. Yes, yes, yes. Natsu nodded and admitted. Dieter must be an 80-year-old grandpa. Dieter sneered. It went through the spell very smoothly. He turned his head and looked at the two guys sarcastically, stepped in again, and then went out again, jumping horizontally several times before leaving. I don't care about Natsu's situation. After Dieter left the guild, he directly turned on his knowledge and sensed the direction of Lagos's and Thor, and looked towards them. Inside the cathedral, Lagos's, Dieter shouldn't be so scared even if he's good, can we still beat him together? Bixlow asked. They also received orders from Lagos's when they returned. Let them hide from the unique, don't be found, wait until the other members of the guild wake up before continuing the plan. That Dieter is really good, but we Thors aren't afraid to hide. Freed also said. After listening to the words of several people, Lagos's also hesitated. The reason why he ordered Thor to do such a thing was also shocked by Dieter's momentum. Now think about it, maybe Dieter's strength is not that strong. Then remember to run away when you meet him alone. Lagos's still decided to let the Thors try, but only let them go together instead of apart. Yes, the distance between us will not be too far. If one side fights, the other two will immediately support. Evergreen said. Lagos's nodded and let Thor go away. And this time, Dieter, who was heading towards Lagos's, also sensed the separation of Thor according to what he saw. If you say you will be beaten, and it's useless to separate. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, he switched directions and walked towards Thor. Lagos's can wait first. Since he wants to design guild members, it is necessary for Unique to let him know the desperation when his subordinates are seriously injured and dying. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Make him aware of the consequences of the civil war between his comrades. Then who should I choose first? Dieter thought. Bixlow, Freed is strong enough to be released later, Evergreen can't be defeated so quickly, it will wake up the petrochemical people, and there is not enough time for me to defeat Lagos's. Quote. After analyzing, he also walked towards Bixlow's hiding place. I was in a good mood, thinking whether I should kill Bixlow in an instant, or should I take 2 moves. A certain roof with many dolls. Where Bixlow lay, waiting quietly for the 30 minutes to end. Yeah, Lagos's and Freed were really freaked out, and it's clearly the use of some kind of magic that makes people feel that timid. Think about it, Dieter is nothing more than that, and I can beat him too. Quote. Bixlow was obviously an afterthought, and felt that he had been frightened on the stage before, and this will also speak arrogantly to himself. 0. Obviously, he didn't take Lagos's words seriously. Yes, that's when Dieter appeared. Bixlow's whole body suddenly stood up, and he immediately got up and looked at Dieter, who was sitting by the eaves, in dismay. The terrifying aura reverberated in his mind. His heart was beating shatteringly, and his whole body conveyed fear to his brain. How did you find mine? Bixlow couldn't speak nervously, and the 5 dolls suspended behind him no longer echoed his words. Judging from his reaction, Dieter's horror is enough. No matter how nice what he said just now, when facing Dieter this time, he would still be shocked by that terrifying aura, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. How many seconds do you think will bring you down? Dieter narrowed his eyes and looked at Bixlow in front of him and asked with a smirk. How many seconds? Bixlow gritted his teeth and tried to refute, he really couldn't beat Dieter, but it would be too arrogant to want to win in a few seconds. At the same time, because of Dieter's contemptuous remarks, Bixlow raised a spirit of resistance. If you want to use your strength to prove that you are a member of the Thunder God, your strength is very powerful. My strength is not weak. There is no humiliation like you. Bixlo kept recalling Dieter's sarcastic words, in order to promote the fighting spirit of resistance and let the fighting spirit overcome the fear of Dieter in his heart. Amazing. Dieter was keenly aware of Bixlo's slowly rising fighting spirit. I also admire his courage. Being able to muster up the courage to resist under that kind of momentum is indeed a bit of a skill. He smiled and replied, since you mustered up the courage to resist, then I will give you a chance to perform for a few seconds. After speaking, he stood up and looked at Bixlo across the air. Come on, please me as much as you like. Dieter said. Second. 3 Fey chapter 76 to 3 seconds, second kill, for flowers. Straight line. Formation. Knowing that time waits for no one, Bixlo immediately manipulated the puppets on top of each other. The crescent chopper shoots out of its mouth, too slow. Dieter slanted to avoid the crescent chop, watching Bixlo start to count the time. 3 seconds. Dieter stretched out 3 fingers. What? Bixlo questioned in anger. Dieter continued. 3 seconds is enough to kill you, start now. Damn it. Bixlo angrily manipulated the puppet to attack Dieter immediately, about to tear him to pieces. Dieter's figure disappeared instantly. Before Bixlo could react, he felt that Dieter's body had come behind him, and immediately turned to avoid it. It's useless. Dieter's unwavering tone sounded. 3-0's hands stretched out like tiger claws, and quickly clasped Bixlo's arms and shoulders. Pull down to lock his arms behind him. The first trick I will break your spine, you can still live with timely treatment. Dieter said. With a sharp pull with both hands, Bixlo's upper body was thrown back, while Dieter immediately raised his knees and hit him. Didi, cough cough. Ah! Bixlo coughed up a lot of blood, and screams permeated all around. His spine was shattered. It's not over yet, Dieter continued, like a cold, emotionless killer. Next up are the arms. The voice fell. Dieter's hands twirled suddenly. Yesterday's taste. Ah! Bixlo's arms were ripped apart at a deformed angle, and his scream became more intimidating. The severe pain in his body was beyond his valve. The emergency escape of the brain caused him to fall into a state of dizziness. Puff, Dieter released Bixlo, who fell to the ground like mud. Advertisement. The upper body and lower body face each other up and down as if torn apart. Those arms were like lumps of rotten meat, folded together. Bixlo. Bixlo, what's wrong with you? Freed and Evergreen also flew quickly from not far away, and immediately called out when they saw the bleak appearance of Bixlo on the ground. The spine is broken, the bones of both arms are broken, and it is impossible to be an ordinary person. Dieter's words were thunderous. Freed and Evergreen's faces were pale, their legs were weak, and their eyes were red as they looked at Bixlo, who was on the ground, and opened their mouths to say something. Let Bolusika in the Eastern Forest heal, and there is hope for recovery, and now give you a chance. Evergreen takes Bixlo away to heal, and by the way unravel Erza and their petrification. If they don't agree, the 3 of Thor in the Fairy Tale Guild will die from today, Dieter said. Hiss. Freed and Evergreen both gasped. Feel the cold killing intent. I also understand that Dieter's words can't be fake at this moment. Okay. Evergreen agreed without thinking at all. Rushing to save Bixlo is the most important reason, and also killing them like slaughtering dogs with Dieter's combat power. Don't give any chance at all. It is said that there are 2 paths, but there is only one option of obedience. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lagos is stunned. Can't you see that as his guards? You must understand that before you became the Lagos guards, you were members of the Fairy Tale Guild, Dieter explained. Evergreen and Freed were silent. The former did not say a word after thinking about it, and took Bixlo to leave quickly to prepare for treatment. That leaves Freed and Dieter facing off. You are not too old, you are my peers. I proved 5 years ago that I am the eldest brother of my peers. As a younger brother, your mistake is my big dereliction of duty. So then you end up the same as Bixlo, broken bones all over your body, and then lie in a hospital bed for a while. Take your strongest stance and attack me, Dieter spoke quietly. Although there is the suspicion of being on the line, it is indeed appropriate to say such words on this occasion. Okay. Freed knew that facing Dieter alone was a surefire outcome. I don't expect to be able to escape from Dieter's hands, simply overcome difficulties and swing a sword towards Dieter. Even if they lose, they have self-respect. At the same time, after Dieter and Bixlo faced off, the battle information was updated in the guild and in front of Lagos's. Dieter vs Bixlo. Makarov is watching with Jellal and Natsu. Dieter is amazing, found Bixlo so quickly. Natsu was excited. Yet Makarov was just about to speak. Advertisement. The battle information on the spell has been updated. Dieter vs Bixlo. Bixlo is dying. Dieter wins. Hiss. After seeing this information, the 3 of them gasped. Dying. This kid Dieter is too insignificant. There can't be a death case. Makarov worried. Jellal grinned sincerely and said sarcastically. Then Lagus's is obviously playing with fire. If you provoke anyone, you have to provoke him. This is good, the Thors are dead. The information above also reminded Jellal of the tragedy when he attacked Fairy Tale. Really almost died. It's okay, Dieter won't kill our comrades, Natsu retorted. Makarov didn't speak, his heart gradually sank, dying. I'm afraid it's not going to die, someone's coming, Jellal said. Makarov and Natsu looked over and saw Evergreen who was coming. Dieter asked me to come over to unravel the petrochemicals and then go to the Eastern Forest. Ms. Shinpo Liusika, in a hurry to stay out of the way, Evergreen said. Put down the dying Bixlo, and at the same time untangle the petrification of Erza and others, and leave. Ha ha ha, I just said Dieter won't kill our comrades, Natsu laughed. Makarov did not speak, but he was really relieved, and he was really worried that someone would be killed by Dieter. Inside the church, Lagos's was in a fidgety mood. Second kill. That guy Dieter really didn't make it? 1.1 Lagos's face was dark, and Bixlow's dying state made him upset. Although he is cruel, but he attached great importance to the Thors. At this moment, someone was dying, and his heart could not be quiet. He wanted to fight in place of Thor and Dieter immediately, so as not to put the lives of the other two Thors in danger. Dieter vs Fried. The new battle situation update, Lagos's is more worried. In confrontation, Fried looked for opportunities to attack. 3 seconds on Bixlow, I don't know how long you can last, Dieter said. Fried didn't dare to answer. There is some kind of plan in my heart, and I don't plan to take it hard. Wing. Fried waved the weapon in his hand, and several dark words appeared on his body. A pair of wings stretched out from behind him and flew towards the rear with him without a word, as if he wanted to escape. Chapter 77. Dieter vs Fried. Win. Haha, Dieter chuckled and burst out with strength to chase Fried, and he could indeed kill him in seconds. But this Fried seems to have some weird ideas. This made Dieter want to follow along to see what he was going to do. One after another, one chasing and one running. The distance between the two was deliberately controlled by Dieter, enough that he could catch up with a sprint. Are you still going to keep running? Dieter continued to chase. He was not in a hurry at all, because Fried was running in the direction Lagos's was, just to save some time. After hearing the words, Fried stopped suddenly and stood at a distance from Dieter as if waiting for something. Dieter stepped forward. After reaching a certain distance, the raised foot also retracted. With a playful smile on his face, you were waiting for me to step in, there are techniques here. Fried remained silent. Yes. Just in front of Dieter is a spell barrier, and it's a fairly targeted spell. Just didn't expect Dieter to find out. I thought you had some great tricks, but it turned out to be like this. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. Dieter shook his head. Seeing that the color is on, he can predict the danger ahead. Therefore, there is no middle plan to enter the surgery. It looks like it's impossible to solve you with a spell, and there is a reckless fight, Fried regretted. According to his idea, the only thing he can rely on to defeat Dieter is 25 spells. It was because of the spell that he was running around with Dieter. Seeing to be fooled or being seen through. Come on, don't use these little tricks or anything. Dieter moves muscles and bones. Severe pain. Fried seized the opportunity to use dark text, and the spell that represented severe pain quickly shot over. It's useless. Dieter didn't need to be afraid at all, he turned his body a little to avoid the spell. Terror, pain, death. Fried immediately used all other spells without hesitation, and dark texts attacked Dieter. Did the SLR be touched by one of them? Enough to get into trouble. How Fried wanted that to happen. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the dark text was, it couldn't hit Dieter. Those spells were easily avoided by Dieter. Dark text darkness. Fried's one eye turned black, and he swung the knight's sword down again. This time the dark text didn't hit Dieter. Rather, it fits the body into the body. That moment. The magic power on Fried's body soared. An evil aura emanated from his body. The ground beneath his feet was shaken out of cracks, and the gravel was ground into dust by the terrifying magic power. That's fun. Dieter smiled and shot, arching his waist. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and the crater was broken open by the explosive force. The big pothole is like a compass cracked with spider patterns. Advertisement before the rubber fruit points are full. Dieter can perfectly control the power in the body. No matter how much he hits, the power will not spread to the wall or the ground. But after the rubber fruit's ability is full, he has been unable to control the power perfectly. No matter how much he exerts his power, a lot of power will be released, resulting in inevitable damage. Dieter rushed out, rubbing Fried with his right fist. After the magic power in the latter's body condensed frantically, the whole person turned into a dark demon, and no human figure could be seen in the hideous body. Roar, he roared and raised his fist and slammed into Dieter. Boom, the earth shattered, and the power of the two people spread to the ground, squeezing the area they were in into a large circular pit. Gravel is everywhere. The fists of the two collided, and the aftermath danced the windows of the surrounding houses. Brilliant. The glass was shattered. Their battle inevitably led to chaos all around Joe. Boom. The power of follow-up broke out again. The bodies of the two were overturned, the ground was ravaged by Pear's debut, and Dieter's long sleeves were also shattered by the aftermath, revealing his muscular biceps. Amazing. Dieter complimented without sorrow. The strength of the three Thors, of which Fried is the strongest, is mainly the state of this pair of demons. Being able to tear Dieter's sleeves to shreds is also enough to show how good he is. Dieter really can't beat the demon Fried if he doesn't enter the second gear. Roar. Fried growled again. His hands were raised above his head, and a dark ball of light was brewing. It's not fun to zoom in directly, Dieter complained. The arm pumped, immediately entered the second gear state, instantly increased speed and strength, and beat Fried violently. Dark light bullet. The dark magic bullet was thrown out, and the attack speed was very slow, but it was not to be underestimated. Dieter didn't want to bump into it either. Immediately flash away and avoid the dark light bullet. Boom boom boom. The dark light bullet was obviously extremely powerful, and after being dodged by Dieter, it also landed on the ground on the street. Exploded. The terrifying destructive power exploded in an instant, and a large ball of dark tones appeared on the entire street. It was like an upside-down bowl exploded, and the huge explosion wave blew away the open windows of every household. Almost all the houses near the light bomb are gone. Fortunately, there were no casualties. It's going to kill you if you delay it any longer, so let's end it quickly. Looking at the aftermath of the extremely destructive power, Dieter Manmay gave up his plan to continue to play. Too powerful magic would accidentally injure the residents. It is better to solve it quickly. Do not. Dieter came to Fried's eyes using the instant system. His hands clenched into fists with white steam on his body. His eyes no longer had the playful look he had before, and he was earnestly preparing to end the battle. Rubber, jet machine gun. Both hands hit Fried without a shadow. The fist slammed on his body, and there was a crackling sound. Advertisement. Fried's pupils widened to withstand the rain-like impact. His fists brought him severe pain. The bones in his body were constantly humming and screaming, and each fist made him feel the pain of concentration. Ah! Fried couldn't help exclaiming anymore. The demon's body could only be transformed into a pure sandbag and was constantly bombarded, and the bones of the whole body were under the attack of the storm. The bones on his body were broken one by one. 1 or 2, 3, 4 or 5, and the bones all over the body were broken in a large area. That unique fist showed no sign of stopping. Pain. The severe pain in his body made him want to breathe because of the injuries on his body. Clap clap clap. Boom. The offensive for several minutes finally stopped, and the unique final blow landed on Fried. At this moment, the Fried in front of Dieter's eyes had turned into a bloodman. He fell to the ground without knowing whether to live or die. Within the guild, Dieter versus Fried. Fried is dying, Dieter wins. Also dying. It is still to solve the opponent in a very short time. Makarov looked at the current information and his face became heavy. Dieter seemed to be far more powerful than he thought, and even today's Dieter seemed to be very ruthless. Now that's Lagos's, Jellal said. It's not hard for him to think that Fried's state will definitely not be very good, and he also thinks that Lagos's is very unlucky. If it's bad to provoke someone, you have to deal with Dieter. Now just wait till it's over. Is Fried going to be sent back soon, too? Natsu asked. Makarov looked at Evergreen, who also nodded and turned away to get Fried back. Hopefully Erza can find Lagos's before Dieter, otherwise the results of Lagos's will not be very good, Makarov sighed. 2 are dying. The mastermind, Lagos's, may also be dying. Even if Lagos's is older and stronger, the growth rate is still much slower. There's no way he's going to be Dieter's match. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't win, and the final result was likely to be lying in the hospital for a long time with Thor. Ah, I really want to participate, Fairy Tail's strongest wizard. Natsu slapped the technique in front of him, angrily speaking, watching Dieter slaughter the quartet and tickled his teeth with envy. Cathedral. Lagos's sat on the steps and looked at the dazzling death, with endless anger and some regret in his heart. If it weren't for him, it might not have happened to Thor. Available soon. This feeling of regret was immediately buried. With red eyes, he said angrily, Dieter, I will definitely tear you apart, so that you only know who is the strongest magician of Fairy Tail. Zizi. Raiden also rioted because of his anger. Destroy the surrounding buildings. Chapter 78. No, absolutely impossible, Dieter. While Dieter was guarding Fried, Erza also chased after him from a distance and hurriedly greeted him. He was also startled when he saw Fried covered in blood on the ground. Is it scary? Dieter asked. Do you think I'm cruel and cruel? Erza remained silent. She didn't speak, but she could see that it was indeed cruel. Considering the close relationship between the two, they didn't say those hurtful words. Although Fried looked miserable, he was still breathing, indicating that he was still alive. Maybe. Dieter looked in the direction of the cathedral. Only as the eldest brother of the guild's peers, Dieter just felt that it was necessary to establish his prestige, and the Thors and Lagoses who were trying to hurt their comrades should indeed teach them a lesson. The attack was indeed a bit ruthless, but Dieter was merciful. Otherwise, using his current strength to target Fried with a sixth-style profound truth, the Six Kings Spear, he would be able to shatter his internal organs directly, and he would not be able to save him at that time. Of course, he didn't even explain. However, after today's battle, it can be regarded as a wake-up call for all members of the guild to let them understand the price of hurting their comrades. Erza, Dieter, I'm here to bring Fried. Evergreen also flew over from a distance, seeing the miserable Fried and worried that he would die because of the slow treatment. Dieter waved. Well, let's go. Evergreen hurriedly left with Fried. Stay away from this scene, for fear that Dieter will suddenly attack her, and she will really die by then. Just Lagoses, Dieter said. He walked towards the cathedral with his hands behind his back. Erza, who was behind him, didn't say a word and just followed quietly, obviously thinking of going with Dieter to find Lagoses. Dieter stopped outside the cathedral, pushing open the door and looking at the Lagoses inside. The Thors have all been defeated. Evergreen is a woman and I didn't touch her, so your game is entering the end stage, so let's concede early, or I'll really have no measure and I'll crush you, Dieter said. Lagoses was relieved to see Dieter, and wondered if it was because Evergreen had escaped the catastrophe. After hearing his words, his face became solemn. This is bad news. Without the petrochemical people, the old man will never let him out of the guild, so he must think of another way. Ah, do you really think this is the end? Lagoses looked at Dieter with a crazy expression on his face and a wanton laugh. That's when he started his speech. Since Evergreen also lost, let's start the backup plan, and now add new rules because of the rules change. Lagos's stop here, you can't win unique, Erza scolds. Blue veins exploded. Lagos's shouted angrily with red eyes. Impossible, I will never lose to him, it was just my mistake 5 years ago. If he left for 5 years, I would have defeated him long ago. He is crazy. Crazy swear of their own strength, advertisement. Before proving that he is not weak now, he only needs one more game to win. Defeat Dieter, who has shadowed him for 5 years. I didn't expect you to hold grudges for 5 years, but unfortunately you are doomed to fail. You don't understand what fairy tale is, let alone the bond between companions. I don't want to continue the nonsense, don't you just want to fight with me and then bring shame? Come on, show your strength to your heart's content, let me bring you the despair of the top 5 again, Dieter said. ZZ. Stab, stab, the thunder and lightning became more and more violent, and the arc spread all over the cathedral, lurking, ready to obey the edict to give Dieter a thunderous blow. I have activated the Shenming Temple, and after another 30 minutes, the Shenming Temple's attack will cover the entire city, mercilessly destroying everything in the city, ha 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 ha. Lagerses became more and more mad, and he laughed up to the sky and made a sinister laugh. The Temple of God? Erza widened his eyes and scolded. Lagosses, do you want to involve all the innocent people? In the Temple of Gods, each magic crystal ball carries a very powerful amount of magic lightning. Once they erupt, they will bring endless destruction to the entire city. The huge city will also be destroyed by the lightning, and everything will be wiped out. Residents of the city and those who come to visit will die without a place to be buried. Maybe, Lagosses sneered, looking at Erza and Dieter and said without showing weakness, there are only 30 minutes, unless you beat me, the whole city will be wiped out. Lagosses can't handle that much anymore. He just wanted the old man to give up the position of the guild's president, otherwise the sacrifices of the thunder gods would be in vain. Now it is imminent, just need to wait to get the status of the president. You're really going too far. Dieter shook his head helplessly. His eyes became more and more cold, and he confronted him. 30 minutes? You look too high on yourself, you don't need that long. You are very strong now, but unfortunately I am stronger. Moment. Overlord color erupted again, and this time Dieter used the shock and deterrence only for Lagosses. In an instant, the air ride is agitated, a solemn aura vibrated towards Lagosses' soul. Like momentary effort. Even Lagosses felt as if a large hand was pinching his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe and his brain was showing signs of hypoxia. Arrive avoid. The body can't stand so steady. Under the impact of this momentum, Lagosses' body involuntarily took 2 steps back and his face became more and more ugly. D. Lagsa stammered when he spoke, and the unbelievable look in his eyes could be seen at a glance. The momentum made him feel powerless. Advertisement. It seems that what he is facing is not his fellow guildmates, but this vast and boundless world, as if being targeted by the world is terrifying. The momentum made him feel hopeless. The kind of despair that is powerless to return to the sky and has long been said to lose. Horrible. Too terrifying. Lagosses glared at Dieter with gritted teeth, unable to imagine that the aura emanated from Dieter. Lagerses was furious, and his angry roar broke through the momentum that was being held down in his heart. Negative emotions such as powerlessness and despair are instantly broken. Thunder and lightning filled the entire Tiangong, and bursts of thunder crashed down, knocking out various potholes of different sizes on the ground of the cathedral. The whole church is in disarray. Lagosses also suppressed his unease and attacked Dieter with unyielding anger. Thorn Lala, thunder and lightning accompany him left and right, and he controlled the violent lightning to hit Dieter. I am the strongest, Lagsa roared, and the thunder and lightning became more violent because of his emotions, and the violent thunder and lightning continued to roar. One after another hit Dieter's body. Okay. Dieter, seeing Dieter drowned by lightning, Erza cried out in surprise, and prepared to rescue Dieter with a weapon. Need not. During the thunderbolt, Dieter, who was covered by the violent thunderbolt, refused. Calmly walked out of that thunderbolt, except for the tattered clothes on his body, nothing has changed. How can it be? Lagosses asked angrily, his thunderbolt didn't cause even the slightest harm to Dieter. It would be fine if Dieter escaped. But, Dieter was obviously attacked from the front, and the clothes on his body also proved that he was really hit by lightning just now, but it had no effect at all. What exactly is going on? How come? You. Erza was also stunned. She also saw the unique without evading, and she was facing the boundless thunder and lightning of Lagosses. But now he has no injuries at all. Although the clothes on his body are tattered, the exposed skin, is not even scratched. How could it be possible? Chapter 79. In less than 5 minutes, you are defeated. Thank you for the monthly ticket sent by looking back. Dieter raised an eyebrow and smiled without saying a word. In my heart, I also like the ability of the rubber fruit very much, as expected, it is immune to thunder-type attacks. The series of thunderbolts that Lagosses had just now were ordinary thunderbolts. Lightning that has not condensed into a form is indeed completely immune to the special effects of the rubber fruit ability. Can you believe it? I'm immune to lightning? Dieter's words suddenly made Lagosses feel different. He never believed in such a thing. How could anyone be immune to the thunder and lightning of nature? Totally impossible. Thunder and angry waves. Lagosses attacked in anger, and a large number of thunder and lightning clouds gathered above Dieter's head, and the black clouds flickered with boundless thunder and lightning. Kacha, then he plummeted in anger, crashing straight down on Dieter. He was going to use thunder and lightning to defeat him, and he never believed that Dieter could be immune to the unreasonable things like thunder and lightning. Boom! Plus that thunder annihilated Dieter's figure. He was drowning in the astonishingly powerful lightning, the power of which even shattered Dieter's feet, smashed the stone floor, and smashed the soil into a black reef. Erza, who was behind the terrifying thunder, was terrified. For fear that Dieter would be seriously injured by the detached lightning, his eyes were locked on the position where Dieter was standing. Same. The ferocious Lagsa also stared at him. He didn't believe that Dieter was immune to lightning, but he was still very worried about 323, and stared at Dieter to get the result he wanted. I said. The lightning was only a moment, and Dieter's figure appeared unscathed. If it weren't for the dilapidated scene on the ground, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to believe what kind of thunder and lightning power Dieter endured just now. Thunderbolt doesn't work for me. Dieter drank it, stepped out with his lower limbs, broke through the charred ground, and attacked Lagoses with great speed. Lagoses was shocked that Dieter was immune to lightning. But it wasn't too rude, and when he saw Dieter's attack, he immediately rushed out. Boom. The two collided instantly. The aftermath stirred up a lot of rubble, and no one backed away. Lajerce's fist wrapped this boundless thunder and lightning crazy punches. Dieter instantly entered the second gear and covered his fists with armed colors. Not to be outdone, Lajerce's trembled. Bang bang bang. From the visible figure to the invisible figure. From a collision on the ground to a battle in the air. Instant snap. Neither of the two made any extra moves, and used the most powerful force to keep hitting each other. The cathedral broke open. The figures of the two people are still missing. It seems that the two groups of energy are constantly shattering. Residents of the city are puzzled. What's going on over there? Seems to be the direction of the cathedral. Is Fairy Tail setting off fireworks? Who knows? The two things will also emit electric light when they touch each other. Maybe it's really going to start fireworks. Advertisement. Anything other than fireworks. Could it be two people in everyone? Ha ha ha. Residents watched carefully. I didn't feel that the two groups of things that seemed to be energy were humans, and they were fighting without leaving any room. Air. After another collision, Lagoses put his hands in front of him. Zhao Gangzi mustered the thunder and lightning that was brewing with unexpected power. Trouble. Dieter murmured that his attacks were all melee, but no ranged. Fourth gear stretch man. Dieter, who had no choice, could only enter fourth gear and use stronger physical strength to fight. Roar of the thunder dragon. Lightning gathered in his lungs, and he puffed out his chest and opened his mouth. Rubber Ape King Gun. Dieter entered the fourth gear, his fist stretched and stretched layer by layer, and the pair of roaring thunderbolts blasted past. Fortunately, the armed color domineering can also be confronted with magic. Otherwise, Dieter can't attack Thunderbolt with this move, and everything will be over. Boom. Sonic boom. Both the Thunder Dragon's roar and the Ape King's spear carry powerful destructive powers. After the two collided, they exploded in the air instantly. The sound of the explosion was like a sonic boom, which was deafening. The aftermath of the explosion was even more violent. Uncontrollably swept around. A large number of residents who were watching the lively were unable to walk due to this unusually strong wind. Residents close to the cathedral were even able to cling to nearby buildings to protect against the wind. Ha ha ha, so you are not immune to lightning. Lagoses rushed forward, raising his fists with unconcealed ecstasy in his eyes. He also found out that Dieter was not immune to lightning attacks. Dieter raised an eyebrow. The body sank rapidly to prevent Lagoses from taking the opportunity to attack. The face of Thunder Dragon. The thunder and lightning gathered in his fists and tried his best to move towards the top of Dieter's head, which was bound to kill him with one blow. You are too arrogant. Dieter sarcastically. The body did not endure this move by Lagoses, but took advantage of the strength to retreat, making Thunder Dragon's forehead empty. Dieter raises his right fist high again in layers. When the fist is compressed in, immediately open the mouth and continue to blow into the arm. The shrunken arm instantly became bigger. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Dieter strikes with a bang. The enhanced version of the Ape King Gun brings more powerful power, as well as more terrifying hardness and faster speed. Once hit, it will definitely knock down Lagoses. Advertisement. I am the strongest. Lagoses roared, raising his hands as if he was holding something. A large amount of thunder and lightning took shape in his hands. In an instant, a Fangtian halberd composed of lightning appeared, and the formed Fangtian halberd exuded the ultimate edge. It seems that all objects will be pierced by it. Thunder Dragon Fangtianji. Attack out. Lajerces threw the square halberd formed in his hand and aimed it at Dieter's Great Ape King's spear. Seems to want to win and lose in power and destructive power. What? Ah. The collision broke out again, and the fist of the Great Ape King's spear touched the tip of Fangtianji. Thunder and lightning are spreading wildly. There is a magic factor that exceeds the standard in the air, and it seems that there will be a space crack at the intersection of the two collisions. Brown. Flavor. The Fangtianji of Lagoses was outrageously strong, and no one could compete with it, but unfortunately it was Dieter, and the armed color on his fist was enough to withstand a big blow. After a stalemate for a moment, the Fangtianji slowly cracked. Do not. Lajerces roared unwillingly, but the Fangtianji was smashed to pieces, and the Great Ape King spear continued to move forward with a menacing momentum. Lagoses has been unable to continue. Arms with dragon scales and stripes crossed and placed in front of him lived with the strength of the Great Ape King spear. Boom. Lagoses couldn't gather his strength in the air, even though his attack power and speed were further improved by blowing up the dragon scales, it would be somewhat useless. It was shot down directly from the sky by the Great Ape King spear. fall towards the ground. But Dieter didn't stop there. The legs are stacked in successive layers until they are fully retracted within the body. Rubber Rhino Howitzer. Out loud. Those legs exploded with unprecedented speed, piercing the air and hitting Lagos's in the body again, rushing towards the cathedral. Boom boom. The roof of the cathedral shattered and another large hole was broken open. Dieter's feet pinned Lagos's to the ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Eyes blood red and eyes widened. His energy and spirit also shrank, not as imposing as before, and there was not much magic left in his body. Dieter fell from the sky. Take a deep breath and exhale. In less than 5 minutes, you are already defeated. Chapter 80. Goblin Law. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Lagos has tried his best to squeeze out a word. Do you have to go on when you can't stand up? Dieter scoffed. Lagos stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were still full of bloodshot and dissatisfaction. After shaking his body a few times, he put his hands up and down in front of his eyes. The strongest magician, it's me. Lagos roared furiously, the little magic power left in his body was vented frantically, and a dazzling light burst out from his hands. This is. Erza felt something was wrong. Suddenly exclaimed. What are you going to do, Lagos? Leprechaun Law. Dieter also immediately remembered what Lagos' move was at this time, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is it too serious to bully Lagos? As long as the person who uses this trick regards the other party as an enemy, it will be obliterated, which is basically a super magic with no solution. If Lagos really use it, Dieter couldn't imagine it. When I hesitated, I also saw the badge of the Fairy Tale Guild. Bring it on. Dieter took a deep breath and waited quietly. Leprechaun Law is perfect. Even being able to use this super magic to dominate the world is also the foundation of the guild, and there is basically no possibility of facing it head on. Can only pray that the badge of the guild will work. Gone away. Goblin Law. A golden light instantly enveloped the entire cathedral, and everyone outside the guild building in the distance could see it clearly. The Goblin Law. Lagos has actually launched the Goblin Law. What the hell is he going to do? Makarov roared. Suddenly, his heart throbbed, and he immediately held on to the wall next to him and clenched his teeth. Chairman, are you all right? Marajan saw the state of the president and immediately stepped forward to support him and ask. Makarov shook his head and looked at the light in the distance. Is Lagos being driven to a dead end? Otherwise, no matter how angry he is, he shouldn't launch the fairy law. Will something happen to Brother Dieter? Lucy hurriedly asked. The Goblin Law she had heard of seemed to be a kind of life-consuming magic. Use it to see the heart as an enemy to annihilate. Now it is obvious that Brother Dieter is forcing Lagos to a desperate situation, otherwise how could such a thing be possible? There are also some concerns. It's okay, the Goblin Laws are triggered very regularly, and despite Lagos' mentality, the magic won't work. Makarov comforted. Still a little worried looking at the cathedral. He was really afraid that Lagos would fall into the darkness because he was beaten so badly by Dieter, and regarded human life as a must, hoping that Dieter would have a way to stop it. On sight, Erza pounced on Dieter with wide-eyed eyes. It's useless to try to knock Goblin Law down before he's released, but it's just an instinctive act. Destroy it. Lagos roared, and the fairy law in his hand was activated instantly. A dazzling light enveloped everyone. The golden light lasted for nearly 3 seconds before slowly disappearing. The excited expression on Lagos' face also solidified, watching Dieter and Erza open their mouths, who were unharmed. It's all right. Advertisement. Erza opened his eyes to see Dieter and himself unharmed. Obviously hit by such a strong magic. Lagos looked at his hands and wondered for the first time whether there was something wrong with the Goblin Law. Dieter responded. The people of the guild and the residents of the city are all fine, and no one has been killed by this magic at all. It's impossible, Lagos retorted. Goblin Law is perfect magic. Erza didn't speak, and she couldn't understand the situation at the moment. But Dieter laughed and sat directly on the ground, wiping the sweat from his palms. He was really angry just now. Fairy Law is perfect super magic after all. Dieter said. Yeah, the Goblin Law is perfect, and it can kill all the enemies that the caster is made of, but do you really see me or Erza and the guild companions as enemies in your heart? No, all those who stand in my way are enemies, all are. Lagos went wild. But Dieter shook his head. It's almost there, you can't deceive magic in your heart. What you inherited from the president is not only great strength, but also a heart for your companions. Dieter said. Lagos subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to refute. But he didn't know how to say the words, his eyes swept across Erza and Dieter, and his body fell back to the ground. Puff. Lagos' magic power-consuming star died. Notify the president. I'm going to clean up those things outside. The Goblin Civil War is over. Dieter got up and walked outside. Erza nodded and looked at the fallen Lagoses and said nothing. Outside. Dieter took a deep breath into second gear. Use the moon step to hit those thunderballs and clear all the dangers covering the sky. When coming back again, the president and women like Marajan, as well as Natsu and Grey came here. Dieter, let's fight. The strongest wizard of the fairy guild is not over yet. I will definitely be the strongest. Natsu was overjoyed when he saw Dieter's return and was about to rush over to strike. Dieter, you did a very good job, and as the eldest brother of your age, you did a very perfect job. Makarov praised. Yeah, fortunately, with you, this can stop Lagoses from doing stupid things in time. Brother Dieter, it's amazing. One person first dealt with the Thors and defeated Lagoses. Sure enough, Brother Dieter is the strongest. Natsu and Gray are not good either. Damn it, what? Everyone else started to praise them one after another. Dieter smiled. Father, Lagoses just took a detour, and I hope you will take it lightly. Dieter helped intercede. Within the guild, thanks to Madame Belusica, both Thor and Lagoses have their lives saved. Erza addresses the guild. However, the guild members below were not too happy. Monument. Soon someone flipped the table and shouted. What's the matter? We also want to teach Lajerces a good lesson for the president. That kid Dieter is so annoying. Ahaha. I don't even know how I got dizzy. I heard that it looks ugly and I don't know if it's true or false. Speaking of which, what exactly is Dieter stunned us? It's unbelievable that a form we've never seen before can stun our minds and stun people. Super strength Dieter. As expected of a person who became an S-rank mage 5 years ago, his strength is indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha. Number matter what, the magic parade will still be held. The guild members were clamoring for Dieter to give an explanation. And Dieter was now in the ward. Advertisement. The 3 seriously injured guys on the bed were tightly bandaged, like a mummy. You young people don't have any importance, humans really hate them, and they fight all day long, that's why I hate humans. Ask for flowers. Belusica was preparing the herbs again and scolded him endlessly. Dieter and Makarov sat not far away and listened to the lecture quietly. Wait a long time. Lagoses came out of his coma. Makarov then said, do you know what you have done this time? Hearing Makarov's words, Lagoses staggered his eyes in shame and seemed to realize his mistake. Look into my eyes. Makarov said seriously. The so-called guild is a place where partners gather, and it is also a place for intermediaries to work. It is a warm home for helpless little devils, and it is not your personal thing. The guild is based on mutual trust and morality, and has become a bond stronger than anything else, but you violated morality and threatened the lives of your partners. This is absolutely unforgivable. Quote. Lajerces was discouraged, his tone was much lower, and his hand wrapped in gauze on the bed was rubbing tightly. I just want this guild to become stronger. Hey, Makarov sighed, walked over to the window with his hands behind his back, and said, you're such a clumsy fellow, why don't you relax your shoulders? Introduced to Lagoses. Dieter is strong enough, he is the most powerful person besides Geardos, but he also goes fishing every day to relax, and does nothing but flirt with Marajan and Erza all day. Don't care. But who would dare to underestimate him? As the eldest brother of his peers, he didn't think about you, running around for the guild all day. Bystander Dieter regretted it. How the hell did it get involved with him? Seeing Lagoses looking at himself, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and did not speak. You can't understand the fun of fishing. Later, I also sat with Dieter fishing, and then I found out that fishing is also very interesting. When you relax, you will see things you haven't seen before, and hear things you couldn't hear before. The voice, life will become very interesting. Makarov patiently enlightened Lagoses. With soft eyes in his eyes, he said, for me, watching you grow is the meaning of my life. It doesn't matter if you are not strong or smart enough, as long as you are healthy and energetic, it is enough for me. Lajerces opened his trembling mouth, and he didn't know what to say at this time. Makarov took a deep breath. Lagoses, you have been expelled from the guild. Lagoses' mind went blank. Looking at Grandpa's back, he didn't refute, and got up from the bed with difficulty. Looking at the thin back, he said, well, thank you for taking care of me. Turn away. When he arrived at the door, he said, Grandpa, you have to take good care of yourself. Get out of here. Magical parade. Under the starry sky at night, fireworks and firecrackers are burning. A large number of residents on the street are eagerly waiting for the fairy tale to travel. On the roof, Dieter cross-legged and looked at the bustling city with a smile. Appeared with fairy tale. The atmosphere of the magic parade also reached its peak, with countless people waving small items in their hands and calling out the name of the fairy tale guild. In the alley, Lagoses watched quietly. When everyone appeared in the field of vision, all the members raised their right hands in unison at that moment. The index finger and thumb are pointed up to the sky. That moment, Lagoses burst into tears and smiled calmly. Even if you can't see your figure, even if you are far apart, I will always look at you, and I will always protect you. Z. Since 99. Chapter 81. Oracion Seis. Thanks for the reward of, only me happy, thank you. The harvest festival ends for a week. The guild has returned to a lively atmosphere, although Natsu expresses his dissatisfaction with Lagoses' departure. But things have become facts must be irreversible. I heard that Mila Erza is your girlfriend, you are countless times stronger than Loki, tell me your love story. The only thing Dieter can't stand is Thor's Bixlow. Obviously he was beaten to death, but now he has been entangled for a long time a day. I heard that the council has begun to build, and I am afraid that the compromise as always will be changed in the future. Our guild is very dangerous. Swipe through Natsu and Gray and most of the guild. Dieter said with great concern that the construction of the Senate has led to the retreat of the soft faction, the main battle faction is going to play, and the fairy tale guild may bear a very heavy fishing reel in the future. 323, yes, Mr. Yajima retired, no one will help the guild to speak, I am afraid to keep a low profile in the future. Marajan held 2 drinks in front of the counter, took one and pushed it in front of Dieter, and she picked up the other to quench her thirst. After smacking his lips and savoring the sweetness of the drink, there was an unconcealed worry in his eyes. I heard that the Dark Guild has also changed. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Mirajan added. Ask Litas next to him to draw the distribution map of the Dark Guild. Both Dieter and Mirajan looked at the distribution map of the Dark Guild and began to infer. Miss Mira, what is this? Lucy was bored. Seeing that something was being painted here, he also squeezed in and curiously looked at the pattern drawn in the air, puzzled. We tried to draw the organization chart of the Dark Guild, and after sorting it out, we realized that there were so many, Mirajan explained. Lucy asked, why draw it? Only then did Dieter speak. The week after the Harvest Festival has not been so peaceful. I heard that the Dark Guild seems to be starting to move again, and the guilds must strengthen cooperation. And what is this big middle circle? Gray asked. This, Juvia knows. Juvia immediately replied. It is the Balam Alliance of the Dark Guild, and the Balam Alliance is composed of Oracion Seis and Tartaros and the Demon Heart. These three dark guilds are the biggest dark force. They each have several guilds directly under them, and they dominate the world of darkness, and there is also an independent guild, Raven Tail. Huh, Lucy murmured uncertainly, Eisenwald isn't. Erza, who came up from the back, affirmed what Lucy was going to say next. That's right, it's Aragorn's guild, which originally belonged to Oracion Seis guild. Advertisement. The rest of the guild also spoke. There are quite a few guilds that have an impression, and some of them were regular guilds before. That's the soul of the corpse that was destroyed by the thunder gods before. The guilds that Juvia and Gajil destroyed when they were still ghosts were all guilds under Oracion Seis. Why are you talking with a smile? Don't you laugh? Listening to the words of the guild members also made Lucy shudder. What? Hope they don't irritate them. Lucy was terrified. Kaba jumped out to comfort at this time. You can rest assured, there is nothing to fear. I heard that these guys are only 6 people in total. Macau complained. I don't understand how small this guild is. Lucy nodded happily and agreed, and suddenly felt that this guild was nothing special. However, Dieter shook his head and denied their words. Nevertheless, have you ever thought about why the mere 6 people became one of the biggest dark forces? So let me tell you, each of those 6 people's strength will not be lower than level 5. The existence of mages. Hiss. Lucy was so frightened that he couldn't even imagine such a scene. The strength of each is not lower than S rank. This is too terrifying. No wonder it can become one of the biggest dark forces with just 6 people. Just when everyone wants to. President Makarov came to the stage to speak. As for the Oracion Seis you mentioned, it has been decided that we will attack it. Everyone was shocked. The scene fell into silence for a while. Welcome back, President. Mirajan greeted. Puff. All fell to the ground. Mirajan said hello again. Is the routine meeting going well? Lucy complained. That's not the point. Erza also immediately stepped forward to ask. President, what is going on here? Her expression was serious. Advertisement. It can be seen that Makarov's words also make her take it seriously. On the stage, at the regular meeting a few days ago, the issue that Oracion Seis seemed to be taking action was raised and discussed at the meeting. Since it was no longer possible to sit back and watch, it was decided that a certain guild would come forward to destroy them. Marka said. Below Gray speaks. So you've drawn the next lottery again. Old man. So it's up to Fairy Tail to do it, Juvia said. Makarov on stage shook his head. No, because the opponent this time is really too strong, if we are the only one who will be the only target of the Ramal Alliance in the future. So, we decided to form a coalition to formally attack them. Makarov explained. Coalition. The guild members were all curious. Makarov said. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Scales of Snake Princess, and Demon Cat's Nest, each of these 4 guilds sends members to work together to destroy them. At this time, Natsu, full of confidence, jumped out. Actually, it is enough for us to do it ourselves. It should be said that it is enough for me to come forward alone. Hey, Dieter sighed on his forehead and persuaded Natsu. It's good to be confident, but don't be blind, Natsu. Lucy stopped tremblingly and asked, isn't there only 6 people on the other side? What the hell are they? Dieter raised an eyebrow at Lucy. He couldn't help but remind her. Those 6 people are not easy. Few people can beat them in a 1-on-1 1.1 situation. Makarov glanced at the guild members in front of him. Calling. The candidates for our guild are Erza, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy. Be sure to coordinate the battle plan with the other guilds. Most of the people in the guild were surprised when they heard the name. The main reason is also because I didn't expect that the president would forget the uniqueness when choosing a candidate. To say who is the strongest in the guild, it is definitely Dieter. Especially when dealing with the dangerous dark guilds such as Oracion Seis, it should be safe enough to use the strongest candidate. But no one thought that the president would pass Dieter's choice and the others. You guys are ready to go. Makarov didn't explain. He let Erza prepare, and then looked at Dieter and waved. Dieter, come with me. Chapter 82. The Overlord color shocks Blue Pegasus. In the forest, a car pulled by a wild boar is galloping down a forest path. I always felt as if something really big was about to happen. Lucy cried bitterly in the carriage. It should be said, I don't understand why I was selected to participate in this battle meeting. Gray next to him muttered. I also think this matter is very troublesome, so don't complain. Lucy pouted reluctantly. Happy, held the fish bone and gagged his mouth impatiently. Inside the carriage, Natsu was already groaning from the unpleasantness of carriage shaking. Only Erza cheered. We were picked by the president, shouldn't we respond to the president's expectations for us? Lucy asked back. But, shouldn't Brother Dieter come to fight? No matter what kind of enemy, Brother Dieter is enough to defeat them, and we don't need us at all. I don't understand why the president didn't let Brother Dieter come over. Speaking of this, Erza didn't know how to respond, although she also thought so, but since it was an order from the president, he must have his own way. All in all, we can't let the president down, Erza said. Lucy's face was full of regret. Although Brother Dieter is not here, we are still the usual team members. Isn't it good? Erza said about today's task. Today we have to formulate a battle plan with other guild members, so people in the same guild must have a good understanding first. On the cliff, Dieter wore a blue cape with black writing on a white background, and his eyes were looking at a forest below the cliff, and the center of the forest was shrouded in a lot of black. Investigating the purpose of Oracion Seis, such a trivial matter needs to be secretly ordered. Dieter muttered. The reason why he didn't join the alliance against Oracion Seis was because the President Makarov had given him another mission. The mission was to investigate the objectives of the Oracion Seis operation. If it is found in advance, it is best to destroy it in time, so as to avoid major accidents that may occur later. Nirvana, how to destroy this thing, unless it destroys the center, but that thing is very difficult to get. It's better to find Oracion Seis directly and kill them directly. Dieter said. Turn away from the cliff. Be prepared to go outside and see if you can find Oracion Seis ahead of time. Speaking of which, if you want to investigate Oracion Seis, you still need Erza's help, so let's go and have a look. Dieter thought on the way back. At the same time, I also remember that the cute little Wendy will also make her first appearance, so it is better to go there. Blue Pegasus. In President Bob's villa. Quote. Sorry, I'm also very scared of this guy, even though he's a very good wizard. The folks at Blue Pegasus are welcome to show up. Advertisement. The three scumbag-faced guys rubbed a bit with their teachers in fairy tale. Damn it, handsome guys from Blue Pegasus, can you please stop bothering the princesses of our guild? Gray snapped at the Blue Pegasus guys. The head of the knight said with an expressionless face, as long as it is a man, you can leave. Damn it. Gray swept across the three little white faces angrily. Send this little white face, do you want to fight or not? Gray reprimanded. The three little white faces showed no signs of weakness. Do you want to take a look at it? We are very strong. The scene suddenly heated up. At this moment, a terrifying aura like a giant beast in the sky rushed towards him. Dong dong. Long. At that moment, the three little white faces of Blue Pegasus suddenly felt a kind of heart-wrenching pain. Pale face with endless fear. In an instant, the three little white faces covered their hearts and had difficulty breathing, evading and retreating several meters to the back of Yi before they stood firm. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't. And that night, he stared at the gate of the villa with wide eyes, and murmured, what a powerful aura, could it be? And Gray, Natsu, and Lucy were also uncomfortable. Especially Lucy grabbed Erza's arm and clenched his teeth hard to keep himself from fainting. Gray and Natsu rubbed their hearts and grinned. Because they all know who the source of this momentum is. I didn't expect him to come, so I said how could the president forget him? Erza rejoiced. At the same time, he also experienced that momentum for the first time, and soon admired Dieter's bottomless strength. She wasn't as embarrassed as Natsu and Gray though. But she really felt the same way in that aura. It felt as if she was facing the terrifying beasts of the ancient times. The pure aura, the powerful and arrogant king aptitude deeply shocked her. Who is? This momentum is terrifying. I feel like I am a lonely boat in front of it, and a little wave is enough to annihilate my body and mind. It's terrifying. It's really terrifying like never before. This kind of sharp and undisguised shock is really frightening both physically and mentally. Blue Pegasus sighed with emotion. At the same time, I am also curious about what kind of existence the master of this momentum is. Advertisement. Why is there such a momentum? I even want to know how this incomparably powerful momentum is released. The footsteps outside the villa were getting closer. Soon a figure with a cape walked slowly, and his handsome face was revealed after entering the villa. So handsome. Very handsome. This is too handsome. The three attendants who stayed overnight also exclaimed, and they felt ashamed after seeing Dieter's face. Instantly lost its luster. Flowers appeared, and they were indeed bleak as green leaves. Are you going to fight? Dieter walked in, glanced at Blue Pegasus, and the others smiled and replied, 323 must look down on our fairy tale too much. Dieter. Brother Dieter, you really came. Great. With Dieter joining you, let's drive out Blue Pegasus, especially those three little white faces. Several people immediately cheered. Erza added. But in the future, try to use that kind of momentum as little as possible, it's easy to accidentally hurt your own people. Ah ha ha. Dieter laughed. Next time definitely. After seeing Dieter that night, I knew his identity, sniffed his nose and sighed. Mr. Dieter's unique aroma is really powerful and endless. Quote. Hello Mr. Knight. Gentleman Dieter nodded and said hello, and despite his eccentric habit of the night, he was still very powerful. And he is also very friendly to the Fairy Tale Guild. Dieter, President, did you come to participate in this battle? Erza asked. Lucy and others also looked over curiously. If Dieter was really involved, why didn't they come together before? This will come. Dieter shook his head. No, the president gave me a task, and it has something to do with Oracion Seis, so I came to see. Erza et al. Understand. I didn't ask any more questions and chatted with myself. Not long after, the people from the Snake Princess Scale Guild also came. The three parties also had some friction for a while, and they were about to fight. Thank you for reading this story at Fictionzo Chapter 83, Wendy. Stop. Just when the battle was about to break out, Biaula, led by the scales of Snake Princess, appeared. Dieter looked at him with a little concern, then looked back and leaned on a stone pillar to watch his nose watching his heart in a daze, ignoring the entanglement of the three guilds. So the rest of the demon cat's lodging haven't come yet. After some quarrel and discussion, everyone was finally ready to start negotiating and fighting. I heard that only one person was sent to the demon cat's house. He said overnight. Everyone was surprised. Does sending only one person mean that that person is super strong? Wait a minute, what a vicious person would that be? Lucy was scared, and immediately ran behind little Dieter to breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how dangerous a person is, it is absolutely safest to be behind brother Dieter. Da da da. The sound of trotting footsteps sounded. A young girl with blue hair rushed in from outside. Dieter looked at it with great interest immediately. There should be a famous scene next, right? What? Puff. The girl fell flat on the ground. Dieter couldn't help laughing, mainly because it's really hard to imagine that he would fall on the ground without any obstacles. Sarah and the others also looked over. It hurts. Wendy patted the dust on her body and stood up, shyly with her hands behind her back. She said, I was sent by the demon cat's house. My name is Wendy. Please give me more advice. The voice is so soft. Dieter sighed in his heart. Wendy, this little cute and glutinous, really looks great. Female. Little girl. It's amazing. This kid is. Everyone looked at Wendy with curious eyes. Some people were surprised and some people really didn't expect that the demon cat would send a child. In this way, all the guilds will be here. Tila started. Gray immediately complained. Don't you have any opinions to say? However, I didn't expect that such a large-scale battle plan would only send such a small child. I don't know what the hell the demon cat's in is thinking about. Geely also covered her mouth and couldn't help complaining. Allah, she's not alone, big sister with heavy makeup. Sudden, Wendy walked up to the previous kitten behind her. At that moment, the whole world of happy seemed to be blasted open by thunder and lightning, and his heart shattered in an instant. Wendy hurriedly asked, Sha Lulu, why did you come with me? Of course, how can I trust myself to let you come here alone? Sha Lulu said. Advertisement. Happy also immediately ran to Lucy's side to speak. Everyone else was looking at the little girl Wendy, and none of them seemed to wait first. Everyone, I can't fight at all, but I can cast a lot of magic that can support you in battle, so. Wendy spoke in an aggrieved tone and plucked up the courage to say, so I hope you don't exclude me from the circle. So cute. Dieter put on a smile. Wendy is not young, so it's quite normal to have such behavior, plus Loli's appearance is really likable. I'm really sorry, we were just a little surprised and definitely didn't mean to underestimate you. Erza hurriedly stood up to explain and took the initiative. Please advise, Wendy. There. Table pull and night without any dissatisfaction. That little girl, with an extraordinary fragrance, is by no means an ordinary person. Yi Yi said earnestly. Tara added. Did you find it too? Mr. Knight, this little girl has a magic power different from ours, and Miss Erza and Mr. Dieter seem to have noticed it long ago. For a time, the three little white faces of Blue Pegasus started to turn around Wendy again. On the other hand, Natsu was lost in thought, thinking about the name Wendy, and he always felt that he had heard it somewhere, as if he had known it for a long time. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's quickly talk about the battle agreement. Dieter reminded everyone in time. Everyone came back to their senses. Although they were very concerned about Wendy, they did not stop too much and started to explain. And Dieter lost interest after a few words. Lazy eyes looked up at a certain direction on the roof, and under the perception of seeing and hearing, I could feel that there was an abnormality there. Oracion Seis. Dieter narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment to see who might be there. Boom. In front of him, Natsu immediately broke through the door and rushed out after hearing the words. The others followed suit. Dieter swayed slowly, as if he was about to fall asleep. At this time, Wendy approached a little worriedly and asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable? I haven't seen you talking. I know some healing magic. Do you need my help? Dieter looked curiously. After seeing Wendy's pure concern, she also leaked a smile, reached out and rubbed her long blue hair. It's okay. I'm in good health. My mission in this battle is different from yours, so you have to work hard. Wendy blushed and nodded. Then he followed the others and walked outside. Natsu rushed out first, and the other people naturally couldn't continue to delay, and kept up with the pace and rushed to the forest to find the stronghold of Oracion Seis. At the door of the villa was the knight and the two of them, Jura. Has Mr. Dieter gone? Yi Yi asked. Tiara replied. It should be. Mr. Dieter's strength is very strong, his task is different from ours, and he should go. Advertisement. Looking at Yi Yi, he also said, Anyway, the battle has already begun, so let's hurry up and go. Immediately one night, he swayed his pose and asked, Before you set off, Mr. Biala, you used to be one of the 10 great magicians, am I right? Indeed, Fira replied. Immediately one night, he changed to a new look and continued to ask, So, your strength is enough to match President Makarov's pendant. Jura immediately denied ashamedly. No, that's not the case at all. The title of saint is decided by the council. I'm just to accompany the last seat. Even if I have the same title, I will be compared to President Makarov. Compared, that is the difference between heaven and earth. Quote. He twisted his body overnight and took out a perfume bottle from his arms. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Open the bottle. A strong fragrance wafted from it. Sudden. Tila only felt that the fragrance penetrated into his body, causing him to be in an instant condition. This is the magical fragrance that can make the enemy lose their fighting spirit. Approaching the knight, he opened a bottle again, and a red scent wafted out from it, which instantly enveloped the watch, and the latter had blue veins on his face. Ah, the piercing screams were even more miserable. Not only that, but it also strongly stimulates all pain sensations. It is a scent that can cause severe pain all over the body. To be precise, it is not a scent, but a fragrance. The sound of the knight suddenly became very strange. Suddenly, the body of the knight disappeared with a snap, replaced by two little smurfs. Recovered. All night this guy only thinks about astringent things all day long, and he doesn't use his brain. Okay, it's a very useless adult. The little guy complained. Okay, don't complain anymore. At this time, an angel wearing a garment made of feathers appeared. Thanks to, I copied that dirty man to fully understand your battle plan. Angel said. Clap clap. Applause sounded. The angel immediately looked towards the roof of the villa behind him. Awesome, I didn't expect Gemini to be so useful, why don't you give it to me? Dieter put his legs up and looked at Sono, who called himself an angel, below. You've been hiding, right, how do you know where I'm going? Sono, who also called himself angel, felt strange. The only possibility in the mind quickly conformed. Ding dong. Dieter responded, congratulations, you got it right, I've found you since you appeared on the roof, so hide and watch the show, now it's time for your part to end. Dieter grinned. Whether Yi Yi and Biaola lost their combat effectiveness had no effect on him at all. So I choose to watch the show. Chapter 84. Dragon Slayer of the Sky. Sora felt humiliated. From Dieter's mouth, everything he'd done before seemed like a little trick. Angrily staring at Dieter on the roof. Celestial spirit magic is really amazing. I want to learn it. How many keys do you have on you? Dieter's body automatically fell from the eaves without the wind. It didn't make any sound when it landed. The Gemini who looked at Sono was very moved, and seemed eager to seize it. Wow hoo hoo. Gemini was a little chilled by Dieter's gaze, and the small body hurriedly ducked behind Sono's head, carefully looking at the uniqueness. HMPH. Even if I see you, no one will know as long as you are destroyed. Sono said. He stretched out his hand and immediately commanded. Gemini, transform into one knight and destroy him. Wow hoo hoo. Gemini immediately obeyed, and the two became one. It turned into the appearance of the knight again, reached out and took out a bottle and was about to open it. What? Dieter chuckled. The red light flashed in his eyes, and a surging momentum rushed towards him. In an instant, Gemini rolled his eyes instantly. Pong. Recovered and turned into Gemini directly fainted and fell to the ground. At this moment, Suna's eyes were also covered with tears, and her body was trembling and she opened her mouth to speak. But the lack of brain nerves made her unable to say what she wanted to say at the moment. His heart was beating rapidly, and Sora felt the depression he had never felt before, and the depression was even more uncomfortable than the president's personality. I want to move my body. But the legs don't obey at all. Except for the brain, it seems that the other limbs do not belong to her and cannot be controlled. Do not. The brain doesn't even obey. After being shocked by that momentum, she even wanted to run away. How terrible. What a terrifying aura. How can there be such a terrible person in this world? Why are they here? Why did I meet such a terrifying human being? She shouted in her heart and kept trying to wake up her limbs to leave, but she couldn't do it. Da da da. Dieter's footsteps moved towards Sona, and those steps were pressing like an urging Yama. The footsteps were almost inaudible, but it still made my heart feel timid. Every time she took a step, she was very awake as if stepping on her heart. She was very scared and wanted to escape, to leave this hellish place. Your psychological quality is much weaker than I thought. Dieter narrowed his eyes to see Sono, who couldn't speak with tears in his red eyes, and murmured softly. The horror of the overlord color is really a punishment for people with poor psychology. It's like Kong Nai in front of her, who was shocked by the overlord color and wouldn't say anything, her body seemed to be out of control, showing how poor her psychological quality was. Kong Nai wanted to speak, and forced his mouth to stammer to speak. But it wasn't so easy to break free after being stunned by Dieter's targeted attack. Although she wanted to. But neither the mouth nor the body will go along with her manipulation in a short time, that feeling makes her feel hopeless. Ask for mercy. Dieter walked up to Sono and watched her speak. The latter did not respond. Advertisement. Maybe she really wanted to respond, but her body couldn't do it in a short time. Dieter's sharp eyes flashed. Kick the knee. The knee suddenly lifted, and before Sora could react, he was hit in the abdomen. Vomit. The severe pain also made Kong Nai instantly regain his senses. He wrapped his stomach and bent over to vomit. Dieter's leg kicked over. The abdomen was severely bombarded again, and Sono's body was kicked out in an instant. Puff, puff. His body was kicked to the ground, and he was rolled upside down on the ground several times by the continuous force. The clothes made of white feathers on his body were also stained with mud. looking a little embarrassed. Gah! Dieter's figure disappeared instantly. Nkongo's eyes widened, but before he could react, his eyes were shrouded in darkness. The huge fist fell. Pung! Kong Nai fainted and fell down without saying a word. Weak. Too weak. Celestial spirit mages don't rely on celestial spirit, they're just trash, and they're not happy at all. Dieter couldn't help shaking his head. Oracion Seis is not weak, but it is a pity that Dieter is stronger. He is now strong enough to compete with the Holy Ten. Watching Oracion Seis again, I am afraid that only the personality of the leader can make him play to the fullest. Others are not opponents, and even instant kills are not difficult. Forget it. Dieter sighed, comforting himself. Let's go meet Erza. As he spoke, he came to Sono's side, reached out and beat her up and walked towards the forest in his impression. Now, at the woods. All in all, although the safety of Wendy and the boar is very worrying, it should be known that they are not easy opponents to win. Sha Lulu speaks to Natsu, who wants to rush to find Happy and Wendy. Sha Lulu, Miss is right, the enemy is stronger than we thought. Fela explained. Menu. Overnight seconded approval. Let's talk about it. Sha Lulu looked at Erza. At this time, Erza's arm was covered with a black-purple toxin. Erza, cheer up. The venom started to spread where the venomous snake bit. One Night Lord immediately understood overnight. He took out the small bottle from his body, and posing to show off. For my lovely sweetheart, hurry up and enhance the pain-relieving fragrance. The green scent pervades. He poured into Erza's nostrils to relieve the toxins on his arms. What? Pain. Erza wrapped his arms in pain. One night of magic didn't help the wound. Erza said in pain, Lucy, sorry, lend me the belt. With that he ripped off Lucy's belt. At that moment, the three little white faces suddenly cheered with golden light in their eyes. Erza bound his arms. What are you doing, Miss Erza? Lucy asked hurriedly. Erza apologizes. Sorry, I can't fight at all at this rate, so far only CFBB can cut it. Everyone was shocked. Gray scolded. Idiot, what stupid things are you talking about now? Dieter will kill us if he knows. Please. Erza didn't respond to Gray's words, help me cut it down. At this time, Leon came out and held the sword, and promised. I see, I'll do it. Gray, Natsu and Lucy stopped immediately. Advertisement. How can I let Erza lose his arm, not only because of Dieter, but also because it is really unbearable to do so. Do not worry. As Gray confronts Leon, Dieter comes out from a distance. He carried a woman on his shoulders. Brother Dieter. Dieter, you're finally here, hurry up and persuade Erza, she's going to chop off her arm. Mr. Dieter, what's on your shoulder? Several people were busy talking. Puff. Dieter threw Sono on the ground. It's him, I remember seeing her when I was about to faint, the woman of Oracion Seis codenamed Angel, Fela said immediately. Men, posed overnight. I met this woman. Everyone wondered why Dieter brought a woman back. Dieter said casually. I found her after she planned to bring down Mr. Jura, so I got rid of her by the way, but I didn't expect that Mr. Jura and Mr. Knight were faster than me. After explaining to everyone, he turned to Erza. Sorry Dieter, the toxin on the arm is dangerous, I can't delay everyone's battle, so I decided to cut it off. Erza said apologetically. Dieter stepped forward and squatted in front of her arms. After looking at the injury, he also nodded. It doesn't matter, although the toxin spreads quickly, there is still a cure. Men, posing overnight to explain. Mr. Dieter, everyone present and I can treat the injury, and it has just failed, so for the life of Miss Erza, the arm may really have to be cut off. Everyone else was silent. Although I don't want to admit it, this seems to be the only way now. Not necessarily. Dieter smiled and shook his head. Sha Lulu over there understood Dieter's smile and said, yes, if Wendy is here, she can be saved. Several people are very curious. Can that little girl save lives? Dieter nodded. Yeah, Wendy will cure Erza. But isn't healing a lost magic? Isn't it long overdue? Jellal asked. Lucy immediately asked, does this have anything to do with the Miko in the sky? This time Sha Lulu didn't speak directly. Instead, he looked at Dieter with great interest, as if waiting to see if Dieter knew something. Dieter laughed and explained. I know something about Dragon Slayer from Lady Belusica in the guild's eastern forest, and Wendy's magic is weird, plus Lucy said the Sky Witch, so I thought. Having said this, Dieter paused, looked at Sha Lulu playfully and said, Wendy should be the Dragon Slayer of the sky. What? Dragon Slayer of the sky? Everyone present was shocked, that little girl turned out to be the Dragon Slayer of the sky. Sha Lulu pointed to her white hair and chin and said proudly, this man knows quite a lot. Yes, Wendy is the Dragon Slayer of the sky, Tianlong Wendy, she can heal some injuries. Natsu was still immersed in surprise and said with emotion, she is Dragon Slayer. The details will come later, but the next thing we need to do is get Wendy and Happy out. Dieter didn't explain much. After checking Erza's injuries a little, he got up and came back to Sono. With the soles of his feet tucked under his body, he lifted it up and carried it on his shoulders, ready to set off. Then let's have a match to see who can take down Oracion Seis first. If I do first, then your combat operation will fail this time. Dieter laughed playfully. The figure immediately rushed towards the forest. Ah, I'm burning. Natsu rushed into the forest with the blazing flames in his hand. Damn, it's Dieter, deliberately disrupting our mission, I will never admit defeat. Gray said with a joking smile on his face. Others are full of spirits. Mr. Dieter's appearance is really a pillar, and the atmosphere that was still dead suddenly became active. Phala admired. Men, changed his posture overnight. Mr. Dieter's terrifying strength is not a weak mouse, and he will be more relieved if he joins. Yes. Chapter 85. After the upgrade, the physical damage of the Overlord color. The depths of the sea of was trees. Damn it, who is it, who can defeat Angel, she is defeated. Brain, the leader of Oracion Seis, covered his face in anger. It seems that among the people who came this time, there is also an incredible guy. I don't know how it feels to kill that guy. Cobra said, stroking the poisonous snake. Money is justice, is he willing to pay to sell his head? Hotai said, holding a book. Laser disdain. Angel is really shameful. If it were me, I would never fail in the past. No one is the opponent at my speed. Brain's face was gloomy. Laser, go and bring that guy over. As long as that guy is there, Nirvana can be found. Chief Brain ordered. Laser speech. It's very far away. No matter how fast I am, it will take an hour. The leader Brain didn't care. It doesn't matter. It's all worth it for Nirvana, and the Cobra and the Hot Eye. You two who go out to defeat the Angel will be killed. Okay. I hope that person's voice can be better. All three guys go out and start their missions. Happy? Asked in a low voice. Wendy, let me ask you, what are these guys talking about from the beginning? I don't know, I'm also confused. What kind of magic is Nirvana they just said? Wendy didn't know either. The leader Brain leaked a sinister smile. It's magic that interchanges light and darkness. In the woods, Dieter pulled Sono to the stone, and threw Sono under his feet, thinking about it. Wendy and Happy were taken for the purpose of healing, so Jellal isn't dead. Dieter thought. Feeling very complicated and hesitating, should we cut the weeds? Trouble, is Jellal an undead Xiaoqiang? I just smashed his throat with a punch, wouldn't it kill him? Dieter was speechless. Seeing Sono on the ground, he also kicked her angrily. Taking a deep breath, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he used the color of knowledge to investigate where he was going. Suddenly Dieter was a little weird. Looking at the position in front of the left, where he perceives that many people are rushing towards him. Anyone from Oracion Seis? Dieter murmured. Prepare to move your body for a while. Ding. Sign into Oracion Seis, reward 40 skill points. At this time, advertisement. The words, system, appeared in my mind, successfully signing in this Oracion Seis reward. Dieter was immediately absorbed in his mind. At present, the Overlord color in the 3-color domineering has reached level 4, and has a controllable shock and deterrent ability. I don't know what the next 40 points will be. According to the setting of Pirate World, when the Overlord is upgraded to a certain level, it can cause physical damage. According to the rules of adding points in the system, level 6 can have physical damage. I don't know what the physical damage will be after reaching level 8. If it is still a single stun, it will be a bit stretched. Dieter muttered. Whether it's the Navy 6th form or the Rubber Fruit's ability to rise to a certain level, it has surpassed its original power. The power of the Navy 6th form and the resistance of the Rubber Fruit ability have been greatly improved. Then the ability of the 3-color domineering will definitely not be so simple. Just don't know how it will be. Come on, let me see how strong you are at level 8. Dieter said. Immediately add all 40 skill points to the Overlord color, and point the Overlord color to level 8. The upgraded skills are also instantly instilled throughout the body. Regarding the use and ability of the Overlord color, it has become more vivid, and his ability is much stronger. It's unclear what kind of physical damage, but it shouldn't be too bad. Dieter said to himself. Looking at the group of people who have slowed down in front of the left, they also leaked smiles. They just upgraded and can be used to practice their hands to see if the level 8 Overlord is stronger than Pirate World. Thinking of this, he immediately took Kong Nai into the net and walked towards the group of people. It is peaceful in the forest. It seems that the small animals inside know what dangerous things will happen next, and they all run away early and disappear, which leads to the quietness of the neighborhood. The quiet and silent atmosphere seems to be difficult. Dieter walked carelessly into the circle. Squinting his eyes, he threw Sono directly to the ground, thinking in his heart whether he should ravage her and let the hidden people riot and rush out to attack. Kill it, all. Kill him to save Lord Angel. Come on, kill. However, before Dieter could make a move, the people who were hiding around immediately jumped out. One by one, they waved their weapons and charged towards Dieter. Ask for flowers. Everyone was grim-faced. There was a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and it seemed that killing someone was not a big deal for them. Advertisement. Most are ordinary people. Dieter could sense that these people were ordinary mercenaries. Except for a few who were sorcerers. But there was a lot of blood on their hands, which made Dieter have no sympathy. Simply you are also murderers, so I wouldn't have anything wrong with killing you. Dieter reassures. Overlord color is used immediately. The air visible to the naked eye shook the air into ripples, and the waves were like waves on the sea, spreading from Dieter's body and waving around. Moment. The white clouds in the sky were shattered. The clouds were mercilessly smashed and disappeared. The woods below seemed to be brushed by a big hand, and the branches and leaves were bent over by an invisible force. The distance from hanging Dieter, the nearest circle of tree trunks has been cracked by the Overlord color, and those lines are very ferocious and spread upward from the root of the tree. What surprised Dieter the most was the group of people who were intimidated by the overlord color. Ouch, cough. Those ordinary mercenaries immediately bent down, retched and coughed after being shocked by the overlord, and spit out a mouthful of blood from their mouths. Pale and paralyzed fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and panic, as if he had seen some terrifying ancient beast just now. Some of them have weak constitutions, and even Kakong bleeds to death. Is it that strong? Dieter swept over those ordinary people strangely. Some couldn't believe that this was the damage caused by the overlord, and it was able to vomit blood in the shock of ordinary people, and some people looked like they were about to die. He hurriedly looked at the few sorcerers. I saw that the faces of the sorcerers were not good looking, and there was a trace of blood oozing from the corner of everyone's mouth. They all fell to the ground and looked at Dieter in horror, clutching their hearts as if they were enduring some kind of terrifying monster, and some people were so frightened that the bird was stunned. The fishy smell is terrible. However, the condition of the mages is obviously much better than that of ordinary people, and those ordinary people have been seriously injured. And these sorcerers also shed a trace of blood. Only a few people with very poor psychological quality are scared of the DC. Second. Chapter 86. The Devil. He is the devil. The devil. He's the devil. It's terrible. I'm going home. I'll never be a sorceress again. Help. The devil is here. Save me. Devil. Sir, please spare me, I beg you. The person in front of him immediately begged for mercy, knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Apparently, he had lost his sense of what was actually shocking from Dieter just now. He had been frightened by Dieter's powerful aura, and now he was begging for mercy, crying with tears streaming down his face. Finger gun ban. Beam. Dieter wasn't moved by their pleas for mercy, raised his finger and fired out the Navy 6 finger gun. One after another blood holes appeared between the eyebrows of the group of people in front of them. Once you dare to kill, then prepare to be killed. Dieter carried Sona over the group of dead people, mumbling in his mouth, each of these groups are ruthless mercenaries, let go of these people today, then there may be innocent people killed by them tomorrow. 323, kills them without any psychological burden. It's getting late to end the fight. Dieter muttered. The figure disappeared into the woods and disappeared, and his destination at this moment was the location of another group of people under the perception of knowledge. Deep in the sea of trees. Dieter carried Sona to the bottom of a valley. Natsu and Sha Lulu are inside, Jellal and Brain are not there, so you're gone. Dieter muttered to himself. Jump from above, came to the cave at the bottom of the valley and walked towards it. Going to the depths soon, I saw Natsu, Happy, Sha Lulu and Wendy, in addition to a coffin. It looks like the people from Oracion Seis have left. Dieter threw Sono on his shoulders to the ground, watching the gloomy-looking Natsu faint and Wendy speaking too. Dieter, Jellal he appeared. Happy, said aggrieved. Dieter nodded. Well, he's not the point, no matter how many times he threatens, it's not a big deal, since you found Wendy, then let's go. Jellal. Veins appeared on the back of Natsu's roaring hand. Apparently the anger towards Jellal was quite large. Dieter, you send them back, I'm going to find Jellal. Natsu said. Dieter raised his eyebrows subconsciously, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Alright, then you can go. After finishing speaking, he walked over to Wendy, who also fainted, and picked her up. His body slowly floated and disappeared into the cave. There was a residual voice. Natsu and Happy went to find Jellal together. Sha Lulu will come back with me. You man, Sha Lulu murmured, seemingly dissatisfied with being assigned a mission, but she still flew up and rushed outside. Air. Advertisement. From time to time, a wave of air erupted from Dieter's feet to keep him in the air. What kind of magic are you? Sha Lulu wondered. Dieter replied with a smile. It's not magic, it's just something that can be done after reaching a certain level of force. In theory, ordinary people can also learn it. Sha Lulu didn't speak. The two people flew in the air and quickly passed a place. Below is Gray and a member of Oracion Seis named Laser, facing off. Have you been rescued? Gray was relieved when he saw the man, although he didn't know why it wasn't Natsu, but Dieter was fine. How is that possible? There should be a leader guarding it. How can it be done? Laser also noticed Dieter and Sha Lulu in the sky and exclaimed. Haha. Of course you killed your leader, and you still expect Dieter to let your leader go when he shows up. Gray scoffed. The erratic eyes of the Laser acted immediately. Damn it, I will never let you escape. Gah. After speaking, his body immediately ejected and attacked Dieter in the air. Go to death, dare to trouble Dieter. Gray was unmoved, and if it was Natsu taking someone away, he would definitely stop it, but Dieter. Isn't this meant to die? Gray sneered and watched quietly, watching how the fast guy was beaten with blood. Watch out Dieter. In the air, Sha Lulu also saw the Laser blocking them for the first time, and immediately reminded Dieter in exclamation. What? Dieter sneered. The red light flashed in his eyes, and the overlord color that only aimed at the Laser was released instantly. Even if the domineering momentum is only aimed at individuals, it also forms a ripple in the air. And the speed of the Laser was very fast, and it came to Dieter when needed. Just about to kick off. It just feels like being stared at by a terrifying prehistoric beast. That kind of furious aura caused the blood in his body to surge, and the magic power also went wrong because of this. The body with a dry cough lost its balance and fell weakly towards the bottom. The prehistoric beast-like aura made him lose his fighting spirit in an instant, and his heart was filled with fear, as if his brain was constantly driving him to escape. That momentum really made him feel scared. He had never encountered a situation that made him dare not continue to attack. Damn it. Advertisement. The laser fell from the air, half kneeling on the ground, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and his arms were shaking. What the hell is that? The laser looked up with difficulty and saw Dieter's figure in the air. When the terrifying momentum was released, it felt hopeless, dead, and unreachable like a cliff in the sky. Okay. Awesome. Gray swallowed with sincerity and admiration. He didn't feel the imposing manner that he figured out with the laser. But just one look can make this tough guy lose in an instant, which is enough to prove how powerful Dieter was just now. Really getting stronger. What's going on? Something seems to have happened just now. Sha Lulu was puzzled. And Dieter looked down at Gray and the laser. Speak. Gray, be optimistic about your opponent, you can't deal with such a weak guy. When I go back and come back, if you haven't solved him, when this matter is over, you will be trained by me. Get ready. Humph. Gray Sunere snorted coldly. I don't need you to remind me, I'll get rid of him soon. Dieter smiled and said nothing. After sweeping the laser, he continued to fly with Wendy towards the distance. Sha Lulu followed without knowing why. After the person left, Gray also looked back and muttered, it's getting late, I have to get rid of you quickly. That guy Dieter didn't say anything casually. If you don't get rid of you in time, you can wait until you go back. Really unlucky. Ah, when he's gone, aren't you waiting to lose? The laser also recovered. Thinking about it now makes me shudder. That guy named Dieter is horrible. Damn it. Gray swears and fights the laser again. I 1.1 Where Lucy rests. Lucy is worried about Erza who has been spreading his arms all day long. The toxin is spreading again. Why haven't Natsu and the others come back? Next to Latus, who has ancient writing magic, replied, it doesn't matter, I'm looking for them. His hands were constantly pressing like operators on the keyboard. It was like a pair of magic hands passing quickly. Lucy. In the air, Dieter led Sha Lulu down and came to them. Brother Dieter, it's great that you're finally back. Lucy rejoiced. Dieter nodded. Here Wendy is placed beside Erza and said, Wendy fell into a syncope due to overuse of magic, and she can wake up in a while, and people don't have to worry about it if they find it. Lucy agrees. Here is a brief chat about saving Wendy and what happened in the deep forest. Chapter 87. It doesn't matter if the speed is fast, you must know the skills. It didn't take long for Wendy to wake up. And use healing magic to heal Erza. Okay, since Erza is alright, then I'll go to deal with Oracion Seis. You all remember to go together later, don't act alone, Oracion Seis's individual strength is still very threatening to you. After confirming that the injury on Erza's arm disappeared, Dieter left immediately after a simple order. Use the knowledge color to quickly lock on a certain target and rush over there. In a rare grassland, Gray is on a motorcycle and Leon is racing against the laser. Success. No, not like success. Leon in the back seat spoke. The laser relied on extraordinary speed to change positions in the air, saying, it's time to end the game. Boom. He charged with great speed and smashed the motorcycle that Leon and Gray were riding. Damn it, I have to beat him quickly, or Dieter will call me, Ice. Gray said. Is it him? Sure enough, it's not just me who is afraid of him, even if you are also very afraid, Leon of Ice agrees. Both of them made ice shapes with both hands. Great ape. Hammer. Soldier. A great ape made of ice and a giant hammer attacked the laser. You two's modeling magic speed is quite fast. 25. Laser compliments. However, his body was moving so fast that Gray and Leon couldn't catch his figure at all, couldn't keep up with his speed, and all the attacks couldn't hit him. It's good to be fast, but it's still early. With one punch and one kick, the laser kicked Gray and Leon down again. The figure quickly left again. It is impossible for you to keep up with my speed. The speed of the laser is very fast. When moving, no one can be seen at all, and even Gray and Leon find it difficult. You can't attack him at all. Gray spoke indignantly, clearly outraged at the feeling. Leon's timely persuasion. Calm down, Gray, pay attention, he's at 4 o'clock. Boom. The voice just fell. I saw that the rushing laser was instantly hit by a figure in the back, smashed into the ground, and smashed the surrounding soil. Dieter. It's you. Gray and Leon saw both figures. The former looked bitter for a while, but he still didn't have time to deal with this guy. Speed is a good thing, you think, but skill is more important, Dieter muttered. Half bent, put one hand in his pocket and the other hand clasped the laser's head tightly, tying him to the ground. Looking at Gray's eyes full of sarcasm. Damn it. Gray was looked at very hard, he read a lot of things from that gaze, and also retorted, this guy's speed is too fast, he hasn't found a chance yet. Hey, yes, advertisement. Although Leon didn't know why Gray was so uncomfortable. But he knew that as a senior brother, this meeting should help to say good things, so he also agreed very much. Your observations are not careful enough. Dieter explained. It's true that he is a speed magician, but a person's speed has a lot to do with his physique. With such a fast speed, his attack power is definitely not weak. Do you think about the heavy attack he hit on you? I can barely implement his speed now, but if I kick you, you will be seriously injured if you don't die, so there is a big problem. Quote. Here Dieter explained. Both Leon and Gray couldn't help but ponder. Patiently reminiscing about the battle just now, thinking about it carefully, this laser seems to have no attack power except for its speed. Is there really a problem? Is his speed extremely fast under your perception? If you are locked by your own intuition, you may really not think of the meaning of this, try to jump out and see. Dieter said. Answer to Leon and Gray. On the surface, he is a magic to increase his speed, but in fact it is a magic to reduce the sense of speed of people within a certain range of himself, so that his speed is very high in your perception. Quick. Quote. Gray and Leon suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Try again. Dieter let go of the laser, and the latter immediately pulled away with speed. Leon fights him, and Gray is farther away, and you'll see after a while and you'll know each other, Dieter said. Then look at the laser. Give you a chance to live. Lai wanted to object, but seeing Dieter reminded him of the fear he had never felt before. Had to accept fate. Leon nodded immediately. This side attacked the laser, while Gray ran towards a long distance. Dieter let go of the field and let them fight at will. Watch quietly. Soon, Gray, who was clearly visible in the distance, also ran back with a smile. Really, Leon, go and see from a distance. Yes, Leon was also curious, and immediately gave the laser to Gray, while he rushed towards the distance, intending to see what it felt like. Humph, are you playing me like a monkey? The clay figurine was still three-pointed, after seeing Dieter leave him at a certain distance for a while. The red fear in his heart also retreated at any time. Lei spoke angrily and frantically attacked Gray, trying to kill this enemy first. Humph, I have understood your speed, and now I am not weaker than you. Gray said and hurriedly attacked the laser. Dieter, who was not far away, continued to watch the battle, and when Leon returned with confidence, he knew that the two of them knew everything clearly at the moment. Since you have seen it clearly, it is time for me to end the battle. Dieter approached the laser slowly. The laser body couldn't help but retreat, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, my speed is absolute. As long as you get close to me, no one can keep up with my speed. Leon and Gray also thought of this momentarily. I suddenly felt that in melee combat, even Dieter would not be able to deal with his opponent, so there is no defect in reducing the somatosensory speed within a certain range at close range. Yeah, no one's your opponent in melee. Dieter laughed. His eyes flashed red, mocking, but you have to use magic. Moment. Advertisement. The laser was once again shrouded in a terrifying aura, and at the same time, both body and mind lost the will to fight. The magic within the body seems to be suppressed. Impossible to mobilize at all. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to forcibly resist the terror in his heart, and wanted to unleash magic. Can you still use your speed now? System. Dieter came to the laser in an instant using the Navy 6, and stuck his neck with his hand. I am Oracion Seis, 6 demons, and 6 prayers. These 6 pillars will never collapse. Anyone who wants to shake these pillars will only have a dead end. The laser was struggling in Dieter's hands. It's not over yet. The laser roared, and reached out to open his jacket, revealing a circular prop with a flashing red light. He said grimly, this battle is betting on my reputation as Oracion Seis. I absolutely do not accept losing like this. Drop. That thing should be the magic crystal bomb, he will perish with us. 323 Gray and Leon exclaimed immediately. Together. Ah. Dieter laughed at the red-lit bomb. Are you worthy? Arms are black. Armed colors covered his arms. Dieter's eyes were ruthless, and he murmured, 6 types of profound truths 6 kings spear. Hum. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded. The magic crystal bomb did not explode, but his carrier, the laser, was covered in blood and did not know whether to live or die. The shock wave generated by the 6 forms profound truth directly causes huge damage to the internal organs. In the same way, the inside of the magic crystal bomb can also be destroyed. No matter how powerful it is a misfired bomb still a bomb? Puff. Dieter threw the immortal laser on the ground. Turning around and smiling, he waved to Leon and Gray. Don't worry, how could I make the bomb explode? Leon and Gray both breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the magic crystal bomb just now would explode. Okay, you guys have a good rest, I'll deal with the next person. Dieter waved away. Somewhere in a cave. Ah. Oracion Seis chief brain covered his head, his eyes were bloodshot. Laser actually disappeared. The mark on his face disappeared. This also means that Oracion Seis loses 2 corners and is about to collapse. Brain said in pain. He was remorseful. I was too careless and underestimated the enemy. Turning to look at the person who was sleeping on the blanket, he said, I didn't expect that I would have to wake this guy up. Midnight. Midnight on the blanket opened sleepy eyes. He got off the blanket, rubbed his head and looked at Brain. Leave none of those guys and kill them all, Brain ordered. Midnight replied. Yes, father. Chapter 88. Against the Dragon Slayer, I can hear your actions too. Rumbling. Dieter, who was looking for his next target in the woods, heard a violent shaking. The whole forest was shaking constantly. I didn't expect it to start so soon, it looks like time is running out. Dieter muttered. Immediately speed up the search for the next target and prepare for a quick decision. See the color. With all his strength, Dieter locked on the target and rushed over there. Rumble. Boom. Obviously, Oracion Seis would not give him the chance to wait. The easygoing forest shook, the entire Nirvana distance shook, and a huge old city was squeezed out of the ground. Nirvana is the real rebirth at this time. In a short while, Dieter rushed into the old and dilapidated city full of ancient charm. Just happened to run into other people one after another. Lucy, what about Erza? Dieter looked at Lucy and was busy asking, looking at Lucy's appearance, he seemed to have had a fight, but he didn't know who he was with. Brother Dieter, Miss Erzasha and Wendy went to look for Jellal. When I came, I also met the awakened angel. Fortunately, we narrowly won. Lucy said hurriedly. Dieter was stunned. I'm sorry, I thought that angel, woman would still be dead for a long time. I didn't expect that she would still have the strength to fight with you. Dieter apologizes. To rescue Wendy, throw Sono into the cave and let her fend for herself. Unexpectedly, instead of being fine, he woke up and had a fight with Lucy. Looking at the key on Lucy's waist, he also understood that if Na Sono's celestial spirit had really fallen into her hands. I get it, forget Erza and Wendy, you go to Natsu and Gray. Dieter didn't hesitate. After giving Lucy the order, he immediately rushed towards the target within his perception. As for Erza, he doesn't need to worry. Now is not the past, and Erza will never betray. The center of the dilapidated city. Fire dragons roar. On the central roof of Nirvana's drive, Happy leads Natsu to head brain. Cobra, don't let him mess around here. The head resisted the fiery flame and immediately ordered the Cobra. Okay, Cuppy Lions. Cobra agreed immediately, waving and commanding the big snake beside him. The big purple snake swam and rammed towards Natsu in the air. At the same time, the big snake's tail dragged the Cobra up and threw it out instantly. The Cobra clenched its fist and rushed up to give Natsu a punch, spinning Natsu several times in the air before stopping. I can hear your actions clearly. The serpent spread out its wings in the air, and the same Natsu flew in the air, alerting each other to each other. That's it, let's play. Cobra noticed Natsu's increasing concentration and was very satisfied. Broken pieces. Clap. In the air, Natsu and Cobra kept colliding, maybe Natsu was kicked out every time, and he couldn't even touch Cobra's body. Damn it, really totally missed this guy. Advertisement. Natsu watched Cobra's heart become heavier and heavier. In the collision just now, he knew the trajectory of action in advance, and gave him a violent counterattack. It's strange, did he use some kind of magic? Happy also finds it strange. Natsu said troubledly. I heard that Gray said that he failed to defeat one of the Oracion Seis members in time. He was already thinking of Dieter, and he would start training when he got back. That guy Dieter won't let me go, he has to get rid of one of the Oracion Seis members before he gets here. Natsu's face was ugly. The training camp is not terrible, what is terrible is the forced special training, which seems to be a terrible training after listening to Gray. He didn't want to be targeted by Dieter. Come on, Happy, we must try to take down these two guys, at least one. Natsu said hastily. Okay, Happy agreed to charge Natsu again. But no matter how his fist could touch Cobra's body, no matter how fast he was, he would be caught and attacked. It's useless, no matter how hard you struggle, I can't let you ruin our hopes, go ahead and have fun. Cobra spoke arrogantly. Bang 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 bang. The battle continues. Once again, the Cobras took the opportunity to knock Natsu out. But this did not immediately attack. Instead, his eyes looked a little dignified to the east. What's up? Natsu also looked over curiously, and there was a figure flying slowly in the distance to the east. A voice I haven't heard before, it looks like you are the one who defeated Sono and Lei. Cobra said. Dieter hovered quietly after flying over, smiling at the current scene. I finally found it. Dieter, Natsu and Happy suddenly liked to shout. It looked like you guys are in a tough fight, too. Dieter replied with a smile. Natsu and Happy laughed in embarrassment. Then leave the next battle to me. Dieter looked at the Cobra and added. By the way, when you go back, you and Gray will undergo a 1-week training camp. I found a boat that was close to the volcano and was still moving. I will give you a training camp at that time. Gah. So uncomfortable. Natsu hung his mouth and tried to vomit when he heard Dieter's words, obviously very resistant to that kind of place. Dieter, this guy's magic is so weird that he can't hit it no matter how hard he tries. Happy reminded. Dieter nodded at the Cobra and the serpent beneath his feet. If I remember correctly, that snake is a very nice girl, right? It's useless, I can hear any of your attacks, as long as people move, there will be sounds, and I can hear them. Cobra disagreed. Dieter raised an eyebrow. Second gear. Raise your arm and swing it, instantly entering the second gear. Without waiting for the Cobra's words, he moved quickly, and when he came to the sky above him, he aimed at him and punched. It's useless, I can hear you. Cobra smiled smugly, twisted slightly, and the punch was wiped from the side and missed. Yo, advertisement. However, he was just happy. There was a sudden pain in his stomach, and Dieter's fist suddenly hit his stomach. Hit. How did it hit? Didn't that guy hear it? Happy. Overjoyed. And Natsu felt very strange, obviously he could predict the move when he heard it, but why didn't he avoid it? Cough cough. Cobra also widened her eyes, and her body panicked in disbelief. He didn't understand why this punch appeared here, shouldn't it brush past him and be caught by himself? Why does the audible fist suddenly change direction? What exactly is going on? Brain, the leader below, is also a little weird. Cobra's ability is quite powerful. His powerful voice magic is enough to deal with everyone. No matter what kind of attack, he can predict in advance. But why was it shot? Could it be that it was water? Do not. It can't be the release of water, there must be a secret in it. Why can't you notice it? Dieter put on a smile and asked with a playful look at the dumbfounded Cobra. Cobra didn't speak. He couldn't figure out why he didn't foresee the sudden change in the trajectory of that punch. It's very simple, I can predict your movements too. Dieter laughs. Shocked. Okay, Cobra's eyes widened and looked unique in disbelief. What did you just hear? Can he also predict the actions of others? How is it possible? Absolutely impossible, how could he have this ability? Wrong. Absolutely not. Even if he can predict, it shouldn't be able to let me not predict the sudden change of the punch. Cobra thought. Happy. And Natsu over there were also stunned. It's amazing. Dieter can actually do such weird things, it's amazing. Natsu surprises. After all, he is the strongest person in the guild, there are really too many mysteries on his body. Impressive. Happy. Also really admired it. Dieter disagreed. This Cobra's voice magic was similar to seeing, and although the current level was low and temporarily unable to hear other people's voices and thoughts, it was still easy to perceive other people's things. In the same way, domineering can also develop resistance to such things as sound magic, so that he cannot know the direction of the attack. It's all small details. So Cobra's near unsolvable magic was useless for Dieter. Chapter 89. Dieter vs Poison Dragon Slayer. Impossible. Cobra secretly said, driving the big snake under his feet to charge towards Dieter. He didn't believe that his magic could still be countered by someone else. It must have been a coincidence just now. As he spoke, he was ready to fully cheer up and do his best to deal with it. He must not let that kind of thing happen again. Haha, I don't believe in evil. Dieter laughed, raised his hand slowly, clenched his fist, and hit the Cobra. I heard. The Cobra was smiling, his ears were squirming constantly, and his eyes were staring at the fist, ready to be humiliated by snow. Do not. Suddenly, the fist in the eyes moved rapidly. Even if his ears heard the trajectory of the fist, he was surprised to find that he had no way to resist. His speed is too slow. If he couldn't keep up with such a fast speed, even if he knew where the fist fell, he could only bear the power of this fist in vain. The fast-moving fist was covered in black armament. It hit a few centimeters in front of the chest very quickly, but the Cobra didn't wait for it to be happy, and only felt a strange force penetrated through the body to the end. Puff. The internal organs were severely injured and bombarded, and blood was scattered from the mouth in an instant. How can it be? The Cobra's indomitable momentum has declined, and the spirit has shrunk a lot. The body was weak and wanted to slip off the big snake, but fortunately the big snake was holding his body in a hurry. Dieter exhaled. Adjusting the strength in the group, a bang stunned the Cobra. Overlord color activated. At that moment, the Cobra only felt that his body was cold, and the whole person seemed to fall into the eternal ice cave. Both body and mind were shaking uncontrollably. Trembling, he looked up, only to see the figure of the other side hanging high. Those blood-red eyes looked at him as if looking down at a mortal, and his heart rose with a sense of powerlessness. There is a pitiful feeling of being an ant. Hiss. Suddenly, the Cobra heard the neighing sound of the snake, and immediately broke through the terrifying momentum. Ah, it seems that Dragon Slayer is really difficult to deal with. Dieter raised his eyebrows and looked at Cobra, who had broken free from the domineering aura, and said with a smile. Dragon Slayer 357. For a moment Natsu and Happy froze, thinking Dieter had said something wrong. But the Cobra was very strange. I didn't expect you to know that I am Dragon Slayer. Shock. It really is. Dragon Slayer. Natsu was stunned. He didn't even realize that this person belonged to the same Dragon Slayer as him, which he couldn't have seen if Dieter hadn't said it. Come on, let me see the power of the poisonous Dragon Slayer. Dieter smiled and invited the fight. The Cobra grinned and shrouded in a dark, poisonous mist, and attacked Dieter. It uses poison Dragon Slayer magic. The fangs of the poisonous dragon. The poisonous mist on the Cobra's hands formed instantly, and they formed the mouth of the big snake to charge at Dieter. Finger gun ban. Looking at the serpent's mouthparts, Dieter raised his hands and released the Navy 6. The hands turned into afterimages and smashed towards the Sheku constantly, and air waves were launched from the hands. Although the air waves were weak, their power was superior. The two attacks collided instantly. Bang. With a loud bang, the attack of the two exploded instantly, shattering the ancient building next to it. Dieter also landed on the roof of a building. Poison Dragon's Claw. The Cobra immediately took the next attack, its arm turned into a dragon-scale animal hand, its sharp claws slashed forward, and 4 huge scratches were blood red and dark purple. It also seems to be extremely poisonous. Your voice magic has no effect on me, but my perception is not affected. What are you using to fight me? What? Dieter's figure flashed away from the roof in an instant. And the huge scratches scratched the entire building, and with a swipe, the roof was neatly cut into several layers like tofu. Advertisement. Let's have a bloody battle. Dieter's fists were full of armed colors, and he rushed towards the Cobra, fighting with a savage fight. What? Cobra sneered and turned both hands into sharp claws like dragon scales, clenching his fists and slamming Dieter without showing weakness. CFBB. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. The blood red and purple poisonous mist collided with the pure black armed color one after another. The poisonous mist slowly began to spread. Cobra would occasionally be hit by Dieter's powerful fist, causing a lot of blood to spill out of his mouth. The blood did not drip, but turned into a poisonous mist and wrapped around the two people in the air. Ha ha ha. Cobra laughed wildly. Melee combat with the poisonous dragon is the worst decision you made. Even if you don't breathe, the surrounding poisonous mist will penetrate into your body through your skin. Physical paralysis, sluggish action, and lack of clarity of perception, these negative drawbacks will all reappear, and then it will be your time to lose. Ha ha ha. Cobra became more and more excited. His eyes were full of ferocious coldness, and the movements of his hands were even more violent. The power continued to climb with his emotions. From being passively beaten at the beginning, to those who can already be hit uniquely, even if it is unable to hit the unique body, it will not be so easy to be hit. Toxin. Poison fog. Natsu rubbed his fists and wanted to step forward to help, but according to what the Cobra meant, it would be more and more disadvantageous for them to not be able to play for a long time. Didn't Dieter find out? He was anxious and wanted to call Dieter to his attention. But now the two of them are fighting fiercely, and the call will interrupt Dieter, so don't do it. Bang bang bang. Once again, the bones of Dieter's whole body seemed to be in a carnival. This kind of confrontation between the bodies was really comfortable, and this feeling was simply exciting. You're expecting toxins, ah. Dieter laughed. The poisonous mist of the poisonous dragon was indeed inhaled a lot. But knowing the ability of the rubber fruit, he is now immune to toxins. If the Cobra manipulates the toxins to carry out physical attacks, it will naturally be effective, but do you want the toxins to stop the side effects? Just a daydream. Have you ever thought that I might be immune to toxins? Dieter said with a playful expression, still be G fists against Cobra, letting the poisonous mist enter his body. Not only did it not bring any negative effects, even his strength was still rising. Impossible. Of course Cobra wouldn't believe it. As the power continued to strengthen here, the poison dragon's moves were also used one after another. The unique is still the second gear in the offense. Hehe, it's time for this boring fight to end, you should go down, Dieter said. Seeing the fists that came in again, Dieter stopped resisting. Body tilted, cleverly dodged the dragon claw that was brewing poison. Dieter's hands were folded and spread, at a slow pace, in front of the Cobra's body. Father. Cobra immediately activated its divine ear to hear what Dieter was going to do. But he didn't expect that Dieter didn't think about anything at this moment, and he didn't have even the slightest thought in his heart, so he couldn't hear his thoughts at this time. 6 types of profound truth, the largest wields 6 king's spear. Unprecedented power emerged, and the bottomless power made Cobra's heart tug. The body was instantly cold and numb. He could hear the desperation coming from the muscles all over his body at this moment. That is the message of death. The horror of death was something he had never experienced before. Boom boom, boom explosion. The violent power exploded in the body instantly. Cough. Blood spewed out of the Cobra's mouth, this time it was very big, and his face instantly turned pale. His body could not stand. Consciousness is also faintly showing signs of dissipating, and a lot of strength in the body is disappearing. His body fell. Advertisement. Falling from the body of the giant snake, falling from the air, he fell rapidly. He saw the giant snake rushing towards him. At this moment, he did not know where to get the strength to wake up his consciousness, and even though his life was in jeopardy, he still kept it. Puff. The Cobra was held up by the snake at the moment it fell to the ground, which was not enough to let him fall to his death. Impressive. Natsu and Happy, who had been fighting in the air all the time, also immediately burst into shining stars. You're too good, Dieter. There's nothing I can do about that guy. Natsu was ecstatic. Let Happy fly him to Dieter's side. Dieter smiled. His body fell from the air, and when he was about to reach the ground, he would consider whether to make up the knife or not. Fall from the sky. Hiss. After seeing the enemy, the giant snake immediately roared at Dieter hoarsely, as if trying to deter Dieter with his voice. This big snake must taste delicious. Dieter rubbed his chin and joked at the snake, unable to hide his tongue. When fishing, water snakes are often caught, and each time they will have a full meal. Sigh. The giant snake made a silent protest, as if condemning Dieter's snake-eating behavior. I won't lose. Absolutely not. The Cobra also seemed to know that his partner was in danger, so he held up his precarious body and protected his good friend until the last moment. Boom. At this moment, the back of the Cobra was hit by a green light. Everyone was shocked. The Cobra also couldn't believe it, and turned to look at Brain, the leader who did not know when it appeared behind him. Enough is enough, Cobra. Brain, the leader, holds the skull magic wand. Cobra asked suspiciously, Sir, what are you doing? I think you did a good job, take a good rest. Brain replied with a smile. But the Cobra subconsciously drives the divine ear to hear the voice of the head at this moment. HMPH, you're just a fake dragon slayer after all, I don't need the 6 demons who will lose to the regular guild, it's rubbish. The leader Brain also seemed to notice something, and smiled and replied, Hey, did you hear that? Cobra appears to be unaware of this situation. Tears welled up in my eyes, damn it. The precarious body was severely injured again, making him unable to support him any longer, his body swayed, his eyes began to blur, and he couldn't accept it when he looked at his good friend who was spitting out a snake core. My prayer, I just always wanted to hear the voice of one and only one friend. Hoopless. Puff. He stretched out his hand to touch his good friend, but the hand still lost its strength only halfway out. Dying on the ground. Seeing all this, Natsu said softly, Cobra. He gritted his teeth and threw his fists and asked angrily, "You guy, isn't he your partner?" The leader brain spoke with a half smile, "Partner. This kind of thing, as much as you want in the future, as long as there is the power of Nirvana. This kind of person is not a partner at all, just a puppet." Natsu was angry. The leader brain didn't care. "Don't pick on my language, I really like your real dragon slayer, you should know what I mean." Looking down at Natsu, "I'll make you my first puppet." Clap clap. Dieter reached out and clapped. Yes, well spoken, emotionally enduring, strong and great. After taking a few steps forward, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Brain, the leader in front of him, and said, "Should I ask my opinion, it's better to be good, isn't our guild's trouble a little bad?" Immediately, Dieter showed a sudden realization, and counted. "There are 3 more, you, Midnight, Hot Eyes, who do you think will be knocked down?" The head Brain had a stubborn expression on his face. "Trust me, don't try to bring Oracion Seis down, or the consequences are not what you want to see," he said. Dieter laughed. "Dieter, I'll take him down." Just as he was about to speak, Natsu forced himself to get up from the ground, and came to Dieter to ask for help. Dieter thought for a while and then nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll teach you, and I'll deal with other people." Bright. Leave immediately after speaking. The battle turns into Natsu, Happy, versus Brain. Chapter 90. Dieter vs No President. Brain, the leader at the moment, is weak. This is also the reason why Dieter will give it to Natsu. What he wants to see is the character. None. So he will go to defeat the other 6 members first. Strong opponents are hard to come by, and the guys like Tartaros are stronger, but they are too powerful and can't beat them, so they can only gradually strengthen their strength. Go to Midnight, don't know what's going on with Erza. Dieter swept over Natsu and Brain in front of him, and the 2 of them were fighting hotly. No more memories and turned to look for Erza and Midnight. Dilapidated city. On the street of the old building, Erza was wearing a long-distance clothes with one eye closed, and a big sword in one hand. How could my proud hallucinations be invalid? Kneeling on the ground at midnight, his body was seriously injured and was on the verge of fainting. He roared and questioned Ruo unwillingly. "It's a pity that magic that works on the eyes doesn't work for me." Erza also had injuries and looked miserable, but fortunately the final victory belonged to her. Midnight opened his mouth wide, his eyes revealing helplessness and weakness. "How come? My strength is the strongest, surpassing my father, the strongest 6 demons, and will not lose to anyone." Puff. He fell to the ground at midnight and raised his arms with difficulty. "My prayer is to sleep peacefully in a corner where no one is there, my father." He fell. Dieter also came. "I also saw this scene before walking through the old city to the street. I didn't expect Midnight to be defeated, or the delay was a little long before." Dieter stepped out and watched Midnight on the ground. He raised his head to look at Jellal at this moment, and he looked a lot more pleasing to the eye, as long as he didn't harass Erza. "Dieter, why are you here?" Erza walked to Dieter's side in a panic, and when he saw that he was watching Jellal, he sorted out the language a little before telling the previous story. "So, that's why you're dating someone behind my back." Dieter raised his eyebrows and looked at Erza playfully. The latter was embarrassed for a while, and sighed and said, "Jellal lost his memory, and the purpose of my awakening him was to make him repent with repentance, not to die." But Dieter opened his mouth, shook his head and said no more. "Forget it, Jellal he. Hey, that's it. Advertisement. No more tube Erza." Dieter swept over Jellal and turned to head towards Brain again. The purpose of his coming here is to get rid of Midnight, to wake up the consciousness of the leader Wu, and then defeat him with his own hands, but he didn't expect Midnight to be solved by Erza, so there is no need to continue to stay. As for Erza and Jellal, he felt that he should change his mentality, not to follow Erza all the time, but also to make her feel a crisis. She doesn't cherish it. Dieter. Seeing Dieter turn around and leave, Erza thought he was angry and immediately called out his name and grabbed him to explain. Boom. The ground shakes. Its powerful magic comes from a location in the center of the city far away. What happened? Elle immediately looked over there in exclamation, thinking that Dieter came from there, and also looked at him waiting for his explanation. The leader of Oracion Seis has a personality that is purely destructive, and that personality is called nothing. For this reason, the leader of Oracion Seis sealed 6 locks, representing Oracion Seis. Now the members of Oracion Seis have been defeated, that nothing personality awakens. This is just the imposing manner caused by his magic power, and it is also very powerful. Quote. Dieter explained casually, without pausing, throwing Erza's hand away and walking over there. Erza opened his mouth and still didn't explain. "I'm going to solve the. No, President, you guys find a way to stop Nirvana. This is your task, it has nothing to do with me." Dieter waved and disappeared instantly. Erzasha looked at the disappearing Dieter and didn't know when to think. "He is?" Jellal asked curiously behind him. Erza explained. "My boyfriend, he rescued me when he came out of Tower of Heaven, we joined Fairy Tail together, and then we got together." Jellal wondered. "It seems to be very hostile to me, I knew him before." Erza said. "Well, it was he who knocked you down and melted you into the waste crystal to stop you from falling into the dark. When you want to kill me, he naturally doesn't want to." Jellal bowed his head. After a long silence, he said sincerely, "Then I really have to thank him. Do you need me to explain it to you? He seems to have misunderstood." "For flowers." Erza put away the weapon in his hand and picked up the red hair he tasted, and refused with a smile. No, I will explain it to him alone when I go back. Advertisement. Nirvana's passage to the interior. After Dieter came back, Natsu and the others were lying on the ground at the moment. They were impersonal who could not be beaten to wake up. Let them do the thing about destroying the passage, and I'll take the none down. Dieter muttered. Seeing and hearing color activated. The target at the moment is locked in an instant. I walked towards the number 1 passage, intending to solve the nothing as soon as possible. Inside Channel 1, Dieter walked in and saw that President Wu was here. Yo, I'm ready to die. Dieter greeted. President Wu also revealed a smile after seeing Dieter. Speaking of which, I would like to thank you very much. It seems that you defeated the trash of Oracion Seis, and this freed me. Ah, Dieter nodded with a smile. So you have to thank me. Why don't you kill yourself now? Don't get a box lunch. Boom boom. President Wu exploded the magic within his body. There was a strong momentum lingering in the room where the magic crystal was stored. You think you're the only one who gets mad? Dieter said. In an instant, the overlord color was released. Stronger and more terrifying than President Wu, a more powerful momentum erupted and squeezed towards him. At that moment, there was no guild leader's eyebrows, and he deeply felt the terrifying aura. His eyes were also quite serious, and he was also shocked by Dieter's aura. Interesting kid, President Wu replied. Dieter raised his brows and said disapprovingly. So don't get angry at every turn. Fights have to mean fights. It's useless to be angry. You're not weak. I'm not weak. That level of anger can interfere with anyone, not the other party. Ah, President Wu still sneered. System. Dieter didn't say much and immediately used the ability to flash in front of President Wu. Finger gun. The Navy 6th form was released, and the fingers became hard and moved towards President Wu's heart. It's not a big man, but it's quite ruthless. Without the president talking, the muscles of the whole body were instantly tense, and as he was slightly sinking, he put all the defensive power in his heart and indulged this move. Second. Chapter 91. The incompetent rage without the president. Ah, the sound of the collision of steel and steel reverberated. Dieter's random pointing pistol attack did not work, and was resisted by the strong defense of the presidentless. Instead, Dieter's fingers tingled. It's my time to attack. President Wu raised his arms and clenched his fists, accumulating surging power. Hit hard. It is also the position of the heart. Both sides have made a killing move, and no one can carelessly despise. Iron block. Without the president's hard steel finger gun, Dieter naturally couldn't back down. His waist sank, his feet were slightly apart and he squatted down. Dwang. Heavy muffled sound. Dieter easily resisted the punch without the president, and then immediately counterattacked, and the rhythm of the battle began to be deliberately accelerated by Dieter. Finger gun spot. Countless. 403 finger guns were fired. He was also dissatisfied without the ability of the president to respond, and immediately changed his attack method after his punch did not expect any effect. The punched fist stretched out his index and middle fingers. Ignoring Dieter's dense finger gun attacks, he aimed at Dieter's forehead and released magic. Chong and Fantasia. Green magic and golden red flames intertwined at the fingertips. A penetrating and powerful magic beam was instantly released, and the periphery of the green beam was swirled by golden red flames, enhancing its destructive power and penetration. Cut. Dieter was always on, unless he voluntarily and the other party were faster, it was impossible for him to be hit by any move. At the moment when no president used magic. Seeing the color, he sensed the angle of the magic beam, and his body immediately retracted his attacking hands. The body twisted to avoid the penetrating attack. Boom. The building where the magic beam pierced the ground sank into the ground. Don't think this is the same as the leader's move. President Wu said a word, and the two fingers that were raised together drove the wrist to move back and forth in the air immediately. Boom. With the movement of his fingers, the submerged magic beam miraculously broke through the wall under Dieter's feet, and pierced towards Dieter's chin with strong penetration. Advertisement. If this were an ordinary person or a very weak magician, he would definitely be destroyed by the powerful magic beam that penetrated his chin directly from below and died here. But Dieter would not be hit by such a trick. Seeing the color as perceiving, the same degree of hardness of his body is impossible to be hit. The head patted lightly. The magic beam passed from the tip of the chin, only a few millimeters away. Dieter could clearly feel the temperature of the flame that revolved around the beam. Second gear. Rubber jet machine gun. At the same time, Dieter's arms moved towards the back, instantly pumping into second gear like an air pump. Attack again fiercely. Da da da. The fists that are too much slammed into the body of President Wu. President Wu didn't have time to observe the changes in Dieter's body, thinking that this series of attacks was the same as the previous one. He ignored the defense and gave up. Concentrate on manipulating the magic beam to continue turning to attack Dieter. But when the series of fists slammed into the body, President Wu's complexion changed dramatically, and the feeling of pain came from all over the body. 40. He reluctantly muttered, and his red eyes also had a strong sense of difference. Only then did I realize that Dieter's physical changes brought about the different moves, and the power really belonged to two extremes before. Little devil, you hurt me. Void whipping. President Wu roared, waving his arms at Dieter was a whiplash. That Chong and whimsy has become more flexible, like a whip, and it is wielding the uniqueness in the no guild leader's waving. Paper painting. Dieter's body was instantly as flexible as a swimming fish in the sea, passing through the dense spur marks. Damn it kid, always assassinate. Seeing that the attack didn't work at all, the president without the president also roared angrily. Dissipate the magic beam and wave again. A half-human high magic circle appeared in front of him, and a large number of magic energy balls were released. Dense and faster energy balls slammed into Dieter frantically. Rubber jet pistol. Dieter stretched out his hands to a certain length, and used his sense of seeing and color to rush to President Wu. Advertisement. Those hands also rushed out with his body instantly. Yo. When Dieter rushed to the close distance of President Wu, his arms retracted extremely quickly. And the body without the president immediately felt that the body was hit by two heavy forces, and the body was hit and retreated a few meters away. There were also two ravines under his feet by that force. Cough cough. President Wu was uncomfortable, rubbing his heart and staring at Dieter gloomily. I have never used magic before, all of them are pure physical strength, but the strength of this strength is too heavy. No matter how much magic power he has, his physique is limited. Continuing to be this big can also hurt. Couldn't this guy release magic, and the contest between abnormal magic would be better? Hehe, it looks like you're done here too. Seeing the President Wu who was beaten out, Dieter also stretched his body. The physical activity this time was not bad, and it was indeed time for the main dish. As he spoke, he raised his arm that entered the arm color, put it in his mouth. Open your mouth and take a deep breath, blowing towards it, and instantly a large amount of gas is blown into your kung fu arm. Yo yo yo. After blowing, Dieter's body was filled with condensed white smoke, which wrapped around his body, and Dieter's arms and body became much larger, and the black and red arm colors of his arms were also full of strength. Fourth gear elastic man. The body is filled with a lot of gas, and it can only use the bounce force to stabilize the body. President Wu grinned and put on a smile, his red eyes full of sarcasm. Are you making me happy? Congratulations on your success, but isn't it easy for you to break? The voice 1.1 fell, and his face suddenly pulled down again. Raise two fingers to release the magic again. Chengen Fantasia. Let me penetrate it. The magic beam rushed over quickly, with a strong penetration. Boom. The thought of penetrating Dieter's body didn't happen. President Wu saw that his powerful penetrating magic collided with his bulging belly. He thought he could easily penetrate it, but he did not expect that the belly was covered with black material. It actually resisted the magic. Not even the body that could not stand still was punched out. Damn, what the hell is that black substance? Why can it stop my piercing magic? President Wu was angry. The inability to destroy one after another also made his mentality not so calm, and he could not wait to eat him alive immediately. Angrily questioned and roared. Chapter 92. Destroy Nirvana. Dieter sneered and didn't respond. Gapin'. The bouncing body exploded in an instant when the next bounce, and that huge force also caused Dieter to smash the ground. A pothole the size of a bowl appeared. At that moment, Dieter's body also quickly attacked President Wu. Do you think I'll let you touch me? No, President said. He was even Dieter's strength, which turned into a strange appearance, and the strength and destructive power must be stronger than he imagined. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate him, and immediately moved his body to avoid Dieter's approach. Naturally, the eggs. Dieter's body was about to lose its strength. Just when no president was about to be happy, Dieter's feet were actually shrinking, and after the layers were squeezed into his body, waves of air erupted immediately. Under the blessing of the air wave, Dieter's rushing speed actually increased instead of decreasing. The instant acceleration also made President Wu a little different, and he didn't even have time to avoid his body. 25 It is because of his difference. The power that instantly erupted from Dieter's body pushed him in front of President Wu. Raising his right arm, the fist also began to shrink into the body layer by layer, continuously increasing the output of power. Rubber Ape King Cannon. When the strength is added to the extreme, Dieter strikes hard. The fist that was shrunk into the body burst out instantly, and the huge power fell like a giant beast. Damn it, I will never fall. How could it be possible for President Wu to helplessly watch the infinite power hit him? Desperately dodging to the side. You're taking me too seriously and trying to escape. Dieter quipped. The fist fell. Even though he was constantly dodging, his speed was still not as fast as Dieter's, and the fist fell directly on Guildmaster Wu's body. Boom boom. Explode. A huge explosion rang out. Everyone in Erza, who was moving towards each passage, felt this powerful vibration. Is it Dieter? Erza put on a smile after feeling the shock, and he was the only one who could play like this at this time. People in other channels also said otherwise. It's amazing. This shock is still so powerful. I don't know who it will be. It should be Brother Dieter. Haha. It must be Dieter. I'm burning up. I must stop Nirvana too. Advertisement. Men. The rumbling sound of shattering sounded. Dieter's overwhelming power was released with a bang, hitting President Wu's body, shattering the ground with him in an instant, and a terrifying hole appeared. Blast President Wu into the ground. Damn it. The lower-level President Wu was angry, and he was ready to rush up again when he stepped on the ground. Although he was very embarrassed, he still had to guard the crystal ball in the first channel. Have I allowed you to come up? How could Dieter sit idly by? Erza and the others needed to break the crystal ball in the passage. He will never let President Wu make trouble at this time. A stronger force appeared on his legs, and he pressed Guildmaster Wu to pick him up and beat him down. Boom boom boom. The old building was broken open layer by layer. Dieter's fists are as heavy as 1,000 pounds under the blessing of fourth gear. Even without the president, there was no way to fight Dieter in the direction of strength, and he was beaten and defeated. The body was also beaten with unbearable pain. With a ferocious look on his face, the man who lost his rhythm kept waving his fists, trying to use his meager strength to resist Dieter. I wanted to control you to be my puppet, but forget it, it's useless for a guy like you to stay. Let me give you the highest realm of Wu, and I will use my most powerful magic. President Wu was furious. Seeing that he couldn't fight back, he simply gave up. Immediately after a collision, he came to distance, his hands were wrapped in dark green dark magic, and he drew a circle in the air, using the most terrifying magic. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Dieter is not to be outdone. The right arm shrank again, and then took a deep breath and continued to inflate the arm swelled again, and the lines of the devil fruit on the body covered more comprehensively. Genesis no. Disappear, go to the other side of nothing. That moment, behind the President Wu, there was a huge ghost crying door, and the undead emerged from the huge door. The undead rushed towards Dieter like a tidal wave. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths and made a piercing ghost cry. To devour Dieter's body, memory, and soul existence, to destroy him. Boom. Light on. The huge pitch-black ape king spear was like a broken bamboo, smashing the large number of undead, going deep into the flock like a fierce tiger, and pushing everything wildly and madly. Impossible. My Genesis is the most powerful. President Wu saw that his most powerful move was useless, and immediately made a sound of anger and unwillingness. Advertisement. Watching the black fist come. Subconsciously, he crossed his hands and tried to use his weak strength to resist this move. Monument. Boom. There was no body of the president in the Great Ape King's gunshot. Instantly hit by a powerful force, the President Wu could no longer bear to directly spit out blood. Eyeballs trembling, he just felt that everything around him was slowed down, the feeling of dying. How can it be? He couldn't accept it in his heart, the most powerful move was shattered, and even as powerful as he was defeated. How can such a terrible opponent? Why? In the end, why did you meet yourself? Puff. Silence. President Wu fell to the ground and died 433. The battle is over. Dieter. At this time, Natsu also jumped down from the magic crystal ball, apparently intending to help the battle. Kiss, Natsu is here, are you guys going to start destroying the magic crystal? Dieter replied with a smile. Natsu smiled and looked at the regretful face of Wugui on the ground. Ah, I didn't expect this person to be defeated. I haven't avenged it yet. It's a shame, it's too bad. Vegetables. Dieter also laughed when he heard Natsu's words. Maybe weak, but for others, it must be a formidable enemy. Okay, let's continue with the task of destroying the magic crystal, I'll withdraw first. Dieter waved his hand. Returning to its original shape also leaves Nirvana. Just leave the rest to them. Rumbling. The huge Nirvana stopped, and the entire monster-like body continued to collapse. Those huge pillars couldn't support it either. Demon Cat's House Guild. Dieter didn't care anymore after defeating the President Wu, and went directly to the guild to wait, and then he looked back after seeing Nirvana fall not far from the Demon Cat's nest. I began to seriously look at this guild that exists only for one person. Sure enough, Dieter murmured. With his level, he can clearly see that these people in the Demon Cat's house are fake, but they are quite remarkable characters who can persist until now. Chapter 93. Two women fighting for Dieter. Wendy has successfully joined Fairy Tail. Dieter is not surprised by this development. The Demon Cat's house is also protecting Nirvana. Since Nirvana has been destroyed, the president of the Demon Cat's house will naturally disappear. Fairy Tail with Natsu and Erza as Wendy's best home. This day, with the blue sky and the sea breeze, they were on their return boat. Ah, I never thought it would be so comfortable to stand on a boat and blow the sea breeze. That's great, Natsu. Wow, so the transportation isn't bad. Natsu and Happy were noisily running back and forth on the boat, and it was a rare experience without seasickness. Wendy reminds. Troya is almost dead. Troya refers to magic that is effective for transport. Natsu won't get seasick after being cast by Wendy, but it can't be used often. Puff. Natsu, who was enjoying the sea breeze, felt his feet soften and his body suddenly fell to the ground. Wendy refused. If you use it continuously, it will gradually fail. You don't care about this brat. Gray grumbled. Lucy laughed and couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, Brother Dieter didn't stay at the Demon Cat's Inn, did he leave? Elucian's mood was also dull. Looks like he's mad, arguing with Erza. Happy, whispered softly. Lucy and the others were embarrassed for a while and didn't dare to continue talking about it. Fairy Tail. Oracion Seis intends to use Nirvana to reverse justice and darkness, that is their goal, and while a lot has happened, it has generally been dealt with. Dieter came back first to report the mission of the trip to President Makarov. So, Jellal was arrested. Makarov understood and asked Dieter a little surprised. Yeah, Dieter nodded and explained. Jellal was used to confuse him, so he came up with the Tower of Heaven problem, and now he has been arrested, but Natsu and the others are not willing to let the new council arrest Jellal, and they have a conflict with them. Makarov sighed. The new council, those guys from the main war faction are not sympathetic. Seeing that the report was over, Dieter took his luggage and waved. Since it's all right, let's do it. I'm going on a trip. I'll meet again when I have a chance. Dieter, Erza will be back soon. Mirajan over there spoke hurriedly, hoping that Dieter could wait a little longer to meet Erza before leaving. Dieter paused, muttering, what has it got to do with me, since she's so easy to re-believe and trust Jellal, let her go. People go. Advertisement. Marajan opened her mouth and couldn't say anything to save her. Makarov sighed. Erza is still too kind. Jellal wanted to kill her before, and she still believes it unconditionally, and doesn't care about Dieter's mood. This is not good. Are you going to break up? Marajan is also worried. I don't know when Dieter will come back after he leaves. It may take several years. Dieter is gone. Neither President Makarov nor Marajan knew where Dieter was going. But it seems that the mood is very complicated. Long after Dieter left, Erza and the others also returned to the guild. Erza took Wendy to the president to reintroduce this mission, and explained the follow-up Demon Cat's house. That's what happened, so we invited Wendy and Sha Lulu to join Fairy Tale, said Erza. Wendy also greeted obediently. Please give me a lot of advice. So cute. There is still a mother's. Happy. How old are you, little girl? In an instant, the members of the guild gave a wildly warm welcome, eager to grab Wendy and a few glasses. Welcome all of you back safely. Marajan also greeted her with a smile. Erza came to the president. President. Makarov nodded. You have done a good job in this mission, so that the surrounding area will be calm for the time being. He put on a warm smile again. Of course, Wendy and Sha Lulu are also welcome to join our guild. Erza smiled cheerfully, scanning the guild hall and found no figure of Dieter. Unsurprisingly, he asked, did Dieter go fishing again, and where did he go this time? The smiles on Marajan and Makarov's faces also solidified, as if there was something unspeakable. Erza doesn't feel good. Mira, Dieter he. At this time, Marajan also sighed, looked at Erza with a serious expression, and said seriously, Erza, you did a very good job on this mission, but you didn't do well enough to deal with Jellal's affairs. Marajan's words also quieted the noisy guild. Natsu and the others looked over curiously, not understanding what had happened. Erza opened his mouth to speak. Marajan stops. I don't know how you reawaken the goodness in Jellal, but you shouldn't ignore Dieter's mood. It's not false that Jellal is important to you. But Dieter is also a very important person. In this mission, Dieter didn't get a word of concern from you. You were with Jellal from beginning to end. Erza, Dieter, he's a man, he's strong and powerful, it's true, but he's also full of lust. It is also easy to think blindly, and he will also feel tired. But what have you done for him? Advertisement. Silent. No one in the guild dared to say a word. All stayed silent. Erza bowed his head. Yes, Dieter is amazing and not fake, and has never been unhappy since we met. His powerful strength makes him enough to handle everything. It made her feel that Dieter should do it, not appreciate it. Seems to ignore Dieter's mood too much. Where is he? Erza asked. Marajan walked back to the counter to clean the tableware and said, let's go, I'm traveling, don't worry, I'll see him in a few years. Several years. Erza's pupils tightened. His breathing was a little short, and his tone was a little stern. Mira, why didn't you stop him? Boom. Mila patted the table and retorted. Why should I stop him? Isn't it normal to travel in a bad mood? Erza pity. Looking at Marajan's eyes also slowly overlapped with Mira, who had a hot temper a few years ago and was evenly matched with her. Very good, it seems that your strength has also recovered, let's fight. Erza reached out and grabbed it, and a sharp sword, Wang Jiao, appeared in the palm of his hand. Ah, come here. Not to be outdone, Marajan put the plate in her hand beside her, and a surging magic power swept her body. Erza said, I won't lose to you. Marajan retorted. Erza, you are too kind, you still have to call me a good sister in terms of relationship. Erza explained. I'm older than you. Marajan was a little proud. So what, I confessed to Dieter first, and it was I who lived with him first. Erza's eyes flashed with anger, but Dieter prefers to shower with me. Dieter he prefers from behind me, Marajan recounts. The guild is in full swing. But this so-called heat is the heat that the grown-up members listen to. Macau listened to the increasingly embarrassing dialogue, tears welling up in her eyes. Dieter, he is good at fun. Kaba also sighed with a melancholy face. I really don't envy at all, I really don't envy, woo woo woo. Chapter 94. Edalus. In the wide forest, Mistogan sits in a clearing and eats grilled fish. Softer. There seemed to be something in the grass not far away. Mistogan looked over and was vigilant. The most dangerous monsters in the wild were living monsters, and many of them were extremely powerful. If you don't care, you will be attacked and seriously injured. Even if you are sleeping, you must prepare something vigilant by your side. Who? The footsteps approached, and Mistogan became more serious when he learned that there might be people in the grass. This place is not in front of the village and not in the back of the store. Definitely more dangerous than beast monsters, he questioned severely, and already reached out and grabbed the magic scepter behind him. Don't be nervous, my own. In the grass, Dieter stepped out and waved to Mistogan to calm down. Dieter. Mistogan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the person. Although he didn't have much contact with the people in the guild, he knew a little bit about it. Dieter was the strongest magician other than Gyarados. During the Fairy Civil War, he defeated Thor and Lagoses by himself. I have to say, Mistogan, your ability to hide is really strong. I have been looking for you for several days before I found it. Dieter groaned, slapped off the leaves hanging from his body because he was walking through the woods, sat opposite Mistogan at 5'10", reached out and grabbed the grilled fish from above the fire and ate it. The guild should be fine, although the guild leader is very strong, but it is best to leave a few S-rank mages to guard, and Erza and Marajan will be left after you come out. It was difficult for Mistogan to say a few more words. Dieter shook his head. It's nothing to do with that, buddy, I'm brokenhearted and want to travel to Edelis. Erza came to Mistogan to ask, and as soon as he said the words, he reacted. He opened his eyes and asked with some rapid breathing, what did you say? He didn't dare to talk casually, knowing that Edelis should only be a very small number of people. Dieter, how would he know? It's definitely a problem to find the door at this time. Could it be from there by accident? It's not right. Dieter's arm-stretching magic had been seen with his own eyes, not in Edelis. Don't be nervous, I just know about another world accidentally, but because I don't have an entrance, otherwise I would have traveled there long ago. Compared to this world, I yearn for Edelis more. Dieter waved to Mistogan to take it easy. That world is not good. Mistogan still refused instinctively, as the prince of another world, he could not let others go there for no reason. Advertisement. Especially without his supervision. Has Anima opened more and more frequently in recent years? Have you ever thought about what is being planned over there? Dieter looked up at the sky. It seems that you can see another world through the sky. Draining the magic of this world, your father can't wait. They are waiting for an opportunity. They can't hide. It's better to let me in first. Maybe I can help you solve a lot of things in advance. Dieter said. Mistogan was still hesitating. Of course, he knew that Anima was driving more and more frequently. Unless the problems of the other world were solved, problems would arise sooner or later. Do you know Lysina? Dieter asked. Mistogan nodded and said, Mirajan and Elfman's sister, I heard that she is a little girl who depends on you a lot, but she. Yeah, but she's dead, that's what Mila and Elfman said. Dieter added, she's not actually dead, just like Ms. Belusica, she got into Edelis by accident, and it's rare to have time now, and so do I. I'm going to take her back. Mistogan wall brow. This time he didn't answer casually, because what Dieter said really shocked him. He even knew that Belusica was from that world. But now that he knows his identity, it is normal to see that Mrs. Belusica is familiar with him. Really, being able to become the most powerful among his peers in the guild is not simply relying on strength, his reasoning and IQ are absolutely terrifying. A lot of things can be inferred. I can send you in, I hope that when there is an accident, CFBB, you will be my hidden trump card. Mistogan thought for a long time. In the end, he agreed, because he couldn't find a reason to refuse. In terms of strength, Dieter was very strong, and even no one in that world would be his opponent. In terms of relationship, although Midgang is not familiar with the people in the guild, as a companion, he is willing to trust Dieter. In addition, Edelis is indeed at a very dangerous point now. Early arrangements are also good. Okay, where is the Anima? Let's go there now. Dieter nodded. I can't wait to go to that world and have a good look. After all, there must be a lot of girls, so I can go to the Fairy Tale Guild first. Wait, well, it won't be long before the Anima appears. Mistogan agreed. Dieter was no longer so anxious to see this. Rumble. I don't know how long it has passed, and thunder roared in the sky. Immediately, Mistogan and Dieter looked up at the sky, and saw clouds over the mountains in the distance. Advertisement. The dark cloud was spinning, and there was a strange hole in the middle, and a lot of magic power was unscrupulously shrunk into the other world. Not good. This Anima is too huge, and it may not be able to close successfully, I'm afraid time is running out. Mistogan looked at the terrifying Anima and regretted his powerlessness. Such a big Anima is probably impossible to close. I'm running out of time. It seems that even if you send me to another world, I'm afraid you won't have time to help you clean up some garbage. After you send me in, you should hurry back to the guild. Dieter said hurriedly. Mistogan nodded, and the two immediately packed up and went under the hole. Goodbye Edelis. After Mistogan spoke to Dieter, he also manipulated magic and threw him through the hole to Edelis. Fairy Tale Guild. It's been raining non-stop, Lucy said, looking at the pattering rain outside the window. Juvia explained. This is not caused by Juvia. There. Mirajan put on her coat and walked outside. Haha, it's still the best day to date your boyfriend when it's raining, Kana said drinking heavily. Mirajan quipped. Kana, remember to leave a little boyfriend to entertain guests. Kana asked, strange, are you going out in this weather? Mira. Well, I'm going to church. Mira nodded. Go outside. At the door, Erza just came in from the outside, and the two women met. Have you found Dieter? Mirajan asked. Erza shook his head without answering. Bored to find a place to sit down listless. It was cloudy outside. Thunder and lightning. The rain kept falling, and the air was filled with a depressing breath. In this weather, I really don't even have the energy to do the task. Rumble. The city is gone. Chapter 95. Join the Fairy Tale Guild in Edelis world. Edelis. Is this the new world? It's really weird. Dieter came to Edelis through Anima, and immediately felt that the surrounding air was very strange. I guess it was because there was no magic power. Fortunately, my strength has nothing to do with magic, otherwise it would be very difficult. Dieter breathed a sigh of relief. The Navy 6 and the rubber fruit ability had nothing to do with magic, so even if he didn't have time to take the pill, he wouldn't lose his strength. Look at the world again. The suspended island and the huge sphere made him feel different, and at the same time shocked those who violated the theorem in this world, river water. Then the first stop is Fairy Tale. As Dieter said, a powerful sense of seeing and hearing was released instantly, spreading towards the surroundings. But it doesn't feel any presence. Either because people in this world don't have magic in their bodies, or because there's no one around. Dieter frowned. His mood was mixed. Although seeing and hearing color is only level 1, and the perceptible range is not too small, it is unable to perceive any human breath. This is the first time that the target has been lost. Forget it. Go in one direction. Dieter sighed. Under the control of Moonstep, it flew towards the eastern woods. Edalus, Fairy Tale Guild was in the woods, so it was natural to come here to find it. Open black lens bracket ah. Sign into Edalus, reward 40 skill points. The system appears in the mind. The new skill points have been successfully credited. It's 40 points again, then fill up the Overlord color first, then the armor color. Dieter made the choice without thinking. This decision was made when the decision to add a single point was made. With his orders, level 8 Overlord color successfully points to the full level of level 10. The remaining 20 points are added to the armament color, and the current skill levels are as follows: Navy 6 style full level, Rubber Fruit ability full level, Overlord color domineering level 3, Armament color domineering level 3, and Knowledge color level 1. Go down and try the effect of the Overlord ability after the full level. Dieter muttered. Fall from the sky into the woods. Under the perception of seeing, hearing, and color, I also know that there are many animals here. Overlord. Dieter uses domineering instantly. That powerful aura was instantly released, and all the animals within the range of the Overlord bleed their noses and twitched to death. The trunks and trees were stunned by the momentum. There were cracks in the torso. Dieter soon discovered that the momentum of the Overlord was not instantaneous. But it is still in the continuous effect. Within the shocking range of the Overlord, this shocking force has changed from an instant shock to a continuous damage. Domain skills. Dieter was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this continuous damage the same as the domain skill? It is simply too strong to be able to continuously inflict continuous damage to all people within this range. Cowhide. Dieter praised that the continuous physical damage is enough to cause great trouble to the opponent. Advertisement. Even a powerful person would be shocked by this momentum, and it was the same as those domain skills. It can be said that Dieter has become more powerful. Marvelous. Dieter also tested single shock and instant shock, and the power increased to a certain extent. It can be said that the full level Overlord color has broken away from the original restrictions and entered a higher level. We can't test out the second stage increase in armament color if it's less than level 4, but I think it should be very powerful. Dieter thought. While walking, he used domineering. I want to use it more proficiently and understand the duration of the Overlord color. Just go. It didn't take long for some people to appear in Dieter's sensual atmosphere, which was where the Edalus Fairy Tale Guild was located. It's finally here. Dieter walked forward happily, thinking about what to do next. Soon, a short distance away from Fairy Tale. Edalus Fairy Tale is a dark guild, and it is difficult to get them to trust. Especially at this juncture, it is very suspicious for individuals to find them directly. Looks like I'm going to use some tricks. Dieter took a deep breath, rubbed his face with both hands to make the whole person look even more ugly, and then shook his body and ran to the gate of the guild. He slammed the guild door hard, then fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Slightly different. The people inside successfully heard the dull sound of knocking on the door, and took the cloth to open the door to see the uniqueness of falling to the ground. Everyone, come and see, here is a person who fainted. Nabu said. Other people in the guild looked over curiously. Who is this? Someone you haven't seen before. Don't worry about it so much at this time, maybe it's an internal response from the kingdom's army. Yeah, hurry up and throw him out, don't let him bring him in. Good. Everyone in the guild lives with nervousness, and seeing strangers is also very worrying. Don't dare to have any superfluous kindness, etc. At this time, Marajan hurriedly stopped, squatted down and lifted Dieter's arm, and saw the badge of the Fairy Tale Guild engraved on her shoulder. The badge of our guild, is he a member of our guild? Immediately someone exclaimed. More people began to look at Dieter's face, as if trying to tell if they had seen it before. It's very likely that people in the guild who got lost inadvertently in the past were too rushed back then, and many people didn't have time to come back after completing their tasks, Marajan said. Everyone else kept their mouths shut. How powerful the fairy tale used to be, but later, because the royal army banned the spread of magic among the people, many people were lost. No matter what, since it's engraved with our guild's badge, it must have something to do with us. Take him into the house and wait until he wakes up and ask before asking. Marajan said. A group of people also took Dieter into the house to prepare medicine and began to check his body for injuries. After some inspection, he was relieved. The absence of wounds also means that they did not come after being chased by the royal army, which ruled out the possibility that the royal army would find it. For flowers. Advertisement. Now, Dieter, who was lying down, was also relieved. If you want to make a difference, you must join the fairy tale, and fainting and badges are the most reliable things, so he will pretend to faint to integrate into the guild. In the follow-up, you just need to rush over with this group of people. Counting the time, Dieter woke up almost after seeing him. You're awake. Marajan looked unique up close and somehow felt the face was friendly. You are. Dieter pretended to be confused, raised his eyebrows and asked, and at the same time got up and shrank his body, looking at the group of people in front of him vigilantly. My name is Marajan, are you from the Fairy Tale Guild? Marajan asked. Dieter suddenly had an expression as if the secret had been discovered, and immediately reprimanded in a cold tone. I don't know what you are talking about, I just want to ask for a glass of water. If you don't want to give it to me, let me go. Dieter was acting like he didn't want to be known by others. This is how they can be convinced. Don't worry, this is the Fairy Tale Guild, you can put your guard down. Nabu persuaded. Lucy also said, we have seen the badge of the guild on your arm, you can rest assured that although we are running around, this is your forever home. Dieter's face changed dramatically. He immediately folded his shoulders and sneered. Hee, it seems that you already know that I am a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, but even if you kill me, I don't know where Fairy Tale is. You people can't use this threat. These words also moved everyone in the guild. I am very pleased and satisfied that Dieter cannot sell the guild. Don't you remember us? It's been a few years, but you shouldn't forget it, Marajan said. Dieter frowned, seriously looked at Marajan in front of her. Vigilance, hesitation, surprise, and finally joy. A series of expressions were used to the extreme by him, and he asked with trembling lips, is this really from Fairy Tale? Marajan nodded. Moment. Dieter performed without saying a word, taking Marajan into his arms. It was as if the child who had run away from home had finally returned, and everyone in the guild was convinced of Dieter's identity. It's all right, welcome back. Marajan didn't push Dieter away, and the reason wasn't clear. It felt warm in his embrace. There is a feeling of nostalgia. She couldn't tell what was going on, maybe it was the bond between the companions. Dieter, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Wow, Miss Myra's body is as soft as ever. It seems that this play is also very well performed, and the next step is to fully integrate into the guild. Ding. Sign into Daedalus World Fairy Tale, reward 40 skill points. Close black lens bracket. Sudden. The system in the brain re-signs. The sudden situation also surprised Dieter. You can still sign in. B. Chapter 95. Act, then act. Originally, Dieter thought that each episode could only be signed once. Now it seems that it is not all, it should be done according to the location. Doesn't it mean that if Daedalus World has Hilo, Harjan or Sirius Island, you can also check in? Thinking of that, Dieter's heart went wild. I can't wait to leave the guild immediately to find the same location in the two worlds to sign in. Always gain more skill points to level up. Fortunately, Dieter quickly calmed down and speculated that the reason for this sign-in was 80% because the Fairy Tale Guild was too special to be able to sign in. It is estimated that the probability of being checked in elsewhere is very small. It's another 40 skill points, let's add it directly to the armament color. Dieter muttered. He quickly manipulated the extra skill points to add to the domineering armament. Moment. 573, armed color domineering has been upgraded to level 7. Go directly to the third release stage of the armed color. At that moment, Dieter's physique became stronger, and the upgraded armament color also greatly enhanced the power of the Navy's sixth form and the ability of the rubber fruit. As long as he wishes, he can smash the internal organs without destroying the appearance of the enemy. Too strong. Excited, Dieter also pulled back and released Marajan, with a deep smile in his eyes. You rest well, Fairy Tale will always be your home. Marajan's kind consolation. Dieter nodded and glanced at the members of the guild, all preparing to find a way for them to fight back against the kingdom's army in this world. Dieter. At this time, a familiar voice exclaimed. Dieter, Marajan and others looked over, and saw a lovely short-haired girl standing at the back door not far away, who was Lisana. Welcome back, Lisana. Marajan hurriedly greeted Lisana, and everyone else smiled and said hello. And Dieter doesn't need to recognize Lisana directly. Because he still needs to continue acting. With a hint of doubt in his eyes, he asked, Lisana. Have we met before? Advertisement. After asking the question, he also revealed a very ashamed expression and said, I'm sorry, but I was separated from the guild a few years ago, and I have been fleeing outside, and I can't remember too many people about the guild. Marajan also nodded to help. Dieter is indeed a member of our guild. In the past few years, he was in a hurry to hide, and many members did not have time to find him. Lisana kept looking at the unique with suspicious eyes, as if she wanted to see something from him. Feel sorry. After watching it for a while, I can see that there is something tricky, and his expression seems to be different from the brother Dieter in his impression. Maybe it's a former friend. However, Lisana didn't believe it so simply, and was going to find an opportunity to continue to inquire about the news, maybe she could really find something. It's okay, it's my fault for not remembering you. Dieter's face was full of regret, as if feeling deeply guilty for not recognizing Lisana. It doesn't matter, you have suffered outside these years. If you need help, just say it. Lucy was also concerned over there. Soon everyone else in the guild spoke up to comfort him. Seeing this, Lisana's mouth twitched. Her sisters Marajan and Erza were taken into her arms just like that. If the Dieter in front of her was not the one she imagined, it would really make no sense. Let Lisana take you to a room to rest and wait until you feel better before doing the task, Marajan said. Dieter nodded. Lisana over there also agreed and walked towards the back door with uniqueness. Out the back door, Lisana turned her head to look at Dieter with burning eyes. Brother Dieter, why did you come to this world? Are Sister Mila and the others okay? Sister Lisana, what are you talking about? What this world? Your sister Mila is fine, why are you asking such a question? Dieter pretended to be puzzled. Answer her question seriously. The performance was so superb that Lysina began to wonder if she was really thinking too much. Maybe the dieter in front of him is really dieter from the Edalus world. Act, then act. Fairy tale in Edalus world doesn't have you at all, I never remember. Lysina continued to test. Dieter was even more strange. Sister Lysina, are you feeling unwell? I'd better let your sister take me to a place to rest. You should pay attention to rest. Lysina really believed it by 7 or 8 points. The dieter in front of him may really be different from what he imagined. I'm fine, I'll take you to see your resting room. Lysina gave up completely. Advertisement. I thought that I would be able to see Brother Dieter again, but now it seems unlikely. After that, I am afraid that I will really have to live in this world. I am afraid that Sister Mila and Brother Elfman will never see each other. To the resting bedroom. Dieter also felt strange when he looked at the leaked shop, and asked back, the kingdom is constantly chasing and killing our fairy tale. I really want to die with them, so that our guild can live a better life in the future. Don't be stupid, the royal army is very well equipped, and we can't deal with it at all. Lysina persuaded. Dieter said nothing more. It is also unlikely that the fairy tale guild in Edalus world will resist. Equipment is indeed a very big problem, and it is indeed very difficult for a group of miscellaneous soldiers to defeat soldiers in divine suits. It seems that it is not easy to make fairy tale obedient. You are resting here, and you can go to the front yard to ask if you have anything. Lysina also left after instructing. Only Dieter was left in the house. He sat on the bed and dragged his chin in thought. The fairy tale guild has been hiding for so many years, and it really does not dare to confront the royal army head on. It must find a way. Hey, annoying wow. Dieter lay down helplessly, looking at the dilapidated room and couldn't think of a good solution. If it's really useless for 1.1, then I have to push it. Sweep the entire Edalus with a unique and powerful strength. It may be a little tiring to push the past, but it is also a good way. Forget it, push it. Dieter thought for a long time, and finally made the decision to push. It is impossible to drive the entire fairy tale to resist together. The difference in equipment is the real difference. It's not like shouting. We are fairy tale wizards and we can explode unprecedented power, the two worlds are still somewhat different. Now I have to make other plans. Counting the time, Natsu and the others are coming soon. It's a rare opportunity to tease Natsu, Wendy, Happy, and Sha Lulu. Dieter suddenly became playful. Acting must be serious and not give up halfway. Chapter 96. Goblin Hunter, Erza Netverka. While Dieter is resting, in the fairy tale guild, Lucy also found a group of malicious people. Hey, which way are you? What are you trying to do by sneaking around here? Lucy crouched down and looked at Natsu and the others and questioned him. Everyone is so weird. Miss Lucy is also scary. Natsu and Wendy both took a few steps back in fear, and they were also a little scared looking at the guild members who were completely different from their impressions. Huh, Natsu. Lucy stared at it from a close distance, and suddenly realized that he locked his waist and shouted. It turned out to be Natsu. You kid, what are you doing hiding so well? It scared me. This guy is Natsu. Why are you dressed like this? It turned out to be Natsu. I thought someone else sneaked into our guild. The others in the guild were also relieved. If Dieter came first, then there would be a problem. Since it's Natsu, it's fine. Lucy said, Natsu, where have you been running all these days? I'm so worried about you. Natsu said different. Wendy was also a little surprised. Sudden. Lucy was twisted and twisted for 25Z, and his hands were drilled on his forehead. To be punished. Immediately, someone in the guild exclaimed. Appeared. One of Lucy's 48 torture stunts, drill and crush. Natsu-san. Natsu. Wendy and Happy exclaimed. The gentle and elegant Kana also smiled and helped. Don't bully him all the time, or it will be pitiful. Happy complained. It doesn't look like Kana at all. Elfman, who looked at the guild, also continued to complain, and this side is even more extreme, and it doesn't look like Elfman at all. Then there was chaos. The changes in the guild made Wendy and others more and more confused, and they felt that there was a big difference from their impression. Lucy, you're bullying Natsu, that's okay. Just as Lucy was carrying Natsu to teach him a lesson, Lysina walked in through the back door and lectured Lucy. At that moment Natsu froze. Happy also stared at Lysina's figure. Lysina. Natsu looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Impossible. Happy couldn't believe that Lysina in front of him actually appeared. Advertisement. Lysina. Lysina. Happy. And Natsu immediately jumped towards Lysina, cheering. Don't think about it. Lucy immediately brought Natsu and Happy down with a high leg lift. He grabbed Natsu and said, when did you become such a beast? Because Lysina is still alive, and the people are there, Natsu explained with a weeping voice. Lucy asked back, what the hell are you talking about? Why is Lysina here? Happy wondered. Wendy said at this time, I remember Miss Mila's sister, didn't she have passed away long ago? Sha Lulu swept over everyone in the guild. This means that not everyone's personalities are reversed, Sha Lulu said. Wendy and Happy both look at her. Sha Lulu continued to explain. Mila is the same as usual, she hasn't changed at all, the most decisive key is there. Saying that, Sha Lulu pointed her finger at the blue-haired girl with an explosive figure in front of the commission bar. Wendy, don't you think that little girl looks a bit like you? Have it. The overall feeling is really similar. After seeing the girl, Wendy said incredulously, "Is that person me?" "Sweep the exploding figure." Wendy blushed. Why did she look like that? Sha Lulu said. "This is not upside down at all, but completely different. Yes, these people are not the companions we are looking for at all. They are different people, they are the beginning. It's not impossible for people who live in Edelis, it's the same as the parallel world. Edelis has its own unique history and culture, so of course fairy tale may also exist." Quote. "How come? This is the fairy tale that was originally in Edelis. Then where are our familiar companions?" Natsu et al. Were horrified. Just thinking about this kind of thing is horrifying. These people with their familiar faces, are completely different from the people they know. It turned out to be Edelis' existing guild member. They're kind of weird. I don't know when. Dieter came to Listen aside and watched Natsu and others continue to act. Listen nodded, an unsure idea in her mind. However, because of Dieter's matter, she was not so anxious to make sure, and she would wait and see to understand. Dieter. Natsu also saw Dieter beside Listen. Immediately after calling out, he did not dare to continue speaking, because the Dieter in front of him was probably the Dieter of the Edelis world. Natsu is it. We should not be familiar with it. Play. Advertisement. Then act. Dieter smiled cheerfully in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be really unfamiliar. Brother Dieter may also be different from what we know, so it's better to leave quickly. Wendy whispered. Natsu and even. Happy, and Sha Lulu nodded and felt very right. As he spoke, he was ready to go outside. Boom. At this time, Nabu pushed open the door of the guild and immediately shouted to the people, "It's the Goblin Hunter is here." Shock. All the guild members widened their eyes in shock. Witch Cat, where do you want to go? It's dangerous outside. Damn it, is this place already exposed? Those people in the kingdom are going to hunt us down again, and things are going to be tricky now. The panic in the guild was noticed by Natsu and the others. Kingdom people, happy? Asked. Sha Lulu said. They should be the ones who sent us out. Happy, said in disbelief, are we two enemies of fairy tale? The guild was in chaos. Dieter, on the other hand, was a little squeamish. Erza Netwoka, this is a rare opponent, what will happen if you kill her in 573? Dieter shook his head quickly. Now I can't shoot casually, and if I shoot, I won't see the famous scene of Erza vs Erza. Gee, I'm really unconvinced to just leave like this. Dieter thought about it a lot, but was very unhappy at the thought that he still needed to retreat. Take steps towards the door. Dieter, what are you doing? Come back quickly, the teleportation magic will be ready soon, and we can leave soon. Mirajan immediately scolded Dieter when she saw this. And Unique stood at the door, adjusted his mood and started acting. He pretended to be apologetic and said, I'm sorry everyone, but I didn't wander into the guild unintentionally, but was chased by the Goblin Hunter. I'm sorry to reveal everyone's whereabouts unintentionally. After saying this, Dieter took a deep breath and put on a smile. It's too late, I'm willing to use my life to resist the enemy, you all run away. The voice fell and Dieter walked out of the guild gate, leaving everyone behind. Everyone in the guild was a little lost. Idiot, you are a fairy tale person, life or death, this is your home, come back, we can leave. Mirajan called. Lysina also persuaded immediately. Yeah, come in quickly, we will successfully teleport. However, Dieter's back trembled slightly. A bleak smile leaked out. You treat me as family, so I shouldn't be sorry for you, don't worry, I will try my best to live. After speaking, Dieter rushed into the woods and disappeared before his eyes. Sing. Chapter 97. Dieter vs Erza Netwoka. Boom. The guild teleports away. Erza Netwoka, who was riding the giant monster, swooped in the air. Teleportation. Gone, Erza Netwoka said. The captain of the 4th Demon War Force, Huge Boy, wore pink armor, and exhaled in a nasal voice. Teleportation magic, right. To use that kind of magic that wastes magic power. This kind of dark guild is really mind-blowing. Erza Netwoka stood on top of the giant monster and said, Sig Boy, you're here too. Huge Boy spread his hands helplessly and said, really, these goblins are fascinated very quickly. Flying around like flies, it's an eyesore, Erza Netwoka said. It's a pity this time, Goblin Hunter, but the number of times that group of guys can teleport is running out. It's just a matter of time until they are hunted, said Huge Boy. And Erza Netwoka replied with a smile. No, it's not a pity, I didn't wipe out the entire army, but I also encountered a single one. Are you still going to hide, a member of the Fairy Tale Guild? Huge Boy also looked into the forest on the side. Hide. Dieter came out of the woods, glanced at Hugboy and Erza Netwoka and shook their heads with a smile. Where did you see that I was hiding instead of waiting for you? Stretching. Dieter prepares to move. Although acting is cool, you need to be very vigilant to prevent your words from being revealed. And now that the people watching the show have left, there is no need to continue the show, and the next step is hunting. Unscrupulous kill. When did the members of the Dark Guild dare to confront the royal army? Aren't you fairy tales all a group of rats in the sewer, you can only hide? Huge Boy replied with a smile. When Hugboy said fairy tale was a rat in the sewer. Dieter's overlord color was released instantly. That powerful aura instantly enveloped Dieter's entire body. A little bit. The swaying body of the tree, the branches cracked with cracks. The gravel on the ground was shaken by the terrifying momentum, and slowly floated up and suspended within the range of Dieter's overlord color. Bai Yun in the sky dissipated in fear. That moment. Hugeboy and Erza Netwoka's faces changed dramatically. Puff. The former vomited blood when he was shocked by the sudden momentum, and his face paled in disbelief and raised his arm to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The look at Dieter was terrifying. Terror towering into the sky, the stalwart figure cannot be looked directly at the king. That kind of aura gave him the feeling that he was facing God, more terrifying than the god of magic. What exactly is this? Sigboy couldn't keep his indifferent smile any longer, and clenched his teeth as he watched Dieter's questioning in fear. And Erza Netwoka didn't even have time to talk to Shogboy. At this moment, she endured the terrifying momentum again and again, and at the same time was driving the giant beast under her feet. The giant beast was so frightened that it couldn't stand up stably, and it could fall down anytime, anywhere, so it shouldn't be too bad. Hee, a beast still wants to fight against me, but I can't. Dieter was a little weird to see that the giant beast didn't vomit blood or jeer for the first time, but he quickly increased his aura against it again. An even more terrifying deterrent burst out in an instant. Roar. The beast roared miserably. Boom. Advertisement. The body can no longer maintain rationality, and uses the body to shake constantly. In the end, Xingju fell to the ground unbearably. Who are you? Erza Networka stared at Dieter questioningly with that shock. Who I am. Dieter maintained a domineering aura, enveloped Hugboy and Erza Networka, and approached them with a playful smile. I'm an S-class wizard from Fairy Tale in Aslant. Dieter answered proudly. Both Hugboy and Erza Networka have dilated pupils as Dieter. Are you afraid? Dieter narrowed his eyes to see the two of them. I don't care what you do, but you should never say fairy tale as a fly, a rat in the ditch, are you ready to die? Dieter's voice was not high, but it was terrifying in the ears of two people. They didn't expect that the mages in the world of Aslan would have such strength, but they actually made their bodies tremble. The kind of powerful deterrent that cannot be competed with. Erza, kill him, Shogboy immediately roared. His body was about to be unable to hold up, the deterrent force was too strong, and he even vomited blood, which caused a serious injury to his vitality, and he was almost kneeling at the moment. What? Erza Netwoka growled. 10 ring guns. The spear in his hand instantly transformed into a two-handed sword and slashed towards Dieter. Too slow. Dieter shook his head in disappointment, moving his feet slightly. The two-handed sword fell against Dieter's clothes. And the unique body is also quite close to Erza Netwoka. You are defeated. Dieter's voice was quiet. One-handed claws instantly grabbed Erza's throat and slammed it towards the ground. Brown. Boom. Ahem. The ground was smashed, and Dieter's palms were stained with blood from Erza Netwoka's cough. The latter stared at Dieter's unwavering eyes in horror. How come? How could he be so powerful? Erza Netwoka couldn't believe that as a goblin hunter and the captain of the Royal Army's 2nd Demon Warfare Unit, she was defeated by a single move. Why is the power of the two worlds so huge? As one of the most powerful individual soldiers in the kingdom's army, she was unexpectedly defeated by this person. Erza, are you kidding me? Over there, Hugboy roared, pulling out the rose sword from his waist and slashing towards Dieter. There is not much difference in the strength of the captains of the kingdom's demonic forces, but as the captain of the 4th demonic forces, he knows the strength of Erza Netwoka. Such a powerful man was defeated in one move. Sigboy. Advertisement. Dieter's body twisted flexibly, watching the sword shadows that Sigboy kept slashing out easily to dodge. You're useless to me, so go to hell. Dieter said. After avoiding the sword shadow again, Dieter reached forward with one hand, just sticking to the pink armor of Hugboy, his face changed into a disdainful smile. Hugeboy. Run. Erza Netwoka in the pit in the ground immediately exclaimed when he saw that smile. She also held back her physical discomfort and threw the weapon at Dieter. Armed color release. 6 types of profound truth. Biggest wheel. 6 king's spear. Dash dash exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Pung. The fully released 6 king's spear generated a huge shock wave, coupled with the release ability of the weapon color rising to level 7, it instantly blasted into the body of Sigboy. His body was ignited by the shock wave at that moment. Blast. Ding. And Dieter immediately covered his body with a weapon color to block the sharp sword thrown by Erza Netwoka. The smell of blood permeated the entire woods. Dieter picked up Erza Netwoka's sword from the ground, walked in front of her, raised his foot and stepped on her, the blade stroking her neck. Your heart is beating fast, and it looks like you're scared of Erza, the goblin hunter, Dieter quipped. Erza Netwoka struggled, but how could Dieter let her go and force her feet again? Ah, pain. A sharp pain came out of Erza Netwoka's mouth. She was very pale. The body is very uncomfortable, and is shocked by the powerful momentum, and there is a more terrifying force that continues to enter the body and destroy the internal organs. Scary. Scary. The cold light on the blade warned her that she would be beheaded at any time. The Fairy Tale Guild has a woman who is exactly like you. Her name is Erza Scarlet. She is much stronger than you in terms of charm and spirit, Dieter said. Erza Netwoka sneered. Then she must be your comrade, with the exact same face, is your hand. Kill me. Ah, Dieter sneered. He crouched down and pinched her face to play with the taste. Erza is my woman, but you know me, and I know your relationship, so of course I can't do it. Ah, then you're out of luck, she's turned into a waste crystal. Erza Netwoka laughed. Dieter shook his head and threw the sword to the ground. Put away the awe-inspiring aura of the Overlord, turned around and left. I want to see a play. This play is Erza Netwoka vs Erza Scarlet. I hope you perform well. If you let me down, you're dead. I'm going to kill your king next. See you later. Gah. Dieter's figure suddenly disappeared. Erza Netwoka's face was ashen with anger. With difficulty, he got up from the ground, put away his weapon, and came to the huge monster to help check the injury. I'm in a very bad mood. That guy, too powerful. No. Chapter 98. Erza Netwoka's fear. Thanks to the monthly ticket of the black and not afraid of Japan, thank you. Far away. Dieter moved forward leisurely. Kill Erza Netwoka? To be honest, even if he knew that the two were in different worlds, he still couldn't do it. The one called Hugboy was killed, but Erza Netwoka could only give up. Now that Dieter's strength has been strengthened again and again, his strength has surpassed that of the Holy 10 Sorcerers by a lot, so it would be a shame if he couldn't beat Erza Netwoka or Hugeboy. Conservative estimates, the unique feeling is that other than Zerf or Black Dragon, other opponents are unlikely to be defeated. Of course, not losing and being beaten are two different things. If you run into some of the 12 shields of the Guardian, you may have to run away. But Dieter didn't care. With the blessing of Goldfinger, he has been growing, and there may be more terrifying abilities to open in the future. The capital of Edalis. Erza Netwoka flew back in a woeful way in the beast. That's amazing. Erza, Hughes, the captain of the 3rd Magic War Corps, came to greet him immediately, and just about to say a few words about the huge magic crystal, he found that Erza Netwoka was not in a good state. Erza, what's wrong with you? You look so embarrassed. What about Hughes? Hughes asked hastily. Cough cough. Erza Netwoka held the wall in embarrassment, looked over at Hughes and said, I want to meet King 607 of the country, and the matter about the magic crystal needs to be discussed in the long run. What more need to be said? With this magic crystal, the magic of our world will be multiplied. Hughes said. Erza Netwoka did not respond directly and walked towards the palace where the king was. Sigboy was killed. Killed in one move. I was defeated in one move. That man is too powerful. Erza Netwoka's voice was hateful. Dieter's smile was still echoing in his mind, and he didn't take her seriously from beginning to end. It's like seeing weak ants. The kind of eyes that don't care and never put her in his eyes. What? Houston was shocked. Advertisement. Staring at Erza Netwoka in disbelief. Sugarboy dead. Being beaten to death by a single move, who has that kind of strength, especially when Erza Netwoka is around. One-sided defeat. Even the super powerful Erza Netwoka was defeated in one move. How is it possible here? Absolutely impossible. CFBB, Hughes couldn't believe it easily, and rushed in front of Erza Netwoka in a somewhat anxious tone, blocking her way. Erza, what you said just now is false, right? You and Hugeboy were acting together, and someone even killed one. You are so powerful that you are not an opponent. Hughes questioned. It's impossible to think about such a thing. Erza's sword is very powerful, super powerful, and Hugboy's strength is almost the same. They were actually killed. One move. Erza Netwoka pushed Hughes away angrily, gritted his teeth and moved on. There was panic in his tone. That man is so powerful that he has never felt despair, let alone me, even the commander of the kingdom's army can't possibly be an opponent. After talking about Dieter's horror, Erza Netwoka said, the next goal of that man is the king, and he must protect the king, or he will die. Will die. What will die? Erza Netwoka, why do you look so ugly? In front of him, Ponsalili heard Erza Netwoka's words and stepped forward curiously, looking at her very puzzled. Pomsalili. Erza Netwoka said hello by name. Pangsalili nodded and continued to ask, didn't you and Hugboy go hunting goblins? Why is your face so ugly, and why didn't Hugboy come with you? Erza Netwoka gritted his teeth and stated, Sigboy and I found the fairy tale station, but they were teleported away in time, but where did we meet a terrible man? She had an ugly look on her face when she spoke of Dieter. Ponsalili asked, scary man. Didn't you bring him? Maybe he knows where fairy tale will teleport. Bring it here. Erza Netwoka wanted to laugh, and sneered after hearing Pangsarieli's words. I want to take it too, but because of this thought, Hugeboy was killed by that man in one move. You will die in one move, that kind of horror you can never imagine, even if I can't keep up with his speed at all, I was also defeated by one move. Advertisement. How do you think I got back? Escape. Of course not, we didn't even have the strength to escape in the hands of that man, I was spared by him pity. Ah, that man is so scary. I've never seen such a terrible person before, that guy's strength is beyond imagination. Passarelli was also stunned when he saw Erza Netwoka, who was gradually losing his mind. Among the captains of the royal army, Erza Netwoka was not weaker than him. Such a strong and confident person was beaten out of proportion, and now he is even more afraid of constantly telling the other party's terror. What a blow this is to take. Erza Netwoka, calm down. Passarelli looked at Erza Netwoka, who was getting out of control. Erza Netwoka took a deep breath, tried not to imagine Dieter's strength, and then continued to say, that's right, now we have to pass the king. Let him pay attention to safety. That terrible man said he would kill the king. With his strength, each of us will be opponents. Hughes and Ponce Lily also cheered up a lot after hearing the words. Erza Netwoka is so scary that you can't even imagine the existence. I really want to try it myself. And Hughes clenched the baton in his hand and said, come on, come on. I believe it must be very interesting. Erza Netwoka just sneered at the change of the two. Am looking forward to. Want to try your hand at it. Really fearless ignorant. That man is definitely scarier than you want to see. As you please. Erza Netwoka was disdainful, and she even went to explain and persuade the two of them. Since they are so self-sufficient, then simply wait for them to regret it. The strength of that man will definitely make these two guys have no chance to beg for mercy. The naive ants will only be immersed in their own ignorant world. Hope that Erza isn't too strong. Erza Netwoka was also worried when he thought of the man's words before he left. The chance for her to live lies in that Erza. As long as she catches the exact same woman, she can not only live, but also make that man regret what he did before. Chapter 99. Two Mirajans together, hehehehe. Luan City. Sign in. Sign in. You sign in for me. The circular architectural style is also unique, and the resting hotel is unique. Hey, it doesn't look like every city can sign in. Dieter sighed. Enter Edalus and sign in successfully. After arriving at the Fairy Tale Guild, he successfully signed in again. He thought he could continue to sign in when he arrived in other cities, but he thought too much. The place Edalus can sign in should be a place that has some meaning. Obviously Luan was not among them. Suddenly, Dieter was a little different. He felt a familiar aura within the range of his perception. Gajiel. That breath is Gajiel. Dieter jumped out of the hotel window. It's time for acting again. In a small alley. Okay, where should I start? I think it's the fastest way to ask someone else. Gajiel is wondering what to do. Hello Gajiel, I have some inside information and I hope you, the most well-informed reporter, can help me expose. Dieter walked across the road towards the small alley. Came to Gajiel's side and whispered cautiously. Dieter, you're here too. Gajiel was also a little surprised when he saw the person. He didn't expect Dieter to come to Edalus, so things would be much easier. Dieter's face was full of doubts, and Gajiel couldn't help but said, you know me. I'm just an ordinary citizen, how could you know me? Gajiel was a little stunned. Instantly understood, maybe the Dieter in front of me is Dieter of Edalus world. He suddenly wanted to punch Dieter. The guild's Dieter is too strong to beat, but the Edalus world's Dieter should be easy to deal with. Gajiel laughed out loud. The corner of Dieter's mouth twitched slightly, this Gajiel was thinking something bad. Advertisement. Should I find 2 excuses to beat him up again when I go back? Gajiel took a deep breath just as he was about to speak harshly, when he suddenly felt that Dieter's scent was very familiar. Familiar to the point of being unfamiliar. Suddenly Gajiel's face was ugly, thinking that the Dieter in front of him was definitely the same person he knew, and he deliberately pretended that Dieter from the Edalus world came to ask for trouble. Get sick. Gajiel thought so. This Dieter is somewhat ill, and likes to pretend to be a stranger when he has nothing to do. If it weren't for the buddy mechanism, I'd be out of luck. He scolded Dieter in his heart. Okay, stop pretending, I don't even have to look carefully to see the sentimentality in you. Gajiel pierced him. Dieter was stunned. Then I remembered that Gajiel could use magic after taking pills, and at the same time, the dragon's sense of smell was also very sensitive, and he could definitely distinguish between true and false identities. But can Dieter admit it? Gajiel, what are you talking about? Aren't you a reporter? How did you turn into a puppy and ask about the smell of others? Dieter denied. Revenge. Absolutely revenge. When Gajiel heard Dieter's description, he knew that this guy definitely saw the idea of that he wanted to do something, and would deliberately take revenge. When are you going to pretend? The rest of the guild is going to be completely magical. Gajiel said. Dieter laughed. Have to. Now it seems that the idea of playing a wave of Gajiel is impossible. Haha. Dieter smiled and patted Gajiel's shoulder in praise. Thanks to you, Natsu and Wendy, Happy, and Shalulu couldn't tell at all, and thought I was Dieter from the Edalus world. Gajiel's mouth twitched. Dieter is poisonous, and cheating is quite addictive. However, I finally heard the good news. I didn't expect that the fire dragon and the heavenly dragon were also there. Where are they? I give them something that can use magic after eating. Gajiel asked hurriedly. Dieter frowned and shook his head. I wanted to meet the guilds in this world before. Later, the royal army of the hunting guild appeared. I took the initiative to come out and talk to them. The guild directly used teleportation magic to leave. It is estimated that they will go to Luan City in the next few days. Dieter said. After hearing the fight, Gajiel was also a little curious. Fight, I don't know how it feels. Are there any very strong opponents? Dieter nodded. As far as I know, there are only 4 people in this world with extraordinary combat power. They are the 4 captains of the Demon War Force, and I met Erza Netwoka, the captain of the 2nd Demon War Force. I didn't expect it. Erza is the enemy in this world. Gajiel scoffs. So you lost. Advertisement. Of course, no, I met the 2nd and 4th captains. I killed the 4th and released Erza, mainly because I wanted to see Erza vs Erza, so I didn't touch her, Dieter explained. For flowers. Gajiel was also curious to hear this. The fight between the 2 Erzas seemed really interesting. Hee. Dieter laughed suddenly, and said, as far as I know, the captain of the 1st Demon War Force is called Pangsalili, and he is a cat, just like, Happy, and Shalulu. What? Suddenly Gajiel's eyes lit up. Cat. Before I came to this world, I planned to find a cat, but I couldn't find it. Now it's really an opportunity. Where is he? Gajiel can't wait to catch it. The captain of the 1st Demonic Battle Force, as soon as he heard it, he knew that the fight was very powerful, and he was worthy of the Iron Dragon. In the capital of the kingdom, including the magic crystal, I was planning to go to the capital, and I found you here by chance, Dieter said. Jellal nodded in satisfaction. Now that we have all the clues, the next step is to go to Guadu, and then we will be able to find people and cats. The bottle containing the pills was taken out of the body and handed directly to Dieter. This pill allows us to use magic power. Natsu Wendy will exchange it for you. I will go directly to the capital, and see you in the capital then. After speaking, Jellal trotted away, for fear that Dieter would steal his cat. Dieter laughed. At the same time, he rubbed his chin and muttered, so Natsu and Wendy will use their magic power soon, so they don't need to sneak into the capital, they can just break through. Once the pills are in hand, Natsu and Wendy will soon be back on their magic. According to Natsu's temperament, it is impossible to follow Sha Lulu's plan and sneak into the capital, but he will force a way out. On the other hand, it can also prevent Wendy from being extracted from the dragon-slaying magic. Just push hard, there are not many opponents to fight anyway. Dieter compromised. Although it is very interesting to act in front of people from two worlds, there is no such thing as a banquet in the world. Always leave when it's time to leave. Hey, it would be great if the follow-up system could open up the gold finger leading to the two worlds, but this possibility is probably very small. Dieter felt sorry. Two worlds, two Erzas, two Mirajans together. Hey. Chapter 100. Fairy Tale always hunts others. Destroy impossible fantasies. Dieter took the vial back to the hotel and waited for Natsu and the others to arrive. A certain cafe. Ha. Bang bang bang. Lucy Asherai of Edalus World slapped the table wildly and laughed. Are you saying that I'm writing a novel? And I'm still a young lady, using the magic of keys, ha. Natsu continued, it's the same thing about being noisy though. Lucy complained. Don't say I'm noisy. The two continued to communicate. Over coffee and talking about Edalus. About the use and limitations of magic. I found it. Quickly blocked the entrance and exit of the city. Sudden, a group of soldiers of the royal army surrounded them. Without saying a word, he rushed towards several people, trying to arrest them. It's just right, I'm here to try the magic I just got, I'm about to go. Natsu didn't read it at all. He lifted up the flame sword he bought in his hand and pressed the switch. An incomparably powerful flame spewed out from the sword and drowned towards the soldiers of the kingdom army. The flames flashed past, and the raging flames on the sharp blade in his hand began to dissipate. Shield. Damn it, do it again. Natsu said and used the sharp blade again, but this time, no flames spewed out. Didn't I say that magic power is limited here? So all magic has a fixed number of uses. Lucy Asherai reminded. Natsu angrily complained. Can this only be used once? As long as you know how to adjust the firepower, you can use it 100 times, idiot. Lucy Axiu's 607 inches lay was speechless. Those soldiers wouldn't give them a chance. Rush at Natsu and the others with a weapon. It's over. Happy. Shouted in panic. Wendy, on the other hand, continued to be realistic with the magic item in her hand. How do I use this? She twisted the props in her hands constantly. Break. All of a sudden, the magic tool in his hand opened, and a mass of magic power was released. The wind blows. Surrounding Natsu and the others, he slowly floated up. Hoo. Wow. Before he could speak, the tornado carried everyone to the distance. Boom. A large amount of dust was stirred up in a building not far away. Dieter, who was resting in the hotel, was also awakened by the noise. Confused, he looked out the window. Seeing and hearing the color release, instantly enveloped the restless direction and began to perceive. Hey, Natsu and the others have already arrived. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow or a few days later. It seems that we don't need it anymore. Dieter said differently. After packing up, I checked out and walked in the direction of Natsu. Soldiers of the royal army patrol the streets. Try to find the figure of Natsu and others. Inside a circular room, Lucy Ashley looked out through the cracked hole in the wooden door. After confirming that the soldier left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although we have escaped, we may not be able to escape this city. Natsu was speechless. The magic here is really inconvenient. Several people stayed silent. I want to wait and see if I can find an opportunity to escape. Found. It's Fairy Tale's man. Sudden. The soldiers outside suddenly shouted, which shocked Natsu and the others. But then a female voice sounded. Let go of me, I'm not the same Lucy you know, why are you holding me? Natsu. Several people are curious. He secretly opened the door and looked outside. It's Lucy. It's me. Both Natsu and Lucy Asherai said different things. Advertisement. Happy. Is weird. Why is Lucy here? Outside, Lucy Hartfilia struggled with the arm that was grabbed by the soldier and said, really, it hurts me. Just go to her, Natsu said and rushed out of the room, ready to rescue Lucy. Seeing that these soldiers did not let go, Lucy Hartfilia had to take out the key, open it, the door of Scorpio. Wendy in the room immediately reminded, Sister Lucy, you can't use magic in this world. Scorpion. Sudden. Scorpio celestial spirit Scorpion appears. Immediately stunned, Natsu, Wendy and others. Sand Buster. The sand attack bursts out of Scorpion's scorpion tail. Defeat the soldiers in front of you. It's magic. Why? Natsu and Wendy are confused, how can Lucy use magic? Over there, Lucy Hartfilia also saw Natsu, and immediately ran over with a smile. Everyone, I miss you so much. At this time, Lucy Asherai, who was behind Natsu, appeared. Suddenly stunned Lucy Heartfilia. It's me. Soon Natsu explained the two Lucy things. Lucy Ashley said in surprise, could this guy be from Aslant? This is me in Edalis. Lucy Heartfilia said. The scene got weird. Found there. The soldiers soon formed an encirclement again. Shawlulu hurriedly said, I'll talk about it later. If you don't run away, you'll be caught. Lucy Heartfilia patted the small waist and pointed at the soldiers. Natsu, get rid of them quickly. How to solve it? Natsu was speechless. Do you need to ask that? With your magic, of course. Lucy Heartfilia said. Natsu complained. The few of us can't use magic. It should be said, why can you use magic? How do I know? Could it be that I'm the strongest human pendant right now? Lucy Heartfilia returned to his senses. Open it up, Mrs. Rubber. Lucy took out the key and was ready to attack. Suddenly, a long arm stretched out from the roof not far away and surrounded several people. Huh, what is this? An arm. Natsu, what is this? Several people asked incomprehensibly. Suddenly the arm tightened violently, and a huge force searched them out. And at the end of that arm is a person. Dieter. Huh, Dieter of Edalis or Dieter of Aslant. Is it Brother Dieter? When several people saw the person, they suddenly called out in doubt. Dieter kept jumping on the house, turning his head to say hello. Kiss, I didn't expect you to come to Aslant, Natsu and Lucy. After speaking, he turned to Lucy Asherai of Edalis and immediately entered the role of acting. Hello, Lucy Asherai of Edalis. I met Dieter of Edalis World before. I know something about you. It's an honor to meet you. Dieter acted. Lucy Ashley said something different, looked at the arms around his waist and muttered, hello, but your arms are a bit weird. Ah, Natsu struggled unhappily. Why both Unique and Lucy can use magic, but I can't use it. It's so uncomfortable. Yes, Dieter-san can use magic too. What the hell is going on? Wendy, Happy, and Sha Lulu were also a little confused. Dieter smiled and replied, these things will be discussed later, let's leave Luan City first. Gah. After he finished speaking, Dieter instantly used, cut to distance himself from the group of soldiers, then, moon step, and then used it again. Take people directly to the sky to walk forward. It's amazing, this is the magic of the Aslan world. It can even make people walk in the air. Lucy Asherai surprise. It was also surprising to see the ground that was getting smaller and smaller. In the woods, Dieter brought people here before landing. It should be fine to escape this far, Dieter said. Advertisement. Several people sat down and chatted. How did you come to Edalis, Lucy? Why didn't you turn into a magic crystal? Natsu asked. Wendy also explained. We always thought that Sister Lucy would also become a magic crystal, and we have been worried about you. Hearing the question, Lucy Heartfilia explained. It was Horologium and Mistogan who saved me. Horologium sensed the guild's fluctuations and automatically came out of the celestial spirit world to save me. Later, Mistogan explained the world of Anima and Edalis to me. Send me in. After listening to Lucy Heartfilia's explanation, both Natsu and Wendy nodded their understanding. He looked at Dieter again and asked, Dieter, where have you been during this time? Mira and Erza are looking for you. They are in the guild every day, but no one dares to fight in the guild. They are both amazing. Yeah, Erza and Miss Mila have been in a very bad mood these days to find Brother Dieter, and the president can't do anything about it. Wendy also said. Dieter also laughed when he heard their words. I took the initiative to ask Mistogan to send me on a tour, but I didn't expect Anima to involve everyone in this world. Dieter explained casually. Hey, Lucy Ashley asked at this time. Dieter, why are you wearing the same clothes as Dieter in our guild, you? Lucy Ashley now suspects that there is something wrong with the Dieter in front of him. And Natsu and Wendy and Happy, and Sha Lulu also felt that Dieter was hiding something from them. Hear this question. Dieter's eyes also dimmed, and he continued to act in a heavy tone. Dead, I found Dieter dying in the woods, and I talked to him a lot, he is a very good person. In order not to worry you guys in the guild, I hope I can find you and quit the guild so that you don't know that he is dead. Silence. Now both Natsu and Edalis Lucy believe it. Dieter in Edalis world chooses to fight with the goblin hunter to cover the guild's escape, and sacrifice is also normal. Why can Unique and Lucy use magic? At this time, the Happy story is brought up again. Lucy Heartfilia's eyes bloomed with little stars. Could it be that I am the legendary warrior? Lucy, stop dreaming. Dieter broke Lucy Heartfilia's fantasy and took out the vial, because of this. Huh, I remember Mistogan seems to have been eaten by me. After getting the pills in the small bottle, Lucy Heartfilia said quickly. Natsu and Wendy also looked. Dieter explained. This pill was given to Gajil by Mistogan, and then Gajil gave it to me. Yes, Gajil is also in this world and can also use magic, and has now gone to the capital for a rescue operation. The purpose of this pill is to use magic, but due to the limited magic power in Edalis world, only the magic power in the body can be used, remember to use it sparingly. After listening, ignore the first half of the sentence. Both Natsu and Wendy were locked in Dieter's hands, with their bright eyes. I said, do you really want to go to war with the kingdom? Lucy Asherai asked. Natsu answered without hesitation. It goes without saying that this is also to save his companions. And Dieter felt that proper persuasion would have a great effect. Sort out the language and say, is there any choice other than resistance? Blindly escaping is just perishing. From this aspect, Fairy Tale in your Edalus world doesn't deserve this guild name at all. Lucy Asherai did not refute, but squeezed his fists and clenched his teeth. The royal army has 4 captains of the demon war forces. Their strength is outstanding, and they are definitely not something you can deal with. Hearing this, Dieter shook his head immediately. He raised 3 fingers and explained. Not 4 kisses, only 3, and the captain of the 4th demon war force, Hugeboy, has been killed by me. Shock. Lucy Ashley's almond eyes widened. Staring at the unique in disbelief, it seems that he has not yet reacted to his words. Lucy Heartfilia, Natsu, Happy, and others also looked at Dieter. Could there have been a fight before? Sigboy said Fairy Tale is the stinky rat in the sewer, and all who tainted Fairy Tale one's guild should be damned. Dieter grinned. Then he added. Or I can't say there are 3 more, I should say there are 2 more. The goblin hunter Erza Netwoka was also punched by me, but I wanted to see the 2 Erza fight, so I let her go. Life. Very scary. 2 Erza, I'm on fire. Dieter gives me the pill, I'm going to fight. Brother Dieter, I also want to see 2 Erza girls fight. Several people exclaimed. Just thinking about the scene where 2 Erzas are fighting is terrifying. And Lucy Ashley couldn't believe it. The goblin hunter who hunted them for so many years was actually defeated by Dieter in front of him. Is the royal army really that strong? Dieter continued. It was understandable for you to flee in the past, but now that we are here, as members of the Fairy Tale Guild, how can we accept others to hunt? We have always hunted others. Throw a few pills out of the bottle and let Natsu and the others eat them. Boom. The hot and fiery flames erupted instantly. Flames burned on Natsu's body, his eyes turned into dragon eyes and he said, yeah, there's no reason to be hunted. The momentum is getting stronger. Lucy Asherai is also passionate. Yes, how did the Fairy Tale Guild accept the ending of being hunted by others? After a night of recuperation and departure for the capital tomorrow, it's time to make a scene, let the majesty of the Fairy Tale Guild spread to every corner of the Edalus world. Dieter put away the small bottle and said confidently. Lucy Asherai's eyes were also full of fire, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Since 99. Chapter 101. Amazing discovery. Thanks for the reward, only me is happy. Thank you very much. The capital of Edalus. There are a lot of magical creations in the streets and alleys, and the residents of the whole city are laughing and laughing. Everyone is filled with yearning for the future. What is this scene? Lucy Asherai didn't follow, and left in the morning to go back to the guild. Fortunately, Dieter and Natsu, who had magical powers, came to the capital very quickly, and walked to the streets to look at the city full of joy. Didn't you say it's a dictatorship? Wendy asked. Lucy was also surprised. I thought this would be a lifeless city. Natsu said in surprise. And it's easy to get into the city, there are not many soldiers. Next to him, Dieter leisurely observes the objects in this world. After hearing their conversation, he affirmed, this place is completely different from Luan City and Sika City. All the magic power that has been captured is concentrated in this royal capital. In order to gain popular support, such an entertainment city was deliberately built. What a selfish king, Lucy sighed. Continuing to move forward, when passing by a square, I also saw people crowding together, and there seems to be some special event being held there. Is there a parade or something going on? Others also looked over. Natsu rushed over there. Well then, let's take a look. Wait a minute, Natsu. Lucy followed. Wendy and Sha Lulu also hurriedly walked over there, and squeezed through the layers of crowds to see the scenery of the period from a very close distance. Dieter shook his head helplessly. Stepping up, I was prepared to stop Natsu, don't let him mess around at this time. People are crowded, not the time to mess around. He squeezed to Natsu's side and looked at the tall shelf in front of him. And the giant egg magic crystal behind him. The crystal is entangled with ropes, and the red fruit is displayed in front of you. The group of citizens beside him cheered enthusiastically. Magic crystal, Wendy said, looking at the giant magic crystal in front of her. Lucy tensed in his heart and said tentatively, could it be that this is? Dieter replied. They should be the people of Magnolia, but it's obviously just a part of it, there are obvious cuts on it, maybe there are our comrades in it. The king with a scepter came out from the elevated stand in front of the magic crystal. Advertisement. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The citizens shouted and cheered like fanatics. They looked like crazy, and what they saw in their eyes was the endless worship of the king. Those eyes and eyes could not tolerate foreign objects, only the figure of their king. The people of Edalus, our holy kingdom of Edalus, has been making magic for 10 years from the anima. The king clutched his scepter and addressed the citizens below. Happy, retorted angrily. It has the face to say that it was made, and it was obviously robbed from our world. Lucy and the others were also displeased. I feel very contemptuous for this king's words, and he has the face to say so openly. The king continued. Let us sing together, laugh together, and share in this infinite joy. La, wah ha ha ha. The citizens cheered, and a large number of people were filled with tears of happiness because of the king's words. The people of Edalus have the right to share in this magic, and only we, the people of Edalus, are the holy nation that can last into the future. No one can take the magic away from our country. And I'm here to promise that we'll get more magic, so much so that the little magic in front of you is just crumbs. Quote. Snapped. The king grabbed the scepter and inserted it into the magic crystal like crazy. Damn it. Natsu and the others below stared wide-eyed, watching a few magic crystals fall from the crack pierced by the scepter. Natsu strode angrily, ready to attack. Dieter hurriedly put his hand around his neck and retreated toward the crowd. Lucy and Wendy quickly followed. Let go of me, Dieter. That magic crystal is our companion. Natsu kept struggling. The two of us join forces, and no one is our opponent. Natsu said. Dieter shook his head with a sigh and persuaded. I know you're not feeling well, everyone's mood is the same, but it's obviously not the right time. There are too many people here and it's easy to get into trouble. You can't turn other companions into magic crystals just because of a momentary rush and crisis. Yeah, Natsu, there will be too many people here. Since the king must have a lot of soldiers to protect him, we need to wait first. Lucy also helped to speak. Natsu is still struggling, but Dieter's arm couldn't break free so easily. Advertisement. No matter how great Natsu's power is, it is impossible to break the unique arm, and he can only be pulled away in resignation. Sunset comes. Natsu standing by the window in the hotel got up angrily. I still can't take this breath, I'm going to try to sneak into the castle. Dieter hurriedly stopped. Don't worry, think of a plan. Yeah, I'm too impatient to get everyone back to their original state. Wendy was lying on the table painting unknown patterns. Everyone has turned into a crystal, what can we do to restore everyone to their original state? Wendy was also puzzled. Lucy Natsu was very annoyed. How to recover everyone who has become a magic crystal is indeed an important premise. Why don't Erza and the others turn into magic crystals and you don't? Dieter said now. This sentence suddenly caused several people to fall into contemplation. Shalulu put down her pen and said, Miss Lucy didn't become a magic crystal because she had celestial spirit, which can isolate time and space, so why didn't the male cat, me, Wendy 607 and Natsu become magic crystals? I heard Dieter say that Godjiel didn't become a magic crystal either. What about Crystal? With that said, both Lucy and Wendy's eyes lit up. Yes, why Natsu and Godjiel and Wendy haven't changed? According to what we know, people in Edalus world have no magic power and can only use magic props. Does that mean that people without magic power will not become magic crystals? Lucy quickly analyzed, celestial spirit can isolate time and space to protect her, so what can isolate Wendy and Natsu? Mo Lulu and Happy were originally people of this world, so what do Wendy, Natsu, Godjiel have in common? Lucy asked. Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. Wendy and Natsu blurted out immediately. Yes, Wendy, Natsu, and Godjiel are all dragon slayers, so they don't turn into magic crystals. Lucy added, what about Mistogan and Brother Dieter? Hearing the topic, Dieter shrugged and said, I didn't enter the world of Edalus in Magnolia, of course I won't become a magic crystal, as for Mistogan. Maybe he is a person from this world. Shock. Lucy, Wendy and Natsu, and the two cats all seem to have amazing discoveries. Mistogan is from the Edalus world. The news is amazing. Chapter 102, Rescue. But if you think about it, it is indeed possible. Mistogan has been around the world trying to shut down Anima, how could he shut it down? Obviously, he himself understands the switch of the Anima. So can we boldly guess that dragon-slaying magic can restore the waste crystal to its original state? After all, it is such a special magic. Dieter guided them to continue to guess. But in case it doesn't work, there should be partners in the waste crystal, so it's better to take a more secure approach. Wendy objected. Both Lucy and Wendy agree. Whether Dragon Slayer magic can restore the magic crystal remains to be seen. It's not good to draw conclusions so easily. That's good, but it's even more impractical to just rely on a few of us to kill hundreds of thousands of troops back and forth. Dieter certainly couldn't just give up. He was still waiting to see Erza and Erza fight, how could he just give up on this approach so easily? That's why he doesn't use Dragon Slayer magic. If he could use it, he wouldn't have to join Natsu and the others at all, he would be enough to free the people in the waste crystal. I'm painting an underground pothole. This passage can lead to the interior of the palace. It's better to know the solution from the king's mouth. Sha Lulu said. Dieter shook his head immediately. I trust you and Happy, but are the potholes in your memory traps? Maybe they're waiting for you to take us there and get arrested. Stuck. Sha Lulu really didn't know how to answer this time. If your memory has been manipulated, then we have cast ourselves into a trap in the past. We might as well let Wendy and Natsu try it. There is no reason to sacrifice in the war between the two worlds, and the probability that dragon-slaying magic can save people is also high. Very big. Dieter went on to say that walking through potholes is a self-inflicted trap, and although it is good to break through, there are still a lot of armies in a world. It is impossible to rush in without wanton massacre, and you will be exhausted to death. Why don't we split up? Wendy and I took Sha Lulu to infiltrate the palace, and Natsu, Happy, and Dieter went to try. Lucy immediately made suggestions after seeing the disagreement. Listening to Dieter's instinctive refusal, once Lucy and Wendy are caught, the consequences can be dangerous. Okay, let's split up. Seeing that Wendy was very moved, Dieter also knew that it was impossible to persuade him. Simply agree directly, the big deal is that it will take a little effort to rescue it again. Then we'll go there overnight and sneak into the palace while it's dark. Lucy gave orders in high spirits. Then we'll set off immediately, the night is almost up. Sha Lulu said. Then Lucy left with Wendy and Sha Lulu. Walked toward the pit trap in memory, preparing to steal to rescue the companion who turned into a magic crystal. Wait until, we will also set off in the early morning, before the sky is bright and there are few people. Try breaking the magic crystal to see if it can be rescued. Dieter instructed. Advertisement. After that, I went to rest. And Natsu didn't say a word, and sat next to the window again and looked at the night outside, which was shrouded in the sunset. Early morning. There were not many people hanging out on the street except for the early people. In the square, the huge magic crystal was guarded by soldiers, and no one was allowed to approach. When I deal with soldiers, you directly use Dragon Slayer magic to attack the enchanted crystal. Be bold, how do you know this plan will fail if you don't try? Dieter said. Natsu seemed determined and nodded in agreement. Dieter also immediately attacked the soldiers, and Natsu also flew to the magic crystal under the leadership of Happy. The ants, the war has begun. Dieter grinned and attacked the soldiers, who were like ants, easily knocked down with one punch. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom. Natsu over there also started attacking the enchanted crystal. He firmly believed in his heart that Dieter would not let him hurt his companions for no reason, but must be rescuing them. Boom. Boom. The magic crystal quickly became unbearable in a series of attacks. The whole body is shrouded in white light. Immediately pushing Natsu out, Dieter quickly stopped and waited for the magic crystal to recover. The light of the magic crystal adds to the city in the morning, and the light blooms as bright as day. Efficient. Natsu saw this scene and immediately knew that the attack was working. They all stared at the magic crystal nervously. The light dissipates. The huge magic crystal turned into two figures. Erza, Gray, Happy, exclaimed immediately. Erza and Gray, who had changed back over there, regained their senses, scanning the surrounding situation in confusion. Dieter. Erza called out when he saw Dieter and rushed towards him. Where have you been? Worry me. Erza bumped Dieter's head against him. Pong. Advertisement. So hard. Dieter was speechless. When can this problem of knocking on the body at every turn be corrected? What's happening here? Gray also immediately noticed that there were soldiers around and seemed to be surrounded, and asked in confusion. We'll talk about it later. Let's get out of here, Dieter said. Natsu also nodded in agreement. If you dare to destroy the waste crystal, you will be arrested immediately. Don't even think about running away, grab them. Arrest. Arrest now. The surrounding soldiers immediately charged towards Dieter and the others with their weapons, intending to take them down. What? Gray swept across the group, posing and ready to unleash the magic. Suddenly found that there is no way to use magic. What the hell, why can't I use magic? What? Erza was also taken aback. Trying to change clothes doesn't work. I'll explain it to you in a moment, follow me, we'll leave first. As Dieter said, he turned and hit the group of soldiers, breaking out of the heavy encirclement and rushing towards the distance. Ha ha ha. Gray, you can't beat me now. Seeing that neither Erza nor Gray could use magic, Natsu was overjoyed, the king's Zhao, and wanted to knock Gray down and beat him. What's up? Erza followed closely behind and was busy asking. Although the trouble can't be used, but the physical fitness and combat ability are still there, it is not a problem to deal with a few small soldiers. This is Daedalus, another parallel world, and the magic of this world is running out, so they use the anima to absorb the magic of our world. And Magnolia was absorbed into the magic crystal, we are here to save you. Dieter explained. Erza and Gray looked at each other in disbelief. Daedalus. Another world. What happened during this time? Why did I suddenly come to another world and become a waste crystal? Hey, why do you guys use magic? Gray asked. Dieter tore open the encirclement, rushed into the alley in the city, and explained it clearly to the two of them in the shortest words. No. Chapter 103. Just one hit. Inside the alley, Erza and Gray asked the questions one by one, and successfully heard the news from Dieter and Natsu's happy mouths. So what we're going to do next is to rescue the other companions who have turned into magic crystals. Erza asked. Gray took the vial from Dieter, poured out the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Dieter nodded. Last night Lucy, Wendy and Sha Lulu infiltrated the palace. Obviously, they failed. Thinking about it, they have already been arrested. The next step is to break into the prison to save people. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to lead someone towards the direction of the cell. You're saying that Erza in Daedalus is also very good. On the way, Erza was also very curious after hearing Dieter's remarks in the past few days. Awesome. Dieter nodded undeniably. Although he was still weaker than him, in terms of Erza's combat power, Daedalus Erza Netwaka was still very strong. Oops, Erza and Erza, that's scary. Natsu called out the danger. Happy, and Gray also nodded in agreement. Dieter curled the corners of his mouth, thinking for a while, what way should he use to watch the show? While thinking, suddenly, I found two Gajil standing at the entrance of the alley in front of me. Hey, Gajil. Dieter was busy calling, why is this Gajil still here? Didn't he say there is a cat, why not go to the cat? Erza and Gray, are they the only ones saved by destroying the magic crystal? 620. Gajil also found that several people here were busy asking. Then I remembered. I wish I didn't tell Dieter that Dragon Slayer magic can restore magic crystals. 14. Dieter cursed inwardly. It was only then that he remembered that Gajil knew the usefulness of dragon slaying magic. If I had thought of it earlier, I wouldn't need to argue with Wendy and Sha Lulu, just say it directly. No matter how much. What are you doing? Hurry up, I'll take you to the cat, I'm not telling you, that cat is super strong. Dieter complained. Gajiel's eyes sparkled. This side immediately said a few words to Gajiel of Edelis and followed the figures of Dieter. Remember our plan. Go to rescue Lucy and Wendy first, and then act separately. I will take Gajiel to find the magic crystal, and you are responsible for destroying the possible follow-up opportunities in the Edelis world. A short distance outside the cell, Dieter finally informed them of the plan. Several people nodded in agreement. The group rushed into the cell, saw those soldiers and attacked directly, and rushed inside after a while. Erza, Natsu, who followed Dieter in the front, suddenly saw Erza Netwoka in front of him, and immediately exclaimed. Erza Scarlet was also curious when he saw someone who looked like him, and looked up and down constantly. Erza Netwoka, where are our people locked up? We can start our game after being honest. Dieter asked with a grin. Then Erza Netwoka naturally noticed Dieter, and his face paled a little after seeing him. The terrifying strength echoed faintly. Go straight and turn left. Erza Netwoka was unwilling to tell the truth, even if she didn't want to say it, she had to say it. It's about Edelis and the king's plans. Okay. Dieter was satisfied, and ordered to several people. Natsu, Gray and Happy. Go to save people. Erza, this subway man in front of you was handed over to you, and Gajiel and I go to find the waste crystal. Advertisement. Okay. 2 Erzas are horrible, hey. Gray and Natsu and Happy rushed past the 2 Erzas. And Erza Scarlet's eyes were full of war, and he agreed eagerly, the magic crystal will be handed over to you. As soon as the words fell, Erza attacked immediately. It's time for us to find the cat too. Gajiel was busy asking. Although he was very upset to see Dieter, he seemed to have to rely on uniqueness to recruit cats. Okay. Dieter agreed, reached out and grabbed Gajiel, jumped out, and flew upwards on the moon. Hey, shouldn't we be looking for waste crystals and cats? What are we doing in such a high place? Gajiel grabbed Dieter's clothes and hurriedly asked. He was really scared that Dieter would suddenly let go. Look over there. Dieter pointed to the floating island not far away. A large piece of magic crystal came into view over there, and Gajiel was also stunned. 07. Arriving on the floating island, looking at the magic crystal of Big Mac, Gajiel also said that such a big magic crystal is the magic power of the entire city of Magnolia. It's really big. People are coming. The voice sounded, and Dieter immediately pushed Gajiel away and looked at Palm Salili, who was holding a large sword in the air. Boom. The long broadsword looked at the ground and cut a deep ravine out of the ground. Damn it, who are you? Gajiel was busy cursing and asking. In the air, Palm Salili spread his wings and introduced. I am the captain of the 1st Magic War Unit of the Royal Army, Palm Salili. This magic crystal is the most important stronghold in this battle plan, you can't destroy it. Palm said, galloping down again with a large sword, CFBB, many times his size, ready to behead Dieter and Gajiel. Gajiel, this is the cat I found for you, the captain of the 1st Demonic Army, more powerful than the goblin hunter Erza. Dieter said. The body flickered instantly and disappeared on the floating island of the magic crystal. When it reappeared, it was already above the body of Ponzalili galloping down. In return, I only punch you, and if you can survive like Erza Netwoka, you are lucky. Dieter clenched his fists. It is wrapped in a jet black armed color, and there is an orange-red airflow around it. Second gear. The blood in the body accelerated rapidly. Dieter goes into second gear to boost power and speed. Overlord color. Once again release the Overlord color with a shocking mind, add it together and release it. What? The muscles of Pangsalili's galloping body suddenly tightened, and a deadly coldness came from his back, the hair on his body exploded instantly, and a stalwart aura instantly enveloped his mind. Powerful. Fear. Powerless. Advertisement. All kinds of negative emotions converged into one, and Ponsoli understood why Erza Netwoka was in that state when he came back. The breath is so powerful. Even he felt very small in this momentum. Just like a mouse or an ant you see on weekdays, an existence that can be crushed to death. Escape. Run away. This would make Ponsalili lose his sense of proportion by being shocked by that momentum. Where do you still want to stay? Just want to leave quickly, and flee this dangerous place in embarrassment. Rubber jet pistol. Dieter's voice reverberated, his fists were stimulated, and he slammed into the thickest part of Ponsalili's back armor at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Cough. The blood was coughed out, and the whites of Pangsalili's eyes were congested, and the bloodshots that he looked at were all around. Eyes trembling violently. The piercing pain in the back transmitted to the brain, making his brain come to a critical point. I can't wait to come over immediately to relieve the pain. Boom. Dieter's fist continued to exert force, knocking Ponsalili's body out of the air like a golf ball. After the loud bang, Pangsalili's body smashed a big hole out of the floating island of the magic crystal. Ponsalili's body was trembling in pain. The pain in the body intensified. Sure enough. Terrifying. Pangsalili coughed out a mouthful of blood again, and said tremblingly with lingering fears. It's funny to think about the disapproval of Erza Netwoka and Hughes when he spoke of the man's horror. Really sit back and watch the sky. I didn't expect this man to be so terrifying. Not an opponent at all. Sensation is too big. Hey, Dieter, don't make trouble with my cat. Gajiel said with some unhappiness when he saw Palm Salili curled up. Obviously it was a cat for him. Why can't I hand it over to him? I have to go up and punch. I am afraid that this punch is also injured, and it will take continuous time to heal. Ha ha ha, mistake. Dieter hastily smiled and waved awkwardly. The main reason is that the Overlord color's shock is too strong. No matter what kind of opponent, once he is caught off guard, he will lose his sense of proportion and let him hit. In addition, Dieter, a level 7 armed color, can infiltrate the enemy's body. Inflicts damage to the enemy's internal organs. No matter how strong the physique is, the internal organs are also fragile, so often an inconspicuous attack will cause great damage to the enemy. The waste crystal and the cat are handed over to you. Dieter left here after saying a word, ready to watch the Erza vs Erza drama. Hey, you are too irresponsible, Gajiel complained. However, Dieter was far away and didn't have time to answer any of his words. Chapter 104, My Erza is amazing. The figure is really the battle scene of Erza vs Erza. Dieter found a decent place to watch the fight, and was envious of the damage the two Erzas caused. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild did not say anything else, but they still had a knack for destroying terrain and buildings, and there were messed up sword marks around the battle between the two. Its destructive power is evident. Erza's side is fighting fiercely, and the King of Edalis has already activated his lock cannon, and it's almost over. Dieter can clearly know which part of the current battle is going on. After the lock dragon cannon is activated, the most powerful one is the mechanical monster with the Dragon Knight. When the time comes, the mechanical monster can be eliminated and you can go back. Ding. Sign into Edalis Royal Capital, reward 40 skill points. Close black lens bracket. At this time, although there is no sound in my mind, the system words that still pretend to have a sound appear in my mind. Remind Dieter to get new skill points again. Signing in the capital, then this place should be the last possible place to sign in, so let's add them all. Dieter wasn't surprised. Both the Edalis World and the Fairy Tale Guild can sign in. There is no reason why a city that is a royal capital cannot sign in, but I think this place is the last place to sign in. 40 skill points are added directly. After the weapon color of level 7 is increased to the full level, the knowledge color will also be raised to level 2. When the armed color is full, he can clearly feel that his strength has increased a lot now, and he even fully grasps the Lu Ying domineering, that is the cherry blossom pink air flow, which has a very powerful destructive power. And it also has a considerable improvement in defense, and it can even hurt people in the air. It's time to end. After feeling the power in his body, Dieter glanced over Erza to the sky. There Mistogen has appeared, conversing with the king over the air. Mistogen drove the behemoth and Natsu and the others stood aside. I've known for a long time that you kid is going to seal up the anima in Aslandry, you traitor has already sold your country. The king reprimanded Mistogen. Where does this voice come from? Sounds like it's coming from hell. Get out of here quickly. Natsu, Wendy and the others all yelled at them, trying to find the trace of the king. Mistogen said, your anima plan has failed, and there is no point in continuing to fight. Significance. You actually asked me the meaning of fighting. The king's voice echoed, and the ground lit up with a blue light. The sky was illuminated brighter, the earth trembled, and countless people looked at the ground in horror. Advertisement. The fight between the two Erzas was also temporarily stopped. The piercing bell came from the ground, and countless people stared at the ground with wide eyes, as if to see what the sound was. This is not a battle, but a unilateral annihilation to retaliate against those who are enemies of the kingdom. With the king's voice angry from the ground a huge mechanical block. The mechanical object was tightly wound by chains, extending from the ground and connecting to the object. What is that? Is it a magic weapon? Unsure of the reason, Gray and Lucy also questioned when they saw the huge object, and seemed to have no idea what was going on. If you don't listen to the advice and try to stand in front of me and stop me, even if the object is you, I will still be destroyed. The huge object broke free from the chains and levitated. The voice of the king came from the body of the object, and the appearance of the object also made the hair of the people of Midgard and many Edalis stand up. The giant object shines brightly. 07L. The irregular shape began to change in an instant. When the dragon's roar was overwhelming, what appeared in front of the world was the huge Dragon Knight, the strengthened armor of the dragon. Dragon. Looking carefully, the shape is. What is reinforced armor? Natsu was puzzled. At this time Dieter also flew up and landed on the back of the beast at Mistogen's feet. Explained. It is a magic crystal for anti-magic. This magic crystal can completely nullify the external magic. It is a kind of riding armor. Mistogen agrees. Well, that's where the king controls the Dragon Knights. The king in the Dragon Knight ordered. My loyal soldiers quickly seize all the enemies. Soldiers move. The two Erza fought together again. There was chaos everywhere, battles were everywhere, and the soldiers continued to arrest all the transcenders like a madman. There are also a large number of soldiers attacking Gray and others. I won't let anyone go. The king roared and manipulated the Dragon Knight to raise his head, a gun barrel extended from his mouth, the light was accumulating, and the beam shot out. For flowers. Armed. A powerful beam of light roared out from the Dragon Knight's mouth. Dieter's figure flashed in front of the beam in an instant. The body is covered in armed color. Lu Ying was even more blessed, with her hands folded in front of her, to resist the huge beam attack. Advertisement. Dieter. Brother Dieter. Erza and the others exclaimed quickly. Is it really okay for him to stand up against such a powerful attack alone? Drink. Dieter shouted angrily against the beam, and threw his arms out violently. The beam attack was abruptly changed its trajectory, hitting the suspended island high in the sky, and blasting an island into rubble. I'm fine. Dieter waved his hand and squinted at the huge Dragon Knight. He turned his head and shouted at the person. Gajil, Natsu, Wendy, do you three want to come down and play? This is a dragon, don't you want to try it? 0. Boom. Dieter's voice fell, and a fireball fell from the sky. Under the loud noise, the Dragon Knight's body sank suddenly. Natsu grinned. We Dragon Slayer are more experienced in dealing with dragons. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajil followed closely, his arm turned into an iron rod and hit the Dragon Knight, pushing its body a considerable distance to the side. The roar of the dragon. Not to be outdone, Wendy used dragon slaying magic. The three defeated the Dragon Knights. 666, come on, but remember to tell me when you fight. Dieter in the air reminded. The body flashed to the building that was not included in the huge venue, and went to watch the play. Well, Natsu and the others are fine, and Erza is fine. If the soldiers say it, everyone from the Fairy Tale Guild will come to help, so what should I do? Dieter rubbed his chin and thought, there seemed to be no use for him on the current battlefield. It's embarrassing. Then just wait and fight Mistogen. Thinking about it, Dieter found the only opponent who could fight, but unfortunately he couldn't fight seriously. Boom. A suspended island in the air burst, and 2 Erzas in thin clothes fell from the sky. Amazing my Erza. Dieter sighed, his eyes swept over the figures of the 2 people recklessly and praised. Really, either Erza is in great shape. B. Chapter 105. The Great Demon King's Plan. Boom. The explosion sounded loudly beside him. Dieter looked over and found that the Dragon Knight had been transformed into humanoid armor, and the 3 of Natsu had been brought down. It seemed that he could no longer fight. Dragon Rider Diffusion Bomb. The humanoid armored Dragon Knight fell from the sky, and the bomb was launched from the body. Hit the 3 of Natsu on the ground squarely. Ah! The screams sounded, and the 3 Natsu were seriously injured, and they couldn't stand up again after being hit by the bombs they were looking at. Ha ha ha, for the world, and for this Edalus, the difference between me and you is here, you kid said you don't care what the world does, right? What people living in this world need most is not a guild, but eternal magic. What the people need is magic. The missions you and I carry are completely different. Quote. 637. The king was trying to make a big point. No matter how good the king said it, Dieter still wouldn't understand it. His figure drifted from the building not far away to the 3 of Natsu, looking at the huge humanoid Dragon Knight in front of him. Dieter. Brother Dieter. D. Wendy and the 3 wanted to get up, but there was no magic in their bodies, and their scarred bodies could no longer fight. It's you, the mysterious man who killed Shogboy and defeated Erza Netwaka, said the king. Dieter flew so high that he could look at the Dragon Knight before he continued. I don't care what your purpose is, I can't control your world, but I can't pretend that you didn't see the incident of hurting our guild members. Ha ha ha. The king let out a loud laugh and asked recklessly. So what, you can't beat me at all, where can the weak have the right to speak? Yes, how can the weak have the right to live? In this cannibalistic world, the strong represent everything. Dieter lifts his arms and blows. The body swelled rapidly, the armed color covered the body, and the white mist wrapped around the arms, as majestic as the world-destroying devil. Ha ha ha, what kind of look are you? The king sneered at Dieter's appearance at this time, as if seeing a funny character. What shape? Dieter raised his eyebrows, clenched his right fist tightly and began to compress layer by layer, and finally contracted into his body and rushed forward with all his strength. Magic has no effect on me. Advertisement. The king shouted and raised his shield in front of him, blocking Dieter's figure and preparing to resist the blow. Natsu and the others behind him widened their eyes. Would love to see Dieter defeat this giant dragon rider. Also curious to see if Dieter, who has been undefeated, will lose today. Rubber Ape King Gun. Boom. The heavy force was embedded in the Dragon Knight's armor, and the king's ironic smile suddenly condensed. Sitting inside, I only felt a heavy force coming from the arm, and the sound of cracks that could be heard inside. This force seemed to be beyond imagination. What? The strength pushed the Dragon Knight out, his feet pair deep grooves on the ground, and the shield at the arm was cracked from the middle. It looks really tough. Dieter looked at the arm of the Dragon Knight and said involuntarily. The arms start to contract again, and it only takes 2 more blows to blow the seemingly hard armor. The king's proud armor will be destroyed. Impossible. The king roared with a gleam of light on his body, and the stalking bullets roared towards Dieter. All the slag that was about to blow him away was left. Rubber Ape King Crow Cannon. Bang bang bang. The fists turned into afterimages, and the heavy force continuously fell on the armor of the Dragon Knight. Clap clap clap. There were various sounds of being bombarded from the body of the armor, and the body of the huge humanoid Dragon Knight was continuously beaten and retreated toward the rear. Look at the hanging armor. The fragments were blasted apart, and the fragments fell to the ground. How is it possible? Why is it so strong? No, my proud Dragon Knight, how could it be broken? Is this the sorcerer of the Asland world? Final blow. The king was punched out of the Dragon Knight, and his body was in severe pain, and he even thought he was going to die. Looking at the strange body after falling to the ground. No longer able to remain calm, fear shrouded my heart. I can't believe that the person in front of me can be so powerful. End it. Dieter's body recovered. Without even looking at the king, he turned and walked towards the 3 of Natsu. The earth shook, and the suspended islands in the sky began to fall. What's the matter? The island in the sky. Advertisement. Hey hey hey, what happened? I don't have the strength to fight anymore. The sky is broken. The three of Natsu looked at the doomsday-like sky and were also very terrified. The sky seems to be collapsing. The floating island of Daedalus floats by the magic of this world, and since it has begun to fall, it means that. Dieter walked over to the three of them, looking at the falling island and talking. The words are not finished. But everyone knows what this means. Magic is fading from this world, Wendy added. Dieter nodded in agreement. A large amount of magic power overflowed from the ground, in the air, and the magical props on the soldiers drifted toward the sky. The magic is disappearing. The pattern of the world will change. These are magic. This is not good. If all the magic power disappears, this world will. Dieter, what's next? Is there any way to keep the magic? Natsu and the others were busy asking. All looked to Dieter for a good solution. Sooner or later the magic of Daedalus will wear off, and now a wise prince is needed to become the new king and lead the world into a new era. Dieter said. Suddenly, Natsu and others thought of Mistogen. Not bad. Next I need you to cooperate with me. Dieter 1.1 grinned. Gather 3 people here and start talking about the plan, and let them start to cooperate. Do you understand? Dieter finished talking the plan and finalized it. Natsu's eyes glittered and nodded excitedly. No problem. I am the great demon king Natsu. Gajiel retorted a little from Tsunere. Why should I accompany you to do such a boring thing? Wendy is a little shy. I will work hard. Dieter smiled after hearing what the three said. Let's go then. The three of Natsu rushed towards the place with a large number of residents, ready to start wanton destruction of the dilapidated city. Ahahaha. On a building not far from the palace, Natsu wore a red cloak with horns he didn't know where he got it from, and laughed uncontrollably up to the sky. Mistogen Pangsalili and heard the news dared to come, and were surprised when they saw the person.